Chapter 104. Tang San. He finally understood why Ning Rongrong became pregnant with his blood less than a year after he became pregnant. Is this paving the way for the destruction of life and a family? Is this, cause and effect? Destruction and life have devoted themselves to the divine world. The powers of the couple conflict, and they are destined to be unable to have offspring. Did God take pity on them and grant them a child to raise? No, cause and effect don't exist. Tang San. He is the destiny. He is the overlord of this world. Life, this little bitch, had clearly taken advantage of his pregnancy to plot against all of the Shrek's 7 devils, and even wanted to take possession of his child. She had clearly decided to die. Cough. Tang San only felt dizzy and fell backwards. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were quick to support him in time. The Life God King's face darkened, and he hurriedly grabbed Tang San's wrist and checked his body. See God, don't be too anxious, it's not good for your baby, with me here, Rongrong and the baby in her belly will be safe. Tang San's eyes were red with anger. Under normal circumstances, he would have quarreled with the Life God King. But now, not only had most of his strength been drained away by the fetus, but whether the 2 children could be born smoothly depended on the other party's mood. Even though he was extremely reluctant, Tang San still forced a smile and said, "Thank you for taking care of my life. Well, I'll take these 2 losers back to take care of the housework. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing will stay to take care of Rongrong." Xiao Wu hurriedly said, "Third brother, it's enough to have Zhu Qing here, I have to go back with you, you also need someone to take care of you now." Tang San did not reject Xiao Wu's proposal. He waved his sleeves and left the forest of life with Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Looking back at the temple of life that was about to disappear from his sight, Tang San clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind that one day he would wipe out life and destruction from the God realm. In the past, when he was in the lower world, he and the spirit hall were like candlelight and the bright moon. But now, he has become the dual god of Shura Sea God. A member of the God Realm Committee, and one of the 3 law enforcement gods. What about the spirit hall? It has become nothing but a smear of yellow earth. He could even destroy the spirit hall, so what does life and destruction matter to him? In this way, with the 4 of them working at their full capacity, it took just over 10 minutes before they arrived at the gate of Shura Temple. The Shura Temple had not changed much since the 2 left. When the 4 of them entered the temple, the blood on the floor had dried up, but Oscar was nowhere to be seen. Tang San's face darkened and he rushed out of the Shura Temple and headed straight for the gate to the God Realm. The 3 of them hurriedly followed behind. Tang San's big belly was hidden by the Life God King using a secret method. After returning to his normal form, he was not afraid to walk on the streets of the God Realm. Soon, Tang San arrived at the gate of the God Realm. First, the level 2 God Sword God who was in charge of guarding the gate quickly knelt on one knee and bowed to Tang San, saying, "I am Sword God, and I greet Lord Sea God." Tang San said coldly, "Sword God, I want to ask you, has the God of Food left the God Realm?" The God of Swords thought for a moment and said, "My Lord Sea God, since the Phoenix God, the God of Food, and the God of War returned to the God Realm an hour ago, no gods, hunters, or priests have entered or left the God Realm until now. Okay, you continue to guard. If the God of Food wants to leave the God Realm, you stop him and sound the alarm to notify me." After saying that, Tang San left without looking back. Returning to the Shura Temple again, Tang San activated the surveillance system in the temple and began to investigate Oscar's whereabouts. From the time the Shrek 3 bitches entered the Shura Temple, to the time Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun carried Ning Rongrong to the Shura Temple. And then to the time the 4 of them returned to the temple for the second time, Oscar's figure never appeared in the Shura Temple's surveillance again. Could it be that Oscar is still hiding in the Shura Temple? This is impossible, right? Even if the fetus in Tang San's belly absorbed most of his power. The power he could mobilize was far above that of a first-level god. No matter how hard an ordinary second-level god tried, there was no way he could hide under Tang San's nose, right? Xiao Wu asked. "Third brother, isn't there any surveillance inside the temple?" Tang San shook his head and said, "The interior of the temple belongs to each god's private space, even the God Realm Committee has no surveillance, how could our Shura Temple have it?" After saying that, Tang San swung his arms and said loudly, "Xiao Wu, you come with me, Lao Dai, Hongjun, you guys search inside the temple separately, you must find this scourge for me." "Yes." Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun said in unison. Just like that, the 4 of them turned the Shura Temple upside down and searched for 4 hours in a row, but found nothing. "Brother San, what on earth is going on? Oscar, a second-level god, just disappeared like that?" After all, Xiao Wu is not a god. Even if she has the authority to mobilize some of the Shura power, it is difficult for her to fight against a real second-level god. Tang San also saw Xiao Wu's worry. He quickly reached out and touched Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, leaned over to her ear, and whispered, "Xiao Wu, I will send you to the moon goddess to stay for a while, and after finding Oscar, I will take you back." The moon goddess, a female deity among the first-level gods, had belonged to the Shura god lineage 10,000 years ago. After Tang San ascended to the god realm, the moon goddess helped him manage the gods of the Shura god and sea god lineages. Yushin's loyalty was acceptable to Tang San. As for why Xiao Wu was not sent to the forest of life, it was because Tang San was suffering from paranoia. He suspected that this series of events were done by life and destruction. With the power of destruction, Oscar could indeed be taken out of the Shura temple quietly. If Xiao Wu is sent into the forest of life, what is the difference between that and sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? The view returns to the nether. The opening ceremony of the Soul Master competition arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, the leaders of various colleges had already arrived in front of the Imperial City to draw lots for the first round of eliminations. Of course, in order to make the Soul Master competition more entertaining, the top-ranked teams would be deliberately avoided during the draw. This was not considered a secret operation, as the competition officials acquiesced to this behavior. Chapter 105. No matter whose doorstep the competition is held at, for the sake of the entertainment of the competition, such a situation will not be tolerated. Generally speaking, the first-round opponents of the top colleges would be small, inferior colleges. At noon, under the guidance of the Xinglua Empire staff, the leaders of each major team led the students into the Xinglua Square in an orderly manner. The Shrek Academy members were undoubtedly standing in the most prominent position in the first row. With Su Yunhan as the boundary, the Shrek team was clearly divided into two groups. Starting from Dai Yuehan on Su Yunhan's left-hand side, all the way to Hui Yuhao on the far left, they were all wearing the most traditional dark green school uniform of Shrek Academy. Starting from Su Yunhan, everyone was wearing a custom-made azure blue robe. The styles of the two sides were very different. Those who knew that the Shrek team was just divided into two groups of people, wearing different costumes. Those who didn't know thought that the Sea God Pavilion had split and was divided into two forces with the Shrek Academy. There were 5 teams standing in the first row with Shrek Academy, namely, Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Sky Soul Royal Academy, DOURO Royal Academy, Xinglua Royal Academy, and a team whose leaders, 7 students, were all covered up so tightly that their faces could not be seen. Long before going to Xinglua City, Su Yunhan asked Ma Xiaotao to use the intelligence network of the Sea God Pavilion to collect intelligence on the top students of various colleges. Su Yunhan knew all the martial spirits, spirit rings, spirit powers and even portraits of talented students including Ma Rulong, Xiao Hongqian, Meng Hongqian, and Jiang Peng. But even though this is an academy that is qualified to stand on the same level as Shrek Academy and the Royal Academies of the 4 empires, Su Yunhan doesn't even know the name of their academy. Su Yunhan pulled Ma Xiaotao's clothes and said in a voice transmission, "Xiaotao, what's the matter with that academy that wraps up all the students tightly? They are actually qualified to stand in the same row with our Shrek Academy, are they, very famous? How come you don't even know about Jiangtian Academy?" Jiangtian Academy is the most mysterious academy on Doulua continent. Rumor has it that the family behind Jiangtian has an ultimate Doulua and the inherited martial spirit, the sky-limiting sword. The performance of Jiangtian Academy in the Soul Master competition was too impressive. It has repeatedly surpassed the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and stepped onto the final stage with our Shrek Academy. They just haven't performed very well in the past 100 years. They have been eliminated in the quarterfinals many times. In more than 20 Soul Master competitions, they have only entered the semi-finals 2 or 3 times. Even so, they are still a top-notch Soul Master Academy. I say they are mysterious because in Doulua continent, almost no one has ever seen or heard of a graduate of the Heavenly Descending Academy holding an important position in the 4 empires. Inherited martial spirit, the Liangtian sword. Su Yunhan noticed the bright spot, looked at Ma Xiaotao and frowned. "I remember the angel family's token of authority during the Spirit Hall period, it was called the Heaven-Reaching Sword, right?" Ma Xiaotao looked at Su Yunhan suspiciously, then nodded and continued, "Yes. The family behind the Heavenly Descending Academy does have a connection with the angel family. According to rumors, the first generation of angel god had 2 heavenly measuring swords, a light sword and a dark sword. The light sword was given to his descendants as a token of the angel family's inheritance. The dark sword was given to the number 1 hero of the Spirit Hall, who turned it into his spirit and passed it down from generation to generation. When it came to the time when the first sea god Poseidon conquered the sea and gathered faith to become the sea god, the Liangtian sword lineage, for unknown reasons, Announced to the entire continent that they would withdraw from the Spirit Hall, their people moved out of the Spirit City and established a Heaven-Falling Academy in a small city in the Heaven Do Empire. Hearing this, Su Yunhan shuddered. Is this still the DOURO continent he knew? Although he was shocked, Su Yunhan calmed down and continued to ask. Xiao Tao, since the lineage of the Sky Sword and the Angel family are both descendants of the Angel God, why was the lineage of the Sky Sword not liquidated by the original generation of the Shrek's 7 devils after the battle of the 3 gods? Ma Xiao Tao felt that something was amiss. Su Yunhan didn't even know about the Jiangtian Academy just now. Why was he so sure that the Jiangtian Academy and the Yangtian sword lineage had not been liquidated by the original generation of the Shrek's 7 devils? You know, the inheritance of angel spirits has not been cut off until now. Could it be that after the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils liquidated the Heaven Sword lineage, some collateral clansmen survived? Gave birth to descendants of the Heaven Sword spirit, and rebuilt the Heaven Falling Academy? Su Yunhan is very smart, too smart to be a 12-year-old boy. It is impossible for him to make such a common-sense mistake. Maybe he was just shocked by the news about the Heavenly Falling Academy, and for a moment he was speechless. Ma Xiaotao tried her best to think positively about Su Yunhan. She believed that her husband was a transparent person in front of her and he never hid anything from her. Well, Sister Xiaotao is very simple when she is in love. Coming back to her senses, Ma Xiaotao looked at Su Jiawei who was giving a speech on the stage, and continued to explain to Su Yunhan. Lord Poseidon did not settle accounts with the Heavenly Sword lineage. The specific reason is not recorded in history books. It is said that Lord Poseidon was broad-minded and destroyed the Spirit Hall only to avenge his mother. The Heavenly Sword lineage did not collude with the Spirit Hall, so it was forgiven by Lord Poseidon. Su Yunhan. He really didn't think that Tang-san would be able to spare the Yangtian sword lineage because of this reason. The adjective, broad-minded, doesn't seem to fit Tang-san at all, right? It was very kind of him not to dig up the ancestral graves of the angel family and scatter their bones and ashes. The truth seems to be only one. It's not that Tang-san doesn't want to settle accounts with the Heavenly Sword lineage, but he can't. Perhaps there is something hidden in the Heaven Descending Academy, something that is enough to make Tang-san, who is both the Shura God and the Sea God in one and has the God realm behind him, feel fearful. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan felt his scalp tingling. Could it be that in the world he traveled through, there existed an anti-time travel alliance? P.S. Apart from Orange who traveled through time with the protagonist, there will be no other travelers in the subsequent plot and there is no anti-traveler alliance. There are indeed some unknown things behind the Jiangtian Academy, and the answer will be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 106. She had witnessed the rise and fall of the Spirit Hall, and had also stood on that high mountain and watched 2 12th Order God-killing soul-guided missiles descend upon Shrek's inner city. She witnessed Tang-san's suicide, the great God's circle fell apart, the 7 great divine realms returned to their own time and space. The Soul Beast clan headed by Gu Yuna launched a coup, devoured the sleeping god of destruction Tang Wulin, and ordered the Ice and Snow Girl to seize the body of the god of emotions Hui Yuhao, and expelled all the gods loyal to the sea god Tang-san from the DOURO god realm. 5 mortals fully armed with 18th Order soul guides broke through the gate of the god realm. She was the only witness. With the explosion of the 18th Order soul guide, the god realm was overwhelmed and led the DOURO world to its end. At the last moment, Gu Yuna devoured Lan Xuanyu and became the dragon god. She exhausted her last strength and returned to the ruins of the Lake of Life and fell into a deep sleep. In this dragon god transformation, she was the only survivor. The DOURO world began with the dragon god and ended with the dragon god. After millions of years of changes, when the dragon god Gu Yuna woke up again, she had lost all her memories. Under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, the dragon god once again established the god realm and created life and order for this world. This world is a cycle of reincarnation, and she is the immortal that everyone yearns for. She is Spider Emperor Dolua's best friend, Death God Dolua's playmate, Blue Buddha's teacher. These identities are proof of her identity as an immortal. To date, she has gone through 3 cycles of reincarnation. Xiao Bing, I have lived up to your expectations. The 2 of us can finally transcend the cycle of reincarnation and live as long as the heaven and earth. Going back to reality. Su Yunhan thought of the system's capabilities, and quickly glanced at a petite figure, muttering to himself, "System, show me that person's personal information." Ding, insufficient system permissions, please explore on your own. Insufficient permissions? Su Yunhan frowned and said, "System, can you tell me the reason for the insufficient authority?" Insufficient authority means insufficient authority. Host, please don't make things difficult for me. Su Yunhan. Never mind. Even without relying on the system's capabilities, he could still unravel the mystery and uncover the secrets behind the Zhangtian Academy. At this moment, a strong voice suddenly sounded. According to the rules of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul Competition, the first round will be a knockout round. This year's competition. There are a total of 134 Advanced Soul Master Academies and Soul Instructor Academies registered, and a total of 67 games will be held in the first round. Next, the first match will begin soon. The two teams are the Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy team from the Douling Empire, and the Shrek Academy team. The continent's top academy with countless honors and having won all the championships in the past 10,000 years. As soon as the host made the announcement, the atmosphere in the entire Xinglua Plaza suddenly reached its peak. Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. The voices calling out for Shrek Academy echoed in almost every corner of Xinglua Square. Amid the shouts of the crowd, Su Yunhan walked onto the fighting stage with the 6 women with an expressionless face. This made the host feel a little embarrassed. According to the competition process, they should wait until he announced it before they could go on stage. Shrek Academy obviously didn't follow the routine. Of course. Neither the Soul Master Competition Committee nor the Star Luo officials would cause trouble for Shrek Academy because of this little thing. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame the host for speaking too slowly. The host wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, tightly grasped the loudspeaker Soul Guide in his hand, and said loudly, "Let us invite the players of Tianling Advanced Soul Master Academy to come on stage." 7 students slowly walked out from the back of the queue. Compared to Su Yunhan and the others who looked relaxed, the 7 students from Tianling Academy looked ashen and even walked in a dizzy manner. This is a real world, not like the one in the original novel. Although Su Yunhan and the other 7 were all under 15 years old, most of the team leaders of the academies could sense Gu Yuedong's soul power. With a Soul King leading the team, there was no pressure at all to fight a small Tianling Academy. What was there to be surprised about? Players from both teams have entered the field, and under the guidance of the referee, the 14 players slowly move towards the center of the field. The referee said solemnly, "The first round, elimination round, team battle. Both sides can use most soul guides to compete. But during the battle, if one side admits defeat, the other side cannot continue to attack. Soul guides cannot use high lethal equipment such as fixed-type soul guides to fight. Do you understand?" "Understood," Su Yunhan and the captain of Tianling College said in unison. "Okay. Both sides retreat to the sides of the arena, listen to my command and start the game. Before I announce the start, no one may release their martial spirit in advance, otherwise they will be judged as the loser." While retreating, Su Yunhan warned in a voice that only the 7 people could hear. "No one is allowed to act without authorization. Follow the plan. We are not monkeys in the arena, we didn't come to the Soul Master competition to perform monkey tricks." "I understand." 7 The girls were obviously not in high spirits. They were at an age when they liked to show off, and it would be strange if they were in high spirits under the control of Su Yunhan. Both sides retreated to the edge of the fighting arena, and after they had formed their positions, the referee waved his hand and shouted, "The match begins." As the referee's voice sounded, a blue-pink light instantly enveloped the entire fighting arena. 3 seconds later, the light gradually dissipated. And the 7 students from Tianling Academy collapsed on the ground in a mess, each holding their heads with their hands, looking extremely painful. Is this a spiritual soul skill? Everyone turned their eyes to Su Yunhan. In this era when most soul masters did not cultivate their spiritual power, the status of spiritual soul masters was extremely high. The only means that could resist spiritual soul skills was the spiritual skull. It's a pity that Su Yunhan only has the strength of 4 rings, and the next Soul Master competition will be his home court. The referee took a deep breath and then shouted, "The game is over, Shrek Academy wins." There was another round of cheers from the audience. Shrek Academy was almost becoming the spiritual sustenance of the young Soul Masters of the 3 empires. At the same time, above the Imperial City. "Brother Dai, how is it? Is Su Yunhan a descendant of the White Tiger lineage?" Dai Hao replied, "Your Majesty, Su Yunhan, is indeed a descendant of my White Tiger lineage, and his bloodline is probably quite pure. I would like to ask if I can accompany your Majesty to visit Su Yunhan." "Okay. Is this a story?" Su Jiawei looked at Dai Hao with a strange expression, and finally nodded. Chapter 107. After returning to the Starlight Hotel, Wang Yan temporarily called everyone to a meeting and praised Su Yunhan highly. "You have all seen Yunhan's performance. I am very satisfied. Of course, I am not referring to his strength, but his leadership ability and character. In a situation where he knew he was going to win, he didn't show off his talent too much. This is rare. Especially you, Huiyuhao, you should learn from Su Yunhan and keep things in your heart. If you repeat your behavior in the Colosseum that day in this Soul Master competition, don't blame us at Shrek Academy for turning our backs on you. Wang Yan did not treat Huiyuhao well. For a piece of 100,000 soul bone, brothers and sisters killed each other and husband and wife turned against each other, not to mention that Huiyuhao was carrying a more powerful inheritance. Once the exact age of Huiyuhao's first soul ring is known, in Xinglua City, even the Sea God Pavilion may not be able to protect him. Just then, a hurried knock on the door suddenly reached everyone's ears. Dong dong dong. Xiao Xiao, who was sitting at the last seat, stood up hurriedly, walked quickly to the door of the conference room and slowly opened it. Behind the door was a young girl wearing a golden hairpin and a dark purple women's gown. Her every smile, gesture and movement was full of elegance. The girl walked to the center of the conference room, performed a standard court etiquette towards Wang Yan, and said, "Teacher Wang, my Majesty invites Master Su Yunhan to the private room downstairs for a chat." The girl was not stupid. She was the eldest daughter of a Soul Master family in Xinglua City. She was sent to the palace by her family to be Su Jiuzhou's playmate. Even if Su Jiuwei hadn't told her, she was still quite smooth in dealing with people because she had been influenced by her family elders since she was a child. No matter what. Wang Yan was the leader of the Shrek team, and to some extent, she could represent Shrek Academy. Big shots can look down on Wang Yan, but she, a small shot, cannot. At least she has to save face. So, after entering the meeting room, she did not ignore Wang Yan, but bowed respectfully. Wang Yan was able to stand out from the crowd of teachers and become the leader of the Shrek team. He certainly had some outstanding qualities. He did not express his opinion, but instead set his eyes on Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan slowly stood up and bowed in the direction of the purple-robed girl, saying, "Your Majesty has invited me so kindly, as a junior, I naturally cannot refuse, please lead the way ahead, young lady." On the way, Su Yunhan's eyes were always on the girl in purple and never moved. This is a real lady from a noble family. She is less wild than Ma Xiaotao, more elegant than Zhao Ning'er, more stable than Xiao Xiao, and less arrogant than Su Jiuzhou. Before traveling through time, Su Yunhan liked this type of woman the most. As if she felt Su Yunhan's fiery gaze, the purple-clothed girl was not angry. Instead, she faced Su Yunhan's gaze and said teasingly, "If Mr. Su likes my daughter, you can go to my daughter's family to propose marriage in the afternoon, and we can hold the wedding in the evening." Hearing this, Su Yunhan woke up, looked at the purple-clothed girl, and said apologetically, "I was just thinking about something just now, if I have offended you in any way, I hope you will understand." The anticipation on the purple-clothed girl's face instantly dimmed. It was obvious that she had just been tempted. If she could marry Su Yunhan, even without a formal status, just being by his side as a lover would be 100 times better than being Su Jiuzhou's maid. She is familiar with many secrets of the royal family, and she will most likely marry the emperor or prince of the Su family in the future. Although, it's not bad, the male members of the Su family are not that bad. And there is a chance that they can break through to Sol Dolua and not let her be a widow, but compared with Su Yunhan, they are still far inferior. Unconsciously, Su Yunhan pushed open the door and walked into the No. 1 box. Two middle-aged men were sitting opposite each other at the table, one was Su Jiuwei, and the other, if Su Yunhan guessed correctly, this blonde man with double pupils was none other than his adoptive grandfather, the White Tiger Duke Dai Hao. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Dai Hao hurriedly stood up and grabbed Su Yunhan's wrist, his voice trembling a little as he spoke, You are Inger's grandson." Inger? Su Yunhan was confused. Where did Inger come from? Seeing Su Yunhan's confused look, Dai Hao said the names of 6 women in succession and asked him if he was the descendant of these people. Su Yunhan. Wow! Su Yunhan exclaimed, wow! This Dai Hao really inherited Dai Mubai's bloodline of leaving offspring everywhere. You can't be Yunner's son, right? If you calculate the age, it does match, Yunner's mother seems to have the surname Su. He had never been so speechless in his life. What the hell was going on? Why was it linked to Yunner again? Su Yunhan gritted his teeth, quickly pulled his hand back, and bowed in the direction of Su Jiuwei, saying, Your Majesty, if there is nothing important, I will take my leave first. Dai Hao was very tactful. He heard the impatience in Su Yunhan's words, so he did not stay any longer and walked out of the box. Only Su Yunhan and Su Jiuwei were left in the box. Su Yunhan came to the table and sat down angrily, then unceremoniously picked up the teacup and poured himself a cup of tea. Su Jiuwei had no intention of mediating the relationship between Su Yunhan and Dai Hao, or rather, this was the result he hoped to see. If Su Yunhan and the Baihu clan were as close as family, he, the emperor, would have trouble sleeping. My dear nephew, I don't have anything important to do, I have just been preparing for the top auction these days and have collected some auction items. I wanted to show them to you. Is there anything you particularly want? After saying that, Su Jiawei took out the brown paper from the soul guide and handed it to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan took the brown paper in his hand and scanned it at a glance. There were nearly 20 auction items on it. The 40,000-year-old ice jade scorpion soul bone in the original book did not appear. Instead, there was a 43,000-year-old left arm bone of a swift wind two-headed wolf. And the finale has also changed from the Snow Queen embryo to be determined. It's not certain what you wrote above. Su Yunhan pondered and said, Uncle Su, there's really nothing I want here. Oh, by the way, are there any better quality or more unusual carving knives at the Starlight Auction House? Ninger always complains that the carving knives are not easy to use. And Shrek City doesn't pay much attention to the development of soul guides, so we can't even find a craftsman who can make high-level carving knives. Chapter 108. The gold of life is in hand. After the uncle and nephew exchanged some pleasantries, Su Jiawei left in a hurry, saying that he needed to take care of palace affairs. After Su Yunhan finished the tea in his cup, he quietly left the one private room. As soon as he walked out of the door of the private room, several waitresses in cool clothes walked into the private room next door carrying some luxurious tea sets. Through the crack in the door, Su Yunhan saw 3 people in box number 2. They were Dai Hao, Dai Huabin, and Dai Yuehan, father and son. Zhu Lu was not among them. Su Yunhan curled his lips, then stood up and walked out of the Starlight Hotel. The black market in Xinglua City should be around here, right? Su Yunhan, who was wearing a black robe, muttered to himself. After many twists and turns, Su Yunhan came to the underground market of the Xinglua Empire, which opened the door to a new world for him. The underground market is also known as the black market. The underground and black here refer to the fact that it cannot be seen in the light. Here, stalls selling slaves can be seen everywhere. Many slaves have not been domesticated. The scene is so miserable. Fortunately, Su Yunhan has the memories of his previous life, so he is not touched by the scene before him. Even so, Su Yunhan still felt dizzy and rested against the wall for more than 10 minutes before he returned to his normal state. Su Yunhan walked expressionlessly on the street of the black market. After making a full circle to familiarize himself with the structure of the black market, he stepped into an intelligence room. As soon as I walked into the intelligence room, a young man who looked less than 30 years old came out to greet me. Welcome, what kind of information do you need? Su Yunhan said coldly, I want the information about the expedition personnel from Shrek Academy, Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and Heaven Falling Academy. Without any hesitation, the young man took out 3 pieces of information from his soul guide and threw them on the counter in front of Su Yunhan. A total of 15,000 gold soul coins. Does the guest need any other information? As soon as he finished speaking, a gold soul coin card with a value of 10,000 and a gold soul coin card with a value of 5,000 were placed on the counter. He reached out to put the 3 pieces of information into the soul guide, turned around and left the intelligence room. Su Yunhan is not short of money, and his purpose of purchasing a piece of intelligence from Jiangtian Academy is too strong. Following this clue, it will be easy to trace him back. From the moment Su Yunhan walked into the intelligence house, some of his information would be recorded by the store. The intelligence dealers would protect the secrets of their customers not because they were principled, but because they didn't pay enough. After purchasing 3 pieces of intelligence in a row, anyone would trace the matter towards the 2 major royal academies of Tianhun and Douling, thus ignoring Su Yunhan who originally belonged to Shrek Academy. After leaving the black market, Su Yunhan took off his black robe, walked around Xinglua City for a long time, and then walked towards the Xingguang Hotel. As they walked, Su Yunhan noticed something was wrong. Why did their footsteps feel much heavier than usual? Suddenly, Su Yunhan felt a powerful energy falling on his right shoulder, and he flew out. He flew about 5 or 6 meters, and with a bang, his head hit the air wall. Is this the power of space? Without even giving Su Yunhan time to think, Bingdi hurriedly used his own original power to take control of the body. Su Yunhan suddenly turned around, kicked his right foot backwards, and flew into the air, waving a pair of pincers, and attacked the black-robed man's heart. The black-robed man did not dodge, but pushed his palm forward lightly, and a wall of air directly blocked Su Yunhan's way. Bastard! Su Yunhan murmured, then flashed to the side of the man in black robe, swept his scorpion tail, and the silver-white scorpion hook slashed towards the man in black robe's throat. There is no doubt that Su Yunhan's attack was once again blocked by the air wall. The man in black robe seemed to have had enough fun. He waved his hand and a huge hammer condensed out and hit Su Yunhan's head hard. It was not until this moment that Su Yunhan realized that the realm he was in was not condensed by the power of space, but was a soul skill of the black-robed man, a soul skill similar to the dark demon evil god Tiger's life and death arena. If it weren't for the soul skill, the person who could use the power of space to this extent would probably have to have a cultivation level above that of a first-level god. A strong man of this level would not personally assassinate a teenager who is not even a soul king in this way. But how about figuring out the key to this? His body could not withstand the destruction of the Ice Emperor's original power. Just as Su Yunhan's consciousness was gradually fading, a clear voice sounded in his mind. Beep, the host is detected to be in a life-or-death crisis, unlocking the right to use the super artifact god-killing gun, time limit, 1 minute. A silver-white spear appeared in Su Yunhan's right hand. He regained control of his body and, with the help of the Ice Emperor's power, kicked his right foot back fiercely, wielding the god-killing spear in his hand and stabbing at the black-robed man's throat. The man in black robe snorted coldly and pushed his right palm forward again. When he was about to use the same trick again, the god-killing spear ignored the air wall and directly pierced his palm and throat. At this moment, the air wall around Su Yunhan shattered and he returned to the real world. As expected, Su Yunhan looked at the mess under his feet, some objects that should not exist in the real moment, and he became more and more certain that all this was just the soul skill of the man in black robe. Su Yunhan was not sure whether the battle just now had been noticed by other title DOURO. He did not even have time to clean up the traces on the ground and directly borrow the power of Ice Emperor to escape from the scene. Facts have proved that Su Yunhan's decision was right. Less than a minute after he left, 2 old men appeared at the scene. An old man slowly crouched down, picked up a piece of azure metal fragment and looked at it carefully for a while, then quickly stood up, walked to the other old man, and placed the metal fragment in his hand. Xuanji, look quickly, this fragment is very flexible, and there is a little blood in the middle, could this be a high-level defensive soul guide armor? Hearing this, Xuanji Dolua's gaze became even deeper. Without using his soul power, he took the azure metal fragment in his hand and squeezed it hard, but the finger-sized metal fragment did not crack. Chapter 109. Seeing this scene, the 2 title Doulua looked at each other in bewilderment, and everything was self-evident. On the other hand, because the activation of the god-killing spear consumed most of the Ice Emperor's original power. The Ice Emperor also followed in the footsteps of the Sky Fox. Before falling asleep, the Ice Emperor held on to his last breath and handed Su Yunhan to Ling Yan. In Zhao Ning'er's room on the top floor of the Starlight Hotel. Zhao Ning'er tore open Su Yunhan's shirt and used tweezers to pick up the metal fragments that had pierced into Su Yunhan's right shoulder. These were the remains of the 9th-level defensive soul guide Phoenix Guardian. It was conceivable that if the system had not acted in time, he would probably hiss, not only your shoulder, your back pocket, back, and right leg are all injured, Zhao Ning'er said with a worried look on her face. Yunhan, I'd better call a healing spirit master for you. Su Yunhan said hurriedly, you can't call the healing spirit master, Ning'er, the news of my injury must not be spread, no matter who asks you, just say that I have been staying in your room, do you hear me? But, your injury, before Zhao Ning'er could finish her words, a hurried knock on the door reached their ears. Su Yunhan frowned, snatched the tweezers and gauze from Zhao Ning'er's hands, and cleaned up the metal fragments and bloodstains on the ground. After doing all this, he ignored the injury on his shoulder and crawled into the quilt. Zhao Ning'er took a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and then went to the door and opened it. Ning'er, Yunhan has sent me the carving knife that he ordered for you from the Starlight Auction House. As she spoke, Ma Xiaotao ignored Zhao Ning'er's strange look and quickly walked to the sofa and sat down. Zhao Ning'er, In this situation, if we try to stop it, it will probably only make things worse, right? Just when Zhao Ning'er was about to close the door, Zhang Lishuan and Lan Yaoyao suddenly pushed the door open. It's over. Su Yunhan was shivering under the quilt, the situation he was worried about finally happened. I shouldn't have let Zhao Ning'er open this door for Ma Xiaotao. The 3 girls were sitting on the sofa, chattering about the customs and habits of Xinglua City. In order to help Su Yunhan keep the secret, Zhao Ning'er pretended to be calm and made a pot of black tea for the 3 girls. Huh? Sister Ning'er, why are you so nervous? Are you hiding something from us? Xiaotao, how could I possibly hide something from you? What could I possibly hide from you? Something is wrong, very wrong. Ma Xiaotao smiled and said, Sister Ning'er, maybe you haven't noticed that every time you lie, the heel of your right foot will lift up a little bit. Tell me the truth, did you cheat with Yunhan behind our backs? After saying that, Ma Xiaotao didn't give Zhao Ning'er a chance to explain and walked straight towards the bedroom. This time, it's really over. Seeing the slightly bulging quilt in the bedroom, Ma Xiaotao kicked off her boots, stood on the bed, and beat Su Yunhan, who was under the quilt. Ma Xiaotao, you tiger woman, stop it right there. Stop it. Ma Xiaotao ignored Su Yunhan's pleas for mercy and continued her attack as usual. It was not until Su Yunhan's voice became weaker and weaker and the blood from his wound penetrated the quilt that he stopped. Ma Xiaotao swallowed her saliva, lifted the quilt. And when she saw Su Yunhan's miserable state, a pig-killing scream reached everyone's ears. What? Yunhan, who did this? Anyone who dares to hit me, I will kill all his clans. Wait a minute, I'll go find a healing spirit master for you. Ma Xiaotao turned over and got down from the ground, without even having time to put on her boots. She ran straight towards the door with only a pair of thin stockings on her feet. Su Yunhan hurriedly said, Senior Ling Yan, hurry up, stop her. Ling Yan appeared in front of the door in time, blocking Ma Xiaotao's way. The scene changed, and Zhao Ning'er, Zhang Lishuan, and Lan Yaoyao were treating Su Yunhan's wounds. Ma Xiaotao was sitting aside with her arms folded, staring at Su Yunhan in front of her with an angry look. After an unknown amount of time, a cold light flashed in Ma Xiaotao's phoenix eyes. She looked at Su Yunhan and asked, Su Yunhan, can you tell me why you didn't let me find a healing soul master? Su Yunhan said, Xiaotao, can I not answer? No. Ma Xiaotao said angrily. Su Yunhan, you were beaten like this, don't I, as your wife, even have the right to know? Su Yunhan said coldly, Xiaotao, let me ask you, do you like me as a person, or, my talent that can suppress evil fire for you? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ning'er, Lan Yaoyao, and Zhang Lishuan all stopped what they were doing. They knew Ma Xiaotao's character very well. A silly girl with a bad temper would not marry a man she didn't like just to suppress her anger. Even if it was for the sake of keeping a secret, this statement was a bit too harsh. What did Ma Xiaotao do wrong? If it were any other woman, if Su Yunhan treated her like this, she would have run back to her room and secretly wiped her tears. But who is Ma Xiaotao? She is a reckless girl. If she cares about Su Yunhan's unfaithful words, she will no longer be Ma Xiaotao. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ma Xiaotao held a light green long sword in her hand, and the blade of the long sword was against Su Yunhan's neck. Su Yunhan, if you don't tell me, I will kill you first, and then I will commit suicide, the two of us will be a pair of desperate mandarin ducks. Zhang Lishuan, Lan Yaoyao. As for, I'm afraid Su Yunhan is seriously ill. Even if you have some secrets in your heart that cannot be known by others, you should talk to Ma Xiaotao about it. Anyway, your place is still usable, so stay with her for a while longer at night. Is it necessary to have to get to this point? Ma Xiaotao is also sick. Su Yunhan is already injured like this. Can't you just let him go? Why don't you wait until he recovers before you do anything else? Do you have to resort to knife and gun? Two sick people met and became a couple. This is a bit. Zhang Lishuan couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickly grabbed Ma Xiaotao's wrist and snatched the sword from her hand. Xiaotao, can you please stop making trouble? We are both Yunhan's wives, I am also very sad that he is injured like this, we have the same idea. Yunhan has a secret in his heart, maybe his secret is not that he doesn't want us to know, but that he doesn't want anyone else to know except us. Chapter 110. As soon as the words fell, Ma Xiaotao's heart suddenly trembled, and she quickly shifted her gaze to Su Yunhan. Her phoenix eyes were as calm as water, silently staring at the lover in front of her, as if waiting for his answer. Su Yunhan hesitated for a while, and finally nodded heavily to Ma Xiaotao. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. It is impossible for Su Yunhan to hide his life experience from Ma Xiaotao for his whole life. Even if he cannot tell her everything now, he can still express his feelings in front of Ma Xiaotao. Seeing Su Yunhan admit it, 2 lines of tears instantly burst out from Ma Xiaotao's phoenix eyes. If Zhang Lishuan could figure it out, how could Ma Xiaotao not figure out the key point? She understood that Su Yunhan did not simply want to hide it from her, but he did not want to see her fall into a dilemma after learning the truth. What a dilemma! If one day Su Yunhan, Poseidon Pavilion, Yan Xiaozhe and others were in a hostile relationship, who should she help? In this situation, it would be right and wrong for her to help anyone. Su Yunhan added fuel to Ma Xiaotao's fire. Xiaotao, I have heard of a story, it goes like this, in the past, there was a powerful official who married his daughter to a talented soul master in order to win him over. Later, the father-in-law and the son-in-law turned against each other, and the woman was caught between her father and her husband. It was her best friend who reminded her that everyone can only have one father in their lifetime, but husbands can have many. So, the woman gave her husband to, hiss, Ning'er, Luxian, why are you two pinching me? Zhao Ning'er and Zhang Lishuan didn't treat Su Yunhan well. How could they treat him so badly? What do you mean you can only have one biological father in your life but can have many husbands? Listen, this is not human language. Ma Xiaotao snorted coldly. Then clenched her fists, put on her boots, and prepared to leave the room. Su Yunhan hurriedly called out to her, Xiaotao, don't go out. It will be hard to explain to the other members of the Shrek team, at this critical moment, we can't say that we had a quarrel. Just think of it as helping me for the last time. Don't worry, if you don't agree, I will never touch you, I will drive them back to the room in a while. Let's eat vegetarian food tonight. Puff seeing this scene, Ma Xiaotao burst into laughter, all the resentment in her heart disappeared. She slowly walked to Su Yunhan and planted a purple plum blossom token on his neck. Su Yunhan, I don't care about your background, before you can beat me, you have to stay in Shrek Academy, if you want to run away, I will break your legs, lock you in a secret room, and support you for the rest of your life. Why are you eating vegetarian food? You're not injured anywhere, hurry up and get up to work for us sisters. After a year of getting along, Ma Xiaotao found that she couldn't leave Su Yunhan anymore. But her education didn't allow her to betray her master, so she came up with a compromise. Even in the DOURO continent where the strong are respected, ordinary spirit masters follow their husband's family after marriage. Ma Xiaotao is no exception. As long as Su Yunhan can surpass her in strength, she can naturally stand behind Su Yunhan and become an accessory. In this way, it can't be regarded as betrayal of the master. The Sea God Pavilion was just an alliance force, not her master's private property. After figuring out the key, Ma Xiaotao's sense of guilt faded a lot. At worst, after Su Yunhan sets up his own business, she will take the teacher and his wife over. As for Moon, he can also take care of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Ma Xiaotao is not a saint. She cannot betray her family for the so-called belief. Poseidon. Ha! Even dogs don't believe in it. Nearing noon, when students from various colleges were enjoying the luxurious lunch provided by the Xinglua Empire, in the Hall of Mental Cultivation in the Xinglua Palace. Su Jiawei sat high on the main seat, and a group of old guards stood on both sides, staring at the corpses brought back by Xuanji Doulua and the other two, their eyes becoming more and more solemn. Xuanji Doulua stood in the center of the hall, pointed at the corpse on the ground, and explained to everyone. Your Majesty, colleagues, look at this corpse, everyone should be able to see the cause of his death. He was directly pierced through the palm and throat by a spear-like weapon. What is puzzling is that the wounds on the corpse are extremely smooth. And there is no sign of secondary injury left by the withdrawal of the weapon. Hearing this, a group of titled Doulua priests frowned instantly. Many of them had weapon spirits, and they knew very well that it was basically impossible to retrieve the spirit from the wound without leaving any trace. Could it be the kind of melee soul guide that disappears into thin air after being used once? No matter how I think about it, it seems unreliable. Under everyone's gaze, Xuanji Doulua took out another photo frame from the storage soul guide. The photo frame did not contain a photo, but a shoulder guard made of pieces of azure metal fragments, as well as some scattered fragments. I picked this up from the scene. Su Sheng, you are an 8th level soul guide, can you take a look at these fragments to see if they are part of the defensive soul guide? As soon as he finished speaking, a man who looked 3 or 4 points similar to Su Jiawei walked out of the crowd. Took the photo frame handed over by Xuanji Doulua, and without caring about his image at all, he sat on the ground and started studying it. 10 minutes later, Su Sheng stood up from the ground, put down the photo frame in his hand, bowed slightly to Su Jiawei on the main seat and said, Brother Emperor, I have found the remains of a soul guide array from these fragments. The complexity of the soul guide array is far beyond all the 8th level soul guides I have seen. After receiving Su Sheng's reply, everyone present took a deep breath. When it came to 9th level soul guides, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was the Sun-Moon Empire. What's wrong with the Sun and Moon Empire? In broad daylight, they actually dared to commit crimes in Xinglua City. Do they think that there is no one in our Xinglua Empire who can do anything? Xuanji Doulua pondered and said, I don't think it's something the Sun-Moon Empire officials would do. It's unlikely for them to harm others or be the victim. If anyone from the Sun-Moon Empire were attacked in Xinglua City, we wouldn't be able to analyze the crime scene so leisurely. Oh, by the way, there is one piece of information I forgot to mention. The blood stained by the azure metal fragments does not belong to the deceased. I took a quick taste of the blood. Judging from the activity of the blood, the owner of the blood should be a young soul master under the age of 20 with the strength of a soul king. Chapter 111. Xuanji Doulua shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is exactly what puzzles me. Even if an extreme Doulua wanted to kill an ordinary title Doulua, there would be some traces of fighting left at the scene. According to the information left at the scene, there was no third spirit master at the scene. The deceased was a titled DOURO above level 95 who went to assassinate a teenager, but was killed by the teenager using some means. This series of events is very puzzling. Why would a titled DOURO choose to assassinate a teenager under the age of 20 in Xinghua City during the Spirit Master competition? What method did that young man use to kill a titled DOURO on the spot? The only way to solve this series of puzzles is to find the injured boy. Your Majesty, I have a hunch that the injured boy is very likely among the students participating in the Soul Master competition. Xuanji Dolua's idea was exactly what everyone was thinking, but they were faced with a new problem. Did they really have to use the intelligence network in their hands to thoroughly investigate the young man? It would have been fine if the young man had no identity. They fully utilized their home advantage and took control of this rising star in their own hands. At this moment, the old man sitting on Su Jiuwei's left suddenly said, Your Majesty, as for the method used by that young man to kill a titled Doulua, I do have some clues. Oh. Su Jiuwei stood up quickly, looked at the old man below and asked hurriedly, I wonder what your uncle thinks. It's not a brilliant idea, the old man pondered. I wonder if your Majesty still remembers the book in my Xinghua Empire that records the growth path of the original Shrek's 7 devils. It clearly records that the 100,000-year-old soul beasts Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape sacrificed to Lord Poseidon, and the souls of the 2 soul beasts were preserved. If they encounter a crisis, the 2 soul beasts can even leave Lord Poseidon's body to fight. Su Jiuwei frowned and said, Uncle, are you saying that the young man who killed the titled Doulua might have a ferocious beast soul hidden in his body? The old man said calmly, This is just my guess, don't take it too seriously. If you want to find that boy, I can narrow down the range for you. It's best for you to start with those Soul Master students who have emerged in recent years and are not from well-known families. The old man's words directly made the minds of the titled Doulua worshippers come alive. Yes, the fact that he could attract the assassination of a titled Doulua proved that there must be some unknown secrets in the heart of this young man. The resumes of the eldest sons and daughters of Soul Master families like Ma Rulong, Xiao Hongqian, and Meng Hongqian were transparent in the eyes of major forces. Even if there were motives in this regard, the hidden dangers had long been cleared by the families behind them. Su Jiuwei took the Soul Master competition registration list and after a simple elimination, he quickly locked on 2 people, Su Yunhan and Hu Yuhao. There is no need to talk about Hu Yuhao. He learned from Dai Huabin that his first soul ring is a million-year-old Tianmeng ice silkworm. He has both the motive to assassinate and the ability to counterattack. According to Dai Huabin, Hu Yuhao seems to be hostile towards the White Tiger Duke's mansion and the Star Luo Empire. Let's start with Su Yunhan first. Su Yunhan had a deal with the Xingluo royal family, so it was not difficult to ask him out, but what reason should he use to ask him out without seeming abrupt? It's difficult. On the other side, when it was almost lunchtime, Su Yunhan took his harem up the stairs and sat down in a corner on the first floor. The food for the Soul Master competition was provided by the Xing Luo Empire, and the students did not need to order. Su Yunhan and his group waited for about 10 minutes, and the table in front of them was filled with a variety of dishes. I heard from Su Jojo that during the Soul Master competition, the meals provided by the Star Luo officials for the participating students were all equipped with dishes at a standard of 100 gold soul coins. The cost of a meal for more than 100 colleges was only more than 10,000 gold soul coins, and the ticket money collected by the Star Luo Empire every day was far more than that. The hall on the first floor was almost full, so Wang Yan and the others walked down the stairs and sat down 2 tables away from Su Yunhan and his group. Normally, the Star Luo Empire only provides 1 table of free meals for each academy. Academies with a larger number of students will be divided into 2 tables for separate meals. If the meals exceed the free scope provided by the Star Luo Empire, an additional 100 gold soul coins will be required for meal expenses. But the problem is that Wang Yan and others have already exceeded that limit, but no staff member dared to step forward and ask for the 100 gold soul coins for food expenses. They are all workers, and of relatively humble status. It is not worth it to take the risk of offending the number 1 college on the continent just for the so-called rules. Su Yunhan frowned, quickly put down his chopsticks, walked to the table where Wang Yan and the others were sitting, patted Dai Huabin on the shoulder, and reminded them, Hey, you guys should go pay for your meals. Food expenses? Dai Huabin's mouth twitched slightly. He turned around and looked at Su Yunhan behind the chair, and whispered. Yunhan, you don't have to take it so seriously, the Xinghua Empire formulated it for those low-level colleges and has nothing to do with our Shrek College, the Xinghua Empire is not short of those 100 gold soul coins, why do you care about this? Su Yunhan. Is this just a matter of 100 gold soul coins? Obviously not. This is clearly a matter of reputation for the Star Luo Empire. Since you have made the rules, you must ensure that other academies abide by them. Just opening a backdoor for Shrek Academy is a bit. Forget it. What does this have to do with Su Yunhan? He doesn't plan to join the Xinglua Empire. Dai Huabin is the future Duke Marquis of the Xinglua Empire. He doesn't care about this matter, so what right does he have to care? Su Yunhan did not stay at the table of Wang Yan and others. He turned around and returned to his seat. During the meal, nothing special happened. Everyone ate the food on their own table. There were no disputes or conflicts of interest among them. After finishing the meal, the academies that had competitions in the afternoon, led by their respective team leaders, left the Starlight Hotel and went to the rest area to adjust their status. The hall suddenly became much emptier. Most of the players who stayed behind to savor the food were representatives from top academies. These people were very confident in their own abilities. Instead of watching those playing house games, they might as well eat more soul beast meat here to improve their own cultivation speed. Chapter 112. Su Yunhan and his concubines had almost finished their meal. At this moment, a waitress in cool clothes suddenly walked up to Su Yunhan, leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Su Yunhan frowned subconsciously, patted Zhao Ninger on the shoulder, and whispered, "Ninger, come with me, someone is looking for you." Looking for me? Zhao Ninger was confused. In this world, except Su Yunhan and her sisters, she had no other relatives. Who would be looking for her? Led by the waitress, Su Yunhan and Zhao Ninger came to box number 1. Walking into box No. 1, Su Yunhan felt like he was back home. He walked over to the table opposite Su Jiawei and sat down. On the other side, Zhao Ninger also recognized Su Jiawei's identity. Compared to Su Yunhan's relaxed look, she just stood silently behind Su Yunhan with an extremely serious expression, and seemed a little restrained. Seeing this, Su Jiawei said with a smile, "Miss Ninger, please sit down and talk, there is something I would like to borrow your ability for." As he spoke, Su Jiawei pushed the photo frame containing the azure metal fragments in front of Zhao Ninger. "Miss Ninger, last night, a tidal DOURO level battle took place on a barren mountain outside Xinglua City. When the people from the Empire arrived, the battle was over. These fragments are the traces left at the scene. Originally, this little thing doesn't need to be brought to the table, we can just send someone to check the area around Xinglua City to make sure there are no safety hazards. But now we are in the Soul Master competition period, and the relationship between the original DOURO continent and the Sun Moon Empire is becoming increasingly tense. I am afraid that the Sun Moon Empire will take this opportunity to prepare for some military action around Xinglua City. So I want to thoroughly investigate this matter. That's why I want to borrow Miss Ninger's ability to confirm what type and level of soul guide these metal fragments belong to." The Sun Moon Empire wanted to unify the continent, and the Xinglua Empire was the first to be included. It was not out of place for Su Jiawei to be so nervous and panic-stricken because of such a small matter. I'm just saying, did Su Jiawei talk a little too much today? Zhao Ninger is not a fool. Even though Su Jiawei changed the time and place, she could still tell that the other party was talking about Su Yunhan being attacked and that he was trying to test them. Zhao Ninger nodded, then took the photo frame handed to her by Su Jiawei and looked at it in her hand. About 15 minutes later, Zhao Ninger put down the photo frame in her hand, slowly stood up, bowed slightly toward Su Jiawei and said, "Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken. Judging from the complexity of the soul guide array, this should be a 9th level defensive soul guide. The appearance can refer to the soft armor of female generals. The chest area is designed to be loose, the owner of this armor should be a female soul master." Okay. After hearing what Zhao Ninger said, Su Jiawei fell into deep thought. He didn't think that Zhao Ninger was lying. The soul guides of the Xinglua Empire were not fools. Although their soul guide technology was not very good, they could still judge the original form of the soul guide device from a pile of fragments. A bunch of old guys who have been eating the Emperor's food all their lives, if they are not even as good as a little girl, they'd better find some old crooked trees to hang themselves on as soon as possible. Su Jiawei didn't dare to think about it anymore. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became. Why couldn't the Xinglua Empire recruit a soul guide genius like Zhao Ninger? "Your Majesty, after you have dealt with the current matter, can you give these metal fragments to my daughter? I am more interested in the soul guide formation on them." Su Jiawei nodded, put away the photo frame and walked out of box No. The couple in the box looked at each other. They both knew that Su Jiawei was suspicious of them, and they just hoped that their answer could dispel his doubts. After leaving the Starlight Hotel, Su Jiawei hurried back to the Hall of Mental Cultivation in the Imperial Palace. The worshippers had already finished their lunch in the main hall and were silently waiting for Su Jiawei's information. After returning to the Yangxin Palace, Su Jiawei did not hesitate at all and directly recounted the conversation between him and Zhao Ninger to everyone. To be honest, even he himself did not see any clues from this. Let's see if these experienced and cunning priests can detect something wrong. After pondering for a moment, Shattered Star Dolua walked out of the crowd and bowed to Su Jiawei on the main seat, saying, "Your Majesty, I have never dealt with Su Yunhan and don't know him very well. In your opinion, if Su Yunhan is that young man, with his ability, can he detect your Majesty's purpose today? He has the ability to kill a title Dolua, how could he not notice such a small thing? Don't say anything extra. In your opinion, how suspicious is Su Yunhan?" This. All the titled Dolua fell silent, and no one dared to be the first to speak out. "You said Su Yunhan is not a suspect. Looking at the participating students from more than 100 colleges, he may not be the best, but he must be the most conspicuous one. Furthermore, he suddenly appeared. And there is no information about him before the age of 11. His childhood sweetheart and fiancé Gu Yuetong is a descendant of a 98th level Super Dolua. It is not impossible for him to obtain the sacrifice of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. No matter how you look at it, he is suspicious. You said Su Yunhan was a suspect, but his and Zhao Ninger's answers were flawless. This is too embarrassing. What bad intentions did Su Jiawei have? He just wanted to attract some talented students for the Xinglua Empire. It had been 10,000 years since the god of war Dai Mubai ascended to heaven. During this period of 10,000 years, the Xinglua Empire had not produced a single ultimate Dolua. Gather all the soldiers in the world, gather them in Xianyang, melt them down, and cast them into 12 golden men, to weaken the people of the world. Whether it's the Qin dynasty or the Afang Palace Ode, they are the most appropriate to describe Shrek Academy. In his previous life, Su Yunhan read the original works in fan fiction just for fun and did not delve into the content. Now, he is fighting hard in the Dolua world, and the whole picture of Shrek Academy is in his sight. Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion want to build a foundation that will last forever. Every generation of Poseidon Pavilion Master and Shrek Academy Dean has deified their own existence, making it an honor for the younger generation of Soul Masters in the three empires to graduate from Shrek Academy, even though their education is extremely distorted. Chapter 113. As a result, all the talented Soul Masters in the original Dolua continent were taken into Shrek City, which led to the decline of the national strength of the three empires. It must be said that the Sea God Pavilion's strategy of raising Gu is indeed very good. Just look at the so-called 10,000 years of glory of Shrek Academy. Before the connection between the Sun-Moon continent and the Dolua continent, none of the Soul Master academies of the three empires could compete with Shrek Academy. Everyone in Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion is dreaming of the Celestial Empire. If it didn't have the halo of the protagonist, Shrek Academy would be just a copy of the Qin dynasty. 2-tier, 12 god-killing soul-guided missiles would be enough to make it disappear in the torrent of history. Su Yunhan collapsed on the bed, looking through the information about Jiangtian Academy that he had exchanged for 5,000 gold soul coins. Zhu Mu. Sex, male. Age, 18 years old. Martial spirit, fiber dance snow satin. Soul power. Li Shao. Martial soul, caltrops. I looked at the intelligence of 6 team members in a row, but couldn't see anything outstanding. But when his eyes fell on the information of the 7th team member, Su Yunhan's face was instantly filled with shock. Gu Xian. Gender. Martial soul, dark demon evil god tiger. Soul power, level 61. Remarks, suspected to have a natural soul skill called Life and Death Arena. Arena of Life and Death. Seeing this, Su Yunhan felt a chill down his spine. If he was dragged into the arena of life and death by Gu Xian at the Soul Master competition, then he would really be helpless. Ever since Bingdi fell into a deep sleep, Su Yunhan had been having trouble sleeping. What should I do? Should I give up this Soul Master competition just because I saw a dark demon evil god tiger Soul Master? 2 days passed quickly, the first round of eliminations of the Soul Master competition ended, and the second round of round-robin matches began. Although the round-robin tournament is not as intense as the knockout tournament, each match will be drawn from 3 different competition modes: single elimination tournament, 2-2-3 coordinated operations, and 7-on-7 team competition, which is full of fun. Early in the morning, the members of the Shrek team came to their rest area, and the atmosphere among them seemed a little heavy. Just after Wang Yan came back from drawing lots, he was told that in this round-robin tournament, they were in the same group as Jiangtian Academy. Alright, why are you all crying? Sis, it's just a school of heavenly descending academy. Even if you lose, you have to lose with a smile. Why are you losing? Wang Yan looked at Ma Xiaotao and rebuked. Ma Xiaotao, Shrek's ancestors have protected our glory for generations. 10,000 years have passed. As the captain of the Shrek team, you are qualified and obligated to protect the 10,000 years of glory of Shrek Academy. Even if it means sacrificing your life, you must not give up easily. Snapped. Ma Xiaotao slammed the table and looked at Wang Yan and shouted. Wang Yan, you are so stupid that you can't even stand and talk, you are just talking nonsense down there, and you are asking us to go on stage and sacrifice our lives. Is there no one left in Shrek Academy? Why would they let a fool like you be the leader? Ma Xiaotao's personality is like this, she says whatever she wants. She really can't stand Wang Yan's behavior. Before Dai Yueheng's injury is healed, the chance of winning against a strong academy like Jiangtian Academy is very low. As the captain of the Shrek team, does she not even have the right to speak the truth? Wang Yan also got angry. He was extremely serious about his work at Shrek Academy, and none of his colleagues had ever slandered him. So how could he allow himself to be manipulated by a young girl who was not even 20 years old? Wang Yan slammed the table twice, pointed at Ma Xiaotao's nose, and roared. Ma Xiaotao, I don't care what your status is in Shrek Academy, now I am the leader of the Shrek team, and you have the obligation to obey my orders. If you still insist on not changing your ways, you don't have to play in the next game. If you don't want to play, then don't play, do you think I care? Ma Xiaotao curled her lips and turned to leave the rest area. Dai Yueheng stopped her in time. Xiaotao, if you continue to be so willful, the news back to Shrek City will have a bad impact on you. Ma Xiaotao said coldly. What do you mean by bad influence? What? If I don't want to sacrifice my life in the Soul Master competition, I am not worthy of being the leader of the Sea God Pavilion? How can there be such a ridiculous logic in this world? I will repay my teacher and mistress for their kindness in raising me in the future, but my life belongs only to Su Yunhan, no one else has the right to control it. Chapter 114. As he spoke, Su Yunhan walked up to Ma Xiaotao, took her hand and returned to her seat in the rest area. This made Dai Yueheng very embarrassed. Obviously, the two people said exactly the same thing, so why did they receive unequal treatment? When did you, Ma Xiaotao, become so hypocritical? Also, is this still the Ma Xiaotao who beat up the whole inner courtyard? She looks so gentle, how can she give people the illusion of a good wife and mother? Anyway, the problem has been solved. Dai Yueheng breathed a sigh of relief, returned to his seat, and ate the fruit provided by Xinglua officials. It seems that because of Su Yunhan's joining, the members of the Shrek team are no longer as blindly enthusiastic about the traditions of Shrek Academy as in the original book. Dai Yueheng didn't need to be mentioned. He came to Shrek Academy for gilding. As the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke, he would inherit Dai Hao's mantle and become the next generation of the White Tiger Duke. How could he die on this field for the so-called eternal glory? The same was true for Tangya and Bei Bei. They worked hard to revitalize the Tang sect. They spent countless days and nights persuading Dai Huabin before they finally brought the young couple into the Tang sect. They have lofty and long-term ideals. So why would they be confined to a small Soul Master competition? Almost everyone in the Shrek team sneered at Wang Yan's words, but they did not have Ma Xiaotao's violent temper and were unwilling to argue with him. Ma Xiaotao returned to her seat. The atmosphere in the Shrek team's rest area was still depressing. No one dared to persuade Ma Xiaotao to apologize to Wang Yan. It's not that they are afraid that Ma Xiaotao will turn against them and beat them up, but it's really because Wang Yan's behavior is too unpopular. They represented Shrek Academy in the Soul Master competition, but in the end the value of their lives is not even as good as the so-called honor. Naturally, they did not dare to express their dissatisfaction with Shrek Academy or Poseidon Pavilion, so they vented all their anger on Wang Yan. Even though nothing has happened now, in their minds, Wang Yan is no longer the respected elder. If you don't respect others, do you expect others to respect you? After a series of nonsense, the host on the stage shouted in the most passionate voice. Next. Please invite the representative team of the first academy in the continent, Shrek Academy, and their opponent, the Yunluo Advanced Soul Instructor Academy of the Xinglua Empire to enter the waiting area. The captains of the two teams will come on stage to determine the competition method for this game. As soon as the words fell, a pair of fire phoenix wings grew out from Ma Xiaotao's back and descended onto the fighting arena in the most gorgeous posture. The captain of the Yunluo Advanced Soul Instructor Academy is a burly man with short blonde hair and a height of less than 2 meters. Under his white school uniform, the outline of his muscular body is faintly visible. You know, Ma Xiaotao is only about 1.7 meters tall. She has a tall figure and good looks. She can be considered a first-class beauty. One is a stunning beauty, the other is a burly man. The two captains standing on the fighting stage at the same time gave the audience a completely opposite feeling. Faced with Ma Xiaotao's majestic aura, the captain of Yunluo College's cold sweat flowed down his forehead like a waterfall. Not to mention looking at Ma Xiaotao, it was not easy for him to stand firmly and wait for the drawing ceremony to begin. At this moment, the referee walked onto the fighting stage with a round drawing tube and asked the captains of both teams to check it carefully first. I won't describe the draw ceremony in detail, as Su Yunhan didn't fully understand the rules. Anyway, after some manipulation by the referee and the two captains, the referee held up a small yellow ball and said loudly, "Shrek Academy vs. Yunluo Academy, a one-on-one single elimination match, please send the first player to play." Ma Xiaotao returned to the Shrek team's waiting area, looked around, and slowly said, "The strongest person in Yunluo Academy is only a soul sect, Luo, Wuton, and I will not play in this match. Who of you wants to play first?" Ma Xiaotao directly took over the control of the Shrek team. Bei Bei also gave Ma Xiaotao face, raised her right hand and recommended herself, "Sister Xiaotao, let me go." Ma Xiaotao said, "Okay, you go on stage, but let's make it clear beforehand, if your performance doesn't satisfy me, I will beat you up in front of all the students in the academy after I get off the stage." This Bei Bei subconsciously raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, then turned around and stepped onto the fighting arena. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan felt that his blood pressure was about to explode. In order to realize his ambition, he finally chose to give in to Ma Xiaotao. "Xiaotao, my words just now were inappropriate and I didn't consider your feelings. But the problem is that the Soul Master competition is not a game. Xiaotao, your strength is enough to shock all the participating students. But your leadership ability is insufficient. The Shrek team cannot exert its strongest combat power under your leadership. Do you think Ma Xiaotao will quibble and forcibly deny Wang Yan's evaluation of her?" In fact, not only did she not deny Wang Yan's evaluation, she even approved of it. Ma Xiaotao said expressionlessly, "Yes, my leadership ability is not good, but it does not mean that Yunhan is not good. Even if he wants to play in the game, we can ask Aunt Lingyan to be our team leader. In short, I don't want to put my life in your hands." Ma Xiaotao's words are not an exaggeration at all. In some cases, the team leader holds the power of life and death over the team members. When the team members are in life and death crisis and cannot voluntarily admit defeat, the team leader must exercise his rights to save the lives of his team members. What if Wang Yan still holds a grudge against Ma Xiaotao for the insults she just gave him and wants to force a one-on-one swap with her? One is a favored girl, and the other is an orphan old man. It is hard for Ma Xiaotao not to be wary. People's hearts are unpredictable. Is Ma Xiaotao wrong? She was not wrong. She just didn't want to put her life in the hands of an old man who was blindly obsessed with the Soul Master Competition Championship. What was wrong with protecting her own life? Is Wang Yan wrong? Judging from the facts, he was indeed wrong. He did not regard the members of the Shrek team as his students, but as tools to win the Soul Master competition. Chapter 115. But the problem is that these ideas did not come from Wang Yan's original intention, but were forcefully instilled into him by Shrek Academy. If the 10,000 years of glory of Shrek Academy were to fall in his hands, given the tolerance of those old people in the Sea God Pavilion, he would probably never be able to return to Shrek City in his lifetime. The perspective switches to the fighting arena. The first student to appear from Yunluo Academy was a female soul master with a rather rough appearance. For yellow and purple soul rings were rhythmically moving around her. And in her hand, she was holding a Naginata-shaped melee soul guide. A battle was about to break out. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Bei Bei flashed and came in front of the female soul master. The first soul ring under his feet lit up, and a dragon claw made of blue-purple lightning with a diameter of about 1 foot shot out and slapped the female soul master in front of him. The female soul master's eyes flashed, and as her soul power was injected, a jet-black light shot up into the sky. She swung the Naginata in her hand and slashed at the dragon claw phantom in front of her. Boom! A sharp roar suddenly sounded, and the female soul master dissolved Bei Bei's first soul skill. The whole person was knocked back several steps by the energy ripples generated by the collision of the soul skills. Bei Bei would naturally not give up the opportunity to press on and press on. He waved the dragon claw in his hand, charged towards the female soul master, and slashed at her shoulder. A cold light flashed in the female soul master's eyes. As she retreated, she threw away the Naginata in her hand. The third soul ring under her feet lit up, and her body swelled. Her vital parts were wrapped in a layer of silver-gray iron armor. The advanced martial soul Ironback Bear is a type of defensive martial soul. Bei Bei thought to himself that this was not good, but his dragon claw had already been swung out, and it was too late to withdraw it. Clang! Bebe's dragon claws came into close contact with the iron armor on the female soul master's shoulder. Bebe's martial soul at this stage has not yet evolved into a holy dragon of light. How could his attack break through the defense of a veteran defensive soul master? Bebe's attack failed, and when he was about to retreat and look for another chance, the female spirit master suddenly grabbed his wrist. No matter how Bebe struggled, he could not get rid of the other party's restraint. Bebe was anxious. His left arm suddenly stretched forward, and his dragon claws scratched the slightly rough face of the female soul master. The tips of the index and middle fingers scratched from the forehead along the sides of the nose to the opponent's chin. The female soul master was not to be outdone, and swung her left fist fiercely, hitting Bebe's chest. Good guy, killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of our own. Why do people live? Some say it's for money, others say it's for fame. A female student from the Yunluo Advanced Soul Instructor Academy of the Xingluo Empire. Her looks are at the bottom among the female soul masters, and her body is extremely strong. She is destined to not be able to follow the path of an ordinary female soul master. And why did she join the Soul Instructor Academy? The reason was simple. For future employment considerations, a pure defense-type soul master could not possibly serve as the lord of a city. Even if she couldn't become the city lord, she could still rely on her identity as a soul guide and join the soul guide department of Xingluo Royal Academy as a teacher to live a life of idleness and waiting for death. What is Xingluo Royal Academy? Every year during the graduation season, students graduating from academies across the Xingluo Empire rush to get in. Without absolute talent and fame, it is doomed to fail. For the Xingluo Empire, the most gilded honor is to defeat a Shrek Academy student of the same level head-on, even if the student is 5 years younger than her. Have you ever risked your life for something in your life? In order to have a stable job in the future, the female soul master on the fighting arena has invested a lot of money. Feeling the pain on her face, the female soul master gritted her teeth, and when she failed to attack Bebe's heart, she raised her elephant leg and whipped Bebe's waist with a whip kick. Ah! 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 Bebe's screams were incessant and heart-wrenching. Those who knew would think that the two were playing a game, while those who didn't would think that Bebe was filming an animation with the burly female soul master. Just as the female soul master's whip kick was hitting Bebe's body, Bebe was not idle either. His blue-purple dragon claws began to tear the surface skin of the female soul master. Seeing that her skin was about to be exposed by Bebe in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, the female soul master gritted her teeth and grabbed Bebe's shoulders tightly with both hands. There was a bang bang sound, and one headbutt after another hit Bebe's forehead hard. This was a tough situation for Bebe. He needed to read the bar to release his soul skills, and he couldn't get rid of the restraints of the female soul master. He had just broken through level 40 not long ago. And with his weak arms and legs, how could he be a match for a high-level soul master who was strong in strength? At first, Bebe was able to wave a pair of dragon claws to fight back, but as time passed, Bebe's consciousness became increasingly depressed, and the power of the dragon claws became increasingly weaker. Finally, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The female spirit master's condition was not very good either. Her face was scratched by Bebe, and there were no less than 20 claw marks on her body. Some of the wounds were deep enough to expose the bones. She leaned on the edge of the fighting spirit arena, gasping for breath, and the smooth surface below was stained red with blood. Bebe is obviously ill. Even though he knows he has no hope of winning, he refuses to admit defeat and suffers inhumane torture here. This female soul master was also seriously ill. She fought so hard for a game that she even abandoned her own dignity as a woman. But this kind of sick behavior seems to be extremely normal on the DOURO continent ruled by the Sea God Pavilion. Students from other colleges were proud of defeating the Shrek team. Not to mention winning a big match, even winning a small match would be enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. The scene in front of him was so beautiful. The referee was silent for a while before announcing, single elimination match, first match, Yunluo Academy wins. Huiyuhao and Tang hurriedly climbed up the platform and carried the unconscious Bebe down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the female soul master took out some hemostatic herbs from the soul guidance department and applied them to her wounds. Oh, she wants to win another game. Su Yunhan smiled slightly, stretched his muscles, and walked onto the fighting stage. In the reserve team, there are only 4 soul masters including Su Yunhan. The dark-skinned young man, Kai Tu and Jiang Nan are most likely no match for the defensive female soul master in front of them. For the sake of his wife Xiaodao's face, he had better not let the Shrek team be defeated by 2 or 3 opponents in the first round-robin match. Su Yunhan stood on the fighting spirit stage, looking at the female spirit master in front of him, and asked with a smile, "Girl, can you tell me your name?" Ah. Seeing this scene on the fighting spirit stage, Ma Xiaotao glared at Su Yunhan on the stage with her phoenix eyes, her teeth almost broken. It's fine to flirt with girls as soon as you get on stage, but you flirt with this type of girl. What's wrong? The girls at home can't satisfy you. So you go out to pick wild fruits, and you don't care about meat or vegetables. You choose such a tough type. Chapter 116. Facing Su Yunhan's question, the female soul master on the fighting soul stage covered her face with her hands, her face flushed, and she replied with an embarrassed look, "My name is Yang Qing, bastard, you have no moral integrity." Facing Su Yunhan's sudden attack, Yang Qing was furious. This was the first time she had been approached by a pretty boy, and it was just to divert her attention so that he could attack her. Bah! Scumbag! Scumbag! The little flame in Yang Qing's heart began to grow, and his eyes, which had been blurred due to the pain in his body, became sharp again. "Su Yunhan, you scumbag, get off me!" Yang Qing swung the naginata in his hand and slashed straight towards Su Yunhan. Looking at Yang Qing's strong arms, Su Yunhan didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly flapped the holy light wings behind him and retreated backwards to avoid the opponent's attack. Yang Qing did not stop because of Su Yunhan's concession, and continued to swing the naginata in her hand, further squeezing Su Yunhan's living space. Not only that, she also specifically attacked Su Yunhan's lower three places, as if the two of them had some deep hatred. "Is this woman crazy?" Su Yunhan murmured something, and suddenly stopped retreating, colliding head-on with the naginata in Yang Qing's hand. Clang! The triggered soul shield equipped by Su Yunhan was triggered in time, deflecting the attacking naginata. When Yang Qing saw that his attack failed and wanted to continue to organize the offensive, Su Yunhan took off with the help of the holy light wings, kicked forward with force, and kicked Yang Qing's right wrist firmly. Snort! Yang Qing snorted coldly. As a defensive combat soul master, she had been practicing her ability to withstand blows since junior college. Even after she joined the Soul Instructor College, she never stopped the corresponding training. Yang Qing continued to circulate his soul power and inject it into the naginata as if nothing had happened. Dancing rising slash. A dark light shot up into the sky, and Yang Qing controlled the naginata in his hand and struck towards Su Yunhan. At this moment, all the soul masters above the Soul King level who were watching the battle had a look of surprise on their faces. For some reason, Yang Qing's aura had completely disappeared and completely merged into the naginata in his hand. Is this the intention of the sword? Su Yunhan frowned and quickly cancelled the reading of his fourth soul skill. With a thought, the first soul ring under his feet lit up. First soul skill, White Tiger Breaking Delusion slash. Just like that, two figures, one black and one white, collided with each other. Accompanied by a flash of white light, both of them were knocked back several steps by the energy ripples generated by the collision of soul skills. Yang Qing shouted loudly and charged towards Su Yunhan with relatively light steps. After she was freed from the state of possession by her martial spirit, she looked only slightly more sturdy than a normal woman, and she didn't look cumbersome when wielding the naginata. Su Yunhan smiled faintly, then took out a long sword-shaped melee level 4 soul guide from the soul guide system and fought with Yang Qing. Su Yunhan knew nothing about swordsmanship. But fortunately his mental strength was strong enough and he could easily detect Yang Qing's little movements, which enabled him to not lose to Yang Qing in the competition between close combat soul guides. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, the audience was tired of watching, the two people on the stage were slowly competing in knife skills, sword skills. What is Xiao Yunhan doing? He doesn't really like this one. Tanya blinked and said with a sly smile. Ma Xiaotao rolled her eyes at her, crossed her arms, looked at the two people on the fighting arena, and slowly said, "It seems that the girl's swordsmanship has made a breakthrough. Yunhan is serving as a sparring partner for her." Ma Xiaotao really couldn't understand. Since Yang Qing's swordsmanship had made a breakthrough, Su Yunhan just ended the match. Yang Qing could practice however she wanted after she stepped down. But why did you still do such a thankless act and be willing to be a sparring partner? Could it be that Su Yunhan really fell in love with Yang Qing? Ma Xiaotao shook her head fiercely, throwing away those unrealistic thoughts from her mind. The girls around Su Yunhan were all incredibly beautiful, and his aesthetic sense was fine. He would help Yang Qing, so he probably had other plans. Could it be that Su Yunhan wanted to recruit Yang Qing into his fold and place him under the Soul Guidance Hall? Ma Xiaotao was a little confused. She really couldn't understand whether such a talented soul master was worthy of Su Yunhan's personal recruitment. 20 minutes later, Yang Qing's soul power had run out. She stopped what she was doing and looked at the Naginata with an increasingly deep look in her eyes. Who would have thought that she would actually feel an inexplicable sense of harmony with a cold melee soul guide? If the harmony between the person and the object continued to deepen. Yang Qing didn't dare to imagine what it would become in the end. Coming back to his senses, Yang Qing bowed 3 times in the direction of Su Yunhan, said, "We, Yunluo Academy, admit defeat," and walked down the fighting arena. The referee's voice rang out, "Yunluo Academy admits defeat, Shrek Academy wins." Amid the congratulations from his little fans, Su Yunhan walked off the fighting stage with an expressionless face. As soon as they returned to the rest area, everyone couldn't wait to ask Su Yunhan what was on his mind. Su Yunhan said, "It's very simple, I have suffered at the bottom. Unlike you, who were born into a family of soul masters, it is difficult for you to understand how difficult it is for the lower-class civilians to cross the class. I just did a simple thing to help Yang Qing go further on the road of soul master. Okay, the game is over, we should go back." After saying that, Su Yunhan took Ma Xiaotao's hand and walked towards the entrance of Xinglua Square. Others followed. Even though Su Yunhan patiently explained it to them, they still couldn't figure out what it meant. Everyone understood the principle, but they just didn't know what the life of the lower-class civilians was like. Every civilian family has its own land. As long as they behave themselves and work hard on the land, their lives should not be worse than those of the servants in their own houses, right? After returning to the Starlight Hotel, Ma Xiaotao gathered all the members of the Shrek team and held a small meeting. Ma Xiaotao sat high up in the main seat, and the other team members sat on both sides. In the huge conference room, only Wang Yan was not seen. Let's put it this way, Wang Yan had been kicked out by all the other team members and had completely lost his authority as the leader of the Shrek team. Chapter 117. Ling Luochen took the information handed over by Ma Xiaotao and distributed one to each person according to their seating arrangement. Su Yunhan took the information in his hand and glanced through it roughly. It was more detailed than the information purchased from the black market. The approximate soul power cultivation level of each person was marked in the information. Except for the dark demon evil god tiger soul master named Gu Xian, the rest of the team members were all soul kings. The combination of 1 soul emperor and 6 soul kings is not inferior to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in terms of paper strength. Su Yunhan slowly stood up, looked at the people of Shrek Academy and said, "Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Xiao Tao's cultivation is infinitely close to level 70, and she can still lead us rookies. Well, in the match against Zhangtian Academy, our winning rate in single elimination and 7-on-7 team battles is still not low. If we draw a 2-2-3 coordinated combat system, we still need to guard against Zhangtian Academy's Tianji horse racing." Tianji's horse racing? Wang Donger, who was sitting in the back seat, raised her hand, looked at Su Yunhan and said angrily, "Emperor Su Hai, what does Tianji's horse racing mean?" This Su Yunhan explained to everyone, "Let me put it this way. Before Dai Yueheng was unable to play, Xiao Tao and I were in a group called the Top Horses. Luo Luo and Wuton were in a group called the Middle Horses, and Yuhao, Beibei, Xiaoya or Hikaitu were in a group called the Bottom Horses. Zhangtian Academy will also divide the group into 3 groups with different strengths. What we need to do is to try to avoid situations like top versus bottom, middle versus top, and bottom versus middle." It took a long time, but with Su Yunhan's explanation, everyone finally understood the essence of Tianji's horse racing. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao suddenly said, "Yunhan, I understand everything. But the problem is that, apart from the Soul Emperor, the strength of the 6 Soul King members of Zhangtian Academy is not much different. We have limited personnel, so we can only divide them into groups according to the situation you just mentioned. However, they can divide them into groups flexibly according to us, and there will be no distinction between middle and lower level horses." Su Yunhan. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you see that they are in a low mood now? You are such an incompetent partner. No matter what he thought, Su Yunhan still doted on his wife Xiao Tao and did not offend her in front of everyone in the Shrek team. After the meeting, Ma Xiaotao took Su Yunhan's hand and walked into her room. "Yunhan, what's wrong with you? You have been depressed since just now, tell me, I will help you share your burden." Su Yunhan couldn't say the words. He couldn't say that he suspected that the assassination that day was done by the people from the Zhangtian Academy. And that he suspected that Gu Xian was against him in the Soul Master competition. How could he say such unfounded speculation? "Alright, why think so much? You are my man. No matter how the Sea God Pavilion fights internally, they are still united externally. With the Sea God Pavilion behind you, what are you afraid of? Even if our master dies, with the golden ancient tree, Other extreme DOUROs who want to come to the Sea God Pavilion to act wild will have to think twice, we have enough time to grow. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao started tearing Su Yunhan's clothes without caring whether he agreed or not. Happy times are always short, and 2 days passed quickly. Looking at the girls lying on the beds in a mess, Su Yunhan called them up one by one, dressed them, and after eating breakfast, they walked out of the Starlight Hotel in a daze as if they had lost their souls. Su Yunhan whispered, "From now on, let's be more restrained, we are representing Shrek Academy in the Soul Master competition, how can we all look good with dark circles under our eyes? What do you mean by moderation? I'll bully you a few more times while I can still beat you, when your strength exceeds that of all of us, we won't have the final say on who you spend the night with." Su Yunhan said, "Xiaotao. I am not the kind of person who gets bored with the old and loves the new. I promise you here that no matter what my future achievements are, my attitude towards you will not change in the slightest. You don't let me down. And I won't let you down. If it were someone else, they might sneer at the words of a sea king. What does? If you don't betray me, I won't betray you. Mean. Isn't this what scumbags often say to deceive girls?" But when the same words came out of Su Yunhan's mouth, it gave people a slightly different feeling. They have been living together for almost a year, and everyone can feel that Su Yunhan has poured his affection into each of them. Last night, Wang Yan took Bebe and 7 others to the Starlight Auction House to buy a batch of soul guides. The match between Bebe and Yang Qing had a great impact on Wang Yan. A defensive soul master would equip himself with an offensive soul guide to make up for his shortcomings. If he continued to look down on soul guides, he would be eliminated by the times. Apart from other things, the charging soul guide device for replenishing soul power still needs to be equipped. The charging soul guide device, commonly known as the milk bottle, can replenish soul power during the gap in battle, and its practicality is very strong. Especially in the single elimination match, when the other party wins, they can just take a sip of the milk bottle to restore their soul power. They have 8 lives to fight you with only 7 lives, so you just have to use your head to hit them. It must be said that Wang Yan was quite magnanimous. He did not care about a group of students uniting to seize his power, and he still considered their shortcomings as always. The sun is high in the sky, and the competition time has come. All the colleges have arrived to watch this unprecedented battle. On the fighting spirit stage, the referee walked to the center, holding a loudspeaker soul guide, and said loudly to all the participating students. The first match of the 3rd day of the round-robin tournament, Shrek Academy vs. Heavenly Soul Empire Zhangtian Academy, both sides enter the waiting area, and the captains of both sides come on stage to draw lots. Ma Xiaotao continued to do her own thing, just like when she landed on the fighting arena on the first day of the round-robin tournament. Over at Zhangtian Academy, after 7 students and their leader entered the waiting area, one of the students took off his black robe and stepped onto the fighting stage. The young man who took off his black robe should be Gu Xian, the captain of Zhangtian Academy. Gu Xian was not ugly, and if he were to go on a blind date publicly, there would be many girls chasing after him. But his complexion was not very good, and his face, which should have been full of vitality, was now pale. Judging from Gu Xian's complexion, even the dying moon and might not be as good as hers. Chapter 118. Ma Xiaotao, the evil fire phoenix, I have long heard of your name. I will represent Zhangtian Academy to attend the first match in a while. How about we fight to decide the winner? Gu Xian's slightly deep voice suddenly sounded. Ma Xiaotao was stunned for a moment. She didn't say anything, nor did she do anything. Instead, she walked down the fighting arena by herself. Back in the Shrek team's waiting area, Ma Xiaotao directly expressed her thoughts. Yunhan, from childhood to adulthood, I have never been provoked like this by others. In the first game against Zhangtian Academy, I want to play. Ma Xiaotao is the combat ceiling of this Soul Master competition, so it is most appropriate to let her go on the field to fight against Gu Xian, who has the cultivation level of Soul Emperor. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Luochen and Gu Wuton. If the outcome was to be decided by a battle, the strongest lineup would naturally be deployed. Su Yunhan said, well, I have the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. Xiaotao and I will play in this match, and Xiao Wuton will play the role of team leader. After saying that, regardless of whether everyone agreed or not, he directly pulled Ma Xiaotao onto the fighting stage. On the other side, Gu Xian's teammates also walked onto the fighting stage. After taking off their black robes, a tall girl with an oval face, black hair, red eyes, wearing a black dress and carrying a bamboo sword on her back came into everyone's sight. If Su Yunhan remembered correctly, this girl should be called Gu Qian, Gu Xian's godsister, and the two of them could be considered a kind of childhood sweethearts. Both sides are ready, now the game begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Ma Xiaotao activated the fire phoenix wings behind her and directly locked onto Gu Xian's position. Facing Ma Xiaotao who was gradually approaching, Gu Xian clenched his fists. The next moment, 6 yellow, purple and black soul rings slowly rose from under his feet, until they left his side and formed a black hole above his head. In an instant, the black hole closed, and Ma Xiaotao and Gu Xian disappeared in front of everyone. Is this, the arena of life and death? The Shrek team members were not worried that Gu Xian would harm Ma Xiaotao. The soul power between the two differed by 8 levels, and this gap could not be made up by one soul skill. Just as Su Yunhan was thinking, a bamboo sword attacked him in the face, and he hurriedly flapped his holy light wings to dodge backwards. 4th soul skill, White Tiger instant kill. The 4th soul ring under Su Yunhan's feet slowly lit up, and the next moment, he appeared behind Gu Qian, with a pair of tiger claws tearing straight at the opponent's back. White Tiger instant kill, suppress the original body's strength, continuously accumulate strength, rush towards the target. And leave a clone at the original place to confuse the enemy. After the claws hit the target, the suppressed strength is released at this moment, causing devastating damage. When Gu Qian felt the movement of Su Yunhan's real body, it was too late. In an instant, 10 claw marks deep enough to expose the bones were left on Gu Qian's smooth back. Seeing this scene, the audience felt a dull pain in their backs. Su Yunhan was too cruel to be so harsh on a girl. Gu Qian gritted her teeth, trying to endure the pain in her back. With a thought, the 3rd and 5th soul rings under her feet lit up. 3rd soul skill, 5 Qis returning to the origin. 5th soul skill, Howling Wind Cross Slash. A blue-white flame slowly rose up around Gu Qian, and the bamboo swords behind her appeared in the palm of her left hand. The 2 bamboo swords broke through the air and slashed straight at Su Yunhan's face. It's over. Su Yunhan activated a Soul Saint level 1-time invincible shield to block Gu Qian's powerful attack. When he was about to move forward to finish him off, Gu Xian fell from the sky in a miserable state, and Ma Xiaotao fell on the soul fighting arena with a pale face. A long sword pierced her heart. Boom! Out of the body's instinct, the ice blue Emperor Scorpion spirit instantly possessed his body. Su Yunhan flashed in front of Gu Xian, and the silver-white scorpion hook directly pierced his throat. Gu Xian fell backwards with a ferocious look on his face. He never thought that his defense would be broken by a 4-ring soul master. He also didn't expect that the cold poison attached to the scorpion hook could instantly paralyze his meridians and nerves. Before his consciousness faded, the simple action of just raising his arm became a luxury. After killing Gu Xian, Su Yunhan set his sights on Gu Qian. The two are sworn siblings and grew up together. Su Yunhan would never do such a stupid thing as killing the brother and keeping the sister. Just as Su Yunhan was controlling the scorpion hook to stab Gu Qian's heart, a slightly petite figure from the Jiangtian Academy's battle zone rose into the air. Violently broke the shield surrounding the fighting arena, and protected Gu Qian behind her. Lingyan and Chicken Leg Dolua appeared at the right time and stood in front of Su Yunhan. All the priests of the Xinlua Empire who were hiding in the dark appeared and retreated back to the imperial city. If the two forces came to a fight, they could only prioritize protecting the imperial palace from being affected. As for other people, they could do nothing to help. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yunhan hurried to Ma Xiaotao and touched her wrist. And, a pulse? Ma Xiaotao felt the breath of her young husband and slowly opened her eyes. Her mouth kept trembling as if she was saying something. Su Yunhan leaned down and listened carefully to Ma Xiaotao's voice. Yunhan, I remember now, you are Su Yunhan, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. I don't regret marrying you. The year I spent with you and my sisters was the happiest time of my life. Yunhan, this world is not as simple as you think. When you go back, take your sisters to live in seclusion in the mountains. And live well for me. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao rolled her eyes and fainted. Su Yunhan quickly checked her breath. Although her breathing was a little weak, it was still stable. She just fainted due to serious injuries, but her life was not in danger for the time being. On the other side, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded, Gu Xian has already paid the price for his actions, how about we just call it quits? Xian Zi's face darkened, but when he saw Su Yunhan behind him carrying Ma Xiaotao down from the fighting arena to look for a healing soul master, his expression eased a little and he nodded towards the slightly petite figure in front of him. Chapter 119. An Extreme Dolua leads a team to participate in the Soul Master competition. Is this Extreme Dolua too childish, or does she have other motives? Xuanzi couldn't figure it out and wondered whether Ma Xiaotao's near death was part of the other party's plan. Xian Zi is like this. He does whatever he wants. He attacks the weak with all his might, but cowers when he meets the strong. His own heir almost died. The performance of him, the pillar of the sea god pavilion, is a bit. The titled DOURO priests of the Star Luo Empire had long since retreated back to the imperial city, without even seeking help from the Star Luo officials. Su Yunhan clenched his fists and gave Ling Yan and Gu Yuetong a look in turn. The two understood. Under the gaze of the crowd, the three of them soared into the air and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight with the two figures, one silver and one yellow. As the sky is going to rain, the mother is going to marry. Since the two forces have reconciled, the Soul Master competition will naturally continue. The ticket money every day is a very considerable income. How could the Xinglua Empire miss this opportunity? The match between Shrek Academy and Jiangtian Academy might not be able to go on. If the fight goes on, more people will surely die. The Xinglua official sent someone to explain the reason, gave 1 point to each of the two major academies, and then started the competition for other academies. The perspective changed, and after an hour's journey, Su Yunhan, Ling Yan, Gu Yuetong, Lan Yaoyao, Zhao Ning'er and Ma Xiaotao finally arrived at the Xingdou Great Forest. Ling Yan took out a silver-white scale from the Soul Guide, and along with the input of soul power, a white light engulfed the 6 people. The next moment, the 6 people landed within the range of the Lake of Life. Biji, hurry up, help her heal. The blood evil energy is corroding her mind, it will be too late if we don't treat her now. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful and gentle woman in a green dress came over, held Ma Xiaotao in her arms, and began to treat her injuries. Su Yunhan's heart finally settled down. It was strange that Ma Xiaotao was seriously injured by Gu Xian and was on the verge of death. He did not trust the healing spirit masters of the Xinglua Empire, so he went to Biji for treatment. At this time, Gu Yuetong came to Su Yunhan, patted his shoulder, and said, "Yunhan, your injuries should not have healed completely yet, right? Here, this is what Aunt Biji prepared using the water from the Lake of Life, it will help heal your wounds." As she spoke, Gu Yuetong stuffed a small bottle into Su Yunhan's hand. The water from the Lake of Life? Isn't that the Silver Dragon King's bath water? Su Yunhan opened the bottle cork with a strange expression, then drank it all in one gulp. Accompanied by Di Tian, Gu Yuetong took Lan Yaoyao and Zhao Ning'er to the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest to prepare ingredients for lunch. Su Yunhan leaned against the tree, silently watching Bridget who was helping Ma Xiaotao heal her injuries. This should be the first time he met Bridget, but why did he always feel that Bridget's aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had sensed it from somewhere before? Where is it? Su Yunhan slowly closed his eyes and began to integrate the series of events that happened today. Blue hair, pigtails, slightly childish face, he always felt like he had seen the image of the leader of Jiangtian Academy somewhere before. Could it be an important female character in The Legend of the God of Emotions? As the plot develops to this point, there are really not many important female supporting characters who have not appeared in The Legend of the God of Emotions. Kiki, Juzi, Su Tianjin, Nan Qiuqiu, Nan Shueishui, Yi Gai, Feng Ling, Yi Shixue, these were all Su Yunhan could think of at the moment, but these people obviously did not meet the requirements. Except for Yi Shixue, no one else had the capital to scare Xuanzi. And Yi Shixue obviously didn't look like this. No. No, the Heavenly Academy has come out, so there must be some characters that don't exist in the original work. There is no need to confirm the identity of that girl. First there was the assassination attempt on him, and then Gu Xian severely injured Ma Xiaotao, leaving her on the verge of death. Are these two events really unrelated? If so, what message is the person behind the scenes conveying to him? Are you using his wife's life safety as a threat to force him not to change the situation in Doulua continent? This was the only situation Su Yunhan could think of. He did not think that this series of events was caused by other time travelers. Whether they were fans of Huiyuhao or fans of the Tang sect, they would not allow Su Yunhan to do whatever he wants in Shrek City. A possibility emerged in Su Yunhan's mind. He suddenly remembered a pattern of online novels, a historical fiction about immortality, in which the protagonist traveled through the Ming dynasty and experienced 16 emperors. However, the price of immortality was that one could not change the general course of history. Are there such people in the current Doulua continent? If you think in this way, many things can be explained clearly. But the question is it really that simple? No, it cannot be said to be completely wrong, but there are some parts that don't make sense. If the leader of Jiangtian Academy is really an immortal, then why doesn't she just assassinate him, Su Yunhan, and get the plot back on track? Or is it that the other party values his life and, after the last assassination attempt, dares not attack Su Yunhan again? It still doesn't make sense. No, what did Ma Xiaotao say before she fainted? Sun and Moon Emperor Su Yunhan. What exactly happened in the arena of life and death? Su Yunhan did not continue to think about it. There was no point in thinking about it. Just wait until Ma Xiaotao wakes up. Su Yunhan leaned against the tree and began to practice his martial arts. An unknown amount of time had passed before Su Yunhan sensed the aroma of barbecue. He quickly stopped practicing his martial arts and woke up, only to see Zhao Ning'er and Gu Yuetong roasting a soft-bone rabbit. Su Yunhan hurried forward, pulled the corner of Gu Yuetong's clothes, and whispered, "Xiao Yuetong, Xiao Tao, how is she?" Gu Yuetong curled her lips and said unhappily, "Well, Aunt Biji said that the crazy woman's injuries are not serious. It's just that we didn't send her here in time, and some evil energy has completely merged into her dantian. When her injuries are healed, we need to help her guide the evil energy out of her body, otherwise, she may very likely degenerate into an evil soul master." Is it possible that Ma Xiaotao will degenerate into an evil soul master? Was this planned in advance or just a coincidence? But, fortunately, there is such a safe zone. The strength of that immortal is very likely not more than level 100. The Lake of Life is guarded by the Silver Dragon King, so it is absolutely safe for them. Chapter 120. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan shook his head. Whether he was an immortal or a time traveler, a few setbacks could not hinder his determination to become stronger. If he gave in blindly, it would only encourage the other party's arrogance. If only one God King can appear in this era, it will only be him, Su Yunhan, and no one else. Although Emperor Hun Tian's behavior is not desirable, as a loser, he is not labeled as a villain by the world like Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, Su Tianran, and Qian Gudong Feng. When people mention him, they only say that he is a hero. Why? Because his purpose is very simple. In order to become an emperor, he sacrificed the entire Soul clan. He is not only cruel to others, but also to his own people. Although he is clearly a villain, most people do not regard him as a villain. Of course, Su Yunhan is not Emperor Hun Tian, nor is he Tang San. In order to become a god, he will not sacrifice his wife. This is his bottom line. Su Yunhan picked up a roasted rabbit, took a bite, then moved closer to Zhao Ning'er and whispered, "Ning'er, does that book record how to make battle armor?" Battle armor? Zhao Ning'er pondered. Yes, there is, but the production of battle armor is more complicated. There are 4 processes in total: forging, designing, making, and repairing. And the difficulty of learning each process is not inferior to that of a soul guide. If you hadn't given me a technique, I'm afraid the time I spent on making soul guides would have been much shorter. Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Ning'er, just because we don't have time doesn't mean that others don't have time." As he spoke, Su Yunhan's gaze fell on Ling Yan in the distance. Yes, for the ferocious beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, the thing they lack the least is time. Maybe they can't use battle armor, but they are definitely qualified to make battle armor. As for whether Di Tian and his men would betray the Soul Beast clan and leak out the production method of the battle armor, let's put it this way, their loyalty to the Soul Beast clan is a few points higher than that of the Soul Beast Lord. Silver Dragon King, meow meow meow. After eating the rabbit meat, Zhao Ning'er returned to the wooden house that Di Tian had built for them to compile teaching materials for the ferocious beasts. Help people to the end, send Buddha to the west. Just the method of making battle armor is not enough. Su Yunhan also plans to compile teaching materials for the fierce beasts that can help them fight against the Sea God Pavilion. The purpose is that if he is gone, history will return to the right track, and the soul beasts will not be slaughtered like in the original Dosan. 3 days later, Su Yunhan sat in front of Ma Xiaotao's bed, gently pinched her chin, and dripped some of the soul beast milk that Di Tian had just sent into her. After feeding the baby, Su Yunhan picked up the book beside him and was about to continue compiling the teaching materials when Ma Xiaotao suddenly sat up from the bed in surprise. Su Yunhan hurriedly took her hand and asked, "Xiaotao, you're awake, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Ma Xiaotao said with horror, "You, don't come over here, men and women shouldn't touch each other, if you do this again, I will call for help." Ah. Seeing that Ma Xiaotao was not very emotional, Su Yunhan subconsciously took a few steps back, looked at the beauty in front of him, and said softly, "Xiaotao, do you really not remember me?" "Xiaotao? Is this my name?" Su Yunhan. Ma Xiaotao's emotions were not very stable, and Su Yunhan didn't dare to say much. When he was about to leave the room to replace Zhao Ning'er to comfort her, Ma Xiaotao behind him burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Yunhan, how's my amnesia pretending? Are you scared? When did Ma Xiaotao start liking pranks? Forget it. Why bother with a patient?" Su Yunhan returned to the bed, crossed his arms, looked at Ma Xiaotao and said unhappily, "Okay, we are in the mood to joke, there should be no problem with your wound." Wound? What wound? It wasn't the first time we had this happen last night, so where did the wound come from? Why does it feel like they are chatting across servers? Su Yunhan said helplessly, "Xiaotao, stop being naughty, is it so fun to pretend to have amnesia? Who's pretending to have lost his memory?" Ma Xiaotao jumped down from the bed, grabbed Su Yunhan's neck with both hands, and said viciously. "Su Yunhan, you married me yesterday in a grand sedan chair, so why don't you admit it today? Do you believe me, I will strangle you to death." That's right, Ma Xiaotao has definitely not been possessed by another spirit. No normal person can learn her unreasonable personality. Su Yunhan asked weakly, "Xiaotao, are you really not pretending to have lost your memory? What are you pretending to have amnesia? It's already noon, why don't you go to school?" Su Yunhan didn't say anything, but silently pointed in the direction of the door. Ma Xiaotao also noticed something wrong. This room didn't seem to be their wedding room. Su Yunhan didn't say anything. He just opened the door and pushed Ma Xiaotao out. The lake is as smooth as a mirror, and the light green lake water is like the most beautiful natural jade, shining with green light full of life. Around the lake, towering ancient trees reach into the sky. There is a light mist on the lake, and the moist air brings the unique fragrance of plants to the face. Yunhan, where exactly is this place? Why do I feel that the energy attached to the lake water is a little more than that of the sea god lake? Su Yunhan said, "Xiaotao, this is the lake of life, and it is also the most mysterious area in the Star Do Great Forest." Star Do Great Forest? The most mysterious? Yunhan, are you really a transformed soul beast? Su Yunhan said quietly, "I am a pure human being, without even a trace of soul beast blood in my body." Xiaotao, do you really not remember what happened in the life and death arena? Ma Xiaotao said, "Su Yunhan, if you have anything to say, just say it now, don't waste your time here, do you believe I will beat you up?" He has never been so speechless in his life. So, Su Yunhan narrated to Ma Xiaotao what had happened in Xinglua City during this period. When talking about how she was dragged into the life and death arena by Gu Xian, Ma Xiaotao frowned, as if she suddenly remembered something. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan quickly asked, "Xiaotao, do you remember what happened in the life and death arena?" "I just remembered you, you big-headed ghost." Ma Xiaotao curled her lips and pinched Su Yunhan's lower back hard. "Su Yunhan, tell me the truth, when did you collude with the Soul Beast clan? P.S. I'm stuck, I'll update once today and make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 121. Ma Xiaotao moved her mouth but said nothing more. She walked straight to the edge of the lake of life and slowly sat down. After a long silence, Ma Xiaotao slowly said, "Yunhan, I'm not kidding, I really lost 10 months of memory." "Then, do you believe me?" Su Yunhan's voice sounded at the right time. Ma Xiaotao said faintly, "The memory can disappear, but the wound cannot be faked. Until now, my heart area is still a little dull, we are married couples, I believe you will not lie to me." Ma Xiaotao slowly stood up and opened her arms. The lake breeze gently caressed the hem of her skirt. Su Yunhan picked up the Soul Guide camera and took a beautiful photo of her. "Yunhan. Okay. Should we go back? According to what you said, the Shrek team now only has Luo, the Soul King, to hold the team together. If the Shrek team fails in the second round of this Soul Master competition, you and I will both be nailed to the Shrek Academy's shame list. But, we still don't know the reason why you were injured, are you really not afraid of death if you go back like this?" Su Yunhan. Are you fucking sick? I was injured in Gu Xian's life and death arena, at most, it's because I'm not as skilled as him. There are not so many conspiracy theories every day. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I'll beat you up, believe it or not. Su Yunhan's blood pressure rose instantly. This Ma Xiaotao was really stubborn. She really thought that Poseidon Pavilion was omnipotent. Even if the Sun Moon Empire started a war, they would not dare to touch you. The successor of Poseidon Pavilion? It's so taken for granted. But Su Yunhan was destined not to say these words in front of Ma Xiaotao. Part of her memory was already missing, and he must not stimulate her again. Su Yunhan said weakly, "Xiaotao. It's not that I don't want you to participate in the Soul Master competition, let's put it this way. Ning'er and I will go back to Xinglua City to check the situation. Don't worry, as long as conditions permit, I will definitely let you return to Xinglua City to participate in the competition before the third round of eliminations begins." "Well, not yet, before that, I have to go back to Shrek City." Ma Xiaotao pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Yunhan and said quietly. Su Yunhan asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Why? Because, I just realized that I have broken through level 70. As he spoke, a pitch-black phoenix shadow slowly emerged behind Ma Xiaotao. This is, black fire, no. Dark phoenix. The same martial spirit as Leng Yulai. Su Yunhan could no longer sense the fire attribute in Ma Xiaotao's martial soul. I'm judging from the strength of martial spirits, the dark phoenix and pure fire phoenix martial spirits, are about the same. Both have extreme attributes and each has its own strengths. It's just that, during this period, the dark phoenix is an evil martial spirit, and it is still unclear whether Ma Xiaotao can face the world as a normal spirit master. My martial spirit, how did it become like this? Ma Xiaotao suddenly felt mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. She was happy that the evil fire problem was finally solved. In future battles, she no longer had to worry about the evil fire suddenly erupting. She was sad that her martial soul was actually developing in the direction of the evil martial soul. Just by summoning her martial soul, she felt a little depressed and suddenly had an urge to swallow blood. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan teased slightly, Xiaotao, now, do you still want to go back to Shrek City to absorb the 100,000-year soul beast that the master prepared for you? Ma Xiaotao didn't say anything. She sat down on the ground with a lonely look on her face. Her phoenix eyes stared at the lake of life in front of her, her thoughts drifting to who knows where. Scorpion Tiger Doloa Zhongpeng, whose martial soul is the Scorpion Tiger, is a mutation of the evil Dark God Tiger. Due to the characteristics of his martial soul, Zhongpeng needs to devour the blood of soul beasts to practice. Zhongpeng did not kill civilians indiscriminately, nor did he cultivate by devouring the blood, soul power, mental power, and soul of soul masters. He was not an evil soul master. But he happened to offend a member of the Shrek Supervisory Group, who used the authority of the supervisory group to label him an evil soul master and forced him into the Holy Spirit Church. I heard from her husband that her dark phoenix martial soul seemed to be catalyzed by the evil energy in the dark tiger soul power of Gu Xian evil demon, and it is the same origin as Zhang Peng's martial soul. When Moon was around, everything was peaceful. But what if Moon was gone? All kinds of monsters would come out and attack her on the grounds that the dark phoenix was an evil spirit. What should she do? Alas! People's minds are unpredictable. Ma Xiaotao is not the kind of girl who has a good self-awareness. She is feeling very nervous at this moment because even she herself doesn't know if she can stick to her original intention and not degenerate into becoming an evil soul master. After a long silence, Ma Xiaotao's voice sounded again. Yunhan, I still have to go back to Shrek City. I can't just hide here forever just because my martial soul is at risk of becoming evil, right? After some consideration, Su Yunhan finally nodded and told Ma Xiaotao not to reveal anything about the Lake of Life. Then he followed Ling Yan and left the Star Do Great Forest. Xiaotao, Master Xian sent back a message that your heart was pierced by a long sword, it's only been 3 days, and your injury has healed. Kai Meier held Ma Xiaotao in her arms and kept feeling around for her wound. The scene was so beautiful. Master's wife, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm not a child anymore, please stop touching me. It was Sister Yuedong's elder who treated me, that aunt is a super Dolua with the 9-hearted begonia martial spirit. Kai Meier grabbed Ma Xiaotao's wrist and checked her meridians inside and out. After confirming that Ma Xiaotao's pulse was only weak due to her injury, she finally felt relieved. Soon, Moon En and Yen Xiaozhe also rushed over after hearing the news. They symbolically examined Ma Xiaotao's body twice, and then everyone got down to business. Ma Xiaotao said in a deep voice, Grandmaster, teacher, and mistress, something terrible has happened. Under the catalysis of the evil spirit of the dark demon evil god tiger, the direction of my martial soul's evolution has shifted a little bit. After that, a shadow of a dark phoenix appeared behind her. What surprised Ma Xiaotao was that when her 3 elders saw the dark phoenix, not only did they not show the slightest displeasure, but they even looked a little happy. Why is it different from what I imagined? Chapter 122. Absorbing 100,000-year spirit ring is no small matter. I am worried about your current condition. Well, I have arranged everything for the Spirit Master competition. Li Ji and Guizhang arrived in Xinglua City yesterday. With the kid from the Dai family here, it won't be difficult to defeat the Sun Moon Royal Spirit Instructor Academy. You can just stay on the Sea God Island and recover from your injuries. I don't. Ma Xiaotao stamped her feet, looked at Moon and said angrily, Grandmaster, if you don't let me continue to participate in the Soul Master competition, I will pull out all your beard while you sleep. Moon, Yen Xiaozhe, Kai Meier, They knew Ma Xiaotao's temper too well. If they really didn't let her participate in the Soul Master competition, this girl would be furious. How about locking this girl in the same room with Su Yunhan, delivering meals to them at regular intervals and in fixed quantities, and adding some seasonings to the meals? Would that be enough to dissuade the girl from going to Xinglua City? Or, forget it. It's just a Soul Master competition. They also believe that Zhangtian Academy didn't do it on purpose. At the same time when Xuanzi's news came back, the apology from Zhangtian Academy was also sent to the Poseidon Pavilion. I told you, how could any force dare to assassinate the grandson of the Poseidon Pavilion in person? Since Ma Xiaodao's injuries are no longer serious, it is not impossible to let her continue to participate in the Soul Master competition. At this moment, Moon suddenly said, Xiao Tao, I heard that your Yunhan has an Ice Jade Scorpion martial spirit, and in full view of everyone, he instantly killed a six-ringed Soul Emperor. Is this true? Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao scratched her head and replied with embarrassment, Master, Grandmaster, I seem to have lost part of my memory, I can't remember anything after the wedding. Ah. Moon and Yen Xiaozha and Kai Mayer looked at each other. Why did you just tell me about such a big thing? Amnesia is not a trivial matter, especially when there is no brain injury. Moon couldn't help but wonder if Ma Xiaotao had been hit by some kind of mental skill, and there was a soul lurking in her body waiting for an opportunity to take over another person's body. In the end, Ma Xiaotao was pressed on the chair by Kai Mayer. Moon used his soul power to check Ma Xiaodao's spiritual sea of consciousness inside and out, but the result was nothing. The biggest problem is that there is no problem. Moon still did not give up and directly asked Kai Mayer to bring Ma Xiaotao into the space inside the Golden Ancient Tree. The Golden Ancient Tree is the only channel for the Sea God Pavilion to communicate with the God Realm. Any evil spirits have nowhere to hide in it. After struggling for nearly a whole day, Moon finally confirmed that Ma Xiaotao had not been planted with any strange soul skills or curses by anyone. The question is, why did Ma Xiaotao lose this part of her memory? Her head was not injured, and she was not infected with any strange soul skills or curses. The same question as Su Yunhan's emerged in Moon's mind, what exactly happened in the arena of life and death? He had read a case in a book in the Sea God Pavilion, where a soul master, after experiencing a huge blow, took the initiative to seal his memory for a period of time, even hiding it from himself. Ma Xiaodao's situation seemed a little similar to this case. However, apart from the dead Gu Xian, the only person who knew what happened in the life and death arena was Ma Xiaotao, who had lost her memory. Ugh. Moon suddenly felt a little sad. His health was getting worse day by day. His last wish in his lifetime was to train Ma Xiaotao to inherit his legacy. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that in 20 years at the longest, or 10 at the shortest, the Sun Moon Empire would join forces with the Holy Spirit Church to launch a war against the original DOURO continent. Moon was destined not to live to see that time. And could only train a successor to take over the Shrek Academy, guard the Poseidon Pavilion, and protect the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family on his behalf. 10 years. Just give him another 10 years. He would rather die with his old bones than lose them all, but he would also gather 100,000-year soul bone for Ma Xiaotao. The greatest regret in life is the hero's old age. As a pure Shrek, Moon has many flaws. At the same time, he is also the most insightful person in the Sea God Pavilion. When others were dreaming of the Heavenly Kingdom, he reached an agreement with the Sun and Moon Empire's top leaders to carry out the exchange student program. He didn't want to die. He hadn't seen Ma Xiaotao become ultimate DOURO, hadn't seen Ma Xiaotao and Su Yunhan's child, hadn't seen Zhao Ninger become the first 9th-level soul engineer in the Sea God Pavilion, and hadn't seen the day when the Soul Guidance Hall flourished. Moon forced himself to calm down, looked at Ma Xiaotao and ordered, Xiaotao, call your Yunhan over, I have a few words to tell him. Ma Xiaotao nodded and walked out of the room. Not long after, she dragged the ragged Su Yunhan into the house. Moon looked at Su Yunhan in front of him and said with a serious face, I am very surprised that under such circumstances, you would choose to expose your talent of the 3 lives martial spirit and make the murderer who almost killed Xiaotao pay the price. Su Yunhan said with a relaxed expression, Your Majesty the Dragon God, you are wrong. The moment Xiaotao showed up, really thought she was dead, my subsequent actions were all for revenge. Oh, Master Su is really good at this, what's the matter? If I don't die, will I not see the furious Su Yunhan? Not necessarily, Su Yunhan said coldly. If your life is not in danger, Xiaotao, I will pick up a long sword and pierce his sister Gu Qian's heart in front of Gu Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Xiaodao's eyes widened instantly. This was truly an unexpected path. Of course, the 4 would not blame Su Yunhan and say that his approach was biased. The phrase, don't let your wife and children suffer the consequences, has ruined countless benevolent rulers. In fact, they admired Su Yunhan's ruthlessness. When two armies fight, they always use every possible means. If someone has dug up your ancestral grave, do you still want to talk about morality with him? No matter in which world, purely good people never get good rewards. Instead, those who are both good and evil occupy high positions and hold important posts in the four empires. Chapter 123. Xiao Tao, look at how good your man is to you, you should control your temper and treat Yunhan well in the future. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was getting a little depressing, Kai Meier immediately turned into an old mother and began to scold Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao curled her lips, then walked to a chair nearby and sat down, as if she didn't take Kai Meier's words to heart. If you want Ma Xiaotao to become a lady, you should wait until she has a daughter. Otherwise, she may be in a state of ups and downs all her life. The perspective shifts to the divine realm. Tang San searched for several days in a row, and even mobilized all the gods of the Shura god and Sea god lineage, but he still couldn't find any trace of Oscar, the second-level god. It was as if he had never appeared in the god realm. Tang San increasingly suspected that all this was done by the god of destruction. It was he who secretly hid Oscar and was doing some unknown things in secret. His suspicion was not without basis. In the absence of external enemies, the only gods who could perform tricks under the nose of the great god of the sea and remain undetected by him seemed to be the family of the god of destruction. It is not difficult to see from here that Tang San has never regarded the couple life and destruction as colleagues, friends, brothers and sisters, but regarded them as enemies from the beginning. He would rather believe that the god of destruction was not united and intended to collude with Oscar and the gods of the sea god lineage to attack him and deprive him of his authority as the god of law enforcement. Rather than doubting the golden dragon king who was sealed by the gods. The divine world they live in now was created by the dragon god. As one of the incarnations of the dragon god, it is normal for the golden dragon king to have some unknown methods in the divine world. Tang San was not afraid of the golden dragon king's secret tricks. Even without this incident, he was ready to help the golden dragon king reduce some seals. When the time was right, he would provoke destruction and let the other party use some shady means to force him to expand the god realm. Under the gaze of all the gods, he reluctantly agreed to destroy the god king's plan to expand the god realm. As early as 5,000 years ago, Tang San discovered that the 12 void pillars used to fix the position of the god realm had begun to loosen. Since then, he had a plan in his mind. Could he take this opportunity to make the destruction family completely lose the support of the people in the god realm? This is the full picture of Tang San's 10,000-year plan. During the Dragon King legend period, it was not accidental that the god realm was swept away by the turbulence of time and space. It was planned by Tang San himself. In order to confirm his idea, Tang San placed Xiao Wu in the moon goddess temple and went to the forest of life alone, ready to test the waters of the god of life. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the forest of life, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing came to greet him, surrounded Tang San and called him third brother. At this moment, Tang San really wanted to travel back in time and slap his past self in the face. It was such a pity that these two beauties had been occupied by Oscar and Dai Mubai for 10,000 years. Rongrong, how is your recovery? Tang San touched Ning Rongrong's little head and said with a smile. Ning Rongrong carefully glanced in the direction of the Temple of Life, pouted her lips, and said with a look of disappointment, I don't have any problem, but our child was. Tang San covered her mouth in time. Rongrong, it's okay, it's just a child, I will let the baby in my belly call you mother, I plan to let him inherit my family business. The previous judgment of the Life God King was wrong. The child in Tang San's belly was not a daughter, but a son. Before Tang San traveled through time, he was born in the Tang sect of Bashu. He had a very serious feudal ideology. Even in the DOURO world where strength is respected, he naively believed that only sons were qualified to inherit his family business. After all, a daughter without a handle was an outsider and could only exist as a tool to win over subordinates. She is just a daughter, he doesn't care about her. If the god of life likes her, he can give her to her. After calming Ning Rongrong down, Tang San looked around and then at the two girls with a frown on his face. Rongrong, Zhuqing, where is your life? As soon as the words fell, Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice sounded, third brother, sister life seems to have gone to the God Realm Committee. Before she left, she specifically told us that she would stay at the God Realm Committee for 3 to 5 days, and asked us to treat the Temple of Life as our own home. If you want to eat anything, just tell the servants. Stay for 3 or 5 days. What exactly is this God of Life planning? The more Tang San thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so he took the two women and flew directly to the location of the Divine Realm Committee. The Divine Realm Committee is the highest authority in the Divine Realm. Except for the 5 great gods, everyone else must be authorized by the Divine Realm Committee members before they are qualified to temporarily enter. As soon as he stepped into the area of the God Realm Committee, a voice that was enough to make one's godly blood surge reached Tang San's ears. Ah, this the couple is in love with each other. Even if Tang San is shameless, he can't break into the God Realm Committee at this critical moment, right? There was no other way, so Tang San could only return to the Temple of Poseidon with the two women in shame. After returning to the temple, Tang San lay on the bed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He felt that this series of events were too coincidental. Were life and destruction doing some shady business in the Divine Council, and after sensing his arrival, they used that sound to cover up their secrets? Tang San still remembered that before he traveled through time, the prince stationed in the northern border of the imperial court was suspected by the emperor. In order to protect himself, he pretended to be crazy and competed with pigs for food. He also raised a large number of poultry in his mansion, using their calls to cover up the sound of casting weapons. In the end, 800 soldiers rose up in Peking, and in just over 3 years, they defeated the imperial army, entered Yingtian and became a generation of emperors. Tang San couldn't help but suspect that there was something dirty going on here. Both he and his wife were god kings, and such a big temple was not enough for them to squander, yet they had to flirt in the place where the god kings worked. Something is wrong, this is very wrong. Tang San was obviously paranoid. No matter what the couple of life and destruction did, he felt that they were targeting him. The problem is that Xiao Wu is not strong enough and the mother's energy is not sufficient. When Tang Wuton was born, the god of life was willing to sacrifice his own original power to bless her. It can be said that the god king of life has long regarded Tang San's family as relatives. But why does Tang San still suspect that they are doing something bad to him? The reason is simple. People who want to harm others are always afraid of being harmed by others. At this time, Tang San was completely trapped in the vicious circle of suspecting his neighbor of stealing his axe. Chapter 124. Because Moon had dispatched 2 Soul King-level students to Xinglua City in advance to fill the vacancies. The Shrek team had no pressure to qualify in the second round of the round-robin tournament. Under Su Yunhan's persuasion, Ma Xiaotao finally gave in and agreed to let him rest in Shrek City for a few more days. Of course, Ma Xiaotao is not a person who is content with what she has to endure. She agreed to Su Yunhan's request with additional conditions, which was that Su Yunhan had to wear women's clothes and go shopping with her. Su Yunhan did not reject Ma Xiaotao's suggestion. No matter what, this old lady could finally be quiet for a few days, so he could let Zhao Ninger and the others go to Xinglua City to find out the situation. With Ma Xiaotao's careful dressing, a beautiful girl wearing a silver-white glass skirt, white tights embroidered with gold threads, and a phoenix headdress on her head was officially created. Ma Xiaotao was very considerate. She knew that Su Yunhan was not used to wearing high heels or high-heeled boots, so she prepared a pair of small boots for him that just covered his ankles. It can be said that in terms of appearance, Su Yunhan inherited nearly 90 of Zhu Zi's genes. Compared with other male spirit masters, his body frame is relatively small. Converted to the measurement unit of Blue Star, his waist circumference is less than 2 feet. In addition, with that handsome little face, no beard on his face, and a height of 176 meters, the golden height of a woman, this female outfit does not feel out of place on him. Ma Xiaotao looked at the girl in front of her whose temperament was even more outstanding than hers, and said in amazement. Wow, I didn't expect that Sister Yunner would look so beautiful in women's clothes. Sister Yunner, can you wear this when we rest tonight? Hearing this, Su Yunhan couldn't hold back his excitement for a moment. Could it be that Ma Xiaotao had some lesbian tendencies? Su Yunhan didn't take it to heart. He didn't mind his harem having beaux. Or rather, he also preferred to see such a harmonious scene in the harem. Just like that, Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao linked arms and came to the downtown area of the East City area of Shrek City. Walking on the streets of Shrek City, Su Yunhan, dressed as a female ghost, attracted a lot of attention. Which normal girl would wear such white tights embroidered with gold threads? Black represents maturity, white represents purity, and white embroidered with gold represents the ultimate temptation. Many male spirit masters became more and more helpless after seeing Su Yunhan. If it weren't for their family education and the fact that they still had some rationality left, they would have carried Su Yunhan back home long ago. It was not until now that Su Yunhan understood why girls in his previous life did not wear white tights that only existed in the two-dimensional world. It is ultimately unsafe to wear seductive clothing, as human nature is the most vulnerable to the test. After walking around in circles, Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao finally stopped at a snack stand. When talking about Ma Xiaotao, everyone would say that she is a violent girl. Obviously, her personality is too strong to be a girl. But her heart of a girl is just as strong as other female spirit masters. This makes the female students in the inner courtyard very depressed. It's okay that they can't compare with Ma Xiaotao in terms of talent, but in terms of dressing, they can't even compare with a violent girl who only knows how to fight. A daughter's heart is cultivated from childhood. Ma Xiaotao has a responsible master's wife, and Kai Meier naturally does not want her little daughter to become a tomboy who does not dress like a girl and only knows how to fight. Ahem, that's too far off topic. What I want to say here is that Ma Xiaotao is a foodie herself. Her appetite is no less than Su Yunhan, but no matter how much she eats, she doesn't look fat at all. The main feature of this snack stand is the tripe. The fresh tripe is cleaned, cut into small pieces, and steamed in a clear water pot. After it is cooked, it is directly served to the diners' tables. The way to eat it is also very simple. The diners will prepare the sauce according to the spices provided by the store, and the tripe will be sent to the diners' mouths through the sauce. Ma Xiaotao said loudly, "Boss, please give us 10 plates of tripe first." After saying that, she took the big bowl for drinking and went to prepare the sauce. Sesame paste, chili pepper, coriander, chopped green onion, chopped garlic, seafood sauce, oyster sauce, dried shrimps and chili oil were mixed together. After stirring, Su Yunhan sucked the chopsticks and the taste was so delicious. Soon, 10 plates of tripe were served. The couple dipped the tripe in the sauce and put it into their mouths. The tripe itself was very crispy. And the taste of the mixture of many spices filled their taste buds every time they chewed it. At this moment, all the worries in their hearts disappeared. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of all the diners, the couple crossed out and the sister finished 50 plates of tripe, eating so much that they were almost questioning their lives. You know. According to the appetite of adult men, each person can only eat 2 or 3 plates at most. The amount of tripe in this restaurant is very large. Even soul masters with larger appetites can only eat 12 or 13 plates at most, but these two girls who look very slender eat twice as much as those fat guys. Where does the food they eat go? Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao were clearly not satisfied yet. Just as they were about to continue ordering, the boss slowly walked over and bowed to their seats. "Ladies, I'm really sorry, my business is not very big, and I really didn't prepare enough ingredients, so you two ladies didn't enjoy your meal to your heart's content. How about this, when you two young ladies want to patronize my business next time, send someone to inform me in advance, I will make full preparations and let you two young ladies enjoy your meal to your heart's content." Ma Xiaotao was very satisfied with the boss's service attitude, so she took out 20 gold soul coins from her soul guide and placed them on the table. Each plate of tripe costs 1 silver soul coin, and 50 plates cost 5 gold soul coins. "We will come again tomorrow at noon, so you must be fully prepared, boss. Prepare enough ingredients for 60 plates per person." After hearing what Ma Xiaotao said, the boss was stunned, the diners were stunned, and even Su Yunhan who was sitting right opposite her was stunned. 60 plates per person. This is the first time that Su Yunhan is not confident about his appetite. In the end, Su Yunhan did not stop Ma Xiaotao. It didn't matter if she ordered more. She would digest the food while eating. At most she could just eat at this snack stand for the whole afternoon. After finishing the meal, it was still very early, about 1 o'clock in Blue Star time. Under Ma Xiaotao's forceful pulling, Su Yunhan was pushed by her into the Rose Hotel next to the Tulip Hotel. When the two stepped into the hotel's door, the hotel staff were all stunned. They had worked in the Rose Hotel for so many years and had seen many different kinds of lilies, but this was the first time they had seen 2 lilies with both stunning looks. Chapter 125. The two received the room key, and under the watchful eyes of the staff, they linked their arms and walked up the stairs in a sweet manner. "Xiaotao, it's just past noon and the night is still long, why are you so impatient?" After closing the door, Su Yunhan lay on the big red bed, looking at Ma Xiaotao who was wiping her lipstick in front of him, and said with a smile. Ma Xiaotao pursed her lips to make sure there was no lipstick left, then she took out a box of bamboo leaf cards from the storage soul guide and placed them on the bed. "Come on, Yunhan, before we rest, let's play a game of 3 kingdoms. It's not a waste of time, whoever loses a game will have a piece of paper stuck on their face." Hearing this, Su Yunhan was speechless. Was Ma Xiaotao crazy? The couple came to a couple hotel to book a room just to play 3 kingdoms and post notes. If this matter gets out, will he still have the face he needs? Thinking of this, Su Yunhan kicked off his small boots and put Ma Xiaotao directly on the bed. "You said I was impatient, but Sister Yun'er is the one who is impatient." Ma Xiaotao smiled slightly, jumped onto the horse and started a 3-hour-long battle. Words omitted here. 7 days later, Su Yunhan, Ma Xiaotao and Ling Yan left Shrek City early in the morning and entered the north gate of Xinghua City again around noon. The second round of round-robin matches has ended, with a total of 16 teams from 8 groups advancing. The teams from various colleges have been competing in a Tense and exciting. Competition for half a month. In order to allow them to rest physically and mentally, the Soul Master competition officials thoughtfully arranged a one-day holiday for the players who advanced to the third round. Just then, Su Yunhan and his two companions were walking on the streets of Xinglua City when they saw several contestants whom they had met once, shopping with their friends and experiencing the customs and culture of Xinglua City. Su Yunhan was not familiar with these people, so he did not say hello to them. He directly took Ma Xiaodao's hand and went back to the Starlight Hotel. It was noon at this time, and the students who did not go out to play gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel to have lunch, and the Shrek team was no exception. Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao walked quickly to the table where the Shrek team was, moved 2 chairs, and sat down next to Zhang Lishuan. After Ma Xiaodao's disturbance, the good guy Wang Yan completely lost the hearts of the Shrek team. Even after Su Yunhan took Ma Xiaotao away, he did not take back his rights. Instead, under the decisive decision of Chicken Leg DOURO, Zhang Lishuan temporarily took over the position of leader of the Shrek team. After all, Wang Yan did not make any big mistakes. His mistakes were all based on the distorted educational philosophy of Shrek Academy. His work attitude was extremely positive and he always treated students with a smile. Throughout his teaching career, very few students were dissatisfied with him. After Su Yunhan left, Xian Zi directly expelled Wang Yan from the Shrek team and sent him to live in Xinglua City. This was an order personally issued by the second-in-command of the Sea God Pavilion. If nothing unexpected happened, with Wang Yan's cultivation level, he would never be able to return to Shrek City again. Han Ruoro managed to escape a disaster. But no one knew what the original author was thinking. A female soul master with the potential to be a titled Doulua or even a super Doulua would actually like an old man who could never break through level 70 in his entire life. You know, in the Doulua 2 era, the lifespan of a super Doulua was over 300 years. Marrying an old man who could never break through level 70 meant being a widow for half of her life. P.S. The original novel of Doulua 2 mentioned that before the death of level 98 Dubuxi, he was over 280 years old. Based on this, let's first set the lifespan of title Doulua. Breaking through the title Doulua level will give you a lifespan of over 200 years. Each additional level will increase by 20 years. Level 91 is 200 years, level 92 is 220 years, and so on. According to this setting, level 99 means a lifespan of 360 years. One more thing to mention here. In the original novel of Doulua 2, at the blind date party at the Sea God Pavilion, Light and Dark Doulua Long Yeyue clearly pointed out that her lifespan limit should be around 250 to 260 years. With the passage of time, the lifespan of title Doulua on the Doulua continent has been reduced one after another. This is a fact, and Tang-san will definitely be blamed for it. The waitress, who was dressed lightly, was very considerate and added 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks for Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao. As soon as Su Yunhan picked up the chopsticks, Zhang Lishuan beside him started to explain to him the personal information of the 2 new members of the Shrek team. Li Ji is the square-faced young man sitting on the right-hand side of HIATUS. He was originally an inner courtyard student of the Soul Guidance Department. Later, Zhao Ninger founded the Soul Guidance Hall. As one of the few genius soul guides in Shrek Academy, he was selected by Zhao Ninger to study in the Soul Guidance Hall. Guozhang's appearance is rather peculiar. His hair and beard are both golden yellow. Although he is a big and burly man, he has a slightly cute face. Guozhang comes from the Guo family of the Douling Empire. He is 18 years old, has a soul power of level 53, and has the martial spirit of the Golden Lion King. This reminded Su Yunhan of a certain Golden Lion King written by Jin Yong. Perhaps it was because this Shrek team was too disorganized. Compared to other teams, everyone in the Shrek team was concentrating on eating, and the atmosphere seemed a little too dull. After finishing the meal, the Shrek team returned to the room on the top floor to rest after Su Yunhan had finished his meal. He was about to take his harem out for a walk when an elegant young man in a brocade robe, followed by 2 strong men, came over. The elegant young man came to Su Yunhan, bowed, and said, "Mr. Su, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xue Qingfeng, the 6th prince of the Douling Empire. I came to bother you this time because I want to make a deal with you on behalf of the Douling royal family and the nobles." It can be said that Xue Qingfeng lowered his posture to the lowest level. Compared with Su Jiujiu, he obviously lacked confidence when facing Su Yunhan. This is no wonder. Among the 3 empires, the Douling royal family is definitely the worst in terms of control over their own territory. If it weren't for the fact that the Tianyi Xue family was famous enough to share control of Douling with the other nobles, it would have been overthrown by some ambitious people long ago. Su Yunhan had heard of Xue Qingfeng. He was the heir chosen by the royal family and the nobles. There was nothing wrong with him except that his abilities were mediocre to the extreme. If it were peacetime, there would be no problem for him to be a king who maintained the status quo. It's a pity that he was born in the wrong era. I'm afraid it's not easy for him to be a puppet prince. Chapter 126. Xue Qingfeng mustered up the courage to look at Su Yunhan and explain the purpose of his visit. Mr. Su, I heard that you have a straightforward personality. I will not say any unnecessary polite words. May I ask, can you and Madame Ling sell a batch of soul guides to our dueling empire? Su Yunhan. Everyone likes to listen to polite words, but just because Su Yunhan is straightforward, he took the initiative to abandon this process. He is already 24 years old, yet he is still nervous when representing his country to do a business. This shows that he is really not suitable for this position. People are most afraid of comparison. Both are crown princes and both represent their countries in the trade. Compared with Su Jiujiu, Xue Qingfeng's performance is far inferior. Su Yunhan finally understood why the Doling royal family's worshippers in the original novel nominated Su Sancher to be the regent prince. With Xue Qingfeng's performance, once the Sun Moon Empire marched eastward. As the person in charge of the empire, without any skills, the nobles would not be able to see the future of the Doling Empire. Going back to reality. Sixth Prince, what type of soul guide do you want to buy? For example, the level 6 soul guide cannons installed on the walls of the major cities. You can go directly to Shrek City and find the corresponding person in charge of the soul guide hall to customize it. You don't have to come to me specifically to hand it over, I don't have much time. Su Yunhan's words were really insulting to Jiala. The Doling Empire had no external enemies, and the two great empires of Tianhan and Xinglua shared all the pressure of the Sun and Moon Empire. In this case, what's the point of the Doling Empire equipping major cities with city defense soul guide cannons? If there really comes a day when the Sun Moon Empire attacks at their doorstep, it means that the Heavenly Soul Empire or the Xinglua Empire has been defeated. The national strength of the Doling Empire itself is the bottom of the three empires. Even if more city defense soul guide cannons are equipped, it is impossible to withstand the offensive of the Sun Moon Empire. After thinking clearly about the implication of Su Yunhan's words, Xue Qingfeng's face almost turned black. It's not right to insult someone in such a way, right? It is said that Su Yunhan is a modest young man who is extremely humble towards his allies. Why does he start to expose the shortcomings of Xue Qingfeng? It's not Su Yunhan's fault for being so talkative, it's just that Xue Qingfeng's performance was too disappointing. It's not impossible to order soul guides from him. Su Yunhan. The Soul Guide Hall is efficient in making soul guides, and it's profitable to make money from anyone. But you, Xue Qingfeng, just said that you wanted to order a soul guide, but you didn't say what type of soul guide you wanted to order. You're just playing guessing games here. You're not a pretty girl. Su Yunhan is not in the mood to chat with a grown man. Seeing Su Yunhan's impatient look, Xue Qingfeng seemed to realize something and hurriedly took out a 3-foot-long and 3-inch-wide wooden box from his soul guide and placed it on the table. Before coming here, Xue Qingfeng had discussed with the top leaders of the Doling Empire. As the bottom of the three empires, although their territory does not directly border the Sun and Moon Empire, they know how to be prepared for danger in times of peace and understand the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold. They wanted to do their bit for the three empires. As a result, the high-ranking officials of the Doling Empire came up with the idea of sending a team of soul guides to the Soul Guide Hall of the Sea God Pavilion to learn soul guide technology. This is the only way for the Doling Empire to become a strong country. As long as the elite soul masters of the Doling Empire can learn under Zhao Ninger, perhaps 1 or 2 level 9 soul masters will emerge. This can help the Doling Empire, which is already in decline, to survive. The purchase of soul guides comes with them, and Xue Qingfeng's main goal is to get people into the Soul Guide Hall. This is a bit difficult. Su Yunhan is a shrewd man. If he doesn't have enough chips, he will definitely not set this precedent. When Xue Qingfeng learned that Su Yunhan was a sea king, he proposed the idea of marrying his unmarried sister to him, but was scolded by his father. You are really smart to put a woman in Su Yunhan's room. Aren't you afraid that your action will offend the future leader of the Sea God Pavilion? Finally, the Doling Emperor rejected all objections and took out the treasures that the royal family treasured. After some pushing and shoving, Su Yunhan took the dark purple wooden box and slowly pushed open the lid. Inside the wooden box was a long sword. It was about 3 feet long, with a golden glow on the surface, and on the hilt there were 3 pairs of wings spread out. Ding, it is detected that the host has obtained the super artifact Angel Holy Sword. Do you want to open the copy, Destiny and Redemption? Super artifact. Angel's Holy Sword. Instance. Destiny and Redemption. What is this? Su Yunhan was becoming more and more confused about his system. He thought the system was just for show, but when he was in crisis, it gave him the right to use the super artifact. The god-killing gun, for 1 minute, which successfully resolved the crisis. But if it is not just for decoration, then this system of his really doesn't have much role, and it's playing a trick on him. System, what does a copy mean? Can you explain it to me? Ding, the host does not have enough permissions, please explore on your own before asking again. If he has explored it, would he still need to ask you? Seeing Su Yunhan showing interest in the long sword in the wooden box, Xue Qingfeng quickly explained to him. Everyone knows that the first-generation angel god had 2 heaven-measuring swords. She gave the dark sword to her nephew to be passed down as the martial spirit of the Tang family. The lightsaber was collected by the angels and passed down from generation to generation as a token of authority. After the War of 3 Gods, only the former angel Qian Renxue, who was at level 89, disappeared. It was not until the 3124th year after the war that the Tiando Empire split due to some force majeure. During the strategic transfer, my swan lineage accidentally discovered Qian Renshue's tomb and dug up such a long sword not far from the tomb. This sword can not only withstand the injection of ultimate DOURO level soul power, but its blade is so sharp that it can easily cut through the skin of a titled DOURO. After comparing the ancient books left by my swan lineage, I found that this is the sort of quantity that once symbolized the authority of the spirit hall. It's no wonder they made a mistake. The weight of the angel holy sword was indeed too light. If the system hadn't reminded him, Su Yunhan would never have imagined that the gift Xue Qingfeng used to please him was actually a super artifact. I just don't know what the rewards for the copy are like. It's really exciting. Chapter 127. At Xue Qingfeng's call, Su Yunhan finally came back to his senses from his contemplation. He stared blankly at the angel holy sword in front of him, his saliva almost dripping. Seeing this scene, a faint smile emerged on Xue Qingfeng's face. The Douling royal family had stored the Liangtian sword for thousands of years, and now there was finally a chance to cash it in. Since it is a weapon used by gods, the strength of the Liangtian sword is definitely greater than more than 99 of the sword-type martial spirits in DOURO continent. In the hands of a sword-type spirit master, its value is definitely far greater than a 100,000-year-old spirit bone. But the problem is that although the sky-limiting sword is good, no soul master with a sword-type martial spirit is willing to exchange it for a 100,000-year soul bone. Selling it too cheaply is too much of a loss, and if it is put up for auction. If such a rare item is auctioned easily, it may bring fatal disaster to the Douling royal family. The Battle of 3 Gods ended, and the angel statue was also overthrown by the coalition forces, but the spirit hall was not completely destroyed. Even today, 10,000 years later, the remnants of the angel family are still active on DOURO continent. Their strength should not be underestimated, and the DOURO royal family cannot afford to offend them. Su Yunhan was not polite either. He stretched out his hand to close the lid of the wooden box and held it in his arms. I accept the gift from the 6th prince with great reluctance. In return, the 6th prince can make any request as long as it does not exceed my limit. I will try my best to meet it. Su Yunhan's attitude before and after was completely different, which made Xue Qingfeng, who was always known for his elegance, feel very disgusted. Even though he hated it, Xue Qingfeng still had to perform his duties step by step. It's not a big deal. The situation in DOURO continent is not optimistic right now. My DOURO Empire also wants to contribute to the alliance, so I want to send a group of soul guides to Shrek City to join the Soul Guide Hall as guests and make soul guide equipment for the coalition. Su Yunhan. This is so shameless. It was obvious that you wanted to send the diehards of the Douling Empire to the Soul Guidance Hall to learn soul guidance technology, but from your mouth, Xue Qingfeng, it became a desire to contribute to the coalition forces, and you said it so righteously. How can you have the nerve to say such a thing? Because of Xue Qingfeng's gift, Su Yunhan couldn't expose his shortcomings. He looked at the elegant young man in front of him and said with a forced smile, Your Highness the 6th Prince is very righteous and willing to contribute to the alliance. Our Soul Guidance Hall naturally cannot refuse, but the Soul Guidance Hall has its own rules. Many of the instruments inside were independently developed by Ninger and have not yet been released to the public. I hope that Your Highness the 6th Prince will try to select some soul guides who are tight-lipped, and the number of them cannot be too many. Hearing this, Xue Qingfeng's brain froze instantly. After thinking for a long time, he finally figured out the implication of Su Yunhan's words. Xue Qingfeng said, Please rest assured, Master Su, the soul mentors going to Shrek City are definitely the elites of our Douling Empire, and their positions can be guaranteed. As he spoke, Xue Qingfeng handed Su Yunhan a list that he had prepared in advance. Su Yunhan took it and looked at it. There were 12 people in total, 2 level 8 soul masters, 2 level 7 soul masters, and the rest were all from the younger generation. The lowest level was a level 3 soul master. Su Yunhan put the list back into the soul guide with an expressionless face. After the soul master competition is over, I will handle the relevant procedures in a timely manner. As soon as there is any news, I will send someone to Doling City to inform His Highness the Sixth Prince. After finishing the business, the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Su Yunhan walked out of box No. 2 with a smile on his face, holding a wooden box, on the pretext that he needed to accompany his wife. As soon as Su Yunhan walked out of the box, he ran into Wang Donger who was leaning on her waist. Wang Donger said angrily, "Su Yunhan, I order you to go shopping with me right now, or else, I will cry in front of you." "Su Yunhan, are you relying on him?" "Never mind her. She could go shopping as long as she didn't go looking for Hu Yuhao." Su Yunhan did not refuse Wang Donger's request and followed her to the commercial street in Xinglua City. "Donger. Okay. Are you interested in me?" Hearing this, Wang Donger was instantly unhappy. "I don't like you as the Sea King, don't think too much about it. If you don't like me, why did you invite me to go shopping alone? Aren't you afraid that my status as the Sea King will ruin your reputation and make it impossible for you to get married? If you can't get married, then you can't get married. Who wants to play such unhealthy games with those stinky men?" Wang Donger is the eldest daughter of the Haotian sect. With her status, she will naturally have no shortage of friends in Shrek Academy. What can a group of girls talk about together? Naturally, they will talk about some unhealthy topics. Plus, she had witnessed Su Yunhan and Su Qing fighting in the bathtub in the dormitory, so she wasn't completely ignorant of that kind of thing. How should I put it? Well, watching actual combat was much more exciting than reading a pamphlet. Wang Donger said quietly, "Su Yunhan, I heard from them that doing that kind of thing is very joyful and can relax both the body and mind. I feel itchy inside, can you take me to experience it?" Hearing this, Su Yunhan almost lost his breath. It was hard to imagine that Miss Wang, who usually looked down on others, would actually say such a thing. Did those two licking beasts fulfill their obligations as elders? Su Yunhan said weakly. "Donger, do you know what you just said means?" Wang Donger said coldly, "Don't worry about this, just tell me whether you are willing or not." "Humph, you better think about it before you answer. If you are not willing, I will tell my eldest and second fathers in the sect and say that you molested me." What is the train of thought of this Miss Wang? Just as Su Yunhan was struggling, a clear voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding, I detected that the host has doubts, and now I will give the host an answer." In the original time and space, after the Winter and Autumn War ended and Wang Qiuer was sacrificed, Tang San placed a seal inside Tang Wuton when he reshaped her body. That is to say, there is no seal in Wang Donger's body at the moment, and there is not even Tang San's consciousness. That's right. Due to the butterfly effect caused by the host, Tang San was busy taking care of the fetus and guarding against the sudden attack of the god of destruction. He no longer had much energy to pay attention to the lower world. This piece of news is extremely important to Su Yunhan. He has been coveting Miss Donger for a long time. Now, she has come to him on her own initiative. How could he let her escape? Su Yunhan said quickly. "Since it is Donger's request, how can I not agree? Don't worry, I will definitely serve you comfortably." "That's better." Wang Donger curled her lips and pulled Su Yunhan's sleeve into a hotel. Chapter 128. If Tang Wudong in the original novel is Hu Yuhao's wife, then Juzi's existence is equivalent to that of a mistress, and Su Yunhan is the mistress's son. Now, the mistress's son has snatched the wife away ahead of time. It's exciting just to think about it. "Hu Yuhao, you have to take this hat." Pulled by Wang Donger, Su Yunhan walked into the hotel with great expectations. If he could capture Miss Wang today, the plot line of the original novel would definitely be greatly deviated, and the system's rewards would definitely be indispensable. Just like that, Su Yunhan followed Wang Donger into the luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel. Along the way, Su Yunhan's mood was up and down. He was really afraid that this was a trap set by Wang Donger, specifically to ruin the reputation of him, the Sea King. In fact, he was overthinking. As soon as she entered the room, Wang Donger kicked off her boots, took off her blue and pink gradient socks, and followed the instructions in the booklet to activate her skill. Flying Phoenix face painting. Toward Su Yunhan. Then, the sound of blood swelling, screaming, cursing, and begging for mercy continued. Su Yunhan also did what he had said before, let Wang Donger call him father. "Okay, Yunhan, let's stop here for today. The Shrek team will be attending the top auction held by the Star Luo Empire soon, and I don't want to be late." As she spoke, Wang Dong'er pushed Su Yunhan away and started to put on her clothes. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that Wang Dong'er's attitude towards him is not as domineering as before. At this moment, Su Yunhan still felt a little guilty. Wang Dong'er was obviously a young lady spoiled by two beasts. She was even more naive than Bibi Dong when she was a saint. But when he thought that the other party was Tang San's daughter, Su Yunhan's guilt immediately disappeared. From now on, he would reshape Wang Dong'er's worldview. Don't you, Tang San, like to pua others? I will pua your daughter and make her turn against you. The daughter of my enemy, it really feels different. Seeing that it was getting late outside the window, Su Yunhan glanced at Wang Dong'er, then took out a brand new dark purple brocade robe from his storage soul guide and put it on. As soon as he got out of bed, a crisp voice rang in Su Yunhan's mind. Ding, due to the host's change. The original time and space plot has been completely disrupted. The fate of the original Destiny protagonist Hui Yuhao will develop in a completely new direction. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The unlocking degree of the God of Creation increased by 15, cumulatively 25. And the unlocking degree of the super artifact God-killing spear increased by 10, cumulatively 15. System, Hui Yuhao's destiny will develop in a completely new direction. From now on, will I not be able to receive system rewards? Damn, host, do you really think that the destined protagonist of each world can eventually stand at the top of their respective worlds? Su Yunhan shook his head and then silently said in his heart, if the prince does something wrong, he may be stripped of his identity. The same should be true for the so-called Destiny protagonist. If the protagonist of Destiny does something that angers heaven and people, the luck attached to him by heaven will definitely be damaged. If he becomes a rat crossing the street and everyone shouts and beats him, he will not be the protagonist of Destiny anymore. At this point, Su Yunhan understood what the system meant. Su Yunhan received a message from Zhang Lishuan that she had already set out with the Shrek team and was waiting for them at the entrance of the Starlight Auction House. Just like that, Su Yunhan and Wang Dong'er rushed to the Xingguan Auction House without stopping. After joining the main group, as soon as they stepped into the door of the auction house, a girl in a black dress immediately came up to them, bowed slightly and said to them, "Hello, distinguished guests from Shrek Academy, I am auctioneer Qingya. I will be the one to provide services for the distinguished guests at this top auction." Compared to the plot in the original novel, Qingya auctioneer seemed much more nervous. After all, Su Yunhan, Ma Xiaotao, and Zhang Lishuan were the future pillars of the Sea God Pavilion. If a distinguished guest of this level was not satisfied with her service, her career would be over. The person in charge of the Starlight Auction House was someone from the royal family. Initially, he planned to have a princess act as an auctioneer and provide services to the Shrek team. This proposal was quickly rejected by Su Jiawei and Su Jojo, brother and sister. It was a good proposal. But why not consider the time? There were also people from the body sect attending the auction. Due to historical issues, the relationship between Shrek Academy and the body sect had always been strained. With the war imminent, the Xing Luo Empire cannot help the two major forces repair their relationship, but it cannot take the initiative to stir up trouble between them and dig its own grave, right? There are many princes in the Xinglua Empire, and countless princesses have been canonized. It is not difficult to select two young, beautiful and polite princesses. At the same time, let the two princesses act as guest auctioneers for Shrek Academy and Body Sect respectively, which can also achieve the purpose of pleasing the Poseidon Pavilion. In fact, Su Jiawei had thought about it, but the conditions did not allow it. The high-end combat power of the Body Sect was strong, but in terms of status, the leader of the body sect, Dubu Si, was the nominal state master of the Heavenly Soul Empire. In this way, the body sect was just a nominal subordinate sect of the Heavenly Soul Empire. As a result, the Xinglua Empire inexplicably became the culprit that caused discord between the Tianhun Empire and the body sect. The idea of pleasing the Sea God Pavilion should be put aside for now. The unity of all the forces in the original Dolua continent is the most important thing. Led by auctioneer Qingya, the Shrek team walked into a door marked with number 7. The layout of the room was somewhat similar to the one when Su Jojo entertained Su Yunhan and others. No, not somewhat similar, but basically the same. After everyone sat down, Qingya auctioneer walked to the direction they were facing and pressed lightly. Suddenly, a soft halo of light shone on the entire wall. The light gradually became stronger. The wall turned into a huge screen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Hikaitu couldn't help but ask, "Auctioneer Qingya, is this also a soul guide?" Qingya nodded and said, "This is the light-guided screen that our Starlight Auction House specially customized in the Sun Moon Empire. It can transmit images in a special way. Its core array is not driven by soul power, but comes from a kind of ore from the Sun Moon Empire. Hui Yuhao swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Could it be that the Sun Moon Empire could really create a soul guide that doesn't require soul power to be used? Chapter 129. As an auctioneer, Qinya was good at observing people's expressions. Naturally, she noticed the shock on the faces of the Shrek team members. Just as she was about to explain to them, a cold voice suddenly came up. Ning'er has already made an offensive soul guide that can be used without soul power. As soon as the words fell, the dark-skinned young man Hikaitu raised his small black hand, then, "Senior sister, why doesn't Master Zhao mass-produce this type of soul guide to equip the armies of the three empires?" Zhang Lishuan said expressionlessly, "That kind of soul guide device is not as magical as you think." Similar to the soul guide screen in front of us, its soul guide array is indeed activated by this kind of ore. But the energy emitted by this ore is very weak, and it cannot be used to activate attack and defense soul guide devices. This involves a combined soul guide array. Combined soul guide formation. When the dark-skinned young man, Kai Tu, Hui Yuhao, and Li Ji heard the new term, the three soul guide system members instantly pricked up their ears, sat up straight, and waited for Zhang Lishuan's next words. Zhang Lishuan snatched the juice from Su Yunhan's hand and took a sip, then looked at everyone and continued. The so-called combined soul guide array is literally what it means. A soul guide that does not require soul power to use is composed of multiple soul guide arrays, and the levels of the internal arrays increase in sequence. The energy emitted by the bottom ore is amplified to a certain extent through several arrays, and can be used to activate soul guides of the corresponding level. Zhang Lishuan spoke slowly, giving the Shrek team members enough time to think. Even Dai Yuehan, Bei Bei, Tang and others who had never come into contact with soul guides could understand what she meant. After all, the working principle of this type of soul guide is not much different from that of ordinary soul guides, but the complexity of the internal structure is not on the same level. Hui Yuhao still did not give up. He looked at Zhang Lishuan and said tentatively. "Big sister, if we can find some kind of ore that emits more powerful energy, can we reduce the complexity of the combined soul guide formation and achieve mass production?" Zhang Lishuan said with a bad face, "Hui Yuhao, I really doubt that you have no brains. As a true soul guide, don't you know that soul guide arrays are extremely fragile? The ore contains powerful energy, and the energy it emits is extremely unstable, and even more violent than normal soul power. Even if we ignore the above conditions, the value of this ore itself far exceeds the soul guide of the corresponding level. Big sister, is there no offensive soul guide that can be used without a soul guide formation? I mean, can you find a substitute for the soul guide formation?" "Oh, right. Didn't the Soul Master competition have a salute at its opening ceremony? We can use the gunpowder in the salute as a propellant. Ignite the gunpowder, and push out the metal projectile that was pressed into the barrel in advance, which can cause great damage to the enemy in front of us. If we conduct repeated experiments, we will definitely be able to create an offensive soul guide that does not require soul power or soul guide formations and can pose a threat to soul masters." Su Yunhan. Hui Yuhao's imagination is too rich. If you really develop this kind of weapon, you don't have to call it a soul guide, just call it a fire gun. Hui Yuhao, do you think what you said is meaningful? Dai Yuehan's cold voice instantly spread to every corner of the box. Hearing this, Hui Yuhao stood up immediately, looked at Dai Yuehan with an unconvinced look on his face and said. "Why is it meaningless? Giving ordinary people the ability to fight against spirit masters is not enough to change the situation of the war." Ha 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 ha. Dai Yuehan laughed very unkindly. "Hui Yuhao, calling you naive is just a compliment. You are really stupid to the extreme. Before you say such things, have you ever been to the battlefield in person? Have you ever seen a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere? Many female soul masters at the soul saint level find it difficult to face the cruelty of the battlefield. You let ordinary people who haven't even absorbed soul rings go to the battlefield. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? It's true that when the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. Your master's wife Zhou-Yi is not a good person either. She actually said if you, Hui Yuhao, had revealed the specific age of your first spirit ring earlier, Sister Xiao Tao and Sister Lu Xian would have become her daughters-in-law." Boom! Ma Xiao Tao stood up quickly, clenched her fists, and hit the jade table in front of her hard, and the table shattered. Zhang Lishuan's face was filled with resentment, and her teeth were almost broken. How dare Zhou-Yi do this? She actually dared to make up stories about them behind their backs. Dai Yuehan also realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly covered his mouth. Except for Hui Yuhao and Hikaitu, none of the Shrek team members present doubted the truthfulness of Dai Yuehan's words, because Zhou-Yi was that kind of person. It's not surprising that she could say such things. Su Yunhan turned his head to look at the expressionless Ling Luochen, and slowly said, "Luo Luo, besides Fanyu, does Zhou Yi have any other relatives in this world? Ling Luochen pondered and said, well, I heard that Zhou Yi has a nephew who is the city lord in the Douling Empire, relying on his uncle's identity, he lives a very comfortable life in the Douling Empire. Su Yunhan, don't mess around, Shrek Academy has its own rules, my master's wife just said something wrong, do you want to kill his whole family because of this? After a year of living together, the care-deprived Hu Yuhao had already regarded Fan Yu as his father, Zhou Yi as his mother, and He Kai Tu as his brother. Although Hu Yuhao was taught by Zhou Yi to become a fool, he was not completely stupid. He could still hear that Su Yunhan wanted to kill Zhou Yi's entire family. Seeing that Su Yunhan ignored him, just as Hu Yuhao continued to argue, Bei Bei beside him suddenly stood up and pushed Hu Yuhao back onto the sofa. Bei Bei said coldly, Yuhao, stop making trouble, she only brought this upon herself, she can't blame anyone else. What do you mean by, you have brought this upon yourself? I think you just don't want to offend them. Did my master's wife say something wrong? If I, Hu Yuhao, had revealed my talent to the world the moment I entered Shrek Academy, would these two be Su Yunhan's wives now? Snapped. Before Hu Yuhao could finish his words, Tang hurriedly stood up and slapped him hard in the face. Chapter 130. Then, Bei Bei knocked Hu Yuhao to the ground with one punch, and together with Tang, they performed a mixed doubles match for everyone. They were not teaching Hu Yuhao a lesson, but saving him. Listen, is Hu Yuhao talking like a human being? He is still arguing along with Zhou Yi's words. If he continues, his life will be in danger. This kind of hindsight behavior is really disgusting. Dai Yuehan was really right about him. After being severely beaten, Hu Yuhao undoubtedly fainted, and Bei Bei asked the auction staff to send him back to the hotel. Originally, Bei Bei wanted He Kai Tu to send Hu Yuhao back, but He Kai Tu refused and insisted on staying to attend the auction. Bei Bei had no choice but to entrust the staff of the Starlight Auction House. Compared to Hu Yuhao, He Kai Tu seemed much calmer. It was said that He Kai Tu was an orphan who was rescued by Fan Yu by chance and brought back to Shrek Academy. His benefactor was about to be executed by Su Yunhan, but He Kai Tu, who was only 14 years old, was indifferent. This was too unreasonable. Either he doesn't care about Fan Yu's life or death, or, he is working hard to find a chance to avenge his benefactor. No matter which the situation is, it seems that He Kai Tu's identity is not as simple as imagined. There was a cold light flashing in Bei Bei's eyes. If one day he, Bei Bei, had to choose between Su Yunhan, Hu Yuhao and He Kai Tu, he would choose the former without hesitation. Apart from anything else, even if the other party did not join the Tang sect, there was still the relationship with Moon between them, so he could still sort out the closeness and distance between them. Thinking of this, Bei Bei secretly made a decision that when he returned to Shrek City, he would definitely investigate the details of Hu Yuhao and He Kai Tu. At this moment, the entire room was flooded with a layer of golden light, and everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to the soul guide screen in front of them. A golden light that was not blinding emanated, blocking everyone's sight, and a faint golden halo was emitted from every corner of the room. The originally warm and comfortable atmosphere suddenly had a more noble feeling. The golden light on the soul guide screen gradually converged, and a melodious voice sounded. Welcome all distinguished guests to the top auction of Starlight Auction House. Today, we will present a total of 10 precious auction items to all distinguished guests, I hope you will like them. The soul guide screen became clear again, and Su Jojo was wearing a red dress, standing in the center of the platform. Look, it's Princess Jojo. No one knew who said this, but everyone present was suddenly shocked. The Xing Luo Empire actually let a princess serve as an auctioneer. This was really a big deal. P.S. There is a bug in this position in the original novel. Dai Yuehan would never ask Qinyao about Su Jojo's identity. As the young marshal of the Xinglua Empire, even if he has never met Su Jojo in person, he must have seen her portrait. Not to mention that the Su and Dai families are related by marriage. The Duchess is a woman from the Su family. According to seniority, Dai Yuehan should call Su Jojo Auntie. After everyone was shocked, the first auction item appeared on the big screen, and a long voice was heard. The left metacarpal bone of a dark gold bear comes from a 780-year-old dark gold bear. As we all know, there are 6 common soul bones: left arm bone, right arm bone, skull, torso bone, left leg bone, and right leg bone. I believe that all distinguished guests have discovered that our first auction item does not belong to any of the 6 types of soul bones. In fact, there are far more than 6 types of soul bones. In addition to the 6 common types, they include but are not limited to left and right hand metacarpal bones, left and right leg metacarpal bones, wings, tails, ribs. The Soul Master world collectively calls them external soul bones. External soul bones are rarer than ordinary soul bones, their lifespan is not fixed and will increase as the soul master's cultivation level improves. After a long explanation, the auction entered the 5-minute viewing period, and everyone in the Shrek team showed worry on their faces. It's not that the auction items are bad, but that they are too good, so good that they don't have the courage to fight for them. Ma Xiaotao leaned over to Su Yunhan's ear and whispered, "Yunhan, are you ready to bid for this soul bone?" Su Yunhan shook his head and said, "The three-eyed white tiger is a super martial spirit, and its quality is not inferior to that of the dark gold bear. Besides, I am used to using the tiger claws, so this soul bone doesn't mean much to me. Oh, by the way, do Shuer and Xiao Xiao want this soul bone?" Before he finished speaking, the two girls' little heads shook like rattles. They followed Zhao Ninger to learn soul guidance technology and were busy making soul guides, so they really didn't have the extra energy to practice the use of the bear claws. Su Yunhan did not force them, as auxiliary soul masters were indeed not suitable for absorbing this kind of soul bone. Among all the people present, the most suitable person to absorb this soul bone is Dai Huabin's little fiancé, the big cat Zhu Lu. If Zhu Lu could absorb this left metacarpal bone, she would definitely be able to bring her agility attack type martial spirit to its fullest potential. The power of a cat's claw and a bear's claw would definitely not be on the same level. But the problem is, looking at Dai Huabin's uninterested look, it is obvious that he doesn't want to bid for this soul bone. Seeing that the viewing time was about to end, Zhu Lu quickly stood up, came to Zhang Lishuan, and whispered, big sister, with my identity, how many gold soul coins can I borrow from the academy?" This it is true that Zhu Lu is a core disciple of the outer courtyard. But her potential ranks in the middle and lower reaches among the more than 20 core disciples of the outer courtyard this session. With her authority, she can borrow at most 1 to 800,000 gold soul coins. Even if she used the back door, the amount she could borrow would not exceed 2 million. 2 million gold soul coins to bid for an external soul bone. You're overthinking. Zhang Lishuan asked, "Zhu Lu, do you really want this soul bone?" Zhu Lu thought for a moment and nodded slowly. Dai Huabin saw all of this. With the resources at his disposal and the home advantage, it was more than enough for him to buy this soul bone. But Dai Huabin didn't want to waste so many resources on a tool who only knew the martial soul fusion technique. As a woman, Zhang Lishuan feels very sympathetic towards Zhu Lu's experience. After all, marrying a man who doesn't love you is a tragedy in itself. Zhang Lishuan slowly said, "Well, let's put it this way, just make an offer, if the money is not enough, I will pay for it for you first." Hearing this, Dai Huabin rolled his eyes at Zhu Lu, as if to say, "I will not pay back the money you owe me." Zhu Lu ignored Dai Huabin's gaze and nodded resolutely towards Zhang Lishuan's position. A spark of resistance gradually sprouted in her heart. Chapter 131. Su Yunhan looked at Zhang Lishuan suspiciously, but didn't say anything. Just because you've been caught in the rain, do you have to hold an umbrella for others? Su Yunhan didn't like Zhu Lu's big cat type, and she didn't have the legacy of Wei Wu. It was just that. In front of so many people, he couldn't easily refute Zhang Lishuan's face. She finally wanted to do a good deed, well, let her be, as long as she was happy. The viewing time is up. The starting price for the left-hand metacarpal bone of a 780-year-old dark gold bear is 500,000 gold soul coins. Each bid cannot be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. The auction begins. If no one bids higher within 1 minute, the auction is closed. 600,000, Zhu Lu's cold voice suddenly sounded. Qinya hurriedly walked to the big screen. After some simple operations, the huge number on the screen changed to 600,000. External soul bones are extremely rare in themselves. Even Moon, Yi Shishui, and Long Xiaoyao, the 3 ultimate DOURO in the world, may not have seen many of them, let alone palm bones with offensive properties. The soul master system itself is flawed. Even if a normal soul master cultivates to the level of title DOURO, he only has 9 soul skills. Which soul master would complain about having too many trump cards? So much so that in just less than 2 minutes, the number on the big screen rose to 5 million, and there was no sign of stagnation. "Yunhan, do you have any money?" "I don't think I have enough gold soul coins in my soul guide." As soon as the words fell, a clear and elegant voice suddenly sounded. "Dear guests, this auction house provides recycling services, attack, defense, and functional soul guides above level 7. As well as soul bones of various qualities and ages can be recycled at the market price, but the auction house needs to charge a 20 handling fee. 20% handling fee? This is too dark. Simply pack the recycled items and put them up for auction. The gold soul coins earned from it will be more than the 20 handling fee. People say that running an auction house is profitable, but but it seems too easy to make money. Su Yunhan said calmly, there is no need for the auction house's recycling service. In order to participate in this auction, I specially took 200 million gold soul coins from Ninger. If it is not enough, I will ask her to send some more. With sufficient funds, Zhang Lishuan had the confidence to raise the price. After a short while, the number on the big screen reached 10 million. Seeing the numbers on the big screen, Zhu Lu was worried for herself. You know, a Seoul DOURO level expert who works as a teaching committee member at Xingluo Royal College only earns 6,000 to 7,000 gold soul coins a month. If there is no help from her family, she will probably have to work for a lifetime to pay off the more than 10 million gold soul coins. Raise the price, keep raising the price, the more the better. It would be best if you could stay in Shrek City for the rest of your life to pay off your debts and never have to return to the Star Luo Empire. In the end, this 780-year-old dark gold bear left metacarpal bone was sold for 18.35 million. In fact, the price of this soul bone is far more than this. No one expected that an external soul bone would appear at the auction. Many people did not prepare enough funds and could only sigh in despair. Su Jojo, wearing a red dress, appeared on the screen again, smiling sweetly and saying, "Thank you for supporting this auction, VIP who just won the dark gold bear left metacarpal bone. Now, we will start the second auction item." The soul guide screen changed again, and a palm-sized, transparent, azure blue stone came into view. This auction item is called Soul Nourishing Stone. It has the effect of nourishing the soul and enhancing mental strength. The viewing time is 5 minutes. Before Su Jojo finished speaking, everyone in the Shrek team in the box set their eyes on Su Yunhan. With Su Yunhan around, they were destined to have no chance of getting this spirit stone. The soul age has not yet arrived. Except for spiritual soul masters, spiritual power is not a necessity for other soul masters. The viewing time is up. The starting price of the soul enriching stone is 100,000 gold soul coins. Each bid increase must not be less than 5,000. The bidding will begin now. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly. Auctioneer Qinya, no matter how much others bid, add 5,000 gold soul coins to their price until no one continues to bid. Hearing this, Qinya was immediately delighted and hurried to the soul guide screen to bid for Su Yunhan. Auctioneers also have performance scores. Take the Starlight Auction House for example. There are 5 levels of auctioneers: white, yellow, purple, black and red. You can tell from the skirts that Qinya, who is wearing a black long skirt, is a black level auctioneer. And Su Jojo, who is hosting this top auction, is a red level auctioneer. This is also the reason why Qinya feels happy. The treatment of auctioneers at each level is different. Who would complain about having a lot of achievements? In the end, Su Yunhan bought the soul stone at a price of 1.6 million. This would have been unimaginable during the Dragon King Legend period. Soon, the 9th lot was successfully sold, and this top auction was about to come to an end. As you can see, the last item for auction today is the 70,000-year-old 9-hearted begonia trunk bone. A 70,000-year-old 9-hearted begonia trunk bone. The soul bone is of good quality and is quite old, but Su Yunhan is not interested in it. The torso bone of a plant-type soul beast, well, is not compatible with the attributes of his harem. In the end, Su Yunhan did not pay attention to the transaction price of the 9-hearted begonia trunk bone. After paying the money and receiving the 2 auction items, he left the auction venue through the secret passage in the box. The scene changes to the conference room on the top floor of the Starlight Auction House. Su Yunhan handed the soul bone he had photographed to Zhu Lu. "Come, quickly absorb this soul bone, we will protect you." After Zhu Lu took the soul bone, she subconsciously glanced towards the door. When her eyes met Dai Huabin who was leaning against the door, a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. "It's really bad luck to meet a fiancé like this. Are you not even as good as your classmates and seniors in the same college? If Su Yunhan wasn't the Sea King with a bad reputation, I'm afraid you, Dai Huabin, would have returned to your room to sleep long ago, right?" Zhu Lu took the soul bone handed over by Su Yunhan, sat cross-legged on a cushion, and began to absorb the soul bone by circulating her soul power. The process of absorbing the soul bone went very smoothly. In less than an hour, Zhu Lu's left hand was replaced with a cute bear paw. Su Yunhan warned, "Zhu Lu, you must practice more when you go back to strengthen your control over the external soul bones." Before Su Yunhan could finish his words, Dai Huabin placed 2 gold soul coin cards with a stored value of 10 million on the table, took Zhu Lu's hand and left the meeting room. Chapter 132. Zhang Lishuan said faintly, "It's really unexpected that Dai Huabin, who always treated his fiancée as a tool, was willing to spend 20 million gold soul coins to buy a soul bone for her this time. Su Yunhan sneered, don't underestimate others, Dai Huabin is the second son of the Duke of White Tiger after all, with his eyesight, it's impossible for him not to see what Zhu Lu is thinking. Zhu Lu's existence is quite important to Dai Huabin. He is 5 years younger than Dai Yueheng. With Zhu Lu forming a martial arts fusion technique with him, he still has hope of competing with his brother for the position of Duke of White Tiger. If Zhu Lu leaves, he will have nothing. Yunhan, this isn't right. Dai Huabin is a playboy, always hanging out with a bunch of bad friends in brothels. He doesn't look like someone who can be a marshal of a country. Would he give up his good title of Marquis and compete with his brother for the title of Duke of White Tiger? Su Yunhan said, Lu Xian, no one in this world is perfect. You said Dai Huabin is a playboy, but what about the contemporary White Tiger Duke Dai Hao? When he gets crazy. He even doesn't let go of the servants who do laundry in the mansion. But he still leads the White Tiger Guards to guard the first barrier for the Xinglua Empire. And our great ancestor, he was also a playboy when he was young, and now he has suppressed an entire era, hasn't he? Zhang Lishuan married as the great-great-granddaughter of Muan, so here, it was not considered as confusing the generations for Su Yunhan to call Muan great-great-ancestor. Hearing this, Zhang Lishuan burst out laughing. Ha, Yunhan, I always feel like you're looking for excuses for your behavior as a Sea King. Reasons? I don't have any excuses for myself. Lu Xian, although I have found many sisters for you, I have never been to a place like a brothel, and I have never even touched those dirty women. Let's not talk about this anymore. Zhang Lishuan spread out her arms and hugged Su Yunhan like a princess. Yunhan, it's late at night, we should rest. After saying that, Zhang Lishuan hugged Su Yunhan and walked out of the room. Su Yunhan naturally had no reason to refuse the invitation of a beauty. Zhao Ning'e was making a soul guide, Lan Yaoyao stayed in the Xingdo Great Forest to practice. And the other girls went to bed early to prepare for tomorrow's competition. Zhang Lishuan was the only one who needed to be satisfied today, and the night was still long. After returning to the room, Zhang Lishuan didn't even take off her boots and went straight into the bathroom carrying Su Yunhan. An hour later. Su Yunhan sighed as he looked at the messy bathroom. He carried Zhang Lishuan out of the bathtub, dried her body. Changed her into clean pajamas, carried her to the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Then he went back to the other bedroom and began to study the soul stone he had bought at the auction. I have to say that this soul stone is really effective. Just after playing with it in his hand for a while, Su Yunhan felt that some of the fatigue in his body disappeared. I still remember Su Jiuqiu saying that this soul stone can not only improve the spirit power of soul masters, but also nourish the soul. I just don't know if it has any effect on a god-level soul like the Sky Fox. Well, it's better than nothing. After putting the soul stone into the soul guide, Su Yunhan took out the wooden box containing the angel holy sword and played with it in his hands. System, normally, how long does it take to complete a copy? Will it affect my participation in the Soul Master competition tomorrow? No matter how long the host stays in the copy, less than 5 seconds will pass in reality. Destiny and redemption, Su Yunhan murmured, pondering the meaning of it in his heart. Who should he save, Qian Renxue or Qian Lingxi? Wait. Who is Qian Lingxi? Why did this name suddenly appear in his mind? Could it be, the first-generation angel god? Su Yunhan was a little confused. If he wanted to solve the doubts in his mind, it seemed that he could only dig them out from the copy. System, open the dungeon Destiny and Redemption. Suddenly, Su Yunhan felt dizzy, and the next moment, he suddenly sat up from the bed. How come it's daybreak so soon? Su Yunhan murmured, and quickly got out of bed and put on his slippers. When he saw the mirror in front of him, he froze in his place. Inside the mirror was a girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old, with skin whiter than snow, a straight nose, slightly slender eyes, a stunning face with a bit of majesty, and a small mark of a six-winged angel between her eyebrows. Is he playing the role of Qian Renxue? No wonder my lower body feels empty when I walk, and there's no such feeling of support as before. These are the two pandas, alas, I still need to get used to them. Qian Renshue's memories in this time and space have been completely received. Unlike the plot in Legend of the Azura Sea God, Qian Renxue did not fall in love with Tang San. She and Tang San became gods almost at the same time, without those stupid settings in the original work. At this moment, Qian Renxue had an illusion that she was actually Qian Renxue, and the life with Lan Xing and Su Yunhan was just a dream of hers. Host, wake up quickly, this is just a copy, don't get too caught up in it. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Su Yunhan regained consciousness. What did the system mean just now? Don't get caught up in it. Could it be that, if he thought that he was Qian Renxue, he would no longer be able to leave the copy, and if he returned to his original body, he could only continue living as Qian Renxue? Thinking of this, Su Yunhan hurriedly stabilized his mood. Zhao Ninger, Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Lishuan and the others were still waiting for him. With the help of the system, he, Su Yunhan, had a bright future. On the other hand, Qian Renshue's situation was already hopeless. System, what is the mission objective of this copy? Is the system here? System. Su Yunhan called out several times in a row, but the system did not respond to him. Not to mention an answer, there was not even a word like insufficient authority, please explore on your own. Never mind. Su Yunhan always felt that this copy contained many secrets that he needed to dig out bit by bit, among which, was related to the Jiangtian Academy in the real world. Ugh. Su Yunhan sighed, then controlled Qian Renshue's body to walk into the bathroom and opened the floodgates. He did not feel the slightest discomfort during the process. He already has so many wives, and it's not the first time he has seen girls' bodies. What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, if one could achieve eternal life, it wouldn't matter whether one was born a man or a woman. Su Yunhan didn't know that it was this kind of thinking that almost led him to a path of no return. Chapter 133. P.S. Since the protagonist in the dungeon is Qian Renxue, I will call her Qian Renxue during the dungeon. After all, it feels a bit weird to match a male name with a female's behavior. After Qian Renxue finished washing up, she changed into a more ordinary goose yellow dress, and then used a camouflage soul bone to cover up her stunning appearance. Only then did she leave the room contentedly. According to her original body's memory, she was going to the Pope's palace today to observe the execution ceremony held by Shrek Academy. The diehards of the Spirit Hall headed by Xiaoyu and Yan were listed as targets for execution. In fact, Su Yunhan could understand the reasoning behind this without even referring to Qian Renshue's memories. It was nothing more than that the Spirit Hall had just been destroyed, and the Shrek Academy's top brass, led by the Jade Belt Master, was afraid that some families and forces in DOURO continent still had illusions about the Spirit Hall, so they publicly executed a group of Spirit Hall's diehards to achieve the purpose of making a show of force. Qian Renxue strolled on the streets of Wuton, Shrek City, and waves of emotion suddenly rose in her heart. If the original body was in control of the consciousness, he would have probably found a corner to wipe his tears long ago. Wuhan City is not a flat land, but has three iconic buildings built on high mountains. They are, Pope's Palace, DOURO Palace, and Elder's Palace Worship Hall. From Qian Renshue's perspective, the mountain where the Elder Hall and DOURO Hall were located was flattened. Even the bones of the ancestors of the angel family buried in the DOURO Hall were dug out by the coalition forces and sunk into the sea. It took Qian Renxue half an hour to finally climb up the Pope's Hill. Standing behind the crowd who came to watch the execution ceremony, Qian Renxue stood on tiptoe and looked ahead. She saw a Jade Belt Master in a white robe giving an impassioned speech, and several prisoners wearing shackles were escorted to the guillotine by a group of soldiers. These prisoners are all high-level officials of the Spirit Hall, and Qian Renxue has some impression of each of them. Can the original body really face this kind of situation? Qian Renxue turned around and walked down the mountain. If she continued watching, she would not be able to suppress her original emotions. After leaving Wuhan, Shrek City, Qian Renxue wandered aimlessly in the wilderness, letting the breeze blow across her petite body. Her skirt was specially treated so that no matter how strong the wind was, the hem would not exceed her knees, so there was no need to worry about exposing herself. Forget it, let's go to a must-visit spot for time travelers first to see if it will trigger any plot. Qian Renxue murmured, then spread her wings. Target, Sunset Forest. In the original body's memory, there was no information about the exact location of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. It took Qian Renxue 2 hours to finally reach the sky above the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Under the protection of the angel realm, the girl passed through the poison barrier of the 7 absolute flowers of the green phosphorus and landed steadily on the ground. Not far in front of her, an old man with green hair was sitting cross-legged on the ground. From time to time, green gelatinous substance was oozing out of his skin, which looked like the venom of the green phosphorus snake. Girl from the Qian family, are you here, to avenge the soul masters of the Spirit Hall in that city? The green-haired old man slowly opened his eyes, looked at the girl in front of him, and made an expression as if he was ready to die bravely. Qian Renxue sneered, you old poisonous creature, you think too much, for me, letting you live, is the best punishment for you. I lost as the daughter of a defeated army, I not only remain a virgin, but also have freedom, except for Wuhan. Oh no, the Pope's Palace in Shrek City, there is nowhere I can't go on this DOURO continent. On the other hand, you, old poison, as the winner, will be imprisoned in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire for the rest of your life. So what? Yan Yan has already held her wedding with Tianhuan. I believe that in a few years, I will even be able to hold my great-grandson. Qian Renxue raised her arm, lifted the hair beside her ear, looked at the old poisonous creature in front of her and said sarcastically. Yes, 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 the old poisonous creature is going to be a grandfather. I, as your niece, would like to congratulate you in advance. I wish that your niece Yan Yan can give birth to more snake babies for the DOURO family. Baby snake. These words touched Dugubo's sore spot. A month had passed since the battle of three gods, but the almighty Lord Poseidon had not mentioned a word about how to solve the drawbacks of the green phosphorus snake's martial spirit. Ugh. Dugubo felt mixed emotions. He was not afraid of death, but it would be hard for his granddaughter and unborn great-grandson. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family is sparsely populated. And Yu Tianhuan and Dugu Yen will definitely have more than one child in the future. The 9 sons of the dragon are all different, and the probability of more than 10 children all awakening the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit is very small. Qian Renxue lost but also won, at least she gained her freedom. Dugubo seemed to have won, but in fact he had lost miserably. He risked his life for Tang San, and was willing to bear the infamy of slaughtering the city, but in the end, he ended up like this. The life they lived together, grandparents and grandchildren, was not even as good as that of Qian Renxue, the daughter of a defeated army. Dugubo said angrily, "My dear niece, you are trying to sow discord between me and Lord Poseidon. Do you want me to abandon Lord Poseidon and join your side? Forget it. The era of Spirit Hall is over. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't take back the foundation of your ancestors." Qian Renxue sneered, "Old poison, you think too much. Even if I want to rebuild the Spirit Hall, I will not come to recruit you. Instead, I will cast you into a bronze statue, kneel in front of the angel statue, and let you repent for thousands of years for the Spirit Hall's soul masters who died in the venom of the green phosphorus snake." Hearing this, Dugubo was speechless for a moment. It seemed that the feeling that Qian Renxue gave him was different from before. Is this still the little god girl who was crying in front of the 2 armies? Dugubo did not continue talking. If he continued, he would probably be pissed to death by this girl. After saying goodbye to the old poisonous creature, Qian Renxue slowly walked to the spring of the Yingyang Eye of Ice and Fire, jumped without hesitation, and jumped directly into the Yingyang Eye of Ice and Fire. Qian Renxue was lucky. It only took her an hour to locate the corpses of the 2 dragon kings, Ice and Fire. She then cut off the wing bones of the 2 dragon kings with the angel's holy sword. In the following month, Qian Renxue sank to the bottom of the Yingyang Eye of Ice and Fire spring every day and dug out the corpses of the 2 dragon kings bit by bit. The Yingyang Eyes of Ice and Fire are of extraordinary significance. Without the magical herb inside, how could Shrek Academy, with its deformed educational method, survive? Chapter 134. In one day at most, she would be able to piece together the skeletons of the 2 dragon kings. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her, Qian Renxue slowly sat down with her skirt pressed down, gnawing on the dried soul bone in her hand, her thoughts drifting to who knows where. Su Yunhan increasingly suspected that this was a real world where eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping were all the same. At this moment, a short girl with waist-length hair in a white to pink gradient color, an evil temperament, skin as white as snow, and a pair of long pointed elf ears appeared in front of Qian Renxue. "Stop it, it's still not too late to send the Ice and Fire Dragon King's body back, you still have more than 300 years to live, you shouldn't die here." Qian Renxue was a little surprised that this person actually knew the existence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Perhaps he was the target of her mission in this copy. Thinking of this, the holy sword of the angel suddenly appeared. Qian Renxue raised her arm, and the tip of the holy sword of the angel went straight to the face of the pink-haired girl. The pink-haired girl never expected that Qian Renxue would launch a surprise attack, and be so decisive. She was unable to react for a moment and could only retreat to the rear relying on her body's stress response. Qian Renxue took advantage of the victory and pursued the enemy. The angel's holy sword in her hand drew sword flowers, squeezing the pink-haired girl's living space bit by bit. Behind her was the spring of ice and fire. The pink-haired girl seemed to be afraid of something as she let the angel's holy sword cut a wound on her face. A dark purple longbow appeared in the palm of her left hand, and 9 black, red soul rings slowly rose from under her feet. Qian Renxue, since you can't use the Yingyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, do you dare to fight with me in the sky? Qian Renxue did not answer the pink-haired girl's question. Instead, she controlled the angel's holy sword in her hand and struck the opponent's wrist. The pink-haired girl hurriedly used the longbow in her hand to block Qian Renshue's attack. Qian Renshue's main strategy is quick attack, and every move is fatal, not giving the opponent any chance to organize an offensive. The distance between the two was too close, and the pink-haired girl had no chance to release her spirit skills. She was afraid that as soon as she put her other hand on the bowstring, Qian Renshue would directly cut her tendons. This place is too close to the two springs. The pink-haired girl did not dare to fight with Qian Renshue. Once the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were destroyed, her mission would be declared a failure. And her only ending would be death. Qian Renshue, stop fighting. You can ask for anything you want. Even if you want Tang San's Shura or Sea God position. I can give it to you as long as you develop the God Realm and Spirit Hall according to my ideas. Qian Renshue continued to attack without slowing down. She looked at the pink-haired girl in front of her and said coldly. What I'm interested in, is the secret in your heart. Why do you know the existence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King? Even if you are injured, you are willing to guard the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye for the Tang sect? Because I am. Before the pink-haired girl could finish her words, she aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally, her entire body turned into a pool of blood. Suddenly, a man in black robe floated in front of Qian Renshue. The man in black robe waved his sleeves, and Qian Renshue felt her eyes go dark. The next moment, she appeared in a magnificent circular hall. The walls of the hall were covered with murals. The first mural tells the story of the dragon god creating the god realm and life, officially opening the soul beast era. The second mural shows that the dragon clan controls more than half of the authority in the god realm. In order to maintain balance, the heavenly Tao has to personally intervene and take the opportunity to attack the dragon god on the day he created the god star. In the end, the battle ended with both the heavenly Tao and the dragon clan suffering losses. The third mural shows that during the battle with heaven, the dragon god was cursed. Coupled with his previous disrespect for heaven's warnings and his determination to create the divine star, the dragon god, burdened by countless karmas, finally chose to sit in meditation and transformed into the gold and silver dragon king to continue ruling the dragon clan. The fourth mural shows the death of the dragon god. The human gods, dissatisfied with the ruling status of the dragon clan, began to liquidate the dragon clan and put other beasts who protected the dragon clan on the list for elimination. In the end, the human gods won and all the beasts were expelled to the lower world. Thus, the soul beast era came to an end. The fifth mural, DOURO era begins. Evil soul masters are rampant in the lower world, the soul master world is in chaos, and there is no order at all. Therefore, DOURO continent welcomes the first girl of destiny, Qian Lingxi. Qian Lingxi spent decades destroying all the evil soul master forces on the DOURO continent. By clearing out the evil soul masters and establishing the spirit hall, he successfully condensed his godhood and became an angel god. In the last mural, Xiaowu is critically ill, Tang San dies for love, and the great god circle falls apart. After returning to the DOURO god realm, the god of life Gu Yuna first devours Tang Wulin in his sleep, and then orders the seven souls to seize the body of the god of emotion Dai Yuhao, and unite with the rest of the beast tribe to expel all the gods loyal to the sea god Tang San from the DOURO god realm. With this, the authority of the god realm returns to the hands of the dragon clan. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. On the seventh day after Gu Yuna regained the authority of the god realm, a group of mortals wearing 18th level soul guides broke through the gate of the god realm, and the entire DOURO world ushered in an unprecedented catastrophe. At the last moment, Gu Yuna devoured Lan Xuanyu and became a true dragon god. She destroyed the god realm in time, and at the cost of destroying all life forms in the DOURO world, she saved the ruined DOURO world. After the war, the dragon god Gu Yuna returned to the ruined lake of life and fell into a deep sleep. In the next mural, the dragon god awakens from the lake of life and, under the guidance of heaven, begins to create the divine world and life. A perfect closed loop. Qian Renshue finally understood why this hall was round. The so-called Do Wu might just be Tang San's fleeting dream before his death. At this moment, the man in black robe floated in front of Qian Renshue again, and a voice that was difficult to distinguish between male and female sounded. Qian Renshue, I don't care which world the soul in your body comes from, now, I sincerely invite you to become the order maintainer of this world and let this world develop according to the set plot. As long as the plot of DOURO world does not deviate greatly, in return, you will have a nearly infinite lifespan. I hope you can think it over carefully. If you agree, I will also create a doppelganger for you to continue the plot as it should be. So will it? Su Yunhan discovered the highlight. Is the pink-haired girl just now also an important plot character in DOURO Dalu 1-4? Before answering this question, I want to ask you, who are you? Why do you want to do such a meaningless thing? Chapter 135. Meaningless? The black-robed man sneered. Qian Renxue, you don't even know my name, so how do you know that what I do is meaningless? Hearing this, Qian Renxue fell silent. Yes, no matter which world. People are always busy and busy for profit. If there is no profit, who would do such a thankless task? Just as Qian Renxue was deep in thought, the voice of the man in black robes sounded again. This world does not have to revolve around Tang San. If you feel unwilling, I can also help you rebuild the throne of God. Let the glory of angel god King Qian Renxue descend on the world again, defeat the Shrek 7 devils headed by Tang San, and become a generation of Empress. 100 years later, you will ascend to the God realm. I will not interfere with your decision. You can build the DOURO world according to your own ideas until the day when the God realm is destroyed. To be honest, at this moment, Qian Renxue was really tempted. She didn't have to do anything, she could directly complete the main quest, start the business mode, and improve the various systems of the God realm and DOURO world. But is the man in black robe in front of me really reliable? After hesitating for a moment, Qian Renxue immediately controlled the angel's holy sword in her hand and stabbed it towards the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man waved his sleeves and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the pink-haired girl appeared in front of Qian Renxue again, with a fully drawn longbow pointed at her heart. Qian Renxue smiled faintly, turned the tip of the angel holy sword, and pierced her heart directly. Yunhan only felt that his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. In the dimness, the voice of the system slowly sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for clearing the dungeon. Destiny and redemption. The dungeon exploration degree is less than 10, and the clearance evaluation is D grade. The host is rewarded with the right to unlock the use of the angel's holy sword. Yunhan got out of bed, walked quickly to the bathroom, and poured a basin of freezing cold water directly over his head. After being baptized by the freezing ice water, Yunhan finally came out of the role-playing of Qian Renxue. I always feel that this copy is also a pit. Apart from anything else, if Yunhan really lived in a copy with Qian Renxue's body for more than 10 years, or even decades, it is hard to say whether he would be willing to come back. Even though he only lived in a copy for a month, after returning to reality, he felt an extremely strong sense of disconnection. After calming his restless heart, Yunhan returned to his bed with disheveled hair, holding the soul stone and practicing the spiritual magic formula passed down to him by the Sky Fox. The next morning, Zhang Lishuan pulled Yunhan's ears and pulled him out of bed. Yunhan, lazy cat, get up. Yunhan rubbed his eyes and said sleepily, Luxian, it's just dawn and there's still some time before the competition, why are you pulling me up now? Yunhan was in a bad mood when he woke up. If it wasn't for his young wife, he would have beaten her up. It was so early in the morning and he had just gone to bed for less than an hour. Isn't this just abusing her? Zhang Lishuan whispered, didn't we agree to gather in the conference room this morning and have a small operational meeting before the game starts? Yunhan. He really didn't remember. Yunhan resisted the urge to sleep and put on his clothes obediently. He still had to give face to his young wife. Okay. Zhang Lishuan discovered something was amiss. Why did she feel that her husband was full of energy, but his body seemed exhausted? Zhang Lishuan slapped Yunhan's back hard and said angrily. Didn't we agree last night that you would not disturb the sisters' rest during the Soul Master competition? Humph, forget it today, if you don't obey me again, do you believe I will spank you? Spanking? What is Zhang Lishuan's train of thought? Yunhan said weakly. Luxian, when did I break my promise? It was all because of that soul stone. After we played some games last night, I held the soul stone and practiced. Before I knew it, it was almost dawn. After Yunhan got dressed and washed up, he followed Zhang Lishuan into the conference room. The other members of the Shrek team had already taken their seats. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. Each match in the third round of eliminations is divided into 2 days. The first day is the team match, and the second day is the single elimination match. If the first match on the first day is not favorable, the second day needs to have no more than 3 players defeat the 7 opponents to turn the tables. After saying that, Zhang Lishuan waved her hand, and Xiao Xiao hurriedly stood up and distributed the information about Douling Royal Academy to everyone. The strength of the Douling team is a bit lacking. It is a standard Soul King team, with 7 Soul Kings. Well, it is not enough for Ma Xiaotao to defeat alone. Yunhan said, Luxian, I won't be on stage for a while, give other students more opportunities to perform. Although Yunhan's cultivation level is only level 42, others would not regard him as an ordinary Soul Master. In full view of the crowd, he single-handedly killed a Soul Emperor of over level 60 in an instant. Even if Gu Xian underestimated the enemy, the full-strength attack that Su Yunhan unleashed instantly would not be lower than the Soul Emperor level. This is the ability to fight across levels, and it spans 2 major levels. For this reason alone, Su Yunhan's existence is enough for them to look up to him. After breakfast, everyone came to the Shrek team's preparation area in a mighty stream. The round of 16 will be divided into 4 days, with 4 games per day. Although the number of matches was reduced compared to the second round of the round-robin tournament, the audience seats were still packed with people, and the noisy sounds filled the entire Xinglua Plaza. At this moment, a girl with long burgundy hair and ice-blue eyes walked out from the ranks of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor team and came in front of Su Yunhan with ease. "Handsome boy, are you interested in going shopping with your sister after the game?" As he spoke, Meng Hongqian took Su Yunhan's arm and kept groping his hand. Su Yunhan and his harem. It's bad. I met a female hooligan. Su Yunhan quickly withdrew his right hand, looked at Meng Hongqian in front of him and said carefully. "Hongqian, Miss Meng, I am the second generation of the Sea God Pavilion, and you are the eldest daughter of the Hongqian family. Given the current relationship between the Sea God Pavilion and the Sun and Moon Empire, if the two of us go shopping together, it will definitely cause criticism." Chapter 136. Come on, Yunhan, do you want to go sit in the rest area of our Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor team? Let's go. After saying that, regardless of whether Su Yunhan agreed or not, Meng Hongqian took his hand and walked towards the rest area of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor team. Wang Donger hugged Su Yunhan's other arm in time to prevent Meng Hongqian from succeeding. "Hey, Meng Hongqian, are all the men in your Sun Moon Empire dead? Are you all here to snatch people from our Shrek Academy? Wang Donger, do you have any shame? Yunhan is not your private property. I just invited him to our place and you are so jealous. If I walked into the wedding hall with him, you would find an old crooked tree to hang yourself on. Meng Hongqian, you're still walking into the wedding hall. Look at how you look, like a big toad. Why don't you piss yourself to see if you are worthy of my Yunhan? Even if you are, my Yunhan doesn't care about you. Come on, Yunhan, let's go back to sleep." Meng Hongqian held Su Yunhan's arm tightly and refused to let go. Even if Wang Donger tried her best, she still couldn't shake the two of them at all. Snapped. Wang Donger, who was furious, slapped Su Yunhan hard, leaving him stunned. Wang Donger said angrily, "Su Yunhan, if you dare to go shopping with the big-eyed monster today, I will bite you to death." After saying that, Wang Donger grabbed Su Yunhan's arm and bit it viciously, leaving 2 neat rows of teeth marks on his arm. Meng Hongqian was not to be outdone. He imitated Wang Donger's actions and began to bite Su Yunhan's other arm. Su Yunhan. Did these 2 tiger ladies do this on purpose? The other members of the Shrek team and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor team just stood here and watched the show in silence. Su Yunhan said weakly, "Someone come quickly, pull these 2 women apart, they are grinning here, not caring about their image at all, how can they get married in the future?" Snapped. Snapped. Wang Donger and Meng Hongqian each slapped Su Yunhan in the face, causing him to see stars. "Stop it." Su Yunhan opened his arms and embraced the 2 women with his huge body. Due to limited space, the 2 women's pretty faces were pressed tightly together. Su Yunhan said with a bad look, "Meng Hongqian, tell me, what are you planning?" "Nothing," Meng Hongqian forcefully broke free from Su Yunhan's restraints and said coldly. "Someone asked me to bring you a message. At noon today, you go to room 1 of the Tulip Hotel in Xinglua City alone, someone there wants to see you." After saying that, Meng Hongqian shook his arms and walked back to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Just pass on the message, why make such a fuss? I always feel that Meng Hongqian has other intentions. Su Yunhan didn't say anything and followed the Shrek team back to the rest area. Su Yunhan had just sat down when Ma Xiaotao's voice rang in her ears. "Hey, Su Yunhan, do you have other relatives in the Sun Moon Empire?" Su Yunhan pretended to think and said, "It's not impossible, my hometown is at the border of the Xinglua Empire and the Sun Moon Empire, I haven't communicated with some of my relatives for a long time." Su Yunhan did not say it too firmly. At this critical juncture, the best solution was to be vague. In the past 10 years or so, there have been constant border conflicts between the Sun Moon Empire and the Xingluo Empire. The residents of the border have changed countless times, and some old stories have long lost the channels for verification. Ma Xiaotao nodded, seeming to agree with Su Yunhan's words. "Yunhan, then, do you really want to accept Meng Hongqian's invitation and go to the Tulip Hotel to meet that mysterious person?" Su Yunhan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Of course I have to meet her. I have to see who she really is, right? Although we are married, my foundation in the Sea God Pavilion is still not stable. If my master passes away, I am afraid that some people will make a fuss about what happened today and slander me for secretly betraying the Sea God Pavilion and providing intelligence to the Sun Moon Empire as an undercover. Rather than causing endless trouble, I might as well meet the mysterious person directly and unveil her mysterious veil, so that some people in the Sea God Pavilion won't gossip about me behind my back. In general, there was nothing unusual about Su Yunhan's reaction, and Ma Xiaotao would not believe that her little man would be instigated to rebel by the Sun Moon Empire. She knew nothing about other things, so she didn't continue chatting with Su Yunhan. After resolving Ma Xiaotao's doubts, Su Yunhan changed his seat, sat down next to Miss Donger, and fell asleep in her arms. Su Yunhan didn't know when the Shrek team's game ended. He just felt someone blowing in his ear. Su Yunhan woke up, looked at Wang Donger who was making a funny move in front of him with a dull look, and let the other party hold his hand and leave Xinglua Square. There was still some time before lunchtime, so Su Yunhan came to the Starlight Auction House again to buy some items needed for his retreat. That's right. Before the competition, Su Yunhan planned to go into seclusion for a period of time. The soul-nourishing stone could nourish the souls of Ice Emperor and Sky Fox. He wanted to cultivate his mental strength while nourishing the souls of the two beasts with the energy in the soul-nourishing stone, so as to wake them up as soon as possible. The Starlight Auction House has a very broad business, and except for loans, there is no other business that they dare not do. As for why they don't do lending, it's because in the DOURO continent, this industry doesn't bring in much profit at all. There is no soul master who is short of money. Just going to the outskirts of a soul-hunting forest to hunt a few low-level soul beasts and bringing them back to the hotel can make a very considerable income. Not to mention those young men and women who come from soul master families. Each of their families runs many industries. And the money provided by the family is endless. Who would have nothing better to do than to apply for a loan of 9 out and 13 back? Chapter 137. The Starlight Auction House is an auction house run by the royal family, and it is also a large mercenary union. If you are a casual cultivator and do not have the ability to obtain the next soul ring, you can go directly to the Starlight Auction House and hire a professional team to hunt for soul rings. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough money, you can work in the auction house to pay off your debts. The price is absolutely fair, and there will be no black brick kiln situation. In general, there is no business that Starlight Auction House does, except what you can't imagine. It makes money and is not shabby. The Xinglua royal family can be said to have made the best use of everything to the extreme. Oh, by the way, Dai Yueheng said that the White Tiger Duke's mansion also has a few shares in the Starlight Auction House. In fact, it's not just the White Tiger Duke's mansion, other top soul master families in the Xinglua Empire are the same. The royal family eats meat, and they drink soup. If they switch to other forces, they may not be able to get the same treatment as now. This can also be regarded as a means of winning over the Xinglua royal family, giving the people below a little sweetness so that they will share weal and woe with the Xingguan Su family. Su Yunhan walked into the Starlight Auction House and, led by a girl in a white dress, came to the grocery store on the second floor of the auction house. As Su Yunhan walked up to the second floor, a beautiful middle-aged woman in an apricot-colored women's gown came up to him and asked with a smile, "What can Mr. Su do for you?" Su Yunhan said, "Give me some elixirs to nourish my body, enough for 8 days, I plan to use them for my retreat." The beautiful woman nodded, and quickly instructed the maid beside her to pack the spiritual medicines that Su Yunhan needed. After doing all this, the beautiful woman returned to the inside of the counter, sat on the chair, propped up her cheek, and looked at Su Yunhan in front of her with admiration. Su Yunhan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Although the aunt was pretty and her every move was full of elegance, but what the hell was this expression of a big bad wolf looking at a little fat sheep? Could it be that he opened it in the wrong way and accidentally traveled to a world dominated by women? Su Yunhan finally understood the hardships of the stunning goddess. Being stared at by the opposite sex all day long was really stressful. 5 minutes later, a girl in a white dress slowly walked over with a tray. Su Yunhan didn't even check it. He put all the bottles and jars into the soul guide. After putting a small bag of gold soul coins on the tray, he left the second floor of the auction house in shame. What a pity. If I were 10 years younger, I could ask my brother to marry Su Yunhan on behalf of the royal family. After leaving the Starlight Auction House, Su Yunhan walked straight towards the commercial street in Xinglua City. After arriving at the commercial street, Su Yunhan found the location of the Tulip Hotel according to the map of Xinglua City. Pushing open the door of the Tulip Hotel, Su Yunhan walked to the front desk with a swift pace. He looked at the receptionist and said seriously, "Miss, may I ask, can anyone make a reservation for box 1 of the hotel in advance?" Before the receptionist could look through the records, the manager of the Tulip Hotel came out in a hurry, bowed towards Su Yunhan and said. You are Mr. Su Yunhan from Shrek City, right? Come this way, please, the guests in box 1 have been waiting for a long time. Under the guidance of the hotel manager, Su Yunhan forced himself to suppress his restless heart and slowly pushed open the door of box number 1. When Su Yunhan saw the appearance of the woman in the box clearly, he instantly broke down in tears. Mother! Su Yunhan knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards Orange, with 2 lines of turbid tears flowing from his tiger eyes. Yunhan, Juzi called out, and quickly stood up and came to Su Yunhan, hugging his neck tightly, with tears on her pretty face. To Juzi, Su Yunhan was her only relative, her entire world. The sky has eyes, the sky has eyes. Originally thought that the mother and son would be separated forever, but unexpectedly, she lived again and had the good fortune to see her son again. Disciple Su Yunhan, nice to meet you, teacher. Su Yunhan knelt on one knee and performed a solemn salute as a junior to the silver-haired old man in front of him. Kong Deming reached out and helped Su Yunhan up from the ground, and stuffed a token-shaped soul guide into his hand. Yunhan, this is the 9th level defensive soul guide Hongchen blessing. I tricked that old bastard Jing Hongchen into giving it to me, consider it my apprenticeship gift to you. After saying that, Kong Deming pulled Su Yunhan to the round table and sat down. Su Yunhan hurriedly reached out to pour tea for his 2 elders. Juzi took a sip of tea, looked at Su Yunhan and asked, Yunhan, what are your plans for the future? Su Yunhan pondered, the factions within the Sea God Pavilion are complicated. Even if I sit on the position of the Sea God Pavilion Master, I can't completely control the Sea God Pavilion. I originally planned to wait until the Dragon God DOURO fell, and then find a suitable opportunity to leave Shrek City and set up my own business. Hearing this, Juzi tapped the table with her delicate jade fingers. After pondering for a moment, her slightly ethereal voice sounded again. Yunhan, how confident are you in persuading Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan to leave Poseidon Pavilion and join our Sun Moon Empire? Su Yunhan. My dear mother, you might as well let me get rid of Tang Seng and his disciples. Listen to me, these are all outrageous words. Su Yunhan said weakly, it's unlikely. I believe my mother and teachers are very clear about the education methods of Shrek Academy. They are the captains of 2 generations of Shrek teams even if they leave Poseidon Pavilion. They will never join our Sun Moon Empire. Su Yunhan did not expect that Juzi could also travel through time. If she had known, she would not have married Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan. Instead, she would have directly taken advantage of Shrek Academy and moved to the Sun Moon Empire with her harem. And now, Su Yunhan is really in a dilemma. Forget it, let's talk about something happy. Juzi smiled slightly, then handed a marriage certificate from the soul guide to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan took it and took a look. Wow, his mother had actually arranged a marriage for him in the Sun Moon Empire, and his engagement partner was none other than the princess of the Sun Moon royal family Su Tianjin. Juzi smiled evilly and said, this is the marriage that your cheap father has arranged for you. He said, Tianjin is his sister, and you are my biological son. This way, your child will have the blood of both you and your cheap father. We will choose an outstanding heir to be adopted by us and inherit the throne of the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 138. What is this? Isn't this messing up the generations? Su Yunhan didn't refuse the marriage proposal after all. Ju Zi had her reasons for accepting the marriage proposal for him. Su Yunhan really needed a bond to maintain the relationship between him and Su Tianran. After living a new life, the tragedy of the previous life will never happen again. Su Yunhan said quietly, Mother, it is said that a woman should obey her husband when she is married. Between Princess Tianjin and I should take the lead. When our crown prince ascends the throne in the future, I will call him father and you mother. The child of the princess and I will be the grandson of the emperor. By then, instead of messing up the generations and passing him off to you, it would be better to directly anoint him as the crown prince. Hearing this, Kong Deming and Juzi looked at each other. What Su Yunhan said made sense. Why didn't they think of directly enthroning the crown prince? Cough. Juzi cleared her throat, looked at Su Yunhan and said softly. Yunhan, when are you going to marry Tianjin? She has been recuperating for half a year in order to give birth to the future emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. You can't let a girl wait too long, right? Su Yunhan said, then, let's do it now. With my mother's wisdom, she should have anticipated the current situation and brought the princess to Xinglua City long ago, right? Tangerine. Kong Deming. Su Yunhan, is there something wrong with your brain? Xuanzi is in Xinglua City. If he finds out anything, you can expect to end your friendship with your sister Xiaotao. Su Yunhan then realized that all people from the royal empire would be recorded in the official register of Xinglua, and their movements would be monitored at all times to ensure that they did not cause any damage in Xinglua city. This time he could use the excuse of meeting old friends to get away with his contact with the contestants from the Sun Moon Empire, but if it happened too many times, it would definitely arouse suspicion. This was the first time he and Orange met in Xinglua city, and also, the last time. Seeing Su Yunhan's self-blaming expression, Juzi's heart softened immediately, and her tone of voice softened a lot. Yunhan, your little princess has her mother to help you take care of her, why are you so anxious? Humph, your cheap father had anticipated this situation a long time ago, and specially moved up the exchange student plan with Shrek Academy by 1 year. That's right, even though the plot has been changed beyond all recognition, Moon still developed an exchange student plan with the Sun Moon Empire. This time, Moon N planned to let Xiao Ninger lead the team to Mingdu. Learning Soul Guide technology was secondary. The main thing was to see if they could replicate Mingdatang's advanced equipment. Seeing that the meeting time of the three people was almost reaching half an hour, Su Yunhan hurriedly stuffed the martial spirit card from the system warehouse into Orange's palm. Mom, if you crush this card hard, you can obtain a weapon martial spirit called Star God's Sword, and there will be no side effects. After witnessing Orange obtain his second martial spirit, Su Yunhan overturned the table and walked out of private room No. 1 angrily. Alas! When will such days end? After returning to the Starlight Hotel, Su Yunhan touched his belly, turned around and walked into the lobby. After seeing Su Yunhan, Ma Xiaotao quickly stood up and pulled him aside, asking in a low voice, Yunhan, who is that person who wants to see you? Su Yunhan said with a relaxed look, she, according to seniority, is a distant cousin of mine. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao said, oh, took his hand and sat back at the table, not continuing to discuss this topic. Su Yunhan sat in his seat, looking in the direction of Hu Yuhao and fell into deep thought. Orange's last words kept echoing in Su Yunhan's mind. In this life, even if you are not here, I will not try to obtain Hu Yuhao's seeds. Under Xinglua city, even Dai Hao dared to draw his sword against sea god Tang San for you. But Hu Yuhao just lowered his head and didn't even dare to breathe. His performance really disappointed me. When it came to the issue of Hu Yuhao, the mother and son were of the same opinion. For a person like Hu Yuhao, instead of trying to control him, it would be better to intercept the resources he had obtained in the original time and space and transfer them to someone else. The two had too little time to meet and many details were not finalized. After dinner, Su Yunhan was pulled into Wang Donger's room. After the two of them played games for nearly 2 hours, he was finally free to return to his room to meditate. So, Su Yunhan held a soul stone all day long to absorb the energy on it in order to nourish the souls of the two soul beasts in his sea of consciousness. 7 days passed, and the sleeping Sky Fox gradually woke up. Wait, why did the Sky Fox wake up first? This is not common sense. Senior Sky Fox, how come you are the first to wake up? Did Senior Bingdi's soul suffer some irreversible injury? Tianhu shook his head and said, Bing'er's soul is very intact, I haven't seen any irreversible injuries yet. Is there a possibility that Bing'er just overdrawn her energy too severely and can't recover for a while? Wait, did she use up a lot of her energy to solidify her body so that she could play a little game with you? Su Yunhan said unhappily, Senior Tianhu, Senior Bingdi only likes Senior Shueti, so how could he possibly like me? How is it impossible? Even icebergs can be melted, and desire can affect even gods, not to mention Xiao Bing'er who hears the sounds of your games every day in her spiritual sea of consciousness. Su Yunhan. Forget it, as long as you are happy, he is too lazy to explain. At this moment, Su Yunhan seemed to have thought of something, and quickly sent a message to Tianhu. Senior Tianhu, a few days ago, I accidentally obtained a super artifact, the Holy Angel Sword, and even unlocked the right to use it. Can you use the Holy Angel Sword as a carrier to nourish your soul? Tianhu said, you can give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yunhan took the Holy Angel Sword in his palm. Taking this opportunity, the Sky Fox floated out from his spiritual sea of consciousness and gently touched the blade of the Holy Angel Sword with his jade fingers. Tianhu shook his head and said with regret, Yunhan, this super artifact has a very strong repulsive feeling to me, perhaps it is a product after the Dragon God era, and it is naturally against us beast men. Su Yunhan said, that's really a pity, if Senior Tianhu can merge with the Holy Angel Sword, we can have an extra helper when we attack the God realm in the future. Chapter 139. System, is there any way to make the Angel Holy Sword no longer resist the Sky Fox? Host, is there a possibility that it is not that the Angel's Holy Sword conflicts with the Sky Fox, but that the host only has the most basic right to use the Angel's Holy Sword and does not have deeper authority? Then, system, what should I do to unlock the deeper permissions of the Holy Angel Sword? This is easy, as long as the host opens the Angel Divine test. Su Yunhan. Start the Angel Divine test. He doesn't even have an Angel Martial Spirit, so how can he start the Angel Divine test? This system is too naughty. System, is there any other way? The angel statue has been knocked down for 10,000 years, and I don't even have a way to obtain the Angel God test. As for other methods, well, it's not impossible. You can let the Sky Fox possess a soul master, separate her soul from your body, and transfer the right to use the Holy Angel Sword to her. But in this way, the Sky Fox will completely lose its God-level power. Host, you have to give up something in order to gain something. Since ancient times, it has rarely been possible to have the best of both worlds. In the end, Su Yunhan still did not adopt the method provided by the system. Tianhu's cultivation level during her lifetime was that of a quasi-god king, which was close to the ceiling even in the DOURO god realm. There were very few female soul masters who met the conditions for possession of a body. Without a good body, it would only drag down her talent. No, it's not that there are no suitable candidates for possession. Yi Shishue, one of the 3 ultimate Doulua in the world, barely meets the requirements. She is not only an ultimate Doulua, but also a 9th-level soul mentor. If she had not been tricked into joining the Holy Spirit Church, she might have been able to embark on the path to becoming a god like Yunming in the Dragon King legend period. It's just that even if Yi Shishue embarked on the path of becoming a god, he was destined to fail like Yunming. Perhaps Yi Shishue's life was deliberately tampered with by someone, and the pure and innocent sea god would not tolerate anyone other than the Tang family ascending to the god realm. Alas! If Yi Shishue could meet Bibi Dong, they might become very good friends. Their experiences are exactly the same. Su Yunhan took back the Holy Sword of Angels. Just as he was about to return to the bed to continue practicing, the sound transmission soul guide in his arms suddenly made a deafening sound. As soon as Su Yunhan turned on the soul transmission device, Zhang Lishuan's urgent voice came out, "Yunhan, come to Xinglua Square quickly." Just when Su Yunhan was about to ask about the original situation, Zhang Lishuan directly hung up the call. Counting the days, today should be the final of the Soul Master competition. Zhang Lishuan is so anxious to let him go, could it be that the Shrek team is at a disadvantage? That stubborn Ma Xiaotao refused to equip herself with a defensive soul guide device made for her by Zhao Ninger no matter what. With his mother around, it was normal for the Shrek team to lose in the team battle. The final of the Soul Master competition will be divided into 3 small games, namely a 7-on-7 team battle, a single elimination battle, and a 2-2-3 coordinated battle. If they lose the team battle, they must win the remaining 2 games in order for the Shrek team to successfully defend the championship of this Soul Master competition. Su Yunhan did not hesitate at all. He did not even have time to put on his traveling uniform. He left the Starlight Hotel in his casual clothes with disheveled hair. In the rest area of the Shrek team, a silver-haired old woman was treating the wound on Ma Xiaotao's arm. Ma Xiaotao's entire left arm was stained with blood. And it was densely packed with metal fragments, which made Su Yunhan almost have intensive phobia. This is a blooming bomb. No wonder Ma Xiaotao fell flat on her face. This was the reason. When the blooming bomb first appeared, Ma Xiaotao suffered from insufficient intelligence. Suddenly, bursts of shouting came into Su Yunhan's ears. He subconsciously looked towards the fighting arena and saw that the match between Dai Yueheng and Ma Rulong had already begun. As a member of the Shrek team, Dai Yueheng had trained against the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guide team. He took 2 steps at a time, dodged the firepower of the Soul Guide turret perfectly, and wielded a pair of tiger claws, and pounced directly at Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong's eyes flashed coldly, and he quickly turned over the silver-white ring on his left index finger. In an instant, a dazzling silver-white light instantly enveloped the entire fighting arena. A second later, the white light gradually dissipated, and 3 Ma Rulongs appeared in the fighting arena in a pincer attack. Is this another new type of soul guide developed by Mingdetang? The cold sweat on Dai Yueheng's forehead instantly flowed down. While activating the white tiger body barrier to resist the attack of the soul guide turret, he also observed the 3 Ma Rulongs to see if he could find out Ma Rulong's true identity. Unfortunately, Dai Yueheng is not a spiritual master, and his perception ability is very ordinary. From his perspective, the 3 Ma Rulongs all seem real. At this moment, Dai Yueheng only felt a spiritual force infused into his spiritual sea of consciousness, and the next moment, he immediately distinguished the differences between the 3 Ma Rulongs. Whenever he looked at Ma Rulong standing in front of him, Ma Rulong's facial muscles would twitch slightly, but the other 2 Ma Rulongs did not have such strange little movements. When people are being stared at by others, they will subconsciously make some stress reactions. Even after training, these small movements cannot be completely eliminated. Dai Yueheng also realized that it was Hu Yuhao behind him who was using his first soul skill, spiritual detection sharing, to amplify his power. He resisted the urge to look back and rushed directly towards Ma Rulong in front of him. While moving forward, Dai Yueheng only felt that Hu Yuhao's amplification was gradually disappearing. Suddenly, he heard a thump sound behind him, as if something fell to the ground. The next moment, Hu Yuhao's wailing resounded through the sky. Ah! When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they saw Hu Yuhao kneeling on the ground, his big hands covering his eyes tightly, and the expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. What's going on? Why would Hu Yuhao? Chicken Leg Dolua appeared at the right time, pointed his right hand at the position behind the battle area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor team, and shouted. Kong Deming, what kind of a strong man are you? You actually attacked a junior, do you have any shame? Kong Deming said calmly, Xian Zi, you know very well what he did. In order to avoid suspicion, let's ask our referee to answer your doubts. Huang Jinshu. Who the hell did he offend? According to the rules of the Soul Master competition, once cheating is discovered, the cheating team will be directly disqualified from the competition. Chapter 140. Huang Jinshu didn't dare to think any further. Although he was a lonely star and he was the only one listed in the household registration book, it didn't mean that he was not afraid of the revenge of the Poseidon Pavilion. Xian Zi even wanted to kill Hu Yuhao. Fortunately, he wanted to accept the arrangement of his good uncle after Zhou Yifanyu's death and accept Hu Yuhao as his disciple. Although the team battle was brutal, the Shrek team won. With Su Yunhan in charge, the single elimination battle might not be unwinnable. You cheated even in a game where you had an advantage. Did a donkey kick your brain, Hu Yuhao? Ever since Hu Yuhao joined Shrek Academy, what he did has repeatedly refreshed the cognition of the top leaders of the Sea God Pavilion. When everyone recognized that his first spirit ring was only 10 years old, Hu Yuhao, who had only one spirit ring, used more than one spirit skill during the freshman assessment. Every time he was praised by his teachers, he would specifically mention that his first spirit ring was only 10 years old. Isn't this just a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt? It was as if he only had one white soul ring, and he could repeatedly kill students with 2-ring cultivation level alone to show how powerful he was. Moon N once commented on him that Hu Yuhao was an extremely vain person. A normal person would not use the power of his martial soul to simulate 2 red soul rings just for an upgrade assessment. As if he was afraid that others would not be able to spy on his secrets. Under the gazes of everyone, Hu Yuhao, who was kneeling on the ground, slowly stood up, and the shadow of a white tiger with a transparent body, white fur, black stripes, and purple eyes appeared behind him. Is this the Netherworld White Tiger? No one knew who shouted this, but everyone present instantly widened their eyes and looked at Hu Yuhao with disbelief. In the waiting area of the Shrek team, Dai Huabin subconsciously took 2 steps back when he saw this scene. That's right, he had recognized Hua. No, it was Dai Yuhao. Dai Huabin was so angry. The other party was just born to a maid, but he had a million-year soul ring and then a Netherworld White Tiger martial soul. God was really unfair. Dai Hao jumped down from the Imperial City with an excited look on his face. He hurriedly stepped forward to grab Hu Yuhao's hand and said with tears in his eyes, You are Yunner's son. Hu Yuhao was destined not to see Dai Hao's hypocritical appearance. If Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had not acted in time, he would have been blinded by Kong Deming's mental backlash. But even so, his eyesight was already unable to see objects more than 50 centimeters away. From Hu Yuhao's perspective, he could only vaguely see that the man in front of him had the same blonde hair as the brothers Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin. Combined with the other party's words, he had already recognized his identity. Hu Yuhao broke free from Dai Hao's hands and said indifferently, My mother's name is Hu Yunner, and I don't have a father. Now that the Netherworld White Tiger spirit has emerged, Hu Yuhao can no longer deny his own life experience and can only fight against Dai Hao in this way. Dai Hao took a deep breath and quickly grabbed Hu Yuhao's shoulders. He adjusted his position so that he could stay within Hu Yuhao's field of vision. He then looked at his biological son and said with deep affection. Yuhao, bastard, this is all my fault, I didn't take good care of Yunner, causing both mother and son to suffer so much. Yuhao, can you give me a chance to make amends? Don't worry. As long as you are willing to return to the Duke of White Tiger's mansion, I will bury Yunner as my second wife. And I will also ask His Majesty to confer the title of County Lord on Yunner, or even, Princess. Hu Yuhao sneered. The person is dead, what's the point of you coming up with so many hypocritical things? How can being posthumously conferred the title of Princess of the Xinglua Empire make up for the trauma caused by Dai Huabin to her? I'm telling you, I, Hu Yuhao, would rather jump off the wall of Xinglua City and die than return to your White Tiger Duke's mansion. It's just a princess title, I don't care about it. Sooner or later, I will build a statue for my mother and make all of you in the White Tiger Duke's mansion become bronze statues and kneel in front of her to atone for your sins. This Huiyuhao is really a tiger, he dares to say anything. Hearing this, Dai Hao's expression was distorted beyond recognition. Even a clay figure has some earthiness, let alone a marshal of a country. No matter what. He is Huiyuhao's biological father. Even if he has resentment in his heart, he shouldn't fall to this point, right? Snapped. Dai Hao raised his arm without warning and slapped Huiyuhao hard. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. After all, I was the one who neglected your mother. Why are you so angry with me alone? Have the servants in the mansion ever offended you and your son? Do you want to cast them all into bronze statues to vent your anger? You are so young and you know how to vent your anger on others. When you grow up, will you massacre the entire Xinglua Empire just because someone in the White Tiger Duke's mansion bullied your mother? Whether you admit it or not, I am your father, your biological father. From today on, you are a member of my White Tiger Duke's mansion. I will provide you with the best resources for your training. And educate you well on behalf of your dead mother, so that you can become a truly strong man. When your cultivation level surpasses mine, I won't blame you whether you kill me or cast me into a bronze statue. This is what I owe to you and your son. Someone, help the third young master back home. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 armored soldiers walked out of the crowd. One of them supported Huiyuhao's arm and slowly walked out of Xinglua Square. Looking at Dai Hao's receding back, Su Yunhan's eyes became more profound. This Dai Hao is something. It must be said that Dai Hao's vision is indeed quite vicious. In the original novel, Huiyuhao once threatened to massacre the entire Sun Moon Empire. Wait, did you forget something? The members of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor team, led by Kong Deming, all looked at Su Jiawei above the Imperial City, as if they wanted the old emperor to give them an explanation. Seeing that he could not escape, Su Jiawei stood on the Imperial City and started to smooth things over. He first announced to the audience that the game was suspended, and then invited Xian Zi and Kong Deming to private room No. 1 of the Starlight Hotel to discuss how to deal with the matter. Su Jiawei clearly favored Shrek Academy and was prepared to handle the matter privately, refusing to mention the cheating of the Shrek team. Kong Deming was not angry. He just waved his sleeves and walked towards the Starlight Hotel. He did not care who would be the champion of this Soul Master competition. Chapter 141. If circumstances allowed, he would be happy to let the top leaders of Poseidon Pavilion continue to indulge in the beautiful dream of Shrek's invincibility until the moment when the Soul Master Corps of the Sun Moon Empire arrived at the gates of Shrek City. The game was paused, and the students from the 2 teams did not stay in Xinglua Square any longer. They followed their team leaders back to the top floor of the Starlight Hotel. The leading actors had left and there was no reason for the audience to continue watching, so under the guidance of the staff, everyone left in an orderly manner. The audience only watched less than half of the game, but almost no one clamored for a refund. After all, they watched a good play of recognizing relatives, starring the White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, and this level of melon is not something that everyone can eat. After returning to the Starlight Hotel, Zhang Lishuan was not in the mood to hold any meetings, and simply asked the Shrek team to return to their respective rooms to rest. Su Yunhan closed the door of the room, went to the bathroom to wash up simply, and was about to return to the bed to continue practicing when a hurried knock on the door reached his ears. Dong dong dong. Who could visit him at this critical moment? Su Yunhan came to the door and opened it. A beautiful woman wearing a silver-white palace dress and a phoenix hairpin on her head, looking elegant and graceful, appeared in front of him. He seemed to have seen this beautiful woman somewhere. Without time to think about it, Su Yunhan quickly cupped his hands and asked, "I wonder what important matter has brought you here, senior." The beautiful woman waved her hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing serious, I came here just to discuss a deal with you, brother Yunhan." After saying that, regardless of whether Su Yunhan agreed or not, she walked around Su Yunhan and entered the room. Su Yunhan only felt a gust of fragrant wind passing in front of him, and the fragrance made him feel intoxicated. Su Yunhan finally remembered that this beautiful woman was the person in charge of the second floor of the Starlight Auction House. That's right. It was the female gangster who had been staring at him from beginning to end. Is it too late for him to run away now? It's hard not to think of something wrong when you're dressed so fancy. However, since the other party is the person in charge of a certain area of the Starlight Auction House and wears a long palace dress when entering and leaving the Starlight Hotel, it is very likely that he is a member of the Xinglua royal family and of a relatively high status. If that's the case, he really can't neglect the other party. Su Yunhan closed the door with his hand and went back to the room. He saw the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, looking straight ahead with a smile on her face. Su Yunhan followed the other person's gaze and saw that his room was in a mess, with some clothes thrown everywhere. Su Yunhan scratched his head and said with embarrassment, "I have been in seclusion for many days and haven't had time to clean up my room yet, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." After saying that, Su Yunhan moved a chair and sat in front of the beautiful woman. The two of them stared at each other across the coffee table. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan could no longer bear the other party's fiery gaze and was the first to break the silence. "I wonder what your name is, senior. What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" The beautiful woman said. "Su Qiuyu, the eldest princess of the previous generation of the Xinglua Empire. When the spring breeze blows and the peach and plum blossoms bloom, and when the autumn rain falls and the sycamore leaves fall, what a good name." Su Yunhan suddenly realized. It turned out to be Her Royal Highness the Princess. "I wonder why Her Royal Highness has come here." Su Qiuyu smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. In my spare time, I learned soul guidance techniques by myself and became a 6th level soul guide. Recently, I encountered a bottleneck on the road of soul guidance. So I was thinking about whether I could join the soul guidance hall in your Sea God Pavilion to study for a period of time. The Xingluo Empire should not lack 8th level soul mentors, right? With your status as the eldest princess, which 8th level soul mentor would dare not guide you? Something is wrong, very wrong. I wonder if your highness can tell me the truth. I don't think that your highness went to Shrek City just to learn soul guidance technology. It's not wrong to say that I want to learn soul guidance techniques, Su Qiuyu said solemnly. I am a level 93 title DOURO, I have reached the end of my soul master path, so I want to take Miss Ninger as my teacher and develop in the direction of a high-level soul guide. Su Yunhan didn't say anything, but just looked coldly at Su Qiuyu in front of him. Even though he had lived 2 lives, Su Yunhan was just a teenager in his 20s. In terms of wisdom and political strategy, he could never beat Su Qiuyu, who grew up in the palace. He couldn't figure out what Su Qiuyu and the Xingluo royal family behind him were planning. For a moment, Su Yunhan's scalp went numb. He didn't know whether to agree or not. After a moment of silence, Su Yunhan slowly raised his head, looked at Su Qiuyu in front of him, and said, "Your Highness, I am a business partner with your royal family, and I owe you a favor. Can we be frank? Don't beat around the bush, I'm still young and can't stand it." Hearing this, Su Qiuyu was delighted, and a bright smile suddenly spread across her face. "You should have said it earlier, I have no other intentions, I just want to marry you, Su Yunhan, on behalf of the royal family. Since you owe our royal family a favor, then, you should be able to agree to this little thing, right? Marriage?" If he remembered correctly, you, Su Qiuyu, seemed to have called Su Jiawei royal brother. Just now. You should be over 60 years old, right? You're so old, and you still want to marry a little kid like him. Do you have any shame? But the problem was that Su Yunhan couldn't refuse. After all, he received a beast-level embryo from the Xingluo royal family. Business is about courtesy and reciprocity. If you don't have credibility, no one will be willing to do business with you, no matter how powerful you are. He likes older sisters, but he didn't say he likes ones this old. This age gap, wow, is enough to hold nearly 20 gold bricks. Su Yunhan said weakly, "Your Highness, I have to ask you one more question. Can you represent His Majesty and the entire Xingluo royal family this time?" "Why can't I represent you? An elder sister is like a mother. I don't believe that little bastard Su Jiawei dares to disobey me, his elder sister." Hearing this, Su Yunhan suddenly became a little tougher. As long as it was not Su Jiawei's intention, it would be easy to deal with and there was still room for easing the situation. Su Yunhan pretended to be doubtful and said, "Your Highness, you are born in the royal family. So you naturally understand the reason behind this. I personally have no problem with the marriage, but I am afraid that His Majesty does not want to use this favor so easily. How about this, Your Highness, you take the trouble to go to His Majesty and ask for an imperial edict, so that the two of us can be together legitimately." Chapter 142. Under Su Yunhan's gaze, Su Qiuyu walked out of the room angrily. Judging from her appearance, she should be going to find Su Jiawei. Su Yunhan was worried for himself at this point. He had finally fooled himself. As long as Su Jiawei disagreed, if Su Qiuyu dared to harass him again, he could ask Ling Yan to kick her out. Su Yunhan believed that Su Jiawei would not use up this favor for such a small matter. Given his character, he would not leave his unmarried sister to a 12-year-old boy. After simply eating some dried meat to replenish his energy, Su Yunhan returned to his bed and once again held the spirit stone in his arms to practice. I don't know how long it was, but a rapid knock on the door suddenly reached Su Yunhan's ears. Dong dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Su Yunhan's heart started pounding. He was really afraid of Su Qiuyu. Su Yunhan put on his slippers, walked quickly to the door and opened it. Xiao Xiao was standing behind the door with an anxious look on her face. Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, she just took Su Yunhan's wrist and walked into the Shrek team's meeting room. In the meeting room, Zhang Lishuan sat in the main seat, and everyone else sat down according to their seats. Why didn't I see Xuanzi? Zhang Lishuan cleared her throat and said slowly, now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. According to the discussion between Elder Xian and Silver Moon DOURO, tomorrow's competition will proceed as usual. Except for Dai Yueheng's single elimination match, which will be judged as a loss, other results will not change. Hearing this, Su Yunhan looked puzzled and said, Lu Xian, this is not right. Silver Moon DOURO has Wei Yuhao's leverage, but instead of challenging us in front of the audience, he let us off so easily. This is not right no matter how you think about it. Is he planning something behind the scenes? Zhang Lishuan spread her hands and said with a relaxed look. Yunhan, let the elders take care of this matter, now you should hurry up and get into the state. In tomorrow's single elimination match, whether you can directly end this game depends on you and Xiao Yuetong. I calculated that as long as the two of you each eliminate 3 members of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor team, our Shrek team will be able to win this single elimination match. Su Yunhan. Gu Yuetong. Each of us eliminated 3 members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor team. You really think too highly of us. Marulong is a Soul Emperor, and he might take out a 7th level Soul Guide Cannon at any time. As a small Soul Master, he will be in trouble. Seeing Su Yunhan's constipated face, Zhang Lishuan said unkindly, Su Yunhan, do you have any other questions? Su Yunhan quickly shook his head, with an embarrassed expression on his face. I can only do my best. Don't think that I once killed a Soul Emperor in 1 second, but that was when the other party was off guard. If the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master team is determined to fight a war of attrition with me, I, a Soul Master at level 42, will definitely not be able to defeat those Soul King level Soul Masters. Don't be so pessimistic about the situation. Even if you lose the single elimination battle, you can still make it back from the 223 tactics. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You think Su Yunhan will slack off and hand over the championship of the Soul Master competition to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy? You are wrong. Not only will he not slack off, he will even go all out to turn the tide and save the building from collapse. His mother and teacher had set up the stage for him. If he didn't continue to perform the play, his life would have been in vain. After Zhang Lishuan passed the message on, she didn't even say a few words of encouragement and directly announced the disbandment. The reserve team led by Bebe left the meeting room directly. Under the current circumstances, it would not be their turn to play no matter what. Dai Yueheng came to Su Yunhan and said, Yunhan, how about? Let's just give up the single elimination match tomorrow. You and Sister Yuetong are indeed very powerful, but it's hard for the two of you to sweep the entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor team. Instead of wasting your soul power, you might as well keep your spirits up and fight to the death in the 223 battle method. Su Yunhan shook his head and did not agree with Dai Yueheng's proposal. Senior Dai, the single elimination competition must be played. Even the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master team does not have unlimited soul guides. What Xiao Yuetong and I have to do is to force out all their hidden means. If we lose the single elimination match and are dragged to the 3rd game, I will let Senior Dai and Luoluo go first. Xiao Yuetong and I will use the charging soul guide to quickly replenish our soul power. With you guys delaying time, we should be able to catch up with the 2nd game. If it really comes down to the last round, Xiao Tao will have to compete even if her left arm is injured. Similarly, it is not impossible for Xiao Tao to attend the single elimination match. Su Yunhan's arrangements were indeed flawless, and he took into account every aspect of the situations that might arise on the field. Since Su Yunhan already had a plan in mind, Dai Yueheng no longer wanted to stay here as a light bulb. He just put his hands behind his back and walked out of the meeting room slowly. At this moment, only Su Yunhan and his harem were left in the huge conference room. It's still early now. Are there any girls who want to go with me to relax? Hurry up and sign up. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. It's only noon now, we have the whole afternoon, and everyone can take a turn. Come on, sisters, go to my room. We must interrogate Su Yunhan thoroughly. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao opened her right arm and directly wrapped it around Su Yunhan's waist, carried him on her right shoulder, and walked out of the meeting room with brisk steps. Except for Wang Donger, the other members of the harem were all veteran drivers. Led by Ma Xiaotao, the women silently followed the 2 men into the room. As for Wang Donger, she had no such experience and was too embarrassed to show her inappropriate side in front of other girls, so she could only return to her room in shame. After entering Ma Xiaodao's room, Su Yunhan was quickly immersed in the ocean and couldn't drink anymore. He really couldn't drink anymore. The nectar made by soul masters is indeed delicious, and even more delicious than the food made by food-type soul masters using their soul power. Chapter 143. Xinglua Palace, Yangxin Palace. Su Jiawei sat in the main seat, staring at Su Qiuyu in front of him, and said sarcastically. "Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be the imperial sister. I don't know which puppy said that he never wanted to return to this broken palace again." Hearing this, Su Qiuyu subconsciously clenched her fists. If she didn't need a favor from others, she would have taught this naughty brother a lesson and let him know who is the boss of this family. "Good brother, you don't want to see your sister die alone, do you? I came back this time to ask you for a marriage decree." This made Su Jiawei a little embarrassed. In his impression, he and his eldest sister had always been at odds with each other since they were young, even after he inherited the throne. What happened today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Su Qiuyu had already humbled himself to beg him. And Su Jiawei couldn't continue to be sarcastic, so he took out a piece of canvas embroidered with gold thread from his soul guide and spread it on the table, then picked up a brush to write the edict. "Oh, by the way, big sister, what's the name of your lover? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to interfere with you. It's just that as the eldest princess of the royal family, such a big thing as getting married should be announced to the whole country." Su Qiuyu said expressionlessly, "His name is Su Yunhan." Su Yunhan? Su Jiawei pondered. He has the same name as Mr. Su from Poseidon Pavilion, what a coincidence. Su Qiuyu said with a smile, "It's not that they have the same name, your future brother-in-law is Mr. Su from the Sea God Pavilion." Ah. The expression on Su Jiawei's face suddenly became strange. This Su Yunhan was really a man of no regard for food. He even harmed his old sister who was always jumping around. And many more. Su Jiawei suddenly thought of something, and recalled Su Qiuyu's walking posture just now. When he confirmed that the other party was still a virgin, he heard a click sound, and the brush in his hand was slammed hard on the table. "Sister, can you be more reliable? Who is Su Yunhan? How can an old woman like you want to get close to him?" Su Qiuyu said angrily, "Su Jiawei, you are really good. My father passed away early, and I went around begging my uncle to come out of retirement. I made a plan to get rid of those uncles who coveted power and helped you to ascend the throne. Now that you have secured the throne, do you not recognize me as your sister? Su Yunhan told me personally that he has no objection to our marriage. I don't need you, the emperor, to do anything for me. Use the favor Su Yunhan owes the royal family to give me an imperial edict. From now on, the grudges between you and me will be settled. And I will no longer be the eldest princess of the Xinglua Empire. Su Jiawei. She is over 60 years old, but she is still as willful and capricious as a little girl and is always severing ties with us." Su Jiawei also knew that Su Yunhan was probably unable to bear Su Qiuyu's pestering, so he said such ambiguous words. The other party knew very well that he would not use favors for such things. But how could he say these words to his eldest sister who was in love? Exposing the facts directly would probably backfire. It is said that the imperial family is the most ruthless. Although Su Jiawei is a qualified emperor, in his heart, he still respects his elder sister who put him on the throne. "Big sister, can you calm down first? The Shrek team is not leaving right away. After the Soul Master competition is over tomorrow, I will go to Su Yunhan to confirm it myself. Marriage is not a joke, especially when our Xinglua Empire and Poseidon Pavilion are marrying two major forces, the etiquette must be thorough." Snort. Su Qiuyu snorted coldly and walked out of the Yangxin Palace. Looking at Su Qiuyu's receding back, Su Jiawei slumped in his seat. His elder sister really gave him a difficult problem. I just don't know if Su Yunhan likes the old aunt type. Well, forget it, I'll meet Su Yunhan tomorrow. If I can really marry Su Qiuyu off, it will be considered as fulfilling one of his wishes. The next morning, when it was still light, the audience who came to watch the final of the Soul Master competition entered in an orderly manner under the guidance of the staff. It took nearly an hour for the 200,000 spectators to finally enter the venue. An hour later, the sky was completely bright, and the two teams, led by their leaders, came to their respective waiting areas and stood in line. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Yunhan and Ma Rulong walked onto the fighting stage. Tiansha Dolua Huang Jinshu stood in the center of the fighting arena, glanced at Su Yunhan and Ma Rulong, and said in a deep voice, "The two leaders have already conveyed the results of the discussion to you, so I won't go into details here. Both sides are ready, now the game begins." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Su Yunhan moved his mind, and the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion spirit instantly possessed his body, and he disappeared from the spot in a flash. After Ma Rulong placed the Soul Guide turret, he immediately retreated to the edge of the fighting spirit arena. The explosion range of the low-level Soul Guide cannon is very limited. Ma Rulong does not believe that he can defeat Su Yunhan just by relying on the firepower suppression of the Soul Guide cannon. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and Su Yunhan, holding a long sword shining with golden light, directly cut the Soul Guide turret placed by Ma Rulong in half. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor team took a deep breath. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by Su Yunhan's performance. The Soul Guide turret they used was a level 5 Soul Guide cannon. Even for a normal War Soul King, it would not be easy to destroy it without knowing the location of the Soul Guide formation of the turret. Seeing that the golden sword was about to fall on him, Ma Rulong touched the ring on his right thumb with his hand. In an instant, a silver light flashed, and Su Yunhan was directly pushed 2 meters away by a gust of air. At this distance, let's fight. Ma Rulong carried a cannon barrel that had already been loaded with shells on his shoulder. The next moment, he aimed the barrel at the ground. With a loud roar, the shells fell to the ground and exploded instantly. Metal fragments of various shapes flew on the fighting arena. Ma Rulong was well prepared. The moment the Soul Guide cannon was fired, he activated a disposable invincible shield to block the metal fragments outside his body. As the black fog produced by the explosion gradually dissipated, the audience finally saw Su Yunhan's condition. He was not as miserable as the audience had imagined. Instead, like Ma Rulong, he activated a one-time invincible shield to block the impact of the 7th level Soul Guide cannon. Chapter 144. Do you want to use the melee Soul Guide to fight Su Yunhan to the death? Ma Rulong immediately killed this idea. He did not think that his close combat ability could compare to Gu Xian, who possessed the evil dark tiger spirit. Ma Rulong took a deep breath, wiped the ring on his left middle finger, and disappeared from the spot. After a few breaths, he appeared in the center of the fighting arena. In his hand, there was a 6th level Soul Guide ray gun. Call out! Call out! Call out! 3 bullets shot out from the muzzle and attacked Su Yunhan's chest. Feeling the energy ripples coming from behind him, Su Yunhan turned around hurriedly, and the platinum-colored soul ring under his feet slowly lit up. First soul skill, Ice Emperor Body Protection. Su Yunhan's body was covered in a layer of ice crystals. To everyone's shock, he took 3 Soul Guide rays. Then he rushed to Ma Rulong in one step. The Angel Holy Sword penetrated the triggered Soul Guide shield, and the tip of the sword touched Ma Rulong's throat. Next, Su Yunhan drew back the Holy Angel Sword and quickly fired a charging Soul Guide. Ma Rulong came back to his senses, looked at Su Yunhan with fear, and then slowly walked down the fighting arena. Even the members of the Shrek team were shocked by Su Yunhan's performance. This was a true cross-level enemy. From the moment Su Yunhan withstood 3 level 6 Soul Guide rays, it no longer mattered whether he won or lost the game. In time, Su Yunhan will surely be able to stand at the top of the continent and dominate an era. Even the 3 ultimate DOURO in the world cannot defeat a Soul Emperor head-on with the status of Soul Master, right? Su Yunhan's pair of tiger eyes swept across the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor team. Wherever his eyes passed, many team members subconsciously dodged. Gu Xian's tragic situation is still vivid in people's minds. They are insignificant and powerless in the Sun Moon Empire. Even if they die, there may not be anyone willing to stand up for them. They were just workers. And they represented the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy to participate in this Soul Master competition just to climb to a higher position in the future. If conditions allowed, they really didn't want to face such a monster. Seeing that the atmosphere in the team was a little heavy, Xiao Hongchen pulled the corner of Ma Lao's clothes and whispered, "Ma Lao, let me play." Ma Lao's face became more and more serious. Who was Xiao Hongchen? He was the young patriarch of the Hongchen family and the future head of Mingde Hall. If he played in the game because of his order. If something went wrong, the family that envied the status of the Ma family would accuse him of being incompetent. No one knows whether Su Yunhan will do something shady, especially since Ma Rulong got away with it after the defeat. He cannot let Xiao Hongchen take the field. Thinking of this, Ma Lao looked in the direction of Tian Sha Dolua and said unwillingly, "Referee, our Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, admit defeat." As soon as the voice fell, the huge Xinglua square was boiling again. This time, the target of their shouting was no longer Shrek, but Su Yunhan. It was not until this time that Su Yunhan finally understood his mother's painstaking efforts. His mother and teacher built this stage for him in order to build momentum for him. He did not disappoint the two's expectations. This battle alone made the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor team feel terrified. Amid the cheers of the audience, the two teams left Xinghua Square in an orderly manner. As soon as everyone returned to the conference room on the top floor of the Starlight Hotel, Ma Xiaotao pressed Su Yunhan against the wall and began to grope his body with her small hands. Come on, Xiaotao, are you so worried about your husband? We are already an old couple, and you don't know my character yet. Without full confidence, how could I possibly take those 3 soul guide rays? After confirming that Su Yunhan had no injuries, Ma Xiaotao curled her lips and said unhappily. Su Yunhan, you are amazing, you didn't tell me earlier that you have the ability to fight against the Soul Emperor, even I was kept in the dark, humph. To punish you, I will not add the 7th soul ring for now, after my injuries are healed, I will have a fair duel with you. Hearing this, Su Yunhan smiled evilly and said, I accept this duel, you choose the location, do you want to follow the tradition and do it on the bed, or do you want to change your mood and do it in the small bathtub? In the bathtub? 2 people are huddled together tightly in the small bathtub, slurp, 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 it must be said, you two are really having fun, the picture comes to my mind all at once. Ma Xiaotao's face was full of black lines. She stretched out her right hand and pinched Su Yunhan's lower back hard. Su Yunhan, I'm talking to you about something serious, can you please stop thinking about those unhealthy topics? Ah. You said that kind of thing is unhealthy, well, from today on, let's not, hiss, Xiaotao, why are you pinching me again? Ma Xiaotao said with an unhappy look on her face, Su Yunhan, if you dare not work overtime. I will tie you up in the secret room and we sisters will serve you non-stop for 12 hours. If we are not enough, I will hire some seniors and juniors from Shrek Academy until you beg for mercy. Hiss. The male members present only felt a chill on their backs. Ma Xiaotao was very beautiful, and among the male soul masters who knew her, there was probably not a single one who had not fantasized about marrying Ma Xiaotao home one day. She is very beautiful, but with this kind of personality, most people really can't stand it. She will drive away if she doesn't agree with you. At this time, Zhang Lishuan cleared her throat and said with a smile, all right, we didn't call you all here to watch you flirt, we should get down to business, the Soul Master competition is over. With everyone's efforts, we have successfully defended the title. The champion will be rewarded with 3 soul bones that are just over 10,000 years old. I want to discuss with you who will own the soul bones. 3 soul bones that are just over 10,000 years old. Everyone's eyes lit up. If the soul bones were exchanged for gold soul coins of equal value, there would be at least 25 million. If distributed equally, everyone would have more than 1 million gold soul coins. But the question is, do we really have to distribute it equally according to the value of the soul bones? Obviously. This is impossible. Take the members of the 2 reserve teams for example. Most of them only played 1 game in the second round of the round-robin tournament and were just there to make up the numbers. If they were distributed equally, it would be too disrespectful. Chapter 145. She was not only the captain of the Shrek team, but also the one who had contributed the most in this Soul Master competition. He had to ask for her opinion both publicly and privately. Feeling everyone's gaze, Ma Xiaotao lifted the hair beside her ear and said in a cold voice. Yunhan and I will each get a soul bone, and the remaining soul bone will be synthesized into gold soul coins, each team member above level 50 will get 1.5 million gold soul coins, and the remaining part will be divided equally among you who are just there to watch. In addition to Ma Xiaotao, there are only 5 players who are at level 50 in the Soul Master competition, Dai Yueheng, Ling Luochen, Li Ji, Guizhang, and Gu Yutong. The recycling price of the 10,000-year soul bone is about 9 million gold soul coins. 5 million for each of the 5 people is 5 million gold soul coins. The remaining 1.5 million gold soul coins are divided equally among the 12 people. In the end, each person can get a little over 100,000 gold soul coins, which can be considered as not wasting their time. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Xiao Xiao, who was sitting at the last seat, hurriedly got up and walked to the door and pushed it open. A handsome young man wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses came into everyone's sight. The lenses of the glasses were very thick, almost as thick as the tiles in the bathroom. Under the gaze of everyone, the handsome boy walked to the last seat on the right and sat down. His whole set of movements were smooth and it seemed that he was very familiar with the layout of the conference room. This is Hui Yuhao. After the nether white tiger spirit awakened, Hui Yuhao's appearance changed drastically. And his temperament was also very different from before. Especially when he put on the gold-rimmed glasses, he was definitely able to charm thousands of square dance aunties. Soul Master girls don't like this kind of showy type. They prefer macho men, or blue boys with extraordinary temperament. Hui Yuhao sat aside, and they didn't know what to say. They couldn't ask him about his day in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. It would not be a big deal if other people ignored Hui Yuhao, but Bei Bei and others who were also members of the Tang sect felt embarrassed. Hui Yuhao was the youngest junior brother in the Tang sect. No matter what his character was like, he had suffered a huge blow now. If no one showed concern and the news got out, no one would be willing to join the Tang sect. But the problem is, everyone knows that Hui Yuhao has a grudge against Dai Huabin and has no sense of belonging to the White Tiger Duke's mansion. But Dai Huabin is also a member of the Tang sect, so it doesn't seem appropriate to favor either one. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was a little awkward, Zhang Lishuan quickly waved her hand and said, "Since no one has any objections, let's do this for now. I will go to the Xinglua Empire official to get the soul bones, after dinner. Everyone will gather in the conference room. I will distribute the champion rewards of the Soul Master competition according to the ratio we just discussed. We will leave for Shrek City after breakfast tomorrow. Don't play too much tonight, okay? Everyone can go home and do whatever you need to do." As soon as he finished speaking, Hui Yuhao hurriedly walked to the center of the room, bowed to Zhang Lishuan who was sitting on the main seat, and said, "Big sister, due to some reasons, my spirit eye's martial spirit can no longer continue to cultivate, so I would like to apply to the academy to hunt for spirit rings for my second martial spirit, the Netherworld White Tiger." Zhang Lishuan rubbed his temples and looked at Hui Yuhao in front of him. An embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. "Well, let's do this. I'll go ask Elder Xian later. If he has no problem with it, we can go to the Star Do Great Forest to help you hunt spirit rings on the way back to Shrek Academy. If he disagrees, we can return to Shrek Academy first, and then you can submit an application to Director Du Weiluan. And a special teacher will take you to hunt spirit rings." If conditions permit, Zhang Lishuan no longer wants to follow Xuanzi to the Xingdo Great Forest. She still remembers the miserable plight of her former teammates. There are some things she has kept in her heart and has not said. In fact, there are only 7 students who died at the hands of the 100,000-year soul beast. In addition to her and Zhao Ning'er, the remaining 3 may have escaped, but they have never returned to Shrek City. She would kneel in front of the Sea God Pavilion to plead for Xian Zi, and she had received Moon's instructions in advance. There were some things she had to do. Just imagine, if a normal person encountered such a thing, would he clear Xuanzi, the culprit, of the crime just because he was the only survivor? Zhang Lishuan had also had wild thoughts. If one day her former training partner appeared and led the Soul Master Corps of the Sun Moon Empire to march eastward, would she be able to stand on the moral high ground and scold him for betraying the original Dolua Continent Territory Alliance? Betraying Shrek Academy, Poseidon Pavilion, and the oath she made when she enrolled? No. Some things are enough to make people feel disheartened even if they happen only once. Fortunately, Ling Yan had been following behind Su Yunhan and Gu Yuetong, which made Zhang Lishuan feel relieved. When she came to her senses, everyone else had left the meeting room. So she slowly stood up from the main seat, simply adjusted her skirt, walked out of the meeting room, and went to report to Chicken Leg Doluo. On the other side, Su Yunhan had just walked down the stairs. The purple-clad girl who always helped Su Jiawei pass messages stood downstairs, tapping the handrail lightly with her jade fingers. She looked at Su Yunhan and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, His Majesty invites you to the old place." "What does Su Jiawei want to do with me? Is he really going to give his older sister to me?" Su Yunhan muttered inwardly and followed the purple-clothed girl into private room number 1. In the private room, Su Jiawei was sitting at the table tasting the spiritual tea. Su Yunhan just glanced at him and then started rummaging through the drawers in the room, as if he was looking for something. "Nephew, don't look for her anymore. I had anticipated this would happen, so I asked my sister to wait in the private room next door." Su Jiawei said solemnly, "My dear nephew, my sister is not ugly and her family background is not low. Do you dislike her so much?" Hearing this, Su Yunhan sighed and said helplessly, "It's not that I don't like her. I'm just afraid that her highness will be bewitched and do something that no one wants to see. Also, she is a titled Dolua with a very eccentric personality, and she comes from the royal family. I'm afraid I can't control her." This is what Su Yunhan really thinks. Including Wang Dong'er, her harem already has 10 members. Even if there is one more, it will not affect anything. Chapter 146. Su Yunhan was just afraid that Su Qiuyu came to approach him with some purpose. He could not judge a person by his appearance. Compared with those girls in his harem who still retained some innocence, Su Qiuyu's maturity made him feel very resistant. Su Jiawei took a sip of tea, looked at Su Yunhan in front of him, and said word by word, "Mr. Su, what if I use my personal connections to bring you and the Emperor's sister together?" Su Yunhan said coldly, "Then I can only accept it. However, before accepting it, I want her to swear on her martial spirit that she will never betray me for the rest of her life. This is my bottom line." Boom! Su Qiuyu, who was eavesdropping outside, suddenly kicked open the door and rushed into the private room. He reached out and grabbed Su Yunhan and pushed him to the ground. Su Yunhan, I am sincere to you, but you are here suspecting that I have other intentions? Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, Your Highness, your sincerity is based on my talent of the 3 lives martial spirit. If my talent is no different from that of an ordinary person, would you still look at me in the same light as you do now? I will satisfy you in both life and bed, but can you make me feel at ease? After saying that, Su Yunhan broke free from Su Qiuyu's restraints, climbed up from the ground, and brushed off the dust on his brocade robe. Just as he was about to step out of the private room, Su Qiuyu hugged him from behind. Qiuyu, do you regret it? What are you regretting? Regret for becoming your person? Look at what you said, you are my destined child, I am so happy, how could I regret it? Even if I in the future destroy the Xingluo Empire with my own hands? Destroy the Xingluo Empire? Yunhan, you are not kidding, are you? The elders of the Sea God Pavilion are too lazy to death, they will not agree to you building an unprecedented empire based on the original territory of DOURO continent. Su Qiuyu was born in the royal family, and her skill in cultivating qi was first-rate. After hearing Su Yunhan's words, she did not immediately ask why he wanted to destroy the Xingluo Empire, but instead thought about the implications of Su Yunhan's words. Su Yunhan patted Su Qiuyu on the shoulder and said softly, We'll talk about it when the time comes. If that day really comes, I will definitely do my best to protect the members of the Su family for your sake. If I can become the emperor, your Su family will be foreign relatives. It's hard to say whether you will be valued or not. It is essential to preserve the glory and wealth of their era. Okay, it's daybreak, hurry up and get dressed, we should go back to Shrek City soon. After a simple breakfast, Su Yunhan brought Su Qiuyu to the Shrek team's conference room. After distributing the rewards for the Soul Master competition last night, Zhang Lishuan asked everyone to gather in the conference room after breakfast today, and when everyone was there, they set out to return to Shrek City. Since everyone's biological clock is different, their breakfast times will also be slightly different. Su Yunhan came earlier, and only Dai Yueheng, Dai Huabin, and Zhu Lu were sitting in their seats in the conference room, flipping through some storybooks. After seeing Su Qiuyu's face clearly, the brothers Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin were immediately shocked. They hurriedly stepped forward to give Su Qiuyu a junior salute and respectfully called her aunt. Seeing this scene, Su Qiuyu blinked her eyes, smiled and said, Yuheng, Huabin, you 2 little brats, why don't you come and pay your respects to your uncle? Uncle? The 2 brothers followed Su Qiuyu's gaze, and when they saw Su Yunhan, their expressions froze instantly. They learned from their father that Su Yunhan was most likely their nephew. They hadn't even heard him call them uncle, so now they were going to call him uncle. It was the opposite of Tian Gang. Dai Yueheng said weakly. Aunt, can we not call him uncle? We are classmates, and he is several years younger than me, it's quite embarrassing. Just because I am younger than you does not mean I am your uncle. If you 2 don't call me uncle today, I will go to the Duke's mansion to find Hui Qing and let her see that her 2 sons have grown up and don't even recognize me as their aunt. Hearing this, the brothers Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin panicked. Su Qiuyu and their mother Su Huiqing were sisters born of the same mother. The 2 sisters had a good relationship. Su Qiuyu was also good to the nephews and nieces in the Duke of White Tiger's mansion, and would prepare some small gifts for the nephews during festivals. If they didn't even give face to their own aunt, they would have no face to mix in the aristocratic circle of the Xingluo Empire. Huabin has met his uncle. Yuheng has met my uncle. There was no other way, the 2 brothers could only succumb to Su Qiuyu's power and obediently gave Su Yunhan the courtesy of a junior, calling him uncle. They had to scream, because they knew their aunt's temper very well, and it was not worth it to be pinned to the ground and beaten by her. Su Yunhan smiled and said, You 2 seniors are too polite, we are all classmates, we see each other every day, there is no need to be so polite, how about this, let's talk about our own things, I will call you seniors, and you can call me uncle. Dai Yueheng. Dai Huabin. When did Su Yunhan become so shameless? At this moment, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and the unchanging Tang sect trio walked in with vigorous steps. Dai Yueheng hurried forward, grabbed Hui Yuhao's wrist and came in front of Su Qiuyu. 3rd brother, come, pay your respects to your aunt and uncle, quickly. Hui Yuhao's face was full of question marks. He had seen the Duchess in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, so he could naturally notice the similarities between the Duchess and Su Qiuyu. According to seniority, the Duchess was his legal mother, so he had to call Su Qiuyu his aunt. But, what's going on with this uncle? Su Yunhan actually married another woman, and she's the Duchess's sister. This is too indiscriminate. You two are a whole generation apart. Once upon a time, Hui Yuhao thought Su Yunhan was his twin brother. Now, his feelings for Su Yunhan had long since vanished. This bastard actually revealed his secret in front of all the second-year teachers and students. It was clear that he was seeking his own death. Hui Yuhao was originally forced by Dai Hao to return to the White Tiger Duke's mansion. How could he be expected to respect the Duchess's sister? Oh, dream on. Hui Yuhao forcefully broke free from Dai Yueheng's restraints, returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Virtue. Dai Yueheng curled his lips, then turned around and looked at Dai Huabin beside him. The two brothers looked at each other and saw a hint of worry in each other's eyes. Chapter 147. When they thought that there was a million-year-old spiritual soul beast's soul hidden in Hui Yuhao's body, they felt that Dai Hao's decision was much more reasonable. Before figuring out the Tianmeng ice silkworm's methods, it would be difficult to reveal murderous intent in front of Hui Yuhao. After half an hour, all the people have arrived, and they are riding in a horse-drawn carriage, heading towards the Star Forest. I have to say that Dai Hao is really bold. He only has 2 legitimate sons, but he dares to let them follow Xuanzi to the Xingdou Great Forest. Aren't you afraid that Xuanzi will perform a trick for you? The carriage was moving very fast, and just after noon, a team of more than 20 soul masters stepped into the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. After walking about 50 meters forward, a giant bear with a tall stature, rare dark gold fur and green eyes came into everyone's sight. This is the dark gold terraclaw bear. Someone shouted, but everyone present turned their eyes to Hui Yuhao. What bad luck! Hui Yuhao's luck is just too good. The slightly old voice of Chicken Leg Dolua sounded slowly. Boyhua, are you sure you want to absorb the soul ring of this dark gold terraclaw bear that is more than 1,300 years old? 1,300 years. Hui Yuhao frowned, as this was somewhat inconsistent with the age of the spirit ring he had expected. When he learned from Tianmeng Ice Silkworm how rare the dark gold terraclaw bear spirit beast was, his frown immediately relaxed. And he nodded quickly, saying, Master Xian, I want this spirit beast. Xian Zi waved his hand and slapped the dark gold terraclaw bear on the head. With a bang, the dark gold terraclaw bear's bones crackled all over its body and were actually shattered. Seeing that the dark gold terraclaw bear had lost its ability to fight, Hui Yuhao hurried forward. His netherworld white tiger martial spirit instantly possessed his body, and his tiger claws pierced into the dark gold terraclaw bear's head. The breath of the dark gold terraclaw bear gradually disappeared, and a light purple soul ring was suspended in the air. Hui Yuhao sat cross-legged, circulated his soul power and began to absorb the soul ring of the dark gold terraclaw bear. The bloodline of the dark gold terraclaw bear was so powerful that when everyone was sitting aside in groups of 3 or 4 to rest, they saw Hui Yuhao's expression becoming more and more ferocious. His breath becoming increasingly disordered, and he began to linger on the edge of exploding. At this time, Dai Yueheng slowly came to Su Yunhan's side, made a worried expression, and said, Uncle, the strength of the dark gold terraclaw bear soul ring is much stronger than other soul beasts. Will my third brother be in danger of his life? Before he finished speaking, Su Qiuyu knocked Dai Yueheng hard on the head. Uncle is uncle, why add a small word in front of it? My Yunhan is not small at all. Ah, this you drove recklessly in front of your own nephew. You are such an incompetent elder. Su Yunhan patted Dai Yueheng on the shoulder, then lowered his voice and said. Senior Dai, Hui Yuhao is so lucky, do you think that he will explode and die after absorbing a dark gold terraclaw bear spirit ring that seems incompatible with his physique? If it was someone else, in this situation, Dai Yueheng would have prepared the gift money and would have just sat there waiting for the feast, but Hui Yuhao was an extraordinary person, so he couldn't be treated with common sense. Dai Yueheng didn't believe that his cheap third brother would die here so easily. If Dai Yueheng's chi cultivation skills were not quite good, he would have probably knelt on the ground and complained about his fate. Why did Hui Yuhao, the bastard born of a maid, have such good luck? A million-year soul ring, that's a million-year soul ring. Even the 9 soul rings of the current Sea God Pavilion Master, Dragon God Dolua Moon, could not even reach half of a million years when all the soul rings are added together. There are so many people in this world who had a miserable childhood. Why did they choose Hui Yuhao, the bastard? For Dai Yueheng, Hui Yuhao's existence was like a thorn in his throat, allowing an enemy to grow up right under his nose. Alas! Ever since Hui Yuhao's background was exposed, he had not slept peacefully for a single day. Su Yunhan's perception ability was very strong. Even though Dai Yueheng tried hard to hide his emotions, he still detected some clues. Well, it seems that we can make use of Dai Yueheng. Even if we cannot injure Hui Yuhao seriously, at least we can make him feel disgusted. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan sent a voice message to the Sky Fox in his spiritual sea of consciousness, Senior Sky Fox, you will do this and that in a moment. 2 hours later, Hui Yuhao's breath became stable, and the dark gold Terraclaw Bear's soul ring had been put on him. The process of absorbing the soul ring had reached the final step, and there would be no danger. Su Yunhan slowly stood up and was about to pack up the corpse of the dark gold Terraclaw Bear and ask Zhao Ninger to prepare a whole bear feast when Hui Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes and a bare paw appeared on his right hand. Su Yunhan. He was numb, he was really numb. He went to touch the corpse this time for the soul bone, but he didn't expect that this metacarpal bone would end up in Hui Yuhao's mouth. Just wait, when we return to Shrek City, I will make things difficult for you, Hui Yuhao. He was in no mood for a full bear feast. After storing the corpse of the dark gold Terraclaw Bear into the soul guide, Su Yunhan urged everyone to move forward. Hui Yuhao could only chew on dry food to restore his consumed energy while following the crowd to look for a suitable soul beast for him. After watching the entire process of Hui Yuhao's ritual of absorbing spirit rings, everyone's hearts were a little overwhelmed. His nether white tiger's second spirit ring came from a 5,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger, and the third spirit ring came from a 10,000-year-old powerful diamond bear. Hui Yuhao, who was only 12 years old and had only level 1 innate soul power, actually broke through to the soul master level in front of them. Purple and black soul rings, or the netherworld white tiger martial soul, oh. The future is limitless. Everyone secretly felt fortunate that there was Su Yunhan with the 3 lives martial spirit who could share the pressure in the front. In the future of DOURO continent, it would not be Hui Yuhao's turn to make the decisions. After Hui Yuhao absorbed the last soul ring, the sky had already darkened. Instead of setting up camp on the spot, the group returned to the inn outside the Star Do Great Forest and spent the night there. The next morning, the group returned to Shrek City full of energy. Su Yunhan asked Zhao Ninger and the others to take Su Qiuyu back to the mansion, while he took Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan to find Yan Xiaozhe. Boom! Ma Xiaotao kicked out and directly made a hole in the door of the Dean of the Martial Soul Department's office. Chapter 148. Yan Xiaozhe waved his hands hurriedly, and Du Weiluan walked out of the office as if he was carrying a heavy burden. Looking at the door that was kicked broken by Ma Xiaotao, he suddenly started to murmur in his heart. I still remember the time when Ma Xiaotao was studying abroad. Teachers often reported to him that Ma Xiaotao always broke some incredible things, including but not limited to the iron armor in the equipment room, the iron cabinets in the girls' dormitory, the soul guide formation in the pressure field, etc. Now, even the door of the dean's office is not spared. Strange funding expenditures have increased again. Ma Xiaotao slammed the desk fiercely, looked at Yan Xiaozhe in front of her and asked angrily, Teacher, how is the investigation going? Yan Xiaozhe said in a deep voice, as soon as the news came back, your master dismissed Zhou Yi and Fan Yu from all their positions and asked you to search their souls. The result was very surprising. Zhou Yi did say that, and it was more than once. More than once. The 2 women's expressions became more and more ferocious, and they wished they could cut Zhou Yi, the old witch, into pieces. You, Zhou Yi, are nothing but a dog of Poseidon Pavilion. It's bad enough that you frequently bully the lower-level students by relying on the power of your master, but you also want to turn the tables and become the master and the mother-in-law of the future Poseidon Pavilion master. Not everything can be talked about, and Zhou Yi's behavior clearly touched the bottom line of the 2 women. What does Zhou Yi mean by this? Isn't it just that they are all available to anyone, and whoever has the stronger talent will sleep with him? Even a spirit master girl from a commoner family might not be able to stand Zhou Yi's arrangement, let alone 2 gifted girls with extreme talents. Zhou Yi, he. Yan Xiaozhe said earnestly, all right, you 2 little girls. There's no need to get angry with that old witch Zhou Yi, she's just a servant who doesn't know how to respect others. She's now locked up in the confessional room under the Sea God Pavilion. The teacher said that you 3 are in full control of her. No matter what the result is, the Sea God Pavilion will not interfere. As if he was a little worried about Ma Xiaotao, Yan Xiaozhe continued to add, Xiaotao, although Zhou Yi is at your disposal, I hope you won't go too far, this matter itself is not very glorious, there is no need to make it known to everyone. The 3 of them nodded and walked out of the office. Before leaving, Ma Xiaotao did not forget to develop a good habit and closed the door instantly. Su Yunhan. You kicked a big hole in the office door. What's the point of closing it? Hey, do you 2 have any good ways to torture people? Just killing that old witch Zhou Yi is too easy for her. Hearing this, Su Yunhan frowned. For a moment, he couldn't think of any good way to deal with Zhou Yi. He couldn't just cut her into pieces. For a scum like Zhou Yi, simply letting her feel physical pain is too easy for her. If you want to do something to her, do it in a big way, let her live and torture her for the rest of her life. After an unknown amount of silence, Zhang Lishuan looked at the two and said quietly, I do have an idea. How can we destroy Zhou Yi's martial spirit and spirit power, scratch her proud face, force her to eat rice mixed with lard every day? Let her live in a room full of mirrors, not allow anyone to talk to her, let her witness with her own eyes her ugly appearance, her body as fat as an animal. And her loneliness without even anyone to talk to, so that she will be tormented forever. Zhang Lishuan's words instantly shocked Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao. Who would have thought that Zhang Lishuan, who seemed harmless on weekdays, would have such a cruel side? This punishment is really perfect for Zhou Yi. The scene changed, and the three of them, led by a middle-aged man, came to the most mysterious place on Poseidon Island. Even Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan, who grew up on Poseidon Island, had never been to the confessional room under the Poseidon Island. The confessional room under Poseidon Island originated after Tang San ascended to heaven. At that time, the main body of Poseidon Island had just moved to Shrek City. At that time, the Spirit Hall was still alive and well, and there were still many voices on DOURO continent resisting the rule of Poseidon Pavilion. In order to eliminate the influence of the Spirit Hall, the Poseidon Pavilion specially built a confession room under the Poseidon Island, under the pretext of letting the remnants of the Spirit Hall bathe in the glory of Lord Poseidon and redeem their filthy hearts. Secretly, the people of the Sea God Pavilion captured the remnants of the Spirit Hall and forced them to breed offspring, and brainwashed these offspring into death squads, serving as the vanguard to wipe out the remaining forces of the Spirit Hall. After the remnants of the Spirit Hall disappeared, the confessional became vacant. It is now the place where people who have committed mistakes from the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy are imprisoned for life. The walls of the confessional are made of special materials, which not only isolate the energy ripples unique to Poseidon Lake, but also make the air inside very humid, without a trace of sunlight. Living in such an environment, without any cultivation, it would not take long for a person to go crazy. As soon as the cell door was opened, Zhou Yi, with disheveled hair and dirty face, looked towards the position of the three people following the sound. The moment he saw Ma Xiaotao, Zhou Yi rushed over like a madman, muttering, Ma Xiaotao, you are a slut who can be slept with by anyone, and your whole family is raised by beasts. Zhou Yi knew she was doomed, and in order to avoid further torture before dying, she intended to anger Ma Xiaotao, who had the most irritable temper among the three. Ma Xiaotao sneered, slapped Zhou Yi to the ground, and pulled out her two upper front teeth with pliers. The pain from her gums instantly occupied her consciousness. Zhou Yi quickly covered her mouth and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Miss Xiaotao, I was wrong, I shouldn't have scolded you and shouldn't have slandered you behind your back, please don't do this to me again, I'll be willing to work like a slave for you. Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Lishuan, That's it? After all this time, you're still a coward. Is it still necessary to carry out the plan? Perhaps for this old witch, her ugly appearance and fat body are not as real as the physical pain. This Zhou Yi is really a weirdo. Ma Xiaotao directly called the relevant person in charge and instructed him to use all the punishments on DOURO continent on Zhou Yi. After recording the entire process with a video crystal, the three of them left the dungeon under Poseidon Island. The Soul Master competition was over, and Su Yunhan and his harem went directly into the inner courtyard, practicing every day in the breeze from the Sea God Lake. With his status advantage, they did not need to complete the inner courtyard's tasks like other students. Hui Yuhao, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Xie Huanyue returned to Class 1, Grade 2 and started their daily classes. Shrek Academy will never be short of teachers. Without Zhou Yi and Wang Yan, other teachers will take their place as the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 2. Originally, the new class teacher wanted Dai Huabin to be the class monitor. Hui Yuhao disagreed and beat Dai Huabin up in front of the whole class. Under the silver power of the Nether White Tiger, the other students could only passively accept Hui Yuhao's rule. On this day, after school in the afternoon, Hui Yuhao left the classroom and was about to go to the cafeteria to reward himself when he saw a young man with blonde hair and double pupils standing at the door of the teaching building. That's right, it was Hui Yuhao's younger brother, Dai Yueheng. Dai Yueheng pulled Hui Yuhao aside in a familiar manner and whispered, "Third brother, these are the cultivation resources that the Duke's mansion has prepared for you, take them." I have to remind you about the use of some resources, this packet of crabapple pollen can relieve fatigue. You can inhale some when you are tired of practicing. Remember, don't inhale too much of this type of pollen every day, or you will get addicted. Hui Yuhao did not hear a word of Dai Yueheng's second half of the sentence. He was still immersed in the effects of the pollen. With the blessing of this pollen, his daily practice time could be extended a lot. Third brother. Dai Yueheng kept calling in Hui Yuhao's ear. Hui Yuhao came back to his senses, looked at Dai Yueheng with a puzzled look and asked, "Well, brother, do you have anything else to say?" Hui Yuhao finally called Dai Yueheng big brother. He just accepted his things but continued to have a sour face without any expression, which was really not good. Dai Yueheng said with a smile, "It's nothing serious, my third brother just returned to the Duke's mansion. It's really not right for me, as his elder brother, to not show any appreciation. How about this, you go back and change your clothes. I'll take you to dinner later, after dinner, we'll go to the bathhouse to take a bath and relax." The inexperienced Hui Yuhao did not understand anything wrong from Dai Yueheng's words. No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out how a bathhouse could be similar to that kind of place. Hui Yuhao just thought that Dai Yueheng was trying to please him on purpose, so he accepted the invitation. Just like that, Hui Yuhao brought Dai Yueheng back to his dormitory. Just when he was about to change into the coarse cloth, Dai Yueheng handed him a gorgeous brocade robe. "Third brother, you are the third son of the Duke of White Tiger, it's a bit too shabby to wear this to dinner, come on, change into it, the size may not be a good fit, tomorrow, I will ask the tailor to make a few more sets for you." Hui Yuhao swallowed his saliva and finally reached out to take the brocade robe that Dai Yueheng handed over. From the moment Hui Yuhao returned to the White Tiger Duke's mansion, his life was full of compromises. He was not a man of strong will, and the extravagant life was eroding his mind bit by bit. The Hui Yuhao who was once bent on revenge was dead. This was Dai Yueheng's first step in the plan. To let Hui Yuhao, who had a miserable childhood, gradually immerse himself in a gentle environment, and let time smooth out the hatred in his heart. Chapter 149. The scene changed, and Dai Yueheng brought Hui Yuhao to a hotel in the northern part of Shrek City. As soon as he walked into the hotel, Hui Yuhao was stunned. The waitresses coming and going in the hotel were all girls of 16 or 17 years old. They were all wearing silver-white tube-top dresses with the hems just covering their knees. And silver-white high-heeled sandals. There was no stockings or tights on their legs, which made Hui Yuhao's eyes widen. He actually sensed faint fluctuations of soul power from these waitresses. Even the lowest-level waiter is a beautiful female soul master, this hotel is really generous. Hui Yuhao sighed silently in his heart, then followed Dai Yueheng to an empty seat in the middle of the hall and sat down. At the innermost part of the hall there is a huge circular stage, on which a group of soul master ladies in cool clothes are dancing. Dai Yueheng said apologetically, "Third brother, please forgive me for my poor hospitality, this restaurant is doing very good business, and seats near the stage need to be booked in advance, please make do with this today." As he spoke, Dai Yueheng handed the menu to Hui Yuhao, "Just order whatever you like, we are all family, so there is no need to be polite with brother." Hui Yuhao took the menu and was about to order when he caught a glimpse of the price column out of the corner of his eye, which startled him again. The same dishes in this hotel are more than 5 times more expensive than those outside. Is the extra money just for watching these coolly dressed soul master ladies? Although all the money was from the White Tiger Duke's mansion, Hui Yuhao, who had always been frugal, couldn't accept it. "Brother, this is too expensive, even if we have a big family, we can't be so wasteful." "Waste? What kind of waste is this? Third brother. You think it's a waste to spend 1,000 gold soul coins on a meal, that's because you only have 10,000 gold soul coins. But what if you have 100 million gold soul coins? Even if you throw away 1,000 gold soul coins, you won't feel bad, right?" Hui Yuhao pondered and said, "Brother, that's true, but there's no need for us to spend money on things like this, wouldn't it be better to save the money and use it to buy spirit bones?" Hee. Dai Yueheng took the menu, scribbled a few words on it, and handed it to the waitress. Then he turned around, looked at Hui Yuhao in front of him, and asked, "Do you know why Su Yunhan and Hall Master Zhao Ninger sold the high-level soul guides they made to the Xingluo royal family instead of holding a top-level auction to make a fortune?" Hui Yuhao shook his head. Dai Yueheng explained, "The amount of soul guide materials produced on DOURO continent each year is limited. Often, even if you have money, you can't buy the rare minerals and metals needed to make advanced soul guides. Su Yunhan may have made less money by selling advanced soul guides to the Xingluo royal family, but he has gained a supplier who can provide them with a steady supply of soul guide materials. You will understand what I am saying, if you have a 100,000-year-old soul bone, and its properties are not suitable for you, would you choose to sell it for some gold soul coins that cannot buy any high-level resources? Or would you rather lower the value and exchange it for a soul bone that is slightly younger and matches your martial soul properties?" Without even thinking, a normal person would choose the latter. Hui Yuhao then realized that some things could not be bought with gold soul coins. Even the Jubao Pavilion in Shrek City only sold some soul bones that were just over 10,000 years old at a low price. That's not right, big brother, didn't you say that top-level spirit bones are in short supply? Why would the Starlight Auction House auction off top-level spirit bones? Is the Xingluo royal family short of money? At this moment, Hui Yuhao was like a curious baby and activated the skill, ask if you don't understand. Dai Yueheng said, it's very simple, the auction house needs to make money. Only by holding more auctions can we achieve the goal of making money. The premise of holding an auction is to have enough people participate. If we want more people to participate in the auction, we must improve the reputation of the auction house. The easiest way to increase the reputation of the auction house is to put top-level spirit bones in the auction, thereby attracting more high-level spirit masters to participate in the auction. As long as the reputation of the auction house is spread, some independent cultivators with spare soul bones will come to your auction house to recycle and exchange their soul bones. This is a long-term business and cannot be limited to immediate interests. Look, the finale of this top auction is a 70,000-year-old nine-hearted begonia torso bone. As far as I know, in the past 3 years, the Starlight Auction House has probably recovered more than a handful of high-aged soul bones. Soon, the delicious dishes were served. Hui Yuhao ate the food in front of him and thought about what Dai Yueheng had just said. Third brother. Okay. With your perception, you should be able to tell that the waitresses in this hotel are all soul masters. Do you know how much a first-ring female soul master earns per month if she works 4 hours a day? I heard from Brother Bei that the monthly salary of the female receptionists in Jubao Pavilion is 100 gold soul coins. The waiters' work is a bit busier, so their salary should be around 150 gold soul coins, right? Dai Yueheng said calmly, you are wrong. Their salary is 200 gold soul coins, which is just the basic salary. During the holidays, the hotel will hold some small activities, and all employees who have worked for 3 months can participate for free. In the end, everyone can get dozens or even hundreds of gold soul coins for free. Hui Yuhao was not that surprised. According to the scale of this store, there were at most 30 waiters. Even if they worked in 2 shifts. There were only 60 waitresses who needed to be paid. 60 waitresses meant 12,000 gold soul coins. If all the staff were included, it was hard to say whether the monthly salary could exceed 30,000 gold soul coins. The profit from their table of dishes was far more than 1,000 gold soul coins, and there were far more than 30 tables of diners enjoying the food in the hall. Not to mention that there are private rooms on the 2nd floor that charge higher fees. If Su Yunhan was here, he would definitely recognize that the business model of this shop is exactly the same as the maid cafes and maid script killing games in Blue Star. The maids are free. But the coffee and script killing games are charged, but the fees are a little higher than those outside. It's a matter of one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. Chapter 150. Why? The Xingluo Empire is so powerful, can't it even run an ordinary hotel? Dai Yueheng said helplessly, this matter is not as simple as you think. There are too many playboys in Xingluo City. Some of them are descendants of titled DOURO, and even your majesty cannot reprimand them too much. The female spirit masters who are willing to work in such a hotel are not from good families. If you open a hotel like this in Xingluo City, it will become a brothel in a few days. There are some dandies in Shrek City, but the law enforcement is more stringent. So they dare not act recklessly in Shrek City. Third brother, you have been studying in Shrek Academy for a year. Have you seen the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Sea God Pavilion force any female students in the academy? I've told you so much just to make you understand that in this world, just having a lot of cultivation won't earn you respect from others. Brother, can you please speak more directly? I don't understand. Dai Yueheng said, Zhou Yi once said that if you, Hui Yuhao, revealed your talent first, it would not be Su Yunhan's turn to marry Sister Xiaotao and Sister Lishuan. You also agreed with this view when you were furious. Today, I have told you so much, do you still naively think that you are worthy of Sister Xiaotao and Sister Lishuan? Can you help them manage the complicated internal affairs of the Sea God Pavilion? Hui Yuhao. Dai Yueheng said, Su Yunhan is about your age. He single-handedly reached a long-term deal with the Doling Empire and the Xingluo Empire. So that the high-level Soul Guide materials of the 2 empires can be continuously transported to the Soul Guide Hall. Ask yourself, if you were Hui Yuhao, could you do this? Hui Yuhao retorted, no, I didn't receive any education since I was a child, we both started from different points. Before Hui Yuhao could finish, Dai Yueheng suddenly interrupted him and said, Third brother, in this world, everyone's life is not smooth sailing. There will inevitably be some twists and turns. Take the current leader of the Sea God Pavilion, Dragon God Dolua Mu Enmu, for example. When he was young, his spine was broken and he could no longer stand up straight, but Mu Enmu did not give up. He continued to practice step by step until he reached the 99th level and became an ultimate Doluo. Your miserable childhood is not an excuse. Do you think you are so great because you defeated classmates with higher cultivation in the freshman assessment because of your humble background? Have you ever thought about where your talent comes from? It has nothing to do with you, Huiyuhao, not having a single bronze soul coin. Without that million-year soul ring, you, Huiyuhao, are nothing. Looking at the entire DOURO continent, which soul master has ever possessed a soul ring that is a million years old? Do you still think that your starting point is not as good as others? With your current attitude, even if you cultivate to the ultimate DOURO, you will not be respected by others. Anyone who has a million-year spirit ring can do better than you, Huiyuhao. Huiyuhao, wake up. Do you still want to continue deceiving yourself? Living in a dream where you are of lower birth than everyone else, but you practice harder than anyone else and defeat opponents one after another. Facing Dai Yueheng's rebuke, Huiyuhao silently lowered his head and quickly sent a message to the Tianmeng ice silkworm in his spiritual sea of consciousness. Brother Tianmeng, am I really a waste? Without your help, am I really nothing like what Dai Yueheng said? Tianmeng ice silkworm. It's been so long, and you still don't have any self-awareness. Without the external plug-in of the first ring and the fourth soul skill, you are not even qualified to worship Fan Yu as your master. Huiyuhao. Ha. Just a puppet of Tianmeng ice silkworm. From the beginning to the end, Huiyuhao did not recognize himself clearly and overestimated himself. Tianmeng ice silkworm had not stayed in the human world for a long time, so he naturally didn't know the twists and turns of human nature. Being honest, he did not tell some white lies to comfort Huiyuhao, but instead, agreed. The anger in Huiyuhao's heart erupted at this moment. Snapped. Huiyuhao slammed the table, stared at Dai Yueheng in front of him, and said viciously. Dai Yueheng, why are you only talking about me? Isn't it because of that platinum spirit ring that Su Yunhan has the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels? Why don't you scold him? Dai Yueheng. Oh, this Huiyuhao has made great progress. He has learned to draw inferences from one example. Dai Yueheng said coldly. Su Yunhan can keep things in his heart. If it weren't for Sister Xiao Tao's life or death, he wouldn't have revealed the secret of the 3 lives martial spirit. On the other hand, Huiyuhao, you actually simulated 2 red spirit rings in front of so many people. You are afraid that others will doubt the exact age of your first spirit ring. Huiyuhao lowered his head silently, a look of loss on his face. Dai Yueheng slowly stood up and patted Huiyuhao on the shoulder, saying comfortingly. Third brother, you don't have to take my words to heart. You are only 12 years old, still young, and have plenty of time to waste, from today on. I will come to you whenever I have time to make up for the education you should have received and help you become a truly powerful person. Huiyuhao did not refuse Dai Yueheng's advance request and nodded gently. In his heart, he could not help but attribute his arrogance to Zhou Yi, saying that it was that old witch who led him astray. Dai Yueheng grabbed Huiyuhao's wrist and walked towards the hotel entrance. As he walked, he said, Third brother, come on, I'll take you to take a shower, relax and don't think about those bad things. After saying that, the 2 brothers threw down a table of untouched food and walked out of the hotel. Dai Yueheng is a frequent customer and a member of this hotel. He has a lot of money in his account, so he doesn't need to take the initiative to pay the bill. After wandering around, the 2 brothers passed through a long alley and finally stopped in front of a bathhouse called Shui Tian Isei. Looking at the plaque with the words, water and sky are one color, Dai Yueheng's gaze became more profound, with a hint of teasing emerging in his eyes. With the debuff of his enemy, he might not be able to change Huiyuhao's mind by himself, but he could get others to persuade Huiyuhao. Chapter 151. Dai Yueheng replied, This is my third brother, my half-brother from the same father, he just returned to our duke's mansion recently. The young man in brocade robes said, Oh, and his expression suddenly became strange. Then, Brother Dai, your brother has suffered so much outside for so many years, today, you have to take your brother to relax. Dai Yueheng smiled and said, That's for sure, let's follow the old rules, let's lower the standards a bit for my third brother, this is his first time coming to your house, and I'm afraid the water is too hot for him to handle. The water is too hot. What water is too hot? He is a soul master, so it shouldn't be a problem if the water is a little hotter, right? So far, Huiyuhao had not noticed anything wrong with the other party, so he did not take the secret words between Dai Yueheng and the young man in brocade robe to heart. Huiyuhao took off all his clothes, but only kept his glasses. Without them, his field of vision was only about 50 centimeters. Anyway, these glasses were specially customized. So they would not get wet, dusty, or frosted. Moreover, the glasses were embedded in his skin, so wearing them on his face made him feel more at ease. The moment he saw the inside of the men's bathroom, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Huiyuhao's face. It was a surprise, really a big surprise. He originally thought that the bathhouse was just an enlarged version of the bathroom. How advanced could it be? At most, there would be some jade inlaid in the bathtub. What was in front of him was actually an open-air, pristine bathing pool with 2 artificial waterfalls on both sides of the pool. The water from the waterfalls hit the pool directly. The water in the pool circulated through some kind of device and rose to form waterfalls. There are also some snack stalls beside the pool, selling all kinds of barbecue, drinks and the like. Many people, tired of taking a bath, sit at the small and exquisite dining table wrapped in a bath towel and toast with their friends. There is no business that Poseidon Pavilion will not do, except what you can't think of. Hui Yuhao and Dai Yuehan collapsed in the pool. As the water was very hot, they lost water quickly. After a while, they both felt thirsty. Dai Yuehan led Hui Yuhao out of the pool and ordered some iced beer, as well as some grilled oysters, grilled leeks and other foods to go with the beer. Hui Yuhao picked up the hotel and took a big gulp of ice-cold beer. The cool drink flowed into his stomach, and an extremely comfortable and refreshing feeling instantly surged into his heart. These past 10 years have been wasted. Hui Yuhao murmured something, picked up a roasted leek and put it into his mouth, chewing it slowly. His eyes unconsciously glanced into the distance, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. "Brother, is there anything else that needs to be done? I'm a little tired and want to go back to the dormitory to rest." Dai Yuehan said, "There will be a backstepping activity later, which won't take long, since you are here, just enjoy it." Hui Yuhao nodded. After finishing the food on the table, the 2 brothers wrapped themselves in bath towels, walked out of the bathtub, and returned to their respective rooms. Hui Yuhao lay flat on the bed in the single room, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open. And Hui Yuhao looked carefully. Oh, it turned out to be a girl, a big sister who looked only in her 20s, wearing a pure white gauze dress. The girl in the white dress made Hui Yuhao lie on the bed, and a pair of her feet wrapped in pure white pantyhose stepped on his back, making him drowsy. The feeling was so comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, the girl in the white dress turned him over and then walked to the side to do something else. Hui Yuhao slowly opened his eyes and took a closer look. Wow, the girl in the white dress was gargling with hot tea. Just as he was wondering what the girl in the white dress was doing, she quickly came back to his side and pulled the towel off him, and then Hui Yuhao finally understood what Dai Yuehan and the young man in brocade robe meant when they said the water was too hot. No, we can't do this. Hui Yuhao still had a trace of rationality and pushed the girl away without hurting her. However, an accident happened during the tug, and the girl's gauze skirt slipped to the ground. This was the first time Hui Yuhao saw a girl's body, and he was instantly dominated by an inexplicable fire. Hui Yuhao suddenly waved his hand, grabbed the girl's shoulders and pushed her onto the bed. "Yes, I'm sorry, third young master, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have planned to seduce you." Ignoring the pain in her body, the girl in the white dress knelt straight down on the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards Hui Yuhao. "Xiao Yuhao, are you just going to leave? Aren't you afraid that she will get pregnant with your child?" Tianmeng Bingsan's words seemed to remind Hui Yuhao. He hurriedly stopped, slowly bent down and helped the girl onto the bed. Hui Yuhao, will not become a person like Dai Hao. Will not let his son-daughter experience the same pain as himself. "Girl, who else is there in your family? You have hands and feet, why do you want to do this?" The girl in the white dress said with a look of loss, "Third young master, I lost my mother when I was young, and my father and I depended on each other for survival. Although we were not rich, we still lived a decent life. But one day, my father accidentally offended a steward from the elder family of the Sea God Pavilion. And he was beaten to death by the steward and his men. And I had my meridians destroyed by them, and was sold to this Shui Tian Isa restaurant to serve guests. And you are my first guest. I don't want to be a prostitute, after learning about your noble identity, I thought." Tears burst out of the girl's eyes. She knelt on the ground again and kowtowed to Hui Yuhao. "The meridians are destroyed. Were you still a soul master before you were sold to this bathhouse?" Chapter 152. The girl in the white dress nodded gently, and the tears in her eyes flowed again. Ugh. Hui Yuhao sighed, remembering that when his mother was alive, she had taught him more than once to be a kind person. Hui Yuhao said solemnly, "Girl, can you tell me what I need to do to save you from this whirlpool?" Hearing this, the little head of the girl in the white dress slowly drooped down. She seemed to be struggling in her heart, whether she should put her life and property in the hands of the third son of the White Tiger Duke. With the help of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Hui Yuhao finally realized the girl's dilemma. He quickly explained, "Girl, as you can see, my background is also very humble. I was born to a laundry maid in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. My father has been fighting outside for many years, I have been dependent on my mother since I was a child. We both suffered a lot in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. One day, my mother was beaten by a direct disciple for some reason. From that day on, she fell ill on the bed. To be honest, this is the first time I have come to such a place. I really don't know the process of rescuing you." The girl in the white dress slowly said, 100,000 gold soul coins can redeem me, with your status, as long as you take me with you, the housekeeper will not dare to cause trouble for me. If I can escape, I will definitely repay you well, stay by your side, and serve you for the rest of my life. I will repay you in life, and I will follow you in death." Without any hesitation, Huiyuhao took out a cloak from the storage soul guide and put it on the girl in the white dress. Then he grabbed her wrist and walked out of the room. Inside the hall, Dai Yueheng was leaning against the wall, chatting with the young man in brocade robe. When Dai Yueheng saw the girl next to Huiyuhao, the smile on his face deepened. Huiyuhao's face darkened and he quickly pulled his adopted brother aside and recounted to him the entire experience of the girl in the white dress, hoping to use the power of the White Tiger Duke's mansion to settle the matter. After listening to this, Dai Yueheng patted Huiyuhao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Third brother, don't worry, our White Tiger Duke's mansion has a special status, it's not impossible for us to deal with him with just a butler." Dai Yueheng was right. The White Tiger Duke's mansion was indeed the most special one in the original DOURO continent. It was so special that as long as Dai Yueheng's request was not excessive, the Sea God Pavilion would satisfy it. Why? Was it simply because the White Tiger Guards led by Dai Hao withstood the pressure from the Sun and Moon Empire for the Three Empires? In fact, it does. In the original DOURO continent, there were countless soul douyuos who were qualified to take over Dai Hao's position. However, the only soul master willing to take on this responsibility was Dai Hao. This is why Dai Yueheng was able to continue staying in the inner courtyard even though he had clearly met the graduation requirements. After Huiyuhao paid the redemption money for the girl in white, the three of them left the bathing pool called Water and Sky in one color. On the way, Dai Yueheng glanced at the young couple pacing behind him and asked with a smile, "I don't know your sister-in-law's name yet, can you tell me?" Hearing this, the little girl in the white dress blushed instantly. She lowered her head and said faintly, "My name is Han Xiu." Dai Yueheng turned his head and set his eyes on Huiyuhao. "Third brother, what are your plans?" It is obviously not realistic to bring Miss Chior back to Shrek Academy directly, the academy will not allow you to do this. Huiyuhao pondered and said, "Brother, let's find a place to settle Chior down first. The only people I know are those from the Tang sect, and they all live in the dormitory of Shrek Academy. I can't find anyone worthy of entrusting my life to." Dai Yueheng said, "How about this, let's put Miss Chior in the Rose Hotel first. It's our Duke's mansion's property. When I have time tomorrow, I'll have someone buy a house next to Shrek Academy, and you two can move in." The view changes to a single room on the top floor of the Rose Hotel. Han Xiu collapsed on the bed, thinking back to what had just happened, a bright smile spreading across her pretty face. Once upon a time, she was a personal maid of the eldest daughter of the White Tiger Dai family. When she was absorbing the fourth soul ring, she misjudged the age of the soul beast and ended up with her meridians broken. Everything she just said was just a play to cooperate with Dai Yueheng. After all, with her current situation, if she wanted to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life, this was the fastest and easiest way, and it was tailor-made for her. Ding, the host meets the requirements, the Destiny Heroine system has been activated, bound to, Huiyuhao. Who was speaking just now? Han Xiu was frightened and immediately sat up from the bed, looking around subconsciously. But the problem is, she is staying in the Rose Hotel. Master Dai is afraid that something might happen to her, so he specially transferred a Soul Dolo level Soul Master to protect her safety. The huge Rose Hotel is full of his own people. She must have just heard it in a hallucination. Haha, how could a useless person like her become the destined heroine? But the next moment, a book appeared in her hand, and the cover of the book was Dolua Dalu XX. Han Xiu was flipping through the book in her hand as if possessed by a ghost at this moment. The door to a new world opened for her, and an object called System appeared in her cognition. The content of this Do Luo E novel seems a bit old-fashioned. It is nothing more than the protagonist traveling across the Dolua continent, becoming the eighth of the Shrek Seven Devils, and using his own system and prophetic ability to shorten the time it takes for Tang San to become a god. It took Han Xiu 2 hours to finish reading this magic book. She knelt on the bed and said in her heart with expectation, "System, are you there?" "Host, I am here." After getting the response, Han Xiu suddenly opened her eyes wide and started dancing with joy. What twin martial souls, what triple martial souls. With the system, she, Han Xiu, will eventually become the goddess of destiny, second only to one man and above all others. Even Su Yunhan, the 3 lives martial soul, will eventually be trampled under her feet. System, according to convention, you should give me a novice gift package or a very simple novice task, right? That's what it said in the book you gave me. Chapter 153. Ding, Main Mission 1, reveal your identity to Hui Yuhao and gain his trust. Mission reward, repair the host's meridians. Mission failure, kill the host. There is no way out. Han Xiu rubbed his temple, a look of helplessness in his eyes. This system made her the villain and betrayed Master Dai, who picked her up from outside and brought her back to the Duke of White Tiger's mansion. Human desires are always endless. Even if the system gives Han Xiu a way out, she may not reject the system and will definitely not betray Dai Yuan. Who would refuse to become a real phoenix soaring above the sky? Han Xiu could only keep comforting herself, she just had no way out, and she was not willing to betray Master Dai. As for Hui Yuhao, Han Xiu didn't take him seriously. She had been struggling at the bottom for so many years. If she couldn't even handle Hui Yuhao, who was extremely naive, she should go back to school and be retrained as soon as possible. 3 days have passed since the Shrek team returned to Shrek City. During these 3 days, Su Qiuyu dragged Su Yunhan shopping every day, and they would go shopping without end. This made Su Yunhan speechless. She was born into the royal family and was the beloved eldest princess. She must have seen all kinds of good things in the palace. Are you so crazy? Perhaps Su Yunhan could never imagine that Su Qiuyu did not like shopping, but simply liked to go out with him, Su Yunhan, and wander in front of other people. Girls are more or less vain. For example, if a girl spends a month's salary to buy a new model of bag, you will find that she goes out more often from that day on, which can also be regarded as a disguised form of showing off. For Su Qiuyu, Su Yunhan is the latest model of bag. She went shopping until she almost fainted these days. It was purely her vanity at work. It would be fine once the novelty wore off. At noon that day, the two of them were walking arm in arm on the streets of Shrek City. At some point, Ling Yan suddenly appeared, came to Su Yunhan and whispered a few words, and his expression instantly became strange. Su Yunhan said softly, "Qiuyu baby, let's go home first, we have guests at home." After that, he took Su Qiuyu's arm and walked out of the commercial street. After hearing Su Yunhan's name for her, Su Qiuyu's brain froze instantly. Qiuyu baby. This name was really too corny. After returning to the mansion, Su Yunhan saw Xue Qingfeng sitting at the stone table in the courtyard drinking tea. Seeing this scene, he quickly stepped forward and said loudly, "Brother Xue, you are so elegant, this little thing is worth your trip. If you do everything yourself, you will eventually become a great emperor in the future." Xue Qingfeng stood up in a hurry, bowed towards Su Yunhan, and said, "Brother Su, you are too polite. I came here with a mission, the empire is pressing us hard, and we can't wait to use the soul guides produced by the Soul Guidance Hall." After saying that, Xue Qingfeng handed a list to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan took it and looked at it, and was stunned. "My goodness, you people in the Doling Empire have such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death?" Su Yunhan said with a bad face, "Brother Xue, it's not that I treat you as an outsider. Given the environment in the Doling Empire, I can't provide you with so many rare soul guides. 100 flying soul guides? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 50 at most if it weren't for Brother Xue's face. Whether I can provide them with 30 flying soul guides depends on my mood. 5 contra-level disposable invincible shields. They really dare to ask for that, even I only have one in my hand. I don't have one at all." Su Yunhan did not ask Xue Qingfeng's opinion, and just started to make changes on the list. Xue Qingfeng had no say in the Doling Empire. So it was useless to ask him. He did not have the time to argue with Xue Qingfeng, and he might as well spend more time with his wife. Xue Qingfeng was not angry, or rather, he had become accustomed to this kind of life. In the country, it was the regent ministers who gave him advice. Apart from having his own personal guards, he was not much different from a puppet. Just a ruthless stamping machine. Fortunately, Su Yunhan was still willing to brag about his business with him, which satisfied his vanity. After sending Xue Qingfeng away, Su Yunhan collapsed on the chair with a feeling of despair. He really regretted having a harem. "I need him to accompany me every day. It's not enough to accompany me at night, so I need him to accompany me during the day as well. It really affects my cultivation efficiency." Thinking of this, Su Yunhan slowly stood up, walked out of the mansion, and went to Poseidon Island to practice. The perspective switches to Han Qiu. Han Qiu waited in the Rose Hotel for a day and a night, until the next afternoon, when Huiyuhao, who had just finished school, came to her excitedly. Miss Joer, the house has been bought and someone has been sent to clean it, you can just stay in the hotel for one more night. Hearing this, Han Xiu pretended to be grateful and said. Third young master, what's wrong with me? I'm already very satisfied that you can rescue me from that whirlpool, just go ahead and make the arrangements, I won't have the slightest complaint. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed from Han Xiu's beautiful eyes. This made Huiyuhao feel very distressed, and he quickly hugged Han Xiu in his arms. For a moment, the two of them embraced each other passionately, and the air was suddenly filled with a fresh breath. 15 minutes later, the malnourished Huiyuhao surrendered and collapsed in Han Xiu's arms, gasping for breath, with a very satisfied expression on his face. Yuhao. What happened? I lied to you, actually, I am from the Duke of White Tiger's mansion, Master Dai arranged for me to be by your side to monitor you. What? Huiyuhao stood up in an instant, staring at Han Xiu in front of him, and said viciously. You, forget it, you were just following orders, if you want to blame someone, blame Dai Yueheng, not you, but you have to pay me back the money I gave you to redeem yourself. Han Xiu's face was full of question marks. What was the train of thought of Huiyuhao? He didn't care at all why she revealed her identity, but was instead fussing over those few gold soul coins. Can such a person really become a god king like sea god Tang San? No matter how much he thought about it, Han Xiu, who had no way out, could only force himself to sob and say, Yuhao, I'm sorry, I really don't have any money, how about you just sell me to a brothel? Chapter 154. Seeing Han Xiu's tearful face, Huiyuhao felt very distressed. He really couldn't bear to sell a girl who had had physical contact with him to a brothel. No, even if they had not had physical contact, he would not do this. Han Xiu just kept crying there, even when her eyes were swollen, she didn't dare to stop for even a second. For her, taking a step back would mean falling into an abyss. No one knew what was going on with Huiyuhao's brain. Only then did he come to his senses. He quickly grabbed Han Xiu's shoulders and asked. Well, Miss Joer, you said that you were sent by Dai Yueheng to monitor me, why did you reveal your identity to me? Aren't you afraid that Dai Yueheng would harm you if he knew about it? She finally figured it out. If her mind had been a little slower, her tears would have dried up. Han Xiu stammered, because I don't want to deceive my sweetheart. Ah. Upon hearing this, Huiyuhao's brain froze instantly. What kind of trick was this? Huiyuhao asked tentatively, you mean, I am your sweetheart, so you confess to me? Han Xiu nodded gently with red cheeks, her little head buried low, her pretty face shy to the extreme. Seeing this, Huiyuhao put his hands on Han Xiu's shoulders, looked at the beauty in front of him, and said with deep affection, aren't you afraid that my cheap big brother will cause trouble for you after you reveal your identity? I don't care. Han Xiu said with a determined look. Yuhao, I love you, even if I die, I am willing to die in your arms, die in your hands. After saying that, Han Xiu threw himself directly into Huiyuhao's arms. Han Xiu's acting skills are really not that good. He would be defeated whenever he meets a novice among the flowers. However, he seems to be more than capable of dealing with an entry-level character like Huiyuhao. Huiyuhao was confused by Han Xiu's actions. He felt the warmth of the delicate body in his arms, and his tense expression finally relaxed. Miss Joer, even though I have returned to the White Tiger Duke's mansion, my mother died at the hands of my cheap second brother, I have to avenge her. In the future, I will definitely go to the White Tiger Duke's mansion, can you accept me like this? If one day I can repair the damaged meridians, I am willing to follow you to avenge our mother. Han Xiu collapsed in Huiyuhao's arms with a look of satisfaction, waiting for the system's voice to sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The task reward has been issued. Please remember to check it. At this moment, 4 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rose from under Han Xiu's feet, and a small pure white lotus appeared in the palm of her hand. What on earth is going on? How come my meridians are suddenly repaired? Han Qi activated the skill, the villain complains first, and pretended to be confused before Huiyuhao could ask. Sure, what's going on? Your meridians are really damaged, didn't Dai Yueheng deliberately tell you to say that? Han Xiu. She was really stupid. If she had known that Huiyuhao was so stupid, she would have just revealed her identity as a spirit master. But now, she was in a difficult situation. Han Xiu was so anxious that he almost cried, Yuhao, my meridians were burst while I was absorbing the 4th soul ring. I don't know what happened just now. But I suddenly felt a stream of energy entering my body, and the next moment my meridians were repaired. This Huiyuhao thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any tricks. Finally, he held Han Xiu in his arms and kissed her cheek carefully. "Xiu'er, don't think about it, it's a good thing that your meridians have been repaired. Come on, put on your clothes first, and I will take you to meet two people." Han Xiu. She had never been so speechless in her life. She always felt that Huiyuhao's IQ lowered the average level of DOURO continent. P.S. The average IQ of DOURO continent is not as good as Luo Sanpao. Han Xiu changed into clean clothes, and under the guidance of Huiyuhao, the two stopped in front of the door of the black dormitory building in the outer courtyard. White, yellow, purple, black, red, and orange. Well, this is the 4th grade dormitory building. Shrek Academy has a rule that students who are not in the same grade are not allowed to enter the dormitory building. Huiyuhao had no other choice but to bribe a senior and a female student to help pass the message to Tang and Bei. Soon, Tang walked out of the dormitory building. When she saw Huiyuhao, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed his face, saying, "Xiao Yuhao, it's only been 2 days since we last met, do you miss me already?" Huiyuhao hurriedly said, "Sister Xiaoya, please let go, my girlfriend is watching us." "What?" Hearing this, Tang's hands slowly dropped down, and her eyes unconsciously glanced at Han Xiu beside her. Huiyuhao took Han Xiu's hand, looked at Tang and introduced her, "Sister Xiaoya, her name is Han Xiu, and she is my new girlfriend." After saying this, Huiyuhao's little face turned red instantly, just like a young bride who had just married into the family. This made Tang speechless. The girl was not shy at all, but you, a grown man, were the first to feel shy. At this moment, Bei, who had received the news, also walked out of the dormitory building. When he saw the scene in front of the dormitory building, he was stunned. Huiyuhao was holding hands with a girl he didn't know. Both of them lowered their heads shyly, while Tang had her hands on her hips and looked at Huiyuhao with an expression of disappointment. What on earth is going on? After learning what happened from Tang, Bei quickly stepped forward, patted Huiyuhao on the shoulder, and said, "It's just that you have a girlfriend, what's there to be shy about? Come on, raise your head, a real man should stand tall and upright. If you are like this now, how can you protect your younger brother and sister-in-law and your future children in the future?" With Bei's encouragement, Huiyuhao slowly raised his head, and the strange feeling in his heart was immediately swept away. "That's right, well, this is the first time we meet, so as the eldest brother, I have to show some appreciation. How about this, Xiaoya, you take your junior brother and sister-in-law to Tongtian Tower to wait for me, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Bei disappeared from the sight of the 3 people without looking back. Tang had a poor sense of direction. The 3 of them walked for almost half an hour and finally found the location of Tongtian Tower with the guidance of an old man. As soon as the 3 of them stepped through the door, they saw Su Yunhan standing with a beautiful woman, talking to the waitress at the front desk. Tang hurried forward and carefully looked at the beautiful woman beside Su Yunhan. When she saw that the 2 of them were somewhat similar, she immediately widened her eyes, as if she had discovered a new world. "Xiao Yunhan, this is your aunt, right? Your aunt looks so young and has such a good figure, she doesn't look like someone who has given birth to a child at all." Su Qiuyu without makeup. Chapter 155. Seeing Su Yunhan's expression becoming more and more ferocious, Tang hurriedly wiped her eyes and continued to look at the beautiful woman in front of her. You are Aunt Su. Aunt Su, why do you look so much like Yunhan?" Su Yunhan. After the Su family won the throne, the Su, Dai, and Zhu families had intermarriages for generations. Su Yunhan has the blood of the white tiger flowing in his body, and his appearance is somewhat similar to Su Qiuyu. What's so strange about that? Of course, Su Yunhan was destined not to say this, as it was not the time for him to reveal his background. "Sister Xiaoya, is there any good news? You and Brother Bei have always been frugal, so why are you here in Tongtian Pavilion today?" Tang pulled the young couple behind her and began to introduce Han Xiu to Su Yunhan. When Su Yunhan heard the word Han Xiu, his expression suddenly became strange. Han Xiu. Xiu'er. Without one Xiu'er, Huiyuhao now has Han Xiu'er to fill the void. System, show me Han Xiu's personal dashboard. Good host. Han Xiu. Gender, female. Age, 24 years old. Martial soul, White Lotus. Soul power, level 41. Luck value. This talent, Hiss, is a bit too mediocre, almost as bad as an avalanche. It's just that the luck value column. Su Yunhan frowned and asked, "System, why can't I see Han Xiu's luck value?" The host does not have sufficient authority. Please explore on your own. He knows it. Su Yunhan came back to his senses, looked at the 3 people in front of him and asked. "You don't have a reservation, do you?" This restaurant is very popular. If you don't make a reservation in advance, you may have to wait for an hour to dine in. Bebe and I just found out that Xiao Yuhao has a girlfriend, so we decided to celebrate. How could we have made an appointment in advance? Hey. Xiao Yunhan, what are you doing here? Su Yunhan smiled and said, that's right. My little wife kept pestering me to enjoy the food in Shrek City, so I brought her to the Tongtian Pavilion. Well, there really is no seat now, and I don't want to wait for an hour. So I used the privileges of the Sea God Pavilion and booked a luxurious private room on the 6th floor. How about, let's go together? Tanya did not refuse. In Shrek Academy, Su Yunhan was one of her few friends. Logically speaking, Tanya looks pretty good. Although she is already taken and other male students don't dare to approach her, she should have no shortage of female friends. But the problem is that in the class, Tanya is not only not liked by the male students, but also by the female students. She has come to this point purely because of her own fault. At first, she frantically tried to win over the people around her to join the Tang sect, and she pestered them when they didn't want to. Over time, everyone consciously chose to stay away from Tanya to avoid trouble. After greeting the lady at the front desk, Su Yunhan led everyone up the stairs. Come on, order whatever you want to eat, today, it's my treat. As he spoke, Su Yunhan split the menu in his hand into two, giving one to Tanya and the other to Su Chuyu beside him. Sister-in-law, where are you from? Who else is in your family? Do you have a job in Shrek City? Faced with Tanya's question, Han Xiu fell silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer her. Hui Yuhao hurriedly said, Sister Xiaoya, Xiu'er has a secret that she cannot reveal, her life story is really inconvenient to reveal. Tanya said apologetically, I see, I am a little offended, please don't mind it, sister-in-law. Well, it seems that sister-in-law is out of work for the time being. Do you want Xiao Yunhan and my Bebe to help you find one? They both have a say in the Sea God Pavilion. Hui Yuhao swallowed and his eyes unconsciously fell on Han Xiu. With his status as a core disciple of the outer courtyard, he could barely be self-sufficient. If there was another Han Xiu who was just eating for free, it would not take long for the gold soul coins in his storage soul guide to be used up. As if noticing Hui Yuhao's strange gaze, Han Xiu quickly said, then I'll trouble Sister Xiaoya to take care of it. As soon as Han Xiu finished speaking, Tanya set her eyes on Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan asked, Sister-in-law, can you tell us about your martial spirit power, and school? I can help you find a job. Han Xiu said, 24 years old, Martial Soul White Lotus, 40-level Auxiliary Control System Fighting Soul Sect. Assisting the Control Department, Su Yunhan thought. The supervisory group is relatively short of Control Department Spirit Masters, but the missions there are a bit dangerous. Yuhao is a warm-hearted man, and he will definitely not agree to you taking risks. As for the rest, well, I can't think of any job that's suitable for you right now, I'll keep an eye out for you when we get back. Ah. Are you helping my sister-in-law find a job? I have an idea. I think my sister-in-law is pretty, so she can go to Jubao Pavilion to be a receptionist. The job is easy and the monthly salary is not bad. Before she finished speaking, Tanya glared at Bei fiercely and said unhappily, the working hours at Jubao Pavilion are too long, this way, my sister-in-law doesn't have much time to practice. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yuhao, I remember, the deputy head teacher for your class 1, grade 2 hasn't been decided yet, so, let Bei arrange one for you. The working hours won't be long, and you two young lovers can go to and from school together, how nice. Han Xiu did not refuse and directly agreed to Tanya's proposal. As soon as the business was finished, plates of delicious dishes were served. The 6 people tasted the food, drank the mellow wine, and chatted about the interesting things that happened recently. After an hour. With a click, Bebe, who was drunk, fell asleep on the dining table. Looking at the 4 people who had fainted, Su Yunhan curled his lips, and a helpless look suddenly appeared on his face. Yunhan, what should we do with these 4? Isn't it a bit bad to leave them here all night? It's indeed a bit bad, Su Yunhan clapped his hands, and the waitress who was guarding outside the door came in. Chapter 156. Su Yunhan pointed at the 4 drunk people and said, do you have any accommodation here? The waitress shook her head and said, I'm sorry, we don't have any guest rooms here. Is that so? Su Yunhan murmured, and then went to the management staff on the 6th floor to requisition 2 carts. After settling the bill, he and Su Chuyu pushed the Tang clan's foursome out of the Tongtian Pavilion. The couple strolled on the streets of Shrek City, each pushing a small cart, each cart carrying 2 living people. Wherever they went, passers-by stopped to watch their unusual behavior. Yunhan, we have passed 3 hotels, where do you want to place the 4 of them? This road we are taking does not seem to lead to Shrek Academy, does it? Hearing this, Su Yunhan came back to his senses, pushed the cart in his hand, and walked into the Rui Hotel on his left. Just like that, the couple pushed the cart into the hotel lobby. The lobby manager came over to them in a hurry, looked at them suspiciously and asked, "You two, what are you doing?" Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, "The six of us are friends. We were drinking together just now, and four of them fainted because they were drunk. There were no guest rooms at Tgthegood, so my husband and I temporarily borrowed two carts to find a place for them to stay." Hearing this, the lobby manager's mouth twitched slightly. "My goodness, Tgthegood is a full kilometer away from their Rui Hotel, and you just pushed a cart and walked here? Judging from the way you two are dressed, you don't seem to be from a poor family. Tgthegood is one of the most expensive hotels in Shrek City. If you can afford to eat at Tgthegood, how can you not even afford to hire a carriage? Are you friends or bad friends? You save money here." Of course, the lobby manager was destined not to say these words. His eyesight was very sharp. And he could tell at a glance that Su Qiuyu's skirt was unusual. It was a palace style, and each piece had to be specially customized. A set of palace dresses could not be purchased without 100,000 gold soul coins. The lobby manager swallowed his saliva, looked at Su Yunhan and Su Qiuyu and said cautiously, "Then, how many rooms do you two plan to book?" Su Yunhan said, "2 single rooms. They are all so drunk, if it weren't for the difference between men and women, I would have put the 4 of them in one single room." Lobby manager. Are they lucky or unlucky to have a friend like you? After paying the money and receiving the room card, the two pushed the cart up the stairs. What? How did you push it up? That's too easy. The last thing a soul master lacks is strength. The kid doesn't have a good brain, but he has great strength. Su Yunhan carried Huiyuhao and Beibei to the bed and placed the room card on the bedside table. After doing all this, he immediately walked out of the room. And after confirming that the door was locked, he and Su Qiuyu pushed the cart and left Rui Hotel. Anyone who has been drunk knows that it feels very uncomfortable, and you never know what you said or did while you were drunk. This was the first time Huiyuhao got drunk. In a daze, he subconsciously hugged Bei tightly, calling "Qiuer" continuously. Bei had a dream. In the dream, he was drinking and singing karaoke with Huiyuhao and other Tang sect brothers. When they were drinking enthusiastically, Huiyuhao pushed him and he fell directly on the beer box. What a terrible dream, Bei rubbed his temples. Suddenly, he felt something strange behind him. He looked closely and realized that this was not a dream. Huiyuhao had actually given him. Perhaps it was the first time that Bei saw such a scene, and she couldn't help but shout out. "Ah!" It would have been fine if he hadn't shouted, but as soon as he shouted, Huiyuhao woke up, and Bei only felt a sharp pain from the depths of his soul surging into his heart. "Huiyuhao, be honest, be honest. If you dare to mess around again, do you believe that I will make you have no descendants?" Just as Bei was wailing, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Bei, Xiao Yuhao, open the door quickly. After hearing Tang's voice, Bei and Huiyuhao were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. If the door was opened, they would not be able to face anyone for the rest of their lives. Just as Bei's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about the next strategy, the sound of a conversation was faintly heard outside the door. "Sister Xiaoya, why don't they respond? Could it be that they are not in this room? It shouldn't be, huh? You are the manager of this floor, right?" "Yes, we are together. Just now, there was a shouting from inside the room, and now there is no response when we knock on the door. Can you open the door for us?" "Can't open the door, can't open the door." Bei shouted with almost all his strength. Even so, the harsh sound of the door opening still reached his ears. The door opened and Tanya frowned as she looked at Bei, who was wearing tattered clothes and covering her face with her hands. Tanya stood on tiptoe and saw the scene of Huiyuhao and Bei brothers warmly hugging each other. In a flash, 2 lines of tears gushed out from Tanya's beautiful eyes. "I wish you happiness." After saying that, Tanya walked out of the room without looking back. Seeing that Tanya had misunderstood, Bei hurriedly shouted, "Xiaoya, it's not what you think, it's not what you think." Bei subconsciously wanted to catch up with Tanya, but with a thump, he fell heavily to the ground. After Bei's explanation, Tanya finally realized that she had misunderstood the other party. The reason for this situation was simply that Huiyuhao was not a good drinker and mistook Bei for his little Chucho. Tanya put her hands on her hips, looked at the 2 brothers angrily and said, "If that's the case, then, I'll find a means of transportation to take you back to Shrek Academy first." After saying that, Tanya walked out of the room in a pair of high-heeled boots. Not long after, she came back with a stretcher. Xiaoya, can't you hire a carriage?" "The whole stretcher, I can't lie down." Chapter 157. Where is the carriage? I haven't even been to this shabby place. Where can I find a carriage for you? It's good enough to have a stretcher. If you don't want to sit, just walk back by yourselves. If you don't want to sit, I don't even want to carry you. It would be a lie for Tanya to say she wasn't angry after this happened. But due to Huiyuhao's talent and the fact that they still had to rely on him to revitalize the Tang sect, she couldn't say too much. She had no choice but to vent all her anger on Bei. What else could Bei say? After knowing each other for such a long time, this was the first time he saw his Xiaoya so angry. At this moment, he no longer cared whether he was comfortable or not. He could only let Tanya and Han Xiu carry them onto the stretcher. In order to avoid embarrassment, Han Xiu considerately covered the two of them with a sheet. In this way, Tanya and Han Xiu carried the stretcher and walked out of Rui Hotel. Two beautiful girls were carrying a stretcher covered with a white cloth. Through the cloth, it could be vaguely seen that there were two people sitting on the stretcher. Judging from their body shapes, they should be two men. Could it be that he played too hard last night and was unable to walk today, so he had to be carried home by his girlfriend? No, that shouldn't be the case. Judging from the way these two girls were dressed, they didn't look like people who were short of money. Their arms and legs were so small that they were wobbling even when carrying a stretcher. If they didn't have something to hide, how could they not even hire a carriage? Something is wrong, this is very wrong. Everyone stopped and pointed in the direction of Tanya and her group. Han Xiu was fine. Although she had worked in Shrek City for half a year, she was of little influence before and few people could remember her. But Tanya is different. She is not only the leader of the Tang sect, but also the girlfriend of the great-great-grandson of the current leader of the Sea God Pavilion, Dragon God DOURO. Many residents of Shrek City have seen her portrait. The doubts in everyone's hearts deepened, and many people put down their work and followed Tanya and the others. They wanted to see what kind of situation would cause Master Tang to willingly carry the stretcher. Although Tanya and Han Xiu were not of noble birth, as women, they had no experience in carrying a sedan chair. In addition, they were both wearing high-heeled boots, so they had to deliberately maintain their balance when walking. This caused the stretcher to shake violently, and even Bei, who had never been carriage sick, felt dizzy. Xiaoya, can you be steady? If you keep shaking me, I'm going to vomit. Tanya said unhappily, if you want to sit, sit down, if you don't want to sit, just walk down the ground, I'm carrying you with good intentions, and you're still here to pick on me? After saying that, Tanya no longer cared about the condition of the two people. She grabbed the crossbar of the stretcher tightly with both hands, gathered all her strength, and ran towards the direction of Shrek Academy. While running, the onlookers vaguely heard two different kinds of shouting, which were extremely miserable, to the point of making people sad and cry. In order to solve the doubts in their hearts, Tanya and Han Xiu ran in front, and the spectators followed them desperately from behind. In a short time, the distance from Rui Hotel to Shrek Academy almost became a marathon race. Make way, make way, make way. A clear voice suddenly sounded, and the external college students who were rushing to enter the school gates suddenly stopped and made way for Tanya. A burly student was standing on the left side of the road. I don't know if he had a brain seizure or what, but when Tanya passed by, he suddenly stretched out his right leg and tripped her. In an instant, the entire stretcher flew out. During the flight, a strong wind blew away the sheets covering the two people. The secret that Tanya and the others tried hard to conceal was exposed in front of all the students. Ah! Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths wide, and all kinds of gossip immediately emerged in their minds, including but not limited to. In order to let the younger apprentice brother stay in the Tang sect, the eldest brother Bei actually. The triangle relationship between Tanya, Bei and Huiyuhao. Shocking. There are actually 3 couples in the Tang sect trio. Many female students took out paper and pens from their soul storage devices and wrote and drew something on them. If no one took coercive measures, a comic featuring Bei and Huiyuhao would appear in Shrek City by the afternoon at the latest. Well, it's still the type of comics that Fujoshi like most. Rest well after you go back, and don't do strenuous exercise within 3 days. A middle-aged man with few hairs was sitting in the infirmary. He looked at Huiyuhao and Bei in front of him and said, as for classmate Bei, your injuries are relatively minor, so your normal life will not be affected, but you have to remember one thing, try not to eat spicy food before your injuries are fully recovered. Okay, my mission is complete, if you don't have any other questions, you can go back and rest. After saying that, the therapy teacher stretched out his left hand and made a please gesture towards the door. The Tang clan trio, oh no, now it's the Tang clan quartet. The 4 of them walked out of the infirmary silently. Before leaving, they thanked the teacher on duty. After all, when they were sent here, the position was very funny, and anyone who saw it would laugh. But the teacher on duty treated them wholeheartedly and did not show any abnormal behavior from beginning to end. There are not many teachers with such professional ethics. But just as they stepped out of the door of the infirmary, they heard a click sound, and the door of the infirmary was locked. Then, a series of sounds of banging on the table came into their ears. This made the four of them speechless, and their already bad mood became even worse. This is so insulting. Bebe was so angry that she kicked over the door of the infirmary and beat up the teacher on duty who was holding his stomach and laughing. Comfortable. Bebe walked out of the infirmary looking refreshed. Huiyuhao's face darkened and he quickly pulled Bebe aside, whispering. Brother Bei, our embarrassing situation has been seen by most of Shrek Academy, what are we going to do in the future? Hearing this, Bebe's eyelids twitched. How dare you complain here? If Huiyuhao hadn't failed to manage his emotions, would he, Bebe, be so socially frustrated? Chapter 158. Of course, Bebe was destined not to say these words. His whole heart was on Tanya. And he even took the initiative to give up the inheritance of the Sea God Pavilion, and was determined to realize Tanya's dream of reviving the Tang sect. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he could not rebuke Huiyuhao too much. Thinking of this, Bebe patted Huiyuhao on the shoulder and said soothingly, "Don't worry, the Sea God Pavilion will not allow rumors to spread. At the latest in the afternoon, someone will force those students to shut up. Oh, by the way, do you want to join our Tang sect? If you join now, you can even become a deputy hall master." As soon as he finished speaking, Huiyuhao hurriedly grabbed Bei's hand and said excitedly. "Brother Bei, I came to you last night just for this matter. I originally wanted to teach Chiao Er to practice the Tang sect's unique skills. But when I thought about the fact that only people from the Tang sect could practice it, I wanted to ask you if it was possible for Chiao Er to join our Tang sect as well." Tanya said seriously, "Xiao Yuhao. I now appoint you as the deputy leader of the Tang sect in the name of the Tang sect leader. From now on, you have the power to make decisions immediately, you don't need to ask me and Bebe for help. You can directly recruit other people into the Tang sect, just inform us afterwards." After saying that, Tanya and Bebe looked at each other subconsciously, and both of them had a bright smile on their faces. Huiyuhao is a little too obedient to the rules, which is a good thing for the Tang sect. At least they don't have to worry about his loyalty to the Tang sect. The Soul Master competition has been over for a month. And the date scheduled for the competition between Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is getting closer. That night, a black-haired woman in leather pushed open the door of Su's house. Su Yunhan suddenly stood up from the recliner. When he saw the person coming, he immediately took 2 steps forward and bowed to the woman in front of him, saying, "I wonder why Dean Xian is visiting so late at night." Su Yunhan's words and even his behavior were full of arrogance. He did not regard himself as a junior in front of Xian Liner at all, which made her very angry. Snapped. Xian Liner slammed the folder in her hand to the ground. "This is the list of our Soul Guidance Department's exchange student program." After saying that, Xian Liner walked out of Su's house without looking back. "He's not good looking, but he has a bad temper," Su Yunhan murmured, then bent down to pick up the folder on the ground, held it in his hand and began to read it quickly. There were a total of 7 people on the list except for Huiyuhao. He had never even heard of the names of the remaining 6. In this student exchange program, each college will send no more than 20 people to study in Mingdu Shrek College, with a total of 19 places. Your Soul Guidance Department wants to take up 7 of them. Isn't that a bit too shameless? You should know that the current Soul Guidance Department does not include the Soul Guide trainees in the inner courtyard. So far, all the Soul Guide trainees who meet the conditions of the inner courtyard have been incorporated into Zhao Ninger's Soul Guidance Hall. It's not that there are no excellent Soul Guide students in the Soul Guide Department. There are always unexpected things. Su Yunhan estimated that there are 5 or 6 students in the Soul Guide Department who are eligible to sign up for the exchange student program. After a round of screening, no more than 3 students will go to Mingdu. Xian Liner wanted to squeeze 7 people in. She really didn't know her position. Those students couldn't even understand the Soul Guidance technology of Shrek Academy. Do you expect them to be the pioneers of the Soul Guidance technology of Poseidon Pavilion? At this time, Zhao Ninger walked out of the house and came to Su Yunhan's side. After taking a look at the list of Soul Guidance Department, she said with disgust. "Yunhan, let these trash represent Shrek Academy to go to Mingdu to participate in the exchange student program. Isn't this just putting eye drops on Poseidon Pavilion?" Su Yunhan sneered, "Don't blame the Soul Guidance Department for being nice to the Sea God Pavilion. The Sea God Pavilion wasn't very good to begin with. Even if they didn't have a level 9 Soul Guidance Master. They could have had a potential level 8 Soul Guidance Master serve as the Dean and Vice Dean of the Soul Guidance Department. The two deans haven't even learned the basics of Soul Guides. How can we expect them to manage the Soul Guidance Department well? The Soul Masters from Shrek Academy are more arrogant than each other. I don't know where they get the capital to be so arrogant. If our Soul Guidance Hall hadn't absorbed the students from the inner courtyard, I'm afraid Xian Liner would have increased the number of people on the list to 10, directly suppressing us. This analysis cleared up the fog for Zhao Ninger. For Xian Liner, she didn't care what the exchange student program could bring back for Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion. She was more concerned about the number of participants from the Soul Guidance Department. If the number of participants was small, she, as the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, would lose face. It's just disgusting. Zhao Ninger frowned and said, Yunhan, are you going to let Xian Liner continue to act like this? How is that possible? Su Yunhan said with a smile. The promoter of this exchange student plan is Dragon God DOURO. And the final decision-making power also belongs to Dragon God DOURO. If Dragon God DOURO doesn't give in, she, a mere dean of the Soul Guidance Department, won't be able to make much of a splash, even with the support of her family. Among the 7 people from the Soul Guidance Department, except Huiyuhao, the other 6 should go back to where they came from. As for Huiyuhao, we should at least give some face to Beibei and the Tang sect. There is less than a month left before the exchange student program is implemented. Ninger, try to arrange for our own people to accompany us. If the Soul Guidance Hall doesn't have enough manpower, arrange for Xiao Xiao and the others to go. Zhao Ninger nodded, seeming to agree with Su Yunhan's proposal. Their main task in this trip to Mingdu was to observe the advanced equipment in Mingda Hall and see if they could replicate it after returning. Since they were not their own people, many plans were difficult to implement. After greeting Zhao Ninger, Su Yunhan walked out of the Su Mansion and ran towards Shrek Academy. On Poseidon Island, in Moon's room, Su Yunhan handed the list Xian Liner had given him to Moon. Grandmaster, you and the Sun Moon Empire's top brass formulated this plan in order to revitalize the soul guidance technology of our Sea God Pavilion, and now someone actually regards this mission to Mingdu as an honor and mindlessly stuffs people in. Moon was an experienced man, so he naturally knew who Su Yunhan was referring to. He patted the cover of the folder, looked at Su Yunhan and asked, Su boy, according to your idea, what are the requirements to be the leader of the Sea God Pavilion? Su Yunhan pondered, whether it is the pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion, the emperor of the 4 empires, the leader of the major sects, or the leader of the Holy Spirit Church, they all need to possess one element. That is, knowing how to use people well. Chapter 159. But some super Doulua are not born to manage others, they may not be competent to be the city lord of a small city, they are only suitable to act as thugs and serve as a hands-off manager in the 4 empires or large sections. As a boss, you must be able to judge people. You can't put someone who is not worthy of the position in an important position. Here, I'm calling Zhou Yi. She relies on the support of the Soul Guidance Department and does everything she can to improve the admission rate. This is the case with our Shrek Academy. If it were another academy, it would be completely ruined by her actions. Grandmaster, if you ask me how to be a good leader of a faction, I can probably tell you here for a whole day and night. But, if you ask me what qualifications are needed to be a good leader of the Sea God Pavilion, I really don't want to say too much. Maybe I'm a little young and hot-tempered, and I really can't stand some of the things in the Sea God Pavilion. When the situation is settled, I may abdicate and take Xiao Tao and the others out to rebuild a power. Even if my ambitions are higher than the sky, I don't have the confidence to change the corruption within the Sea God Pavilion by myself. People always have to think about their offspring. This time, it was the emergence of Ninger, a talented young soul guide, that gave Poseidon Pavilion the opportunity to catch up with the soul guide technology of the Sun Moon Empire. But what about next time? No matter what new weapons the Sun Moon Empire comes up with, those old, idle people in Poseidon Pavilion will still not care. 10,000 years ago, who could have imagined that a Tang sect hidden weapon that did not require soul power to activate could threaten the life of a 4-ring soul master? 10,000 years later, are those old people still naively thinking that soul guides cannot threaten Super Douluo? I don't want my descendants to be buried with these naive, arrogant, and conceited idiots. Su Yunhan's words made Moon feel a little embarrassed. Moon was half responsible for the fact that Poseidon Pavilion did not pay attention to the development of soul guides, as it was all caused by his negligence in management. Ever since his spine was broken by the poison, he had been spending the rest of his life recuperating from his injuries, and had left the affairs of Poseidon Pavilion in his hands. If the situation in Doulua continent had not been critical, he would not have approached the top leaders of the Sun Moon Empire to formulate an exchange student program. in order to promote the development of the soul guidance technology of the Sea God Pavilion. He wanted to leave a posthumous portrait before his death, and the one who broke through to the 10th level of soul guidance first would be the pavilion master. But there is no but. Moon also understood that his idea was too naive. If you don't change the ideas of those old people who keep their heads down in Poseidon Pavilion, can you change the current situation of Poseidon Pavilion just by leaving a will? Su Yunhan's words spoke out his inner thoughts. When he was around, he could naturally suppress those evil spirits, but what if he was gone? Could Xuanzi, the rough guy, protect Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Lishuan, Su Yunhan and others like him? 5 years, there are only 5 years left until the deadline. He is afraid that he won't even be able to see the day when Zhao Ninger breaks through to the 9th level soul engineer. Moon quickly waved his hand, indicating that Su Yunhan could leave. After Su Yunhan left, Moon picked up the folder on the desk and began to read it quickly. Of the 7 people on the list, except for Hu Yuhao, Moon had impressions of the remaining 6. Many of them were 3rd and 4th generation ancestors of the Sea God Pavilion who were uneducated and unskilled. No wonder Su Yunhan came to him. Moon put down the folder in his hand and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, his thoughts drifting away. He left home at the age of 12 to apply for Shrek Academy, and was accepted as a disciple by the current Sea God Pavilion Master because of his talent. At the age of 17, he represented Shrek Academy in the Soul Master competition, defeated opponents one after another, and successfully defended the title of the Soul Master competition. He had a glorious life, but also, lonely one. Even a strong man like Moon who suppressed an era could not avoid some regrets. The biggest regret in his life was that he was unable to marry Yi Shishui, and the 2 extreme DOURO spent the rest of their lives together. Ugh. Moon N recalled the past events with Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui, as if they had happened just yesterday. Life is so tiring. Moon murmured something, then slumped down in the recliner, 2 lines of turbid tears flowing from his old eyes. To some extent, all beings are indeed equal. Except for a very small number of people who can become gods, everyone else will eventually face death. In the face of death, even the most invincible extreme Dolua seems insignificant. After a long silence, Moon slowly stood up from the recliner, looking in the direction of the Martial Spirit Department of Shrek Academy, and seemed to have made some decision in his heart. After leaving Poseidon Island, Su Yunhan rushed back to the Su Mansion without stopping. Ninger, hurry up and pack up, it's getting late, we should go back to our room and rest. They are not here today, so I have to reward you well. Su Yunhan rubbed Zhao Ninger's little face and said with a smile. Zhao Ninger nodded and began to tidy up the workbench in front of her. At this moment, a girl with white hair, blue eyes, and wearing a pure white dress walked out of the house. Can you two control yourself a little bit? Can't you consider my feelings? Hearing this, Su Yunhan was speechless. Was he still under the control of others when playing games with his young wife whom he married formally? It turned out that under the manipulation of the Sky Fox, Zhao Ninger and the Snow Queen had established a relatively equal contract. Zhao Ninger absorbed half of the Snow Queen's original power to form the Ice Snow Girl's martial spirit and spirit ring. The other half of the original power was stored in the Snow Queen's soul. The Snow Queen could condense into a physical body and walk beside Zhao Ninger for a long time. She could even practice normally and recover the consumed spirit power. Compared with the Ice Queen's state, she seemed much freer. However, due to the insufficient original power of the Sky Fox, some problems occurred when the contract was created. Xue Di unilaterally shared Zhao Ninger's physical sensations. Every time the couple played small games, she was very tormented. That feeling, don't mention how angry she was. Chapter 160. Hearing this, Snow Queen curled her lips and said sarcastically, "Wait until you can beat me first, you are just a little brat now, you are not qualified to be my husband." After saying that, Xue Di picked up a book called Basic Knowledge of Soul Guides from the table and sat on a chair to read it. Su Yunhan didn't say anything, he just took Zhao Ninger's hand and walked into the house. After a while, Xue Di's little face turned red, and an inexplicable evil fire instantly surged into her heart. Friends who have shared physical sensations know that this feeling comes out of nowhere and has nothing to do with hormones. Even if your willpower is very strong, you cannot completely suppress the shared physical sensations. If one is distracted, it may even cause a series of chain reactions. Xue Di gritted her teeth and steadied her mind again and again to ensure that she would not be dominated by the evil fire. Today's time was really too long. Without being disturbed by other members of the harem, Su Yunhan and Zhao Ninger fought for 4 or 5 rounds in a row, and it was almost 2 hours. At this time, Xue Di was lying on the stone table outside the house. Her petite body was trembling slightly, and her long dress looked like it had been washed by water. Di seriously suspected that Su Yunhan and Zhao Ning'er did this on purpose, just to get her to join their game. Soon, Di's last bit of sanity disappeared. She stood up from the chair tremblingly and walked towards the master bedroom. Boom! Di kicked the door open, pushed Zhao Ning'er away to seize the high ground, jumped on the horse, and started the first round of fighting. The next morning, Di opened her eyes and found herself in Su Yunhan's arms. She was so angry that she kicked Su Yunhan under the bed. "What are you doing?" Su Yunhan, sleepily, got up from the ground and said angrily to Di in front of him. "Get out of here, get out of here." Before she finished her words, Di picked up the pillow beside her and smashed it towards Su Yunhan's head. Su Yunhan turned around and walked out of the room. As the leader of the 4 heavenly kings of the far north, Di has governed the far north for more than 100,000 years, and her reputation has long spread throughout the entire DOURO continent. If you use too harsh means to conquer a woman like this, it may backfire. At this period, Su Yunhan is still in the growth stage. Since he cannot crush Di with his strength, he should think of other ways to conquer her. Su Yunhan is a rather selfish person. He won't give up the female character he likes to someone else like other protagonists in brainless novels. In the DOURO series, the female character Su Yunhan is most interested in is Di. He knows that Di likes Di, and if Di hadn't said that her sexual orientation is normal, Su Yunhan might have helped them become a couple. Since Di's orientation is normal, it is no wonder that Su Yunhan gets the upper hand because he is close to her. Instead of giving up such a beautiful woman to someone else, it is better to take her directly into his harem. As for the Ice Emperor, let's take her away after she wakes up. In this way, the Ice and Snow Emperors can be together forever as they wish. Su Yunhan put on his clothes, walked out of the gate, and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Zhao Ning'er carefully came to Su Yunhan's side, leaned over to his ear, and whispered softly, "Yunhan, do you have the confidence to take down your Dashuer?" Su Yunhan said calmly, "Even if I can't get it, don't you still have Senior Tianhu and Senior Silver Dragon King to back me up? Don't worry." The two were eating breakfast when Di walked out of the house with a dull look in his eyes and sat down in front of the stone table. Suddenly, Di grabbed Su Yunhan's ear, gritted her teeth, and angrily asked, "Su Yunhan, tell me the truth, did you guys plan a trap in advance last night, waiting for me to fall into it?" Su Yunhan admitted openly, "Yes, I planned all of this in advance. I can also tell you the reason why I did this, because, I like you and love you deeply. I can't wait for the day when my cultivation level surpasses yours. Senior Silver Dragon King once said that I can choose any soul beast below her. I respect your personality and did not use this power. Instead, I gave you 2 choices. You had every chance to sever the contract between you and Ning'er and walk away, but, you chose the second path. I am a selfish person. Since you have chosen us and have been around me every day, you already know many secrets between Ning'er and me. Therefore, I will never allow you to develop feelings for other men. Even if the probability is extremely low, I will take precautions against it. Now, I will give you 2 more options. The first option is to sever the contract between you and Ning'er. I will let Senior Tianhu erase all your memories of this period of time. Second, be my wife. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Ning'er looked at Di with a very expectant expression, silently waiting for the other party's answer. Snow Emperor was silent. She really didn't expect Su Yunhan to be so straightforward. His cheesy love words made her feel itchy inside. To be honest, she didn't hate Su Yunhan. If he became a god and asked to marry her, she would agree without hesitation. And now, Su Yunhan is only a 4-ring soul master, alas. Is she still unable to get over the hurdle in her heart? After an unknown amount of time, Di came back to her senses, looked into Su Yunhan's eyes, and said word by word, "I choose the second path, but, you have to agree to my 3 conditions." Su Yunhan said, "Tell me about it." Di said slowly, "First, before your cultivation level exceeds mine, you cannot take the initiative to find me. Second, if I need your company, you cannot refuse me. Third, after Binger wakes up, I hope you can marry her." Su Yunhan nodded and said, "Let's change the second condition a little bit. I have so many wives, so I can't neglect others because of you. You've been awake for more than half a month and have lived in this family for such a long time. You should understand the meaning of what I say. As for the third condition, you don't need to tell me. After Binger wakes up, I will explain the situation to her. Given her feelings for you, she obviously won't reject me." Di blushed and nodded slightly. "I see you didn't have enough fun yesterday. How about, let's go for some tutoring first?" "Today, no, for the next 3 days, I'm all yours." Chapter 161. Di pushed Su Yunhan away and ran into the house with an angry look. The overlord of the far north who terrorizes the continent actually has such a lovely side. Su Yunhan did not chase after her, nor did he say some cheesy love words that Xue Di had never heard before. The ice is 3 feet thick. And it didn't freeze overnight. The little princess from the far north is already in his pocket, so there is no need to push her too hard. He should at least give her some space to adjust her mentality. Well, he admitted that he had lied. Xue Di's situation was rather special. As a congenital spirit, her body temperature was about 10 degrees lower than that of normal humans. Not to mention 3 days, with his current cultivation level, he might not even be able to bear it for a morning. Well, for the sake of his own happiness and that of his harem, he should improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Su Yunhan picked up the soul beast milk on the table and drank it all. Just when he wanted to go back to his room to practice, Wuton hurriedly ran in from outside the mansion gate, hurriedly pulled him aside, and whispered. Yunhan, Uncle D Tian sent a message that the one-word battle armor for both of us has been forged, and he wants us to go get it. So fast. Su Yunhan was surprised. It has only been a month and a half since Xiao Ninger handed over the method of making battle armor to them. Has the average level of the ferocious beast's second profession reached level 5? On second thought, this is not impossible. The forging requirements of the one-word battle armor are not high. The lowest level white level only needs 1000 forgings, which is only the 4th level of the blacksmith. For Di Tian and Xiong Jun, as long as they are given enough time to master the skills. Let alone 1000 forgings, even spirit forging, soul forging, and even heaven forging are not a problem. The thing that ferocious beasts lack the least is time. Coming back to his senses, Su Yunhan took Gu Yuetong's hand and shouted towards the house, Senior Shuedi, we are going on a long journey, can you please look after the house? After saying that, Su Yunhan took Gu Yuetong out of the Su mansion. As they walked, he said, Little Yuetong, how about, we go rent a carriage? Rent a carriage? What's the point of renting a carriage? The 3 of us can obviously fly. Seeing Su Yunhan smirk, Gu Yuetong instantly understood that her little man wanted to take this opportunity to do something bad. Gu Yuetong did not reject Su Yunhan's proposal. Her predecessor was a soul beast. A soul beast that ate raw meat and drank blood. Her temperament was wilder than anyone else. Her behavior could not be measured by the character of an ordinary human female soul master. Just like that, Ling Yan was driving the carriage in front, Su Yunhan and Gu Yuetong were inside the carriage, and their little hands became restless. It was unknown how long it had been before the carriage suddenly stopped. Just as Su Yunhan and Gu Yuetong were puzzled, a cold voice rang out. Stop, there is a distinguished person traveling ahead, I hope you can stay here for a while, if you forcibly break into the blockade regardless of the obstruction, you will be charged with the crime of assassinating the king. Hearing this, Su Yunhan slowly lifted the curtain on the carriage, looked out the window, and saw, a team of armored soldiers had blocked the road ahead, and many caravans were isolated outside. Judging from the armor on these armored guards, they do not seem to be the royal guards of the Douling Empire. Is the nobleman the soldier was talking about just a prince of the Douling Empire? Well, it's hard to say, maybe he's not even a prince. Oh, just for a trip. They made such a big show, and they didn't use any manpower and material resources properly. The Douling Empire is going to fail. Su Yunhan took Gu Yuetong's hand and got off the carriage. Looking around, they saw a carriage with 4 soul beasts and horses slowly driving into their field of vision within the blockade. There were 2 people, one old and one young, sitting in the carriage. Although they had changed their attire, Su Yunhan still recognized them at a glance. The elegant young man was the 6th prince of the Douling Empire, Xue Qingfeng. Sitting next to him was an ordinary-looking old man. Su Yunhan had no impression of him, so he should not be a core member of the Douling royal family. After thinking it over again and again, Su Yunhan quickly stepped forward, came to the side of the captain of the armored guards, and directly stated his identity. I am Su Yunhan from the Sea God Pavilion, this is my identity token, please inform him that I have something important to discuss with your 6th prince. Before he finished speaking, the captain of the armored guard had a flash of panic in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Coming back to his senses, he quickly bowed, took the token handed over by Su Yunhan, and walked into the blockade. Watching the captain of the armored guards walking away, Su Yunhan's gaze became increasingly profound. He seemed to have smelled some kind of conspiracy. 5 minutes later, the armored guards made way for them, and Xue Qingfeng and the old man who was accompanying them hurried out. Xue Qingfeng smiled and said, It's been a long time since we last met, how are you, Mr. Su? Su Yunhan nodded, his eyes unconsciously glanced at the old man, and said, 6th prince, this old man is. Xue Qingfeng introduced, this is the lord of Luoan province in my Douling Empire, Luoan Marquis Xue Kui. Marquis de Rohan. Shuegui. If it was Marquis Luoan, Su Yunhan might not have any impression of him, but if it was Shuekui, he still remembered him clearly. In the original novel, it was this Shuekui and a guy named Su Leng who led 5 titled Doulua to compete with Su Sanshur for the throne of the Doulua Empire. Considering the strange behavior of the captain of the armored guard just now, if he didn't show up today, would Xue Qingfeng die here? Thinking of this, Su Yunhan looked at Xue Qingfeng in front of him and said with a smile. Sixth Prince, I accidentally got some information that is somewhat related to your Douling royal family. I wonder if Sixth Prince is willing to listen. Xue Qingfeng frowned and said, information about the Douling royal family. This. As he spoke, Xue Qingfeng looked around and saw Shuekui and his bodyguard still beside them, so he quickly covered his mouth. The information that Su Yunhan could tell was so important. If he wanted to keep his throne, he had to win over the vassal forces like Shuekui. But, he couldn't treat Shuekui as an outsider. This involved the internal affairs of the Douling royal family. Shuekui was just a marquis and had no right to know the secrets. Su Yunhan was well prepared. He opened his arms, looked in the direction of the carriage, and made a gesture of invitation. Sixth Prince, would you like to get on the carriage with me and have a chat? Xue Qingfeng nodded, then waved his hand, dismissed the guards around him, and followed Su Yunhan and Gu Yuetong into the carriage. Chapter 162. First question, is there a big shot named Xueleng in your Douling Empire? Yes. He is the lord of Tianhe province, and the world calls him the Duke of Tianhe. Master Su, did you learn from somewhere that the Duke of Tianhe wants to harm the Douling royal family? How is this possible? The title of the Duke of Tianhe is hereditary. If it weren't for Xueleng's ancestor, there would be no Douling Empire today, or even the entire Tianyi Xue family. The Duke of Tianhe's loyalty to our royal family is evident to all. Su Yunhan. Naive, this Xue Qingfeng is really too naive. Even if they are brothers born of the same mother, after 5 or 6 generations, if they don't visit each other, they are just strangers with blood relations. Not to mention Xueleng, the descendant of a meritorious official. As a vassal, he said that his loyalty to the Douling royal family is evident to heaven and earth, and I guess he himself doesn't believe it. But Su Yunhan was destined not to say these words. After all, this was the family affair of the Douling Empire, and it would not be good for him, an outsider, to get involved. Su Yunhan is kind of regretting getting involved in this matter. What does Xue Qingfeng's life or death have to do with him? Why is he meddling in other people's business? Just because he had picked up an angel's holy sword from Xue Qingfeng? Alas! He was still too kind. Then, what is the relationship between Shuekui and Xueleng? What is the relationship between Tianhe Duke's mansion and Luoan Marquis mansion like in the past? Although he didn't know what Su Yunhan was up to, he still answered honestly, the Duke of Tianhe's mansion and the Marquis of Luoan's mansion have never had much interaction. Well, about 7 years ago, the younger generations of the 2 vassal states had a conflict in the Douling Royal Academy. It was said that it was quite unpleasant. At that time, I hadn't yet taken office, so I didn't care about these things, I just knew the result. How brilliant! After that incident, who could doubt that the 2 major fiefdoms would unite and intend to replace the Tian Xue family? Su Yunhan said bluntly. Brother Qingfeng, considering that you gave me the sword of measure, I advise you to be careful of Shuekui and Xueleng, they may do something bad to you. Well, if there is nothing else, Your Highness, please go back, I want to rest with my wife. Rest, take a break. Xue Qingfeng finally came to his senses. He had said that he always felt a strange smell in the carriage. This smell was very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had smelled it before. It turned out to be. Xue Qingfeng gave a dry laugh and then got off the carriage. Looking at Xue Qingfeng's receding figure, Su Yunhan murmured to himself. If he had been born 100 years earlier, he might have become a well-known wise king. It's a pity that he was born in a turbulent era and ultimately could not become the final winner in this power struggle. Perhaps everyone does not understand Su Yunhan's behavior. Since he chose to remind Xue Qingfeng to pay attention to Shuekui and Xueleng. Why didn't he help them to the end and tell him all the hidden dangers of the Douling Empire so that he could take precautions before they happen? It's not that Su Yunhan doesn't want to do it, but there is no point in doing it. Xue Qingfeng is not a qualified crown prince. In this Doulua world where strength is respected, many times having means alone without the support of cultivation will ultimately not accomplish anything great. Not to mention, Xue Qingfeng himself doesn't have any means, and knowing too much will only make him more sad. Su Yunhan could save him from Shuekui once, but could he save him a second or third time? He was not Xue Qingfeng's babysitter. And he only reminded her for the sake of the holy angel sword. Even if Xue Qingfeng died, the Doling Empire would still push someone else to replace him and continue to trade with the Soul Guidance Hall. Soon, the armored guards who participated in the street cleaning withdrew, and Ling Yan continued to drive the carriage towards the direction of the Star Do Great Forest. After arriving at the Star Do Great Forest, Ling Yan took out a piece of silver-white scale from the Soul Guide, touched it with his slender jade finger. A stream of light flashed, and the next moment, the three of them appeared in the range of the Lake of Life. The next scene made the three of them dumbfounded. They saw a huge blacksmith shop built in front of the wooden house. Di Tian and Xiong Jun were waving their forging hammers and hitting the metal on the chopping board frantically. Seeing this, Su Yunhan sent a voice message to the Sky Fox in his Sea of Consciousness. "Senior Sky Fox, can you teach me the method of creating an artificial spirit ring? Didn't I tell you that the man-made spirit rings from the Soul Beast era have great flaws? Why do you keep asking this?" Su Yunhan said calmly, "Senior Sky Fox. Can't you first take out the method of artificial spirit rings and let Di Tian, Bai Ji and other beasts study it? Everything is created from nothing. Are you sure that in the future we will be able to kill our way to the God Realm, successfully defeat Tang San, and seize the authority of the God Realm? Who can predict what will happen in the future? We must leave some sparks of resistance for the Soul Beast clan, right? I asked Ninger to pass on the method of making battle armor to Di Tian and other fierce beasts. Am I just using them as laborers and asking them to make battle armor for us? No, that's not entirely true. Just imagine that Di Tian is a master craftsman with a nearly infinite lifespan, which normal soul master can resist the temptation of a 4-character battle armor. By then, there will be quite a few human soul masters who have joined the Soul Beast clan. The promotion of artificial soul rings is the most critical part of this plan. Because it can eliminate the hostile relationship between soul masters and soul beasts at the root. The fox was silent. I always feel that Su Yunhan's ideas are very weird. How can a genius always discuss his funeral affairs here? This time, Jianhu did not refuse. She floated out of Su Yunhan's Sea of Consciousness. Condensed into a physical body, took out a pen and paper, and began to describe the method of making an artificial spirit ring in her memory in the most lengthy language. It is necessary to be meticulous. According to the current process of artificial soul rings, many steps have the possibility of optimization. It is unknown how many tens of thousands of years it will take to develop this system. Su Yunhan stared at the lake of life in front of him, his thoughts drifting away. He was looking forward to the day when the soul system and the artificial soul ring system would simultaneously appear on DOURO continent. Who would be the winner of the clash of the two systems? Thinking of this, Su Yunhan laughed at himself, thinking that his idea was too naive. With a butterfly like him around, how could the two major systems appear on DOURO continent at the same time? Chapter 163. Su Yunhan put the entire set of Yitzi Dokai on the chopping board into his soul guide, then came to the edge of the lake of life, sat cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan felt as if someone was patting his shoulder. He quickly stopped practicing his martial arts, opened his eyes and looked behind him, and saw Lan Yaoyao handing him a beggar's chicken wrapped in a lotus leaf. "Yunhan, you've been practicing for a whole day, you must be hungry, come, eat something." Su Yunhan took the beggar's chicken, broke off a chicken leg and handed it back to Lan Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, you can have some too." Lan Yaoyao did not refuse. She reached out to take the chicken leg and started eating it. As she ate, Lan Yaoyao felt her eyes become moist. She was with Su Yunhan because she wanted to become an angel investor, or to put it bluntly, she was just trying to curry favor with him. There was no real affection between the two of them. But today, it was just a small action of breaking a chicken leg that made Lan Yaoyao realize Su Yunhan had her in his heart. Lan Yaoyao was born in a family of soul masters. And she knew all the dirty things that happened in soul master families. In order to expand the Lan family, her father had looked for stepmothers for her and her brother. She probably knew of no less than 30 stepmothers. In a big family, apart from the main wife and the concubines who are respected, the rest of the women are only slightly higher than servants. Take Lan Yaoyao for example. If she met those concubines without status in the Lan mansion, the concubines would even have to bow to her, the eldest lady. Lan Yaoyao came to Shrek City with this in mind. She had already made sufficient preparations, including preparations to pay respect to Ma Xiaodao's child. But as time went by, Lan Yaoyao discovered that Su Yunhan was different from other men. Although they were all philandering, he poured his feelings into every woman he had. As she thought about it, 2 tears rolled down her face. Just now, Su Yunhan felt that Lan Yaoyao's mood seemed to be a little off. He glanced at the beauty beside him from the corner of his eye and slowly said, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Are you not used to living in the Shindo Great Forest, or is there some ignorant soul beast that made you feel wronged? No, no, Senior D. Tian, Aunt Bai Ji and the others are very kind to me, no one bullies me, it's just that I miss you. After saying that, Lan Yao Yao rested her head on Su Yunhan's shoulder with a flushed face. Su Yunhan could feel that the beautiful woman beside him was trembling slightly. This surprised Su Yunhan. Wasn't it just a chicken drumstick for her that made her so excited? Su Yunhan curled his lips, then reached out and tore off a piece of chicken breast and placed it next to Lan Yao Yao's mouth. He never had the habit of trying to figure out girls' thoughts. The harem was so large that he would probably be exhausted if he tried to figure out each one. After eating the beggar's chicken, Su Yunhan wiped his hands, leaned over, and held Lan Yao Yao in his arms like a princess, and walked towards the wooden house. An hour later, Su Yunhan and Lan Yao Yao walked out of the wooden house. The Lake of Life was an original simulated training ground. As the hometown of the Dragon God, it could significantly improve the training efficiency of soul masters, which was about 5 times that of the Sea God Lake. Su Yunhan couldn't help but ask, Yao Yao, do you really want to stay here? Yunhan, Senior D. Tian has put together a set of top-level spirit bones for me, 5 years. In 5 years at most, I can break through to the Super Doulua and help you reach the top of the continent. Su Yunhan thought for a moment and said, well, tomorrow, let's go to the Yunhan Eyes of Ice and Fire. Needless to say, the efficacy of the immortal grass is enough to push people like us to the altar. Lan Yao Yao said hesitantly, Yunhan. Poseidon Pavilion and the Tang sect are the nominal owners of Yunhan Eyes of Ice and Fire. You are still a nominal member of Poseidon Pavilion. If you go to Yunhan Eyes of Ice and Fire to get the immortal grass now, there won't be any problems after you return to Shrek City, right? Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, Dragon God Doulua is not old and confused yet, he can distinguish between the close and distant. With him here, which elder in the Sea God Pavilion dares to hold me accountable? Of course, I can't not show any appreciation at all. I'm going to get a magical herb for Xiao Tao's teacher, and a quasi-magic herb for that little bitch Tanya. Hearing this, Lan Yao Yao lowered her head in deep thought. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Su Yunhan in front of her and slowly said, Yunhan, if you do this, those elders will be so unbalanced, especially Tao Tai Doulua Xuanzi. If he can get a fairy grass with matching properties, it will definitely open the door to level 99 for him. I'm afraid, after the death of Dragon God Doulua, Xian Zi, instigated by other elders, will attack us. Su Yunhan smiled and said, Yao Yao, you think Dragon God Doulua is too stupid. He is Xuanzi's uncle, and he knows Xuanzi's temperament very well over the years. As early as the night before I went to the Shindo Great Forest, Dragon God Doulua suddenly asked me what elements I need to prepare to be a good leader of the Sea God Pavilion. At that time, I knew that Dragon God Doulua had made up his mind to die. Rather than lingering on for another 3 or 5 years, it would be better for him to remove his top-grade soul bones and leave them to those in need. Not to mention, he can also pass on his life's work to Yen Xiaozhe, helping him to condense the 3rd soul core in advance and open the door to the 99th level. Hearing this, Lan Yao Yao frowned and said, Yunhan, this is not right. You knew that Dragon God Doulua wanted to pass on his skills to Ming Feng Doulua, but you still wanted to give Ming Feng Doulua a fairy grass. Why, you don't plan to leave the Sea God Pavilion again? Su Yunhan smiled, looked at Lan Yao Yao meaningfully and said, Yao Yao, let me ask you, if one day you learned that your grandmother was deceived into the Holy Spirit Church when she was young and passively degenerated into an evil soul master, what would you think? Grandmother? Evil soul master? Yen Xiaozhe's grandmother is an evil soul master. Yen Xiaozhe is already over 90 years old, and his grandmother's age is conservatively estimated to be over 150 years old. As far as I know, there seems to be only one powerful female evil soul master on Doulua continent who is over 150 years old. Chapter 164. Su Yunhan nodded and said, yes, just as you thought, Yen Xiaozhe's grandmother is the famous king of evil soul masters in the continent, Death Doulua Yi Shishui. It's quite ironic to say that for a king of evil spirit masters, her second spirit is actually the Phoenix of Light. Lan Yao Yao. This is to first push Yen Xiaozhe to the altar, and then announce his life experience to the whole continent, which is enough to make him doubt his life. If there really comes a day when his biological grandmother, the only descendant of the family, stands in front of Yen Xiaozhe, what should he do? Yen Xiaozhe and Kai Mayer's home is right next to the Su mansion. Lan Yao Yao has met Yen Xiaozhe many times. He is definitely not the kind of heartless person. His life experience can definitely affect his state of mind. While Lan Yao Yao was thinking, Su Yunhan had already arrived at the edge of the Lake of Life and entered a state of cultivation. Silent all night. The next morning, under the leadership of Ling Yan, Su Yunhan, Gu Yuatong, Lan Yaoyao and their group left the Star Do Great Forest, heading for the Sunset Forest. There were no powerful beasts guarding the Sunset Forest, and the number of soul beasts had dropped to an extreme level. Su Yunhan and his group walked for half an hour without seeing even the shadow of a soul beast. According to the plot in the original book, today's Sunset Forest is tomorrow's Star Forest. After walking for about another quarter of an hour, everyone suddenly felt that their vision had become much dimmer, and when they looked at the surrounding scenery, they felt a sense of unreality. Is this, the poisonous miasma created by the green phosphorus seven wonders flower? Su Yunhan murmured, and then his gaze fell on Ling Yan. Ling Yan understood, and under the protection of her soul power, everyone successfully broke through the poisonous miasma and landed safely in the valley. When they came back to their senses, they were immediately shocked by the scenery in front of them. The scenery here seemed no less than the Lake of Life. The sky was completely covered by colorful poisonous clouds, and the entire valley was as gorgeous as if it was illuminated by a rainbow. The mountain wall at the edge of the valley is covered with dark blue vines, and the entire mountain wall looks like it is made of sapphire sparkling with faint colorful light. The area of the valley was not too large, but it was home to a variety of plants. Flowers and plants of various colors caught everyone's eyes. Many plants were filled with energy ripples of varying strengths. Just by looking at them with your eyes, you could tell that they were extraordinary. The most shocking thing is that there is a lake in the protection of these plants. This lake is clearly divided into two parts. One side is ice white with a faint white mist, and the other side is fiery red with slightly distorted light. Red and white are like two huge jade stones embedded there. The rich breath of life in the air fills the entire space of the valley under their evaporation. This is the cornerstone of the Tang family temple, the feng shui treasure land that once cultivated 5 Tang family god kings, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. After Poseidon, Tang San never issued the sea god divine test to his followers. Without the sea god divine test, the sea god pavilion can still last forever. The secret lies in the eyes of the ice and fire. The divine test only forcibly raises the upper limit of a soul master, while the fairy grass can directly improve the talent of a soul master, and even have the opportunity to evolve the martial soul. Whoever possesses the yin-yang eyes of fire and ice will rule the world is absolutely true. Let alone the sea god pavilion, even if the Luo Sanpao family controls the yin-yang eyes of fire and ice, they will still be able to last forever. A spiritual treasure that can change a soul master's talent should be extremely rare and appear randomly on the DOURO continent. This kind of feng shui treasure land that is rich in immortal herbs should not exist. Su Yunhan still remembers that in the copy, just when he was about to destroy the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the mastermind appeared at the right time to stop him. He currently only has the cultivation level of a soul sect member, and does not want to confront the mastermind behind the scenes, so the idea of destroying the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire can only be put on hold for the time being. It would be better to plunder all the magical herbs in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire first, and the seeds cannot be left out. He has now figured out the pattern of the appearance of the black hand behind the scenes. As long as he doesn't destroy the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, he can make whatever trouble he wants in it. Just as Su Yunhan was daydreaming, a man in purple appeared in front of them. The purple-clothed man said in a deep voice, "Please leave quickly, this is the back garden of the Sea God Pavilion, you have crossed the line by crossing the poisonous miasma without permission." Hearing this, Ling Yan's face darkened, and the aura that belonged to the Soul Beast clan bloomed from her body in all directions. Under the pressure of the 98th level soul power, the purple-clothed man slowly knelt on the ground. Ling Yan said coldly, "Chilua Tulip, I will give you two choices, either be loyal to the current Soul Beast Master, Lord Silver Dragon King, or die." Chilua Tulip hurriedly said, "Sir, I am willing to be loyal to the current Soul Beast Master and sever my ties with the Sea God Pavilion." Chilua Tulip was not stupid, he also knew that the Sea God Pavilion treated them, the immortal grass soul beasts, as pigs, and would kill them when the time came. But being loyal to the Soul Beast Master, the Silver Dragon King, at least, their safety was guaranteed, and they would have the power to resist those greedy human soul masters. Besides, his life was in the other party's hands, and he didn't seem to have the power to refuse. Ling Yan retracted his pressure, looked at the Chilua Tulip in front of him, and asked, "Chilua Tulip, let me ask you, how many immortal herbs have awakened their spiritual wisdom in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and how many immortal herbs can simulate human forms?" Chilua Tulip replied, "My lord, including me, there are a total of 4 immortal herbs that have developed spiritual intelligence. They are, Fiery Apricot, Star Anise, and the fragrant Chilua immortal product." Among them, Yuyu's cultivation is only 10,000 years, Xiaobing and Xiaohua's cultivation has reached 100,000 years, although they haven't survived the first heavenly tribulation, they should have no problem simulating human form. After saying that, Qilua Tulip waved her hand. After getting instructions from her big brother, the two fairy herbs, Adenise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot, waved their leaves, rustling in the wind. Two rays of light, one blue and one red, flashed by one after another. A scorching woman in a fiery red dress and an ice blue little loli came into everyone's sight. Ling Yan's cold voice sounded, "Qilua Tulip, take the young lady and the son-in-law to collect the spiritual objects in the Yunhan eyes of ice and fire. Be it immortal grass or poisonous grass, dig them all up for me. Don't leave a single seed behind in the Sea God Pavilion. As for the four of you, I will arrange a good place for you, the energy contained in the Lake of Life is more than twice that of the Yunhan Eye of Ice and Fire." Chapter 165. Su Yunhan looked at Ling Yan suspiciously. She had said too much and there was no need to explain it so clearly to her subordinates. But, it's harmless. It might be a reassurance to the four of them. Although they don't have any other abilities, they are good at taking care of some flowers and plants. They can transplant these immature fairy herbs into the Lake of Life. With the help of Gu Yuna's dragon breath, they may be able to replicate an ice and fire Yunhan Eye in the Star Do Great Forest. Coming back to his senses, Su Yunhan looked at the Qilua tulips in front of him and said slowly, "Senior Qilua, please help me pick some Wangchuan Quishwalu and Kirongtong Tianju, I am going to take these two magical herbs." After hearing Su Yunhan's words, Qilua Tulip didn't say anything. Nor did she show any strange look. Over the years, Tang's sect and Poseidon Pavilion had obtained countless immortal herbs from the Yunhan Eyes of Binghua. He was willing to give the immortal herbs to others, but he was reluctant to give the immortal herbs to his own people. Just consider it as a thank you gift for rescuing the four siblings from the cage. Qilua Tulip agreed timidly and set out to pick the magical herbs that Su Yunhan needed. Under the guidance of the Sky Fox, Su Yunhan absorbed the medicinal power of the Wangchuanqia Shui Du and the Kirongtong Tianju successively. His soul power soared and directly increased by 7 levels, breaking through from level 42 to level 49. He was only one step away from obtaining the 5th soul ring and becoming a soul king. The longing dew can enhance his mental strength, and the wonderful rhododendron can enhance his chi and blood strength. They are considered to be the few magical herbs suitable for him. On the other hand, with the help of Liehua Xing Jiaoshu, Lan Yaoyao successfully refined a complete piece of fiery glue, and the power of the scorching sun contained in the Yanmu sword was significantly enhanced. Guyuatong unexpectedly did not absorb the immortal grass. As the bearer of the power of destiny, from the moment she transformed, her soul power would increase every day even if she did not practice. The power of destiny in her body was coveted by even the great sea god. The spiritual objects in the lower world could not help her practice at all. Soon, all of the Yunhan Eyes of Ice and Fire were swept away by them. Before leaving, Su Yunhan asked Tianhu to set up a maze around the Yunhan Eyes of Ice and Fire. Just like that, the group split into 2 groups. Su Yunhan and Guyuatong returned to Shrek City first, while Ling Yan sent Lan Yaoyao, Qilua Tulip and other fairy grass soul beasts back to the Star Do Great Forest. After returning to Shrek City, Su Yunhan immediately summoned his harem back to the mansion. "Xiao Tao, although your master has suppressed the evil spirit for you and made the fire attribute in your body see the light of day again, it is only a temporary solution and it is only a matter of time before you completely turn evil and degenerate into an evil soul master. Here, this is fiery glue, produced by a 100,000-year-old fire-attributed plant-type soul beast. It can help you purify the fire attribute energy, and in turn suppress the evil spirit in your body, allowing the fire phoenix martial soul to soar over the sky of Shrek City. This is bright heaven grass, a magical grass with bright attributes. I prepared it for my lovely little donger." Soon, the girls all got the magical herbs that matched the attributes of their martial souls, and Su Yunhan finally set his sights on Su Qiuyu. "Qiuyu, this is the Xing Luo Spirit Pearl. The fruit can help you improve your talent and take your Xingguan martial spirit to the next level. Although its branches and leaves are not as precious as the fruit, they can be absorbed by human spirit masters and turned into spirit cores." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone knew Su Qiuyu's cultivation level very well. She was a title Dolua at level 93 and had already condensed 2 soul cores. If the branches and leaves of the Xinglua spiritual pearl turned into her 3rd soul core, it would mean that a door to level 99 would be open for her. Unfortunately, Su Qiuyu's 9th soul ring is less than 100,000 years old. A 100,000-year soul ring is just the sufficient but not necessary condition for breaking through to level 98. With the blessing of the immortal grass, Su Qiuyu should not be limited to level 97. Su Yunhan slowly stood up, looked at his harem, and said jokingly, "You have been with me for such a long time, and I have never given you anything. Today, these immortal herbs will be my betrothal gifts to you. Tonight, you must reward your husband well." As soon as the words fell, the girls' faces all turned red. Especially Jiang Nan Nan, who also had a magical herb in her hand. Combined with what Su Yunhan had just said, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Since it is a betrothal gift, does it also include Jiang Nan Nan? Is Su Yunhan finally willing to accept her, a fallen flower? As if sensing Jiang Nan's strange mood, Su Yunhan quickly walked to her side and kissed her on the pretty face. "Okay, you guys go back to your rooms and absorb the magic grass first. I'm going to take care of something. Remember to eat more at night and eat well, your husband will reward you well." After saying that, Su Yunhan walked out of the Su mansion without looking back. It was noon, probably the time when the outer courtyard was dismissed at noon. So Su Yunhan came to the cafeteria for the core disciples of the outer courtyard. Well, he was lucky. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the 4 members of the Tang sect eating happily. No, this seems to be a canteen for core disciples of the outer courtyard. Han Xiu is not a core disciple of the outer courtyard. Not even a student. How could she come here to eat? No, that's not right, this question doesn't seem to be important. Su Yunhan directly moved a chair to the side of the Tang clan's 4-member group and sat down. He didn't hesitate to pick up the fried skewers in front of Tanya and started eating them. "Sister Xiaoya, long time no see." Su Yunhan greeted Tanya very enthusiastically, which made the 4 members of the Tang sect a little confused. As far as they could remember, nothing happened and Su Yunhan hardly ever interacted with them. But today, he came to them. Contrary to his usual behavior, and greeted Tanya very enthusiastically. Why did it feel like there was something going on here? "Yunhan, why did you come to us today? Is there something?" Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, "It's nothing serious, I just need your and Sister Xiaoya's help with a small matter. There are so many people here right now. After you finish your meal, let's find a quiet place to talk in detail." Hearing this, Bebe nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't mind helping Su Yunhan do things within his ability. "As long as I don't compete with him for Tanya, it'll be fine." Perhaps because they were worried that Su Yunhan had waited too long, Bei and Tanya hurriedly finished the food in front of them and followed Su Yunhan into a small forest. Chapter 166. Under the gaze of the two, Su Yunhan took out a small jade box from his soul guide and handed it to Tanya. "Sister Xiaoya, thank you for taking care of me for so long. This is a small gift from me, it's not expensive, I hope you can accept it." Tanya opened the lid of the jade box with a look of suspicion. When she saw the contents inside, a look of shock suddenly appeared on her pretty face. This is the 9th grade purple Ganoderma." Bei, who was standing by, was also startled. He quickly turned around and looked at Su Yunhan in front of him with a scrutinizing look. Su Yunhan took out a few small jade boxes from his soul guide and handed them to Bei. "Brother Bei, don't be nervous, I really just treat Sister Xiaoya as a sister and don't have any improper thoughts about her. I will give her the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, just to make the relationship between you two less awkward. Yes, I have also prepared a gift for Brother Bei. It contains some rare poisonous herbs, they should be useful for making higher-level hidden weapons of the Tang sect, right? I hope you can accept it." After hearing what Su Yunhan said, Bei felt extremely ashamed. A quasi-immortal level spiritual treasure like the 9th grade purple fungus can not only improve talent, but also heal the hidden injuries in the soul master's body. Although it cannot guarantee that Tanya's place will be restored to its original state, it at least gives him hope. Bei took a step forward and quickly grabbed Su Yunhan's hand, saying excitedly, "Yunhan, thank you for doing this for us. If you need me in the future, just let us know, we will definitely help you without reservation. Even though our Tang sect is not large in scale now, we will be able to restore the glory of the past and compete with Poseidon Pavilion for the top of the continent in the future. I'll be waiting for you." Su Yunhan bumped fists with Bei, then turned around and walked out of the grove. He gave Tanya the 9th grade purple fungus purely to dispel Moon's doubts. Of course, his things were not so easy to get. Whether there was any manipulation in it and what was done, I am afraid only Su Yunhan and Tianhu knew. After leaving the grove, Su Yunhan went straight to the office of the Dean of the Martial Soul Department. Dong dong dong. Enter. As the office door slowly opened, a look of surprise flashed across Yan Xiaozha's face when he saw Su Yunhan standing alone. Su Yunhan smiled faintly and placed a small jade box in front of Yan Xiaozha. "Teacher, this is a small gift from my disciple, I hope you can accept it." Originally, according to etiquette, Yan Xiaozhe was not allowed to open the gift given by students to teachers. But he was very curious about the contents. In his impression, Su Yunhan was not the kind of impractical person who would not throw tattered objects in front of him. Just like that, in front of Su Yunhan, Yan Xiaozhe slowly opened the lid of the jade box. After seeing the magical herbs inside, he immediately showed a delighted expression. But a look of panic suddenly appeared on his face. He looked at Su Yunhan in front of him and said cautiously, "Yunhan, where did you get this magic grass?" Su Yunhan said calmly, "Teacher, is this important?" Yan Xiaozhe was speechless. Yes, this fairy grass with light attribute, Huimeng flower, was in his hand now, and its origin seemed less important. Even if Su Yunhan robbed the Yinyang eyes of ice and fire. So what? Since he had gained benefits, he would naturally support his son-in-law. After he absorbed the power of the fairy grass and received the power from his teacher, even if he could not reach level 99, level 98 was a foregone conclusion. At that time, whoever dared to come out and make a fuss would be the first to be attacked by him. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaozhe hurriedly said, "Yunhan, go tell your master's wife and ask her to help deal with the affairs of the academy. I will go home first to absorb the immortal grass." After saying that, Yan Xiaozhe walked out of the office door without looking back, with a bright smile on his face, as happy as a child. Su Yunhan. No wonder Yan Xiaozhe has a super martial soul, but he is still hovering at level 95 at the age of over 90. It is said that as a qualified strong man, at least one should be able to not show it even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. His character is not stable at all, and I am afraid that his state of mind will not be much stronger than the younger generation. Su Yunhan made a special trip to the vice president's office and informed Kai Mayer that Yan Xiaozhe was temporarily unable to handle college affairs. As for the reason, he did not say much. After finishing all this, Su Yunhan left the office building and wandered aimlessly in Shrek Academy. Now that I'm back, I'll be free, what should I do? Thinking of this, Su Yunhan quickly walked out of Shrek Academy, then took out a map from the Soul Guide. Following the route on the map, he wandered around in Shrek City for nearly an hour and finally arrived at the black market in Shrek City. That's right, there is a black market in Shrek City, but the Poseidon Pavilion is concerned about its reputation and has less slave trading business compared to the black markets in other cities. According to the thinking of those old people who keep the lights on in Poseidon Pavilion, since the existence of the black market is inevitable. Instead of letting those merchants walking in the dark fight guerrilla warfare in Shrek City, it is better to let them stand in the light and contribute to the construction of Poseidon Pavilion. Su Yunhan was too lazy to complain about those old shut-ins in Poseidon Pavilion. They all said that the elders in Poseidon Pavilion were highly respected. But he really didn't see how highly respected those people were. No good things happened to them, but bad things happened to them all the time. Su Yunhan changed into a black robe and, under the guidance of a guide, began to travel in front of each stall looking for strange objects. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a stall selling soul guides, and kept looking at the soul guides on the shelves to see if those old shuttered men had brought out the rare soul guides made by Zhao Ninger to sell. The result surprised him. Neither the flying soul guide device, nor the triggered soul guide shield, nor the disposable invincible shield were seen on it. "Boss, do you have a better defensive soul guide at home? I want one that can probably withstand the attacks of a soul king or soul emperor." The boss was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old. After hearing Su Yunhan's words, he immediately turned around and walked into the warehouse. 3 minutes later, 3 servants came out of the warehouse holding 3 crystal-clear boxes. Chapter 167. The stall owner patiently introduced to Su Yunhan, "Sir, you are lucky. I bought these 3 defensive soul guides from black market merchants in the Sun Moon Empire. They were shipped to Shrek City last night. It is said that they are the practice works of the Mingda Hall instructors. I don't know if it is true." Su Yunhan's expression turned cold, and under the gaze of the stall owner, he reached out to take off the lid of the box containing the soft armor and began to check the soul guide formation on it. Normally, the soul guide formation of this kind of armor-shaped defensive soul guide is located a little above the stomach, where there are bones blocking it. It is not a vital position and can maximize the defense in battle. Su Yunhan took out a magnifying glass and began to observe the soul formation on the armor. He had been with Zhao Ninger for such a long time, and he could still tell the pros and cons of the soul formation. Well, when the members of Mingda Hall were making soul guides, they would tamper with the soul guide formations to prevent the soul guides from being lost outside and being used by interested parties to reversely deduce the drawings of the soul guides through the formations. However, Su Yunhan did not see any camouflage on the soul guide formation on this set of armor. The texture of the formation inside was clearly exposed in front of him. Any soul guide of a higher level could easily deduce the blueprint of this set of defensive soul guide device. This is obviously not a product of Tang. Su Yunhan put down the magnifying glass in his hand and shook his head at the soft armor. Seeing this, the stall owner asked, "Sir, is there anything about this product that you are not satisfied with?" Su Yunhan said calmly, "Boss, this set of armor is obviously not produced by Hall, the soul guide formation on it has not been tampered with at all." The stall owner hurriedly said, "Sir, don't look at the soul guide formation on it. Look carefully at the material of the armor, it is made of the top-grade metal, its defense and lifespan are definitely far beyond the soul guides of the same level." "Boss, don't you feel guilty for saying this? It's like you built a toilet with jade, no matter how luxurious it can't change the fact that it is a toilet. This set of armor is the same. It was originally a crude product made by the second-generation rich man in the soul guidance department. Do you expect to sell it for a high price based on the materials? Can the jade in the toilet still be called jade?" Hearing this, the stall owner's face instantly turned red. He looked at Su Yunhan angrily and said, If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it, why are you saying such ugly words? Are you looking for trouble? Looking for trouble? What trouble? You sold me a crudely made defensive soul guide under the gimmick of Hall, and you're still being polite? I've been to many black markets, but I've never seen a stall owner like you, selling fake goods there. Don't you know that the most important thing in this business is reputation? Alright, I can see that you don't have any good quality soul guides, let's just leave it at that for now. I don't want to argue with you. Do you have any female soul masters in your family? Hearing this, the stall owner's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly dismissed the three followers and took out a small cloth bag from under the shelf. The stall owner opened the cloth bag and inside was a set of emerald green wide-sleeved fairy dress and a pair of turquoise tights. The stall owner said with a smile, "Sir, please look, this skirt was left at my house by my daughter's classmate, it is absolutely original, you can see sweat stains on the skirt." Su Yunhan asked, "Boss, I heard that some unscrupulous male black market merchants buy a large number of colorful skirts and wear them on themselves. And then sell them at high prices as if they were worn by female spirit masters. I am afraid of being cheated." The stall owner said helplessly. "Then tell me, how can you believe that this skirt was worn by a female spirit master? You can't find another female spirit master to wear it for you, right?" Su Yunhan said, "It's simple, just take the skirt and try it on yourself. With your body shape, you definitely can't fit into the clothes of a normal female spirit master. This is a business that makes a lot of money without any investment. I think my request is not too much. Right? Stall owner, dot. Although he is doing this kind of business, he has no hobby of wearing women's clothes. Isn't this making things difficult for him?" The stall owner gritted his teeth, picked up the skirt on the table and wrapped it around his waist. At this moment, a female student wearing the red uniform of Shrek Academy suddenly opened the door and shouted as she walked in, "Daddy, today I..." The scene before her was enough to make the girl, who had just turned 15, question her life. Her father tied a skirt around his waist and looked, gnashing his teeth. There was also a man in a black robe standing next to her. His face was covered and he looked at the skirt around her father's waist with his piercing eyes. "Excuse me." The girl's face turned red, and she quickly walked out of the stall and closed the door tightly. Family members, who knows? He was found wearing women's clothes by his own daughter and was misunderstood as, he even wanted to die. Even if the society is dead, the business must go on. In front of Su Yunhan, she put on the whole set of wide-sleeved fairy dress and tried it on. "I've given you the proof you asked for, I can't fit into this dress with my body shape, now how about we discuss the price?" Su Yunhan smiled slightly, without even looking at the stall owner, and walked out of the stall. The stall owner suddenly became anxious. Even a clay figurine has some earthy characteristics, let alone a soul master. He flashed in front of Su Yunhan and grabbed the door handle tightly, blocking Su Yunhan's way. "I have already done everything you asked, but you turned around and left without even asking for the price. Are you here to tease me?" "You were the one who teased me first," Su Yunhan said with a bad face. "You wasted my time by branding the rubbish soul guide with the Hall mark. I am just giving an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Besides, no matter which city the black market is in, buyers and sellers trade freely and equally. I left without making an offer, so this shouldn't violate the rules of the black market, right? Also, everything you did just now was done willingly. I didn't force you, let alone use force to intimidate you. I just made a rather strange request as a guest." Chapter 168. Hearing this, the stall owner's expression suddenly twisted. He was over 50 years old, how could he not hear the hidden meaning of Su Yunhan's words? This is threatening him with his daughter's future. The stall owner seemed to have lost all his strength, and his hand that was tightly holding the handle slowly dropped down. Su Yunhan took this opportunity to grab the handle, opened the door, and walked straight out of the store. This is just the first one. And there are people who are using shoddy tricks to openly cheat customers on the black market. The other stalls are probably not that good either. Alas. This is the black market under the Poseidon Pavilion, and it really has been taught by Flanders. Su Yunhan had no intention of continuing shopping. Instead of having fun by tricking these deceitful businessmen, he might as well go home and look at the beauties. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan hurriedly set off and walked out of the black market. An hour had passed in the round trip. It was now around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yunhan did not stay outside any longer and went straight back to the Su mansion. In the courtyard, Wuton was sitting on the test bench, carving a soul guide formation with a carving knife, while Jiang Yun was holding a kettle and scissors, taking care of the flowers and plants on both sides of the road. As time passed, the girls absorbed the medicinal power of their respective magic herbs and walked out of the room. The others are just icing on the cake. At most their talents are already outstanding, and with the enhancement of the magic grass, their future is even more promising. Among all the people present, the one who gained the most was Ning Tian. She consumed the branches and leaves of the 100,000-year-old soul beast Chiloa Tulip and successfully evolved her martial soul into the 9 treasures glazed tower. As for why Ning Tian gained the most, everyone knows. Without Chiloa Tulip, she would have. Yunhan, Donger, Ning Tian, Wu Feng and I have all broken through to level 40, we need to obtain the 4th spirit ring. Xiao Xiao pouted, grabbed Su Yunhan's wrist and shook it. Su Yunhan nodded and said, the fairy grass can change your physique, you can't just absorb the standard spirit rings, let me ask Ninger to do a test on you later to see how your physique has improved. Okay, let's put the matter of the spirit ring aside for now. At noon, you all promised me that you would reward me well tonight. After that, Su Yunhan hugged the 2 youngest and cutest girls in his harem. The others followed the 3 of them silently into the bedroom. Among them, of course, was the bunny-eared girl Jiang Nan Nan. Hey, Sister Nan Nan, your rabbit ears turn out to be real, come on, let me touch them. Xiao Xiao kept touching Jiang Nanan's rabbit ears as if she had obtained a new toy. As time went by, Jiang Nanan's eyes became more and more blurred. With Xiao Xiao's help, she became the first heroine of the day. The next day, it was past noon when Su Yunhan woke up with sleepy eyes. Looking around, the entire bed was covered with white, and his cell phone was still in Zhang Lishuan's skirt pocket. I wish I could stay drunk forever and never wake up. Su Yunhan murmured, and only now did he understand why those ancient emperors of Blue Star who held the throne were willing to give up government affairs and immerse themselves in this gentle land. Perhaps he felt a little guilty for getting the magic herb for nothing. Ma Xiaotao, who was always strong-willed, did not take the initiative last night for the first time. Instead, she was very obedient and catered to Su Yunhan's every move. Su Yunhan took his cell phone back from Zhang Lishuan's skirt pocket, then got out of bed, took out a brocade robe from the soul guide and put it on. It's getting late. It's time for dinner soon. I probably won't be able to go to the Star Forest to hunt souls today. When Su Yunhan walked out of the room, he saw Xue Di, who was wearing a pure white dress, lying on a recliner, flipping through a book titled Soul Guidance Devices from Entry to Burial. After sensing Su Yunhan's arrival, Xue Di silently put away the book in her hand, slowly sat up from the recliner, looked at Su Yunhan in front of her, and said unkindly, Su Yunhan, do you particularly like them to serve you together? Rather than saying I like you, it's better to say I treat you equally. Su Yunhan quickly stepped forward, slowly bent down, placed Xue Di's right hand in his palm, and the 2 of them interlocked their fingers. It's a pity that my Dashuer was not the heroine last night. After hearing what Su Yunhan said, Snow Queen curled her lips and said unhappily. Su Yunhan, please show some respect to me, what do you mean by your Dashuer? Your cultivation level has not surpassed mine, according to what we have agreed beforehand, I am not your wife yet. Su Yunhan. The little snow emperor is so cute when he becomes Tsundra. Although she said that, Xue Di's body was very honest. She did not break free from Su Yunhan's restraints and let him hold her little hand. Su Yunhan said in a gentle tone, Xue, you always hide your thoughts in your heart. Don't you feel tired of holding them in every day? Well, in order to win the favor of Dashuer, I can only be willful for once and exercise my privileges in the Soul Beast clan. Su Yunhan sent a message to Qianhu, asking her to help suppress Xue Di. After doing this, she carried his Dashuer into the room in a princess-like posture. After this attempt, Su Yunhan finally understood Xue Di's personality. She was a Tsundra girl who seemed to like being conquered. When all her strength was suppressed by the Sky Fox and could not be used, Xuedi simply took off her disguise and tried her best to cater to Su Yunhan. Perhaps, after Xuedi learned that Su Yunhan indirectly saved her life, she had already fallen in love with him. The Snow Emperor is the overlord of the far north, and also a soul beast, with a straightforward personality and no ulterior motives. She didn't want to owe anyone anything, so her choice that night was more about repaying a favor. This is Xuedi's personality. As an innate spirit, she can't tolerate any sand in her eyes. The combination of Su Yunhan's foresight, the divine power of the Sky Fox, and Zhao Ninger's physical body saved the life of the overlord of the far north, the Ice and Snow Girl. Chapter 169. For Xuedi, the easiest way to repay her gratitude is to give herself to Su Yunhan. Although the contract she made with Zhao Ninger is almost equal, she still has to live by relying on Zhao Ninger. Su Yunhan is a normal man and it is impossible for him to let Xuedi marry someone else. With the help of the Sky Fox, Su Yunhan's chance of becoming a god in the future is more than 70. There is nothing wrong with marrying a future god. Although she seemed reluctant, she actually enjoyed it. As a woman, especially a woman who has been in a high position for a long time, she will not easily reveal her true self in front of outsiders. And when Xuedi completely lost her proud cultivation, there was no need for her to continue being so arrogant in front of Su Yunhan. An hour later, Su Yunhan looked at Xuedi who was limp on the bed, and slowly said, "Xue'er, from now on, I will still call you senior in front of other people, privately, we are just a sweet couple, okay?" Hearing this, Xuedi curled her lips and quickly turned her head away, her little face still as cold as ice. This is a bit too arrogant. Su Yunhan smiled, then stretched out his big hands and rubbed Xuedi's calves hard. "Xue'er, if you continue to be so arrogant, your husband will punish you." Hearing this, Xuedi's voice, like a yellow warbler, suddenly rang out, Don't be like this, I promise you." Xuedi finally took off the last layer of disguise, and the expression on her face gradually softened, no longer looking so superior. Oh, I have to say it. The little snow girl is still very cute after losing her dignity. Her pretty face is flushed. Just one look at her makes me want to lock her in a secret room. Su Yunhan couldn't help it and directly pulled the little snow girl up, forcing her to start another round of competition. "Su Yunhan, you bastard. When I recover my power, I will beat you, a shameless little man, so hard that you can't get out of bed." Before he finished speaking, Jinhu withdrew his suppression. After feeling that his cultivation had returned, Xuedi's eyes became colder, and he pushed hard with his arms, and the two of them instantly switched positions. Do you think Xuedi would pin Su Yunhan to the ground and beat him as she just said? Of course not. Xuedi, who had tasted the sweetness of the sweetness, would naturally not give up this opportunity to be alone with Su Yunhan. She chose to continue fighting with Su Yunhan while slapping him in the face. All right, you're a grown-up, why are you still crying? I just slapped you for an hour, if you feel wronged, you can also slap me for an hour." Looking at Su Yunhan hiding himself in the quilt, burying his head in tears, and choking from time to time, Xuedi seemed a little at a loss. She did not expect that the little man with a strong personality would be so weak. Xuedi quickly kicked off the little boots she had just put on, returned to the bed, and forcibly lifted the quilt covering Su Yunhan. After lifting the quilt, Xuedi was greatly disappointed by the situation inside. Not to mention the tears, even the choking sound was deliberately pretended by Su Yunhan. "Humph. Scumbag. I'm not going to pay attention to you." "Xue'er, don't be angry, you were having fun just now, why did you suddenly turn hostile? If you feel unhappy, come, let's fight a few more rounds, today, no, 3 days, I am all yours." "Okay, you said it, 3 days is 3 days, if you can't hold on for 3 days, you will be my sister." The snow girl pushed Su Yunhan hard and threw him onto the bed, then she jumped on the horse and started a new round of battle. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed in a flash. Tomorrow is the day when Shrek Academy implements the exchange student program. On the eve of the implementation of the plan, the Su mansion welcomed a visit from an unexpected guest. "Brother Bei, why are you visiting me so late at night? Do you have something important to tell me?" "Yunhan, I want to ask, are there any vacancies for the exchange student team going to Mingdu? I also want to represent Shrek Academy and go to Mingdu to learn more advanced soul guidance technology." Su Yunhan said, "I thought it was a big deal. Ninger and I carefully selected a total of 14 people, including the instructor, to participate in this exchange student program. According to the results of the advanced discussion between the two major forces, the number of people in each exchange student team cannot exceed 20. If Brother Bei wants to go to Mingdu, I will let Ninger add your name. Compared to the second and third generation rich people in Poseidon Pavilion, Bei Bei is more like a normal person. In terms of emotion, reason, public and private, Su Yunhan has no reason to reject him. Just like that, after finishing the serious business, Bei Bei showed no intention of leaving, and the two of them sat in the room drinking green tea cup after cup. After a long silence, Bei Bei suddenly spoke up, Yunhan, what do you think? What is the future of our Tang sect? Xia Huanyue finally refused to join the Tang sect. Including Xiaoya and me, there are only 7 members in the entire Tang sect. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu are just in name only and have not even practiced the Tang sect's unique skills. I am almost dying of worry. Su Yunhan said nonchalantly, Brother Bei, more than 3,000 years have passed since the Sun-Moon continent and DOURO continent were connected. The emergence of soul guides has had a great impact on the Tang sect's hidden weapons. The Tang sect's only prestige has been eroded bit by bit with the passage of time. At this point in time, how many people still remember the Tang sect's former glory? It takes time for the ice to freeze 3 feet thick. And it will take time to revive the Tang sect. Brother Bei, you should know about the Tianlong sect, right? You and the others are descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. The soul hunting operation by the Spirit Hall almost wiped out all the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, leaving only the 2 brothers Yu Tianhuan and Yu Tianxin. Didn't the 2 of them restore the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan to its heyday? Hearing this, Bei Bei's face looked a little embarrassed. Although their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Tianlong sect had a common ancestor, the relationship between the 2 forces had always been bad. If the relationship was good and the 2 forces had the same martial spirit, it would not be possible for them to separate for 10,000 years. Chapter 170. Bei Bei said impatiently, Yunhan, I understand what you said, but I still can't figure it out. Can the Tang sect really be restored to its heyday just by making and selling soul guides? You know, the Tang sect made its fortune by using hidden weapons. At that time, the Tang sect monopolized the entire hidden weapon industry. As the eldest senior brother of the Tang sect, I am really confused about the future of the Tang sect. Yunhan, you have a quick mind, can you point out a clear path for our Tang sect? Brother Bei, do you still remember what I said in the conference room of the Starlight Hotel? The Tang sect's hidden weapons have been eliminated by the times. Don't you still have the Shen Gong? Based on the Shen Gong, deduce a method suitable for more people to practice. And create a brand new era on the DOURO continent. By then, all the spirit masters who practice martial arts will think of the Tang sect first. Their achievements can be compared to the first generation of sea gods who conquered the sea. Maybe Brother Bei can rely on this achievement to become the first person to ascend to the divine realm after the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils. In addition to the changes in the skills, I have also thought of other ways. You can think of ways to do something that will attract the attention of all the spirit masters in the entire DOURO continent, so that the Tang sect can return to the world. With the help of the Sea God Pavilion, I believe that more spirit masters will come to join your Tang sect. Bei Bei nodded thoughtfully, then picked up the teacup and drank it all, then slowly stood up and walked out of Su's house. The view changed to a private room in the Tulip Hotel. Tangya, Hui Yuhao, and Han Xiu were sitting around a table, listening silently to Bei Bei's thoughts. Tangya said angrily, Hey Bei Bei, you haven't even learned the soul guide yet, and you still want to improve the Shen Gong. This is not possible. As for your second idea, you want to do something in the name of Tang sect to shock the entire Soul Master world. What kind of thing can shock the Soul Master world? As soon as he finished speaking, Hui Yuhao said weakly, Sister Xiaoya, Brother Bei. You all should know that my first spirit ring comes from a million-year-old spiritual spirit beast, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, right? In fact, I have a secret that I have been hiding from you. My first spirit ring is not a spirit ring in your understanding. It is not a spirit ring absorbed by hunting spirit beasts or sacrificing spirit beasts. I merged with Brother Tianmeng's soul, and with the help of his million-year-old soul beast soul, I condensed this soul ring by myself. Later, I can also use his soul to condense more soul rings, and his cultivation will be evenly distributed on each soul ring. We call this method of obtaining spirit rings, the spirit system. Brother Tianmeng has already taught me the method of making a soul spirit. According to the above method, as long as the soul beast is willing, there is at least a 70% chance that the soul beast's soul and cultivation can be completely sealed, and then a soul spirit can be created. Electrolux had already awakened. With nothing to do, he began to study the cultivation system of DOURO world and changed the relationship between Hui Yuhao and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, so that the soul system came into being earlier. Of course, Hui Yuhao was destined not to tell others about the existence of Electrolux. The other party was a necromancer, whose methods were very similar to those of the evil soul masters in DOURO world. He didn't want to be caught by others. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, so it's a good opportunity for him to take the blame. Tang looked at Hu Yuhao with a look that was a little strange. In addition to being shocked, she did not forget to ask Hu Yuhao, Xiao Yuhao, are you really going to hand over the soul system to the Tang sect? Hearing this, Hu Yuhao shook his head and said, Sister Xiaoya, thanks to your kindness, I am able to study in Shrek Academy. If conditions permit, I would also like to keep the soul system in the Tang sect. But the problem is it is difficult for us alone to carry forward the soul system. There are two benefits to handing over the soul system to the Sea God Pavilion. First, it can be exchanged for corresponding resources and status in the Sea God Pavilion. Second, with so many titled Doulua His Majesties here, I believe it won't take long for the soul system to be implemented throughout the Doulua continent, thereby reducing the killing of soul beasts and preventing the soul master profession from becoming extinct in a few years. Bei Bei nodded, stretched out her hand to grab Hu Yuhao's wrist and hurriedly said, Yuhao, come with me quickly, I will take you to find Xuanzu. On the other hand, Moon, who was about to remove his soul bones, had his plan disrupted by Bei Bei and the others. After confirming the feasibility of the soul system, he sent people to wake up the members of the Poseidon Pavilion from their sleep and come to attend this sudden Poseidon Pavilion meeting. At the big round table in the Poseidon Pavilion's conference room, the elders passed the soul system brought by Hu Yuhao around in turn. After reading the materials, everyone frowned. At this time, the usually taciturn old man Zhuang spoke first, Pavilion Master, in my opinion, the feasibility of developing a soul system is very high. In the past 1,000 years, the number of soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest has dropped a lot. It's time to introduce a method to obtain soul rings without hunting soul beasts. Hearing this, Moon waved his hand, and his old voice resounded throughout the conference room. I know the feasibility and development potential of the soul system better than anyone else here. I called you here not to discuss whether or not to develop the soul system, but to discuss what reward should be given to Hu Yuhao for submitting the soul system to the Sea God Pavilion. Reward? Xian Liner stood up, bowed to Moon who was sitting in the main seat, and slowly said, Teacher, Sea God Pavilion and Tang sect are originally one family. When we implement the soul system in the future, Hu Yuhao must be the leader. Otherwise, we can appoint him as the successor of Sea God Pavilion. With his talent of twin martial spirits and endless means, he is enough to lead all the forces in the original Doulua continent to resist the Sun Moon Empire that is ready to make a move. Before she finished speaking, Kai Meyer, who was sitting opposite Xian Liner, slammed the table fiercely, looked at the old woman in front of her, and said sarcastically, Xian Liner, do you have a pig brain? The teacher has already said that the next pavilion master will only appear between Xiao Tao and Lu Xian. What are you thinking of letting Hu Yuhao become the next generation candidate for the pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion? Kai Meyer, who was always gentle, was thrown off by Xian Liner's words. If Hu Yuhao was elected as the next generation successor of the Sea God Pavilion, it would cause many people who did not want Ma Xiao Tao or Zhang Lishuan to be the pavilion master to develop ambitions. Once Moon died, some ambitious people would stand on Hu Yuhao's side, thus plunging the entire Sea God Pavilion into endless civil strife. Chapter 171. Although they are master and disciple, Kai Meyer has long regarded Ma Xiao Tao as her own daughter. It is not difficult to see from Ma Xiao Tao's dress that a girl with a very wild temperament did not become a tomboy under Kai Meyer's careful teaching, which shows her good intentions. For both public and private reasons, she could not allow Hu Yuhao to become the successor of the Sea God Pavilion. The Sea God Pavilion was a complicated place. And if she could not take the absolute initiative in this vortex of power, she would be at a disadvantage in future struggles. Xian Liner said sarcastically, Oh, Kai Meyer, I didn't expect you to be such a jealous person. Just because Hu Yuhao would threaten Ma Xiaotao's position, are you going to reject the proposal to make him a candidate for pavilion master? Just as Kai Meyer was about to continue to refute, Lin Huichuan, who was sitting on the right, suddenly knocked on the table and scolded. Enough, enough, you are so old, you are old enough to be an ancestor, and you are still here making a fuss like a little girl, how disgraceful. As soon as the words fell, Kai Meyer and Xian Liner both lowered their heads silently, not daring to continue arguing. After a long silence, everyone turned their eyes to Moon. Moon slowly said, Hu Yuhao is from the Tang sect. In the future, he will also be in charge of the soul-making department. He cannot take on the position of the Sea God Pavilion Master at the same time. Since we cannot give him a respected status, let Hu Yuhao select 2 high-aged spirit bones from the treasure house of the Sea God Pavilion as a reward for him to hand in the spirit system. The department that studies spirits will be temporarily named the Spirit Pagoda. When the spirit system comes out, Hu Yuhao will be the first tower master of the Spirit Pagoda. Everyone, you can vote by raising your hands. Those who are qualified to sit in the Poseidon Pavilion meeting room are all meticulous people without exception. At this juncture, they are not stupid enough to go against Moon. Just like that, the theme of this Poseidon Pavilion meeting has come to an end. In exchange for 2 top-level soul bones, Hui Yuhao obtained the soul system. Just as everyone was about to leave, Hui Yuhao, who was sitting in the corner of the meeting room, suddenly said, "Senior Pavilion Master, I have a small request." Moon said impatiently, "Tell me, as long as your request is not excessive, I will do my best to satisfy you." Hui Yuhao said weakly, I want senior brother HIATUS to go to Mingdu with us to participate in this exchange student program." Hearing this, Moon didn't say anything, but instead set his eyes on Bei. Bei hurriedly said, "Xian Zhu, I just came back from Yunhan, the number of exchange students going to Mingdu has not yet reached the limit." Moon waved his hand and slowly walked out of the door of the Poseidon Pavilion meeting room. Hui Yuhao whispered, "Brother Bei, did the Pavilion Master agree to my request?" Bei said unhappily, "Hui Yuhao, your EQ is too low. You know the relationship between Xian Zhu and me, so just tell me about this little thing. HIATUS is also a disciple of our Tang sect. If he wants to participate in this exchange student program, how can I, as the senior brother, not help him get a place? Forget it, I'll take care of the matter with HIATUS, you go back and have a rest first." After saying that, Bei walked out of the room without looking back. After leaving Poseidon Island, he first went to the dormitory of the Soul Guidance Department and found HIATUS, who asked him to gather at the office building of the external courtyard early tomorrow morning. After leaving the dormitory building of the Soul Guidance Department, Bei returned to his own dormitory to sleep. He was not Hui Yuhao, so he could tell the difference between his eyebrows and eyes. Everyone knows Su Yunhan's true nature. He has so many lovely girls at home. Now the night has come, and he will go to Mingdu with the team tomorrow. Who knows what tricks he will play tonight? Bei is not stupid, he also knows that he will be turned away if he goes back to Su's house just after leaving. Why should he make things uncomfortable just for that dark-skinned HIATUS? The next morning, all members participating in the exchange student program arrived early in front of the office building of the Shrek Academy's external courtyard and waited. In addition to Su Yunhan and Zhao Ning'er, the only people from the Su mansion who participated in the exchange student program were Ning Tian and Xiao Xiao. Both of them were auxiliary spirit masters, which was very consistent with the image of spirit mentors in the eyes of the Sea God Pavilion. When Su Yunhan saw the dark-skinned youth and HIATUS, he did not feel the slightest bit of emotion. The moment he learned that Bei also wanted to participate in the exchange student program, he had expected this situation to happen today. I really don't know what this black guy is thinking. He has only been in Shrek Academy for a few years, has he completely forgotten your true identity? HIATUS, whose real name is Su He, is the son of the previous emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. With his status, even a milder king or heir apparent would not tolerate his existence, let alone the extremely ruthless Su Tianran. You dare to go back to Mingdu? You, Su He, are really bold. Aren't you afraid of being recognized by Su Tianran? You might die one day. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Yan Xiaozhe, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked over. Under Yan Xiaozhe's leadership, everyone controlled the flying soul guides that had been distributed in advance and left Shrek City. The group headed westward, and finally arrived at Maple Leaf City, the western border of the Tianhun Empire, before dark. After entering the city, Yan Xiaozhe took a group of students to find a hotel to stay in and told them to have a good rest. After the group was dismissed, Zhao Ning'er brought the female students and Su Yunhan brought the male students to the first floor of the hotel and ordered a table of extremely sumptuous dishes. The atmosphere at the girls' table was very harmonious. The oldest female student was no more than 20 years old. The girls ate delicious food and chatted about gossip that happened in Shrek City. The atmosphere at the boys' table seemed a bit heavy. These former inner court students who were studying in the Soul Guidance Hall were all promoted by Su Yunhan and Zhao Ning'er. The original members of the exchange student program, excluding Su Yunhan and Zhao Ning'er, totaled 12 people, including 7 boys and 5 girls. Among these 7 male students, most of them have a very good relationship with Su Yunhan's family in private. They often sit together with Su Yunhan and look forward to the future development of the Soul Guide Hall. But in front of the Tang clan trio, the atmosphere at the table was bound to be unhappy. Why? Because Hui Yuhao and HIATUS were from the Soul Guidance Department. When the Soul Guidance Hall was first established, the resources that the Sea God Pavilion provided them with were all transferred from the Soul Guidance Department. The Soul Guidance Department's top brass, led by Xian Liner, began to secretly make things difficult for the Soul Guidance Hall. Every month, the resources allocated to the Soul Guidance Hall were either delivered many days late or were cut corners. Chapter 172. Even though Xian Liner suffered a loss in the fight with Yan Xiaozhe, she still went her own way and continued to trip up the Soul Guidance Hall in secret. The feud between the Soul Guidance Department and the Soul Guidance Hall was formed at that time. Later, Su Yunhan found the Xinghua Empire as a supplier for the Soul Guidance Hall, which solved the problem of the shortage of Soul Guide materials in the Soul Guidance Hall. Without any worries, some members of the Soul Guidance Hall spontaneously organized a small group to retaliate against the Soul Guidance Department. Whenever the day came for distributing resources to the Soul Guidance Department, a Soul DOURO level instructor would lead a group of students to visit the Soul Guidance Department. If they are not given the resources belonging to the Soul Guidance Hall, they will make trouble in the Soul Guidance Department and may even beat up the teachers who are in charge of resource allocation and the students who mock them. The students in the Soul Guidance Hall are all very smart. They would rather beat others than open the Soul Guidance Department's warehouse on their own and take away the resources that belong to them. After all, they don't want to become the Sage of Settlement of the Soul Guidance Department. Later, the conflict between the two parties intensified, and they even agreed to fight in the back mountain. Seeing that things were not going well, the faction behind Xian Liner wanted to mediate. Yan Xiaozhe had no intention of resolving the issue privately, and he directly reported the whole story to Poseidon Pavilion, where he also convened a Poseidon Pavilion meeting for the purpose. Xian Liner had unreasonably withheld the resources that Poseidon Pavilion had allocated to the Soul Guidance Hall, which was unjustifiable. In order to prevent Yan Xiaozhe from using this incident to attack them, the faction behind Xian Liner had no choice but to compromise and gave up part of the mine management rights under the name of Poseidon Pavilion to Kai Mayer. From now on, the development of the Soul Guidance Hall will no longer be constrained by the Soul Guidance Department. After this incident, the Soul Guidance Hall and the Soul Guidance Department officially developed a feud. Although everything seemed calm on the surface, there were many frictions in secret. They still remembered that the people who participated in the beating were led by Hu Yuhao and HIATUS teacher, Fan Yu. They did not put a sack on HIATUS in private, which was considered to be giving face to Beibei. Seeing that the atmosphere at the table was a little awkward, Beibei hurriedly stood up, raised his glass, looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Dear seniors, tomorrow we will represent Shrek Academy to go to Mingdu to participate in this exchange student program. During this 1 year or so, I hope that everyone can get along well, and if there are any grudges, we can talk about them when we return to Shrek City. Beibei would like to thank you all." After saying that, Beibei picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Having said that, the 7 Soul Guidance Hall members, led by Yi Shaoxing, stood up one after another, raised their glasses and drank them all. Beibei was the great-great-grandson of the current Sea God Pavilion Master, Dragon God Dolua Moon. So he had to give him some face. After drinking this glass of wine, it meant that the 7 of them would no longer cause trouble for HIATUS and Hu Yuhao because of their previous grudges during the exchange student program. Even with this little episode, the atmosphere at the table was still awkward. Apart from anything else, Hu Yuhao's stupid behavior made few people willing to be friends with him even if there was no previous grudge. Those who want to curry favor with the rich and powerful are another matter. After eating a simple meal, the Tang clan trio quietly left the table. Watching the 3 people's backs going away, Yi Shaoxing couldn't help but say, "Boss Su, will these 3 hinder us on this trip to Mingdu?" Su Yunhan said calmly, "Don't worry about them, and don't get involved in their affairs. Ninger and I will handle any problems, just focus on carrying out your respective tasks." The next morning, led by Yan Xiaozhe, everyone left Maple Leaf City and stopped more than 200 meters away from the North Gate. Soon, a fat old man led a group of people towards the direction where the Shrek Academy people were staying. All students who have studied in the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy have seen the portrait of this fat old man. Yes, he is the famous leader of Mingda Hall, Hongqian Dolua Jing Hongqian. P.S. Compared to the title of Toad, I personally think it sounds better to just use the surname of the Red Dust family as the title behind Jing Hongqian. Most of the faces are familiar, including Xiao Hongqian, Meng Hongqian, Ma Rulong and other students who participated in the Soul Master competition. The instructor who led the team to Shrek Academy this time was still the chief researcher of Mingda Hall, Ma Rulong's grandfather, Mr. Ma. When the 2 teams met, Yan Xiaozhe and Jing Hongqian immediately became hostile. After they finished their verbal battle, they high-fived, exchanged teams, and parted ways. Under the leadership of Jing Hongqian, the students of Shrek Academy finally arrived in Mingdu before dark. After entering Mingdu, Jing Hongqian began to introduce the customs and culture of Mingdu to everyone. "We have entered Mingdu, you will live in this city for more than a year, I hope you will like it here." Jing Hongqian kept talking there, but Su Yunhan didn't hear a word and was still immersed in the memories of his original body. Mingdu is his home. As far as he could remember, Su Tianran treated him very well. Su Yunhan had received enlightenment education since he was 3 years old, and all the standards were in accordance with those for the heir of the Sun Moon Empire. Su Tianran truly treated Su Yunhan as his own son, and he always had endless things to say in front of Su Yunhan. A tyrant is destined to have no friends. In order to sit on and hold on to the throne, I killed many, many people. Gradually, I became a loner. My childhood playmates began to be afraid of me. However, there is one exception, your mother. When I first met her, she was still a little girl, immersed in the pain of losing your grandfather. I saved her life from the hands of the Xinglua Empire soldiers, gave her a respectable identity, and allowed her to go to school at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Time did not heal her wounds. As she grew older, the hatred in her heart began to erupt. When she had nothing to do, she began to study the attack routes on the map and reported the results of her research to me. Since then, I have had the idea of taking her as my concubine. In this world, it is difficult to find two people with the same ideals, let alone these two people happen to be a man and a woman. It's a pity, I couldn't do it and didn't give her a happy little home. Arriving at the gate of Mingdu, the image of Su Tianran crying bitterly began to replay in Su Yunhan's mind. Chapter 173. Perhaps it was because Su Tianran did not understand women's hearts, or perhaps it was for some other reason, which led to him, who had always been wise, making a stupid move. For Juzi, she wanted to repay Su Tianran for saving her life and realize his dream of unifying the continent. She also wanted to kill the White Tiger Duke Dai How to avenge her father. Juzi doesn't care whether she has a biological child or not. Even if Su Tianran selects some outstanding children from the royal family to adopt them, she will treat those children as her own. After all, the person she wanted to repay was Su Tianran, not some shitty Prince Tianhe. With Orange's personality, how could she be willing to bear the blood of Prince Tianhe? Let me introduce you. This is the Dean of Studies at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Lin Jai. Your life and study will be inseparable from him for the next year and a half. Jai, please make arrangements for the children. Hall Master Zhao, Deputy Hall Master Su, please follow me. Su Yunhan came back to his senses, turned around and gave Ning Tian and Xiao Xiao a reassuring look, then he and Zhao Ninger followed Jing Hongchen and left the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. As soon as they stepped out of the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Zhao Ninger asked suspiciously, Master Hongchen, where are you taking us? Su Yunhan hurriedly grabbed Zhao Ninger's hand, leaned over to her ear, and whispered, Ninger, we are going to meet my biological mother, your mother-in-law. Ah. Hearing this, Zhao Ninger immediately showed a look of horror, but quickly returned to normal. Unexpectedly, it makes sense. Su Yunhan's last name is Su. Could her little man have any relationship with the Sun and Moon royal family? Under the leadership of Jing Hongchen, Su Yunhan and Zhao Ninger came to a training ground in Mingdu. On the training ground, a stern young man was sitting on a high platform. Next to the stern young man, there was a girl in a goose-yellow palace dress standing beside him. The girl's face was 90 similar to Su Yunhan. Zhao Ninger knew that Su Yunhan had returned to the present from a certain point in the future. Combined with what he had just said, the girl in palace dress on the high platform must be Su Yunhan's mother. Su Yunhan took Zhao Ninger's hand and came to the center of the training ground. He bowed slightly to the two people on the high platform and performed a standard junior etiquette. Your son Su Yunhan greets father and mother. B flat. Thank you, father. Su Tianran's hawk-like eyes looked at Su Yunhan below the stage. Well, the situation was pretty much as he expected. He saw some traces of his youth in Su Yunhan. Su Tianran's stern voice sounded again. We are all family, there is no need to be so restrained, come on stage and speak. Before he finished speaking, Su Tianran waved his hand, and 3 eunuchs moved 3 chairs and arranged them in order on the left of Su Tianran. Juzi, Su Yunhan, and Zhao Ninger sat down according to their respective seats. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Ninger glanced at Su Yunhan, then stood up and bowed to Su Tianran on the main seat, saying, Your Highness, I have something I want to present to you. If this thing is mass-produced, it will be enough to change the war situation in DOURO continent. After saying that, Zhao Ninger took out a humanoid soul guide that was more than 1 person tall from the storage soul guide. The humanoid soul guide was completely black, and below the head, everyone could vaguely see the cockpit inside. Zhao Ninger opened the cockpit of the humanoid soul guide and introduced it to everyone. A soul master at the soul sect level driving this humanoid soul guide can exert strength far beyond that of an ordinary soul king. It is different from the current soul guides and can completely protect the soul master who controls it. As she spoke, Zhao Ninger demonstrated the functions of the humanoid soul guide to everyone. The arms of the soul guide successively transformed into soul ray cannons, various melee weapons, and energy shields. We usually call this kind of humanoid soul guide a mecha. At this moment, Kong Deming, who had been observing secretly, suddenly jumped out, surrounded the mecha, and kept looking for the soul guide formation. Seeing Kong Deming's loss of composure, Su Yunhan shook his head and couldn't help but say, "Teacher, mechas have gone beyond the scope of ordinary soul guides. The production method is much more complicated than ordinary soul guides. If no one explains it to you, you won't be able to study it for a while." Zhao Ning'er agreed, "Yes, teacher, this soul guide itself is a product that transcends time. If we don't consider the endurance issue, after the mecha is fully charged, even ordinary people without soul power can drive the mecha to fight." For a moment, Su Tianran, Zhu Zi, and Kong Deming were stunned where they were. This meant that they could only control the duration of the battle. Even those lowest level one-ring soul masters could exert strength far beyond that of ordinary soul kings. The three of them quickly rejected this idea. The battlefield changes rapidly. Even with the protection of a super defense mecha, they would be frightened when facing spirit skills that far exceed their own strength. With the help of the 9th level prosthetic soul guide, Su Tianran slowly stood up from his seat, walked to the side of the mecha, watched it for a long time, and said, "Miss Ning'er, are there any higher-level mechas?" Zhao Ning'er shook her head and said, "No more. To be honest, these are all things I learned from a book that predicts the future. How many types of soul guides I can come up with depends on how much is recorded in the book." Zhao Ning'er did not reveal the existence of the battle armor in full. There was no point in saying it out loud, and it would only increase people's anxiety. Su Yunhan had just specifically told her that Su Tianran was a restless person, and if he was told the method of making battle armor, he would definitely ignore the dissuasion and study the battle armor in secret. There are probably not many level 6 blacksmiths in the entire Sun Moon Empire, so it is better to let Su Tianran honestly form a mecha brigade to prepare for the unification of the continent in the future. Let's leave the production of battle armor to the ferocious beasts led by Di Tian. They don't need to practice, and they can also compress their rest time indefinitely. It's right to leave this kind of work to them. Zhao Ning'er didn't say anything else and directly handed over the production methods of 4 levels of mechas, white, yellow, purple and black to Kong Deming. P.S. The 4 levels of mecha here, white, yellow, purple and black, are somewhat different from the settings of DOURO Dalo 2, which is equivalent to the weakened version of the mecha in the DOURO Dalo 2 period. This surprised Kong Deming. He quickly pulled Su Yunhan aside and asked in a low voice, "Yunhan, are you sure you didn't tell her about your life experience?" Chapter 174. She supports the Sun Moon Empire in launching a war not entirely because of my identity, but because she hates Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy to the core. Then, Su Yunhan recounted to Kong Deming what had happened to Zhao Ning'er in the most concise language. After hearing this story, Kong Deming's face almost turned green. I never expected that a Super Doulua at level 98 would have such a dark history. The actions of the Poseidon Pavilion were too disheartening. Zhao Ning'er's meridians were completely broken, but they didn't even try to rescue her. When the day comes to capture Shrek City, it would not be an exaggeration for Zhao Ning'er to skin and pull out the tendons of those elders of the Sea God Pavilion. After resolving his doubts, Kong Deming happily left the training ground with his mecha in his arms. Juzi took Zhao Ning'er back to her bedroom. In the huge training ground, only Su Tianran and Su Yunhan were left. Su Tianran slowly said, "Yunhan, what do you think of the current situation in Doulua continent?" "What can I say? My past life's experience has already proven a fact. Even if there was a huge explosion in Mingdu and you, the Sun and Moon Emperor, died, the Sun and Moon Empire's army still reached the gates of Xinglua City." Su Yunhan's words were hinting to Su Tianran that if Sea God Tang San had not intervened, even 10-star Luo empires would not be enough to defeat the Sun Moon Empire. Su Tianran was slightly stunned when he heard this, then waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Soon, Su Tianran and Su Yunhan arrived at a secret room in the East Palace. In the secret room, a blonde girl was sitting on a chair with her eyes closed. After sensing Su Tianran's presence, the girl quickly stood up, walked to Su Tianran and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Su Yunhan looked at the blonde girl in front of him suspiciously, then pulled the corner of Su Tianran's clothes and whispered, "Father, you have a beautiful girl hidden in this golden house, does mother know?" Hearing this, Su Tianran rolled his eyes at Su Yunhan and said unhappily, "Let me introduce you to this person, Yi Gai, the descendant of the Holy Angel lineage. She and I have reached an alliance. We, the Sun and Moon Empire, will unify the continent and help her take back everything that belongs to her angel family. In return, if she has the hope of becoming a god, she will help us share the pressure from Sea God Tang San." Su Yunhan. Creating a god. What a lonely creation. When Su Tianran saw Su Yunhan's strange expression, he couldn't hold it anymore and asked hurriedly, "Yunhan, is there anything wrong with my plan?" Su Yunhan said helplessly, there is nothing wrong with it, it's just that, father, you underestimated the power of sea god Tang-san, not to mention one angel god, even 10 angel gods can't help us share the pressure from sea god Tang-san. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Tianran and Yigai fell silent. They wanted to refute Su Yunhan's words, but they couldn't say anything when the words came to their lips. 10,000 years ago, sea god Tang-san defeated the combined forces of angel god Qianren Xue and Rakshasa god Bibi Dong by his own strength. 10,000 years later, can Yigai, a young girl who has reshaped the angel god, fight against Tang-san? For the soul masters on DOURO continent, gods are ethereal beings. It is rare for Su Tianran to find Yigai and propose a god-making plan. Be it Su Tianran or Juzi, no matter how many times they were reborn, without a decent golden finger, they could not overthrow Tang-san during the unrivaled Tang sect period. Unless, there is a way to contact the God King of Destruction or the God King of Life and tell them both of Tang-san's 10,000-year plan. This is the only way to break the impasse. After a long silence, Su Yunhan slowly said, as for sea god Tang-san, you don't need to worry about him, I will do what you can't do, and I will think of ways you can't think of. After the War of Three Gods, the development of DOURO continent has become more and more pathological. Whether it is the Sun and Moon Empire or the three great empires of Tianhun, Doling, and Xinglua, evil soul masters have begun to run rampant on the continent, they need the glory of the angel god to protect them. With my father's wisdom and bravery, after unifying the continent, he is bound to raise the knife to kill the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit Church. When my father was alive, evil spirit masters naturally dared not show their faces. But what if one day my father was gone? What if the successor was mediocre in ability and found it difficult to manage the vast DOURO continent? What if he didn't have the courage to continue suppressing evil spirit masters? Even if there was no such thing as sea god Tang-san, I would have proposed that the angels rebuild the spirit hall. After briefly discussing the current development focus, Su Tianran took Su Yunhan out of the secret room. Although Su Tianran appeared calm on the surface, he was actually in turmoil. He thought the entire DOURO continent was in his hands, but when he faced the high and mighty gods, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. A heaven, a hell. In his previous life, Su Tianran tried his best not to harm the sea god and important figures of Shrek Academy in order to unify the continent smoothly. After his death, Zhu Zi and her group followed this order, and until the final battle in Xinglua City, she ordered to try not to harm Taotai Dolua Xuanzi. Even so, sea god Tang-san still interfered with the lower world. If the Sun Moon Empire wants to unify the continent, it will eventually have to confront Shrek Academy, Poseidon Pavilion, and even the Poseidon Tang-san behind it. Su Tianran was very unwilling. Are all the efforts he had made over the years going to go to waste? Want him to just give up the idea of unifying the continent? But he met Su Yunhan, his future son with Juzi. Su Tianran felt infinite possibilities in Su Yunhan. Juzi only returned to this era in spirit, but Su Yunhan came directly in the flesh, which was far beyond the cognition of ordinary soul masters. I'm afraid even gods can't do it. Do those high and mighty gods have the ability to pull Su Yunhan, who is in the future, to the present time point? No. The arrival of Su Yunhan gave him some confidence. He himself was inhumane and had lost the ability to pass on his family line. The rest of his life was destined to be unhappy. He would rather see the raging seas after his death than give up his dream. Even if he dies, he wants to die on the way to conquer the three empires. He wants to see with his own eyes what the sea god Tang-san looks like. End of this chapter. Chapter 175. Inside the Crown Prince's bedroom, Su Yunhan and Su Tianran sat opposite each other at the table, drinking the spiritual tea specially provided by the royal family. It was unknown how long it had been before a girl dressed as a palace maid came to Su Tianran and whispered something in his ear. Soon, the maid stepped aside. A faint smile flashed across Su Tianran's slightly stern face. Yunhan, you should have heard about your marriage with the emperor's sister, right? Su Yunhan nodded. It's easy to handle after hearing it. After saying that, Su Tianran waved his hand, and two burly palace maids quickly walked to Su Yunhan's side, held his arms and walked out. The expression on Su Yunhan's face froze instantly. He really didn't expect that Su Tianran would be so anxious to tie him to the ship of the Sun Moon Empire. Why don't you investigate it a little longer? Su Yunhan didn't know that in Su Tianran's eyes, there were only two forces on the DOURO continent, one was the Sun Moon Empire, and the other was the Poseidon Pavilion. Given the grudge between Su Yunhan and sea god Tang-san, there was no way he could stand firmly on the side of sea god Pavilion. Not to mention that his mother was the crown princess of the Sun Moon Empire. Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan are a bit of a problem. They both grew up on Poseidon Island and are legitimate members of Poseidon Pavilion. Getting them to change sides is extremely difficult. I just hope Su Yunhan is not a lovesick person, and will not lock his position because of a little bit of emotion. Led by two ladies, Su Yunhan came to a bedroom less than 1,000 meters away from the prince's bedroom. Inside the bedroom, a young girl was sitting in front of a dressing table putting on makeup. When she heard the sound coming from outside the door, the girl hurriedly got up and walked out of the room. Standing in the hall, her eyes unconsciously fell on Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan also began to look at the girl in front of him. The girl was wearing a plain one-piece phoenix gown. The hem of the skirt just covered her knees. Her slender and well-fitting calves were wrapped in translucent pure white stockings. And her jade feet were wearing a pair of half-high-heeled golden canvas shoes. She gave people a feeling of elegance and luxury, but she was a little short and her figure was not quite good. The girl's outfit was very similar to the outfit of the Queen of the Sun and Moon Empire in Su Yunhan's memory, but there were some subtle differences. After an unknown amount of time, the girl's ethereal voice suddenly reached Su Yunhan's ears. Su Yunhan, today is the day we fulfill our engagement, are you going to wear this to see me? Your Highness, can we be reasonable? I came to Mingdu as an exchange student from Shrek Academy. It's impossible for an exchange student to come to Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy wearing extremely gorgeous clothes, right? After arriving at the academy, I was brought to your brother by the Red Dust Hall Master and asked him questions. I finally had time to sit down and have a cup of tea, but before I could even finish my cup of tea, I was brought to you by two burly palace maids. Before she finished speaking, the girl waved her hand, and a palace maid came over with a tray. On the tray was a complete set of Sun Moon Empire prince's robes. The girl said, all right, I'm not blaming you, don't take it to heart, go take a shower first, then change into this outfit, I'll wait for you. After saying that, the girl's little head slowly drooped down, and a blush flashed across her pretty face, as if she was shy, or perhaps expectant. Su Yunhan refused the service of the palace maid, picked up the prince's robes on the tray and walked into the bathroom. Watching Su Yunhan's gradually receding back, Su Tianjin murmured to himself, it seems, he is not opposed to this marriage. After that, Su Tianjin returned to his chair, looked at himself in the mirror, and continued to put on makeup. Half an hour later, Su Yunhan, dressed in prince's robes, walked out of the bathroom, came to the dressing table, held Su Tianjin in his arms like a princess, and slowly came to the bed. Su Tianjin seemed very nervous. When Su Yunhan held her in his arms, he could clearly feel that her petite body was trembling slightly. Su Yunhan put Su Tianjin on the bed and said softly, Princess, if you object to this marriage, you can tell me and I will negotiate with the crown prince, I don't like to force others. As soon as the words fell, Su Tianjin hurriedly said, no, I don't object, being able to be with you is a blessing that I can't achieve in several lifetimes. Under Su Yunhan's shocked gaze, Su Tianjin spoke out what was in her mind. The princesses of the royal family only look glamorous on the outside, like the girls from small soul master families, they still cannot control their own destiny. Marriage is like rolling dice, you never know what kind of person your marriage partner will be, it could be a second-generation rich man who indulges in prostitution, or it could be an old man who is dying. You will never know whether your husband will treat you as a real wife and let you stay alone in an empty house for most of your life. You are so beautiful, you have a three-life martial spirit, and you are so talented, I will eventually marry someone I don't know, so I might as well marry you instead of someone else. Perhaps because she knew Su Yunhan's character in advance from Orange, Su Tianjin did not do any preparation and directly expressed her thoughts. This made Su Yunhan feel sad. As expected, nothing in the adult world is simple. Su Tianjin took off his shoes, knelt on the bed, and slowly approached Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan simply opened his arms and hugged Su Tianjin in his arms. A heart-wrenching wail resounded through the sky, 2 lines of tears flowed from Su Tianjin's beautiful eyes, and a faint smile flashed across her pretty face. Painful but joyful. As time passed, the wailing gradually faded, replaced by a heart-stirring symphony. After an hour, Su Tianjin said breathlessly, Yunhan, I'm tired, let me rest. If you don't feel satisfied, I can let my personal maid serve you. Su Yunhan said softly, okay, go to sleep, I won't touch other women except my wife. After saying that, Su Yunhan took his cell phone out of Su Tianjin's skirt pocket, looked at the plum blossom token on the bed sheet, sighed deeply, then lay down, picked up the quilt and covered them both with it. Su Yunhan held the petite Su Tianjin in his arms, tilted his head, and fell asleep. Chapter 176. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan, who was in a coma, always felt that his body was a little heavy. He opened his eyes and took a closer look. Oh my god, Su Tianjin actually took advantage of him while he was sleeping. After another hour of hard work, Su Yunhan climbed up from the bed, put on his clothes, left a piece of hot glue for Su Tianjin, and then walked out of the bedroom. Under the guidance of the guide provided by Su Tianran, he returned to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy again. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the guide sent a message to him, asking him to go to the third laboratory on the 5th floor of the second 6th grade teaching building. The third laboratory? Why would he go to the third laboratory? Su Yunhan was a little confused, but his body was still honest. He walked directly into the second 6th grade teaching building, climbed the stairs and quickly reached the 5th floor. After turning a corner, Su Yunhan was blocked by a wall of people. He walked through the crowd and came to the scene of the incident, and saw Hu Yuhao leaning against the wall with a calm face. The third laboratory was in a mess. 2 men and 2 women were slumped on the ground, all with wounds on their bodies, and were receiving treatment from healing spirit masters. After Su Yunhan looked around, he saw Beibei standing in the crowd. His eyes were wandering, as if he couldn't make up his mind. At this time, Lin Jiai, the director of teaching who had met Su Yunhan once, suddenly said, "Deputy Hall Master Su, you came at the right time. For the sake of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy and the reputation of Shrek Academy, we must come to a conclusion on this matter." Lin Jiai showed Su Yunhan a video clip, which showed nothing more than the students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy being xenophobic for no reason. They changed the access control while Hu Yuhao was out for dinner. Hu Yuhao was not convinced, so he used his dark gold claws to forcibly destroy the access control and started a fight with the 3 students in the laboratory. Su Yunhan expressionlessly took out a handful of caltrops from his soul guide and stuffed them into Beibei's hands. "Beibei, Hu Yuhao is from your Tang sect. If he makes a mistake, it's natural for you, as the senior brother, to teach him a lesson." Beibei glanced at Su Yunhan, gritted his teeth, and immediately swung the caltrops in his hand and hit Hu Yuhao. Hu Yuhao only felt a burning pain suddenly surge into his heart. Out of his body's self-protection, the netherworld white tiger martial spirit instantly possessed his body and directly knocked Beibei back several meters. Hu Yuhao pointed at Su Yunhan's nose and shouted angrily, "Su Yunhan, you are not worthy of being the leader of this exchange student program. It was clearly their fault. I was just fighting back in self-defense. Why don't you hold them accountable instead of teaching me a lesson?" Su Yunhan said coldly, "If they don't like you and gang up to beat you up, even if you kill all 4 of them, I will do everything I can to protect you. Today, the 4 of them took advantage of your lunchtime to modify the access control. At the very least, they are bullying and xenophobia. At the most, they are disrespecting our Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion. You report this matter to the top management of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and someone will naturally punish the 4 of them. This is an exchange student plan drawn up by the top leaders of Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Everyone who comes to Mingdu can only represent Shrek Academy, not ourselves. This is not the place for you, Hu Yuhao, to act like a hero." Su Yunhan seemed to have said everything, but also seemed to have said nothing, leaving everyone with enough room for thought. In front of so many people, Su Yunhan couldn't possibly make his words too clear. All he had to do was calm Hu Yuhao down. Seeing Hu Yuhao lost in thought, Su Yunhan suddenly moved and slapped Hu Yuhao to the ground. He then turned around and gave Beibei a look. Beibei understood and quickly waved the caltrops in his hand to continue beating Hu Yuhao on the ground. Beibei finally understood Su Yunhan's good intentions. Although the 4 students from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy were the first to stir up the matter, it cannot be said that Hu Yuhao did not make any mistakes. His actions clearly crossed that line. Su Yunhan asked him to teach Hu Yuhao a lesson simply because he wanted to shut up the people in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. If Hu Yuhao was not from the Tang sect, even he would have wanted to persuade Su Yunhan to send him back to Shrek City. Hu Yuhao is not only a troublemaker, but also a fucking fool. He always thinks that everything he does is right. If he had known that Hu Yuhao would be like this, he and Tanya should not have brought Hu Yuhao back to Shrek City. Soon, Hu Yuhao was beaten to pieces by the caltrops, and the pain in his body made him faint. Beibei carried Hu Yuhao on his back and silently walked through the crowd and left the scene. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiai hurriedly asked a healing soul master to accompany him to treat Hu Yuhao's injuries. Watching Beibei's receding figure, Su Yunhan turned around, looked at Lin Jiai and said with a smile, "Director Lin, Hu Yuhao has already received the punishment he deserves. All the damaged equipment in the 3rd laboratory will be compensated by Shrek Academy at the original price. Now, Director Lin, is it time to deal with your academy's disobedient child?" After hearing Su Yunhan's words, Lin Jiai felt a chill. Is this really a child who is only 12 years old? Even though Hu Yuhao looked miserable, those were just some superficial injuries. If he could find a Soul King level Soul Master to treat him, he would be full of energy and healthy in a few days. The mistakes made by these 4 students were far worse than those made by Hu Yuhao. It would obviously not work to just punish them casually and let them suffer some physical pain. At the very least, the punishment for the 4 of them would be far more severe than that for Hu Yuhao. For a moment, Lin Jiayi was in a dilemma. These 4 children were all good prospects and had the opportunity to be admitted to Mingde Hall in the future. To be honest, he felt a little reluctant to deal with them like this. But the problem is, this matter concerns the reputation of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. You can't allow your own students to embarrass the exchange students from Shrek Academy, right? If this matter were to get out, it would definitely be a huge stain on the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy and even the entire Sun Moon Empire. Just as Lin Jiayi was thinking, a beautiful woman in a dark purple dress came over and said loudly to everyone. I am here on the orders of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to announce the results of the treatment of Kuku, Zimu, Wang Xiaojie, and Lin Yin. Chapter 177. Kuku, Zimu, Wang Xiaojie. And Lin Yin disobeyed the orders issued by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy and openly bullied the exchange students from Shrek Academy. They are expelled from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy and are banned from setting foot in Mingdu for life. You have 1 day to pack your belongings. If you continue to stay in Mingdu after midnight tonight, the patrol team of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy will enforce this order. Don't take any chances. After saying that, the beautiful woman in the dark purple dress disappeared into the crowd. Upon hearing the verdict, the words, serves it, came to the minds of some of the students from prominent families in the crowd. Do you think that you are deliberately making things difficult for the exchange students from Shrek Academy just to bring honor to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy? Wrong. Very wrong. The exchange student plan was formulated by the Sea God Pavilion Master, Dragon God DOURO Moon, and the Sun Moon Empire's high-level officials. You 4 ordinary students actually dared to openly modify the door control in broad daylight and refused to let in the exchange students from Shrek Academy. You are clearly slapping the face of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Expelling the 4 of them from Mingdu forever is not an excessive punishment at all. Who made them so stupid to be the first to take action? The law is never meant to punish those who have made mistakes, but to deter people and serve as a warning to future generations. Lin Jiayi said with a bad look, Deputy Hall Master Su, are you satisfied with the judgment made by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Su Yunhan said, satisfied, of course I am satisfied, but I would like to advise Director Lin that I don't want to see the same thing happen a second time. After saying that, Su Yunhan disappeared into the crowd. On the other hand, under the treatment of the healing Soul Master of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the blood on Hu Yuhao's wound had coagulated and he woke up from his coma. The first thing Hu Yuhao did after waking up was to ask Bebe what kind of punishment the 4 people who modified the access control and locked him out had received. As the great-great-grandson of the current Sea God Pavilion Master, Bebe still has some faith in Yi Xiaoxing's eyes, even though he is very close to Hu Yuhao and He Kai too. Just now, the people sent by Yi Xiaoxing informed him of all the information about the 4 people. Bebe had no intention of hiding anything and looked at Hu Yuhao and said bluntly. The 4 of them have been expelled and are not allowed to set foot in Mingdu for the rest of their lives. Hu Yuhao said unhappily, it's just a superficial situation, who knows when those 4 people will return to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in a changed state. Bebe said subconsciously, this is impossible. Why? Hu Yuhao asked with a puzzled look on his face. Bebe. Why? Because the 4 of them were too stupid. Students who graduated from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy were destined to become the backbone of the Sun Moon Empire in the future. The top leaders of the Sun Moon Empire would never allow these 4 stupid people to take over. There's a high probability that the 4 of them will be working as supervisors in the mine for the rest of their lives. You, Hu Yuhao, can't even understand such a small matter, so it's useless to explain it to you. Bebe was a little confused. After all, Hu Yuhao had been studying under Fan Yu for a whole year. Didn't he learn anything about how to behave in society? Even though Fan Yu's character is not very good. Before Su Yunhan came to Shrek Academy, he was at least a candidate for the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department. If his emotional intelligence was not high enough, he would not have been able to stand out among the 8-level soul guides. Never mind. Coming back to his senses, Bebe patted Hu Yuhao on the shoulder and said with a relaxed look, since you are awake, I think your injuries are no longer serious, I will go back to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy to study. Oh, by the way, I will help you apply for leave at the academy and keep a place for you, when your injuries are healed, you can go back to study. After saying that, Bebe walked out of the room without looking back. Huiyuhao quickly got up and locked the door, then he lay on the bed and started crying aggrievedly. Brother Tianmeng, Elder Yi, did I really do something wrong? Huiyuhao didn't understand. He was just resisting the bullying of others, but why did Su Yunhan make him the one at fault? Even his senior brother stood on Su Yunhan's side. Electrolux said in a deep voice, Yuhao, let me ask you, when those 4 people locked you out, why didn't you immediately go to the teacher for help, but chose to fight their bullying with violence? Huiyuhao stammered, Master Yi, I was thinking if I went to the teacher to solve my current predicament, it would be tantamount to bowing to the 4 people in the room. My master's wife taught me not to cause trouble, but also not to be afraid of trouble. I must never compromise in the face of bullying. Once I compromise, it will only encourage the other party's arrogance. Electrolux. Wrong formula. Forget it. It has already happened, and there is no point in continuing to dwell on this issue. After a moment of silence, Alex continued to ask, Yuhao, do you know why Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy have formulated this exchange student plan? Huiyuhao said. Isn't it because Shrek Academy wants to learn the top soul guidance technology of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy wants to learn the top martial soul research of Shrek Academy? Yuhao, do you believe what you said? What top-level martial arts research does Shrek Academy have? What different things did you learn at Shrek Academy? Weighted running. This. Huiyuhao really wanted to refute what Alex said, but for a moment he couldn't think of a suitable reason to refute. Shrek Academy, is it really like what Alex said? Now is not the time to dwell on this issue. Huiyuhao hurriedly said. Master Yi, since Shrek Academy does not have what the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy wants to learn, then why do they still want to promote the implementation of this exchange student program? Alex explained, the Sun Moon Empire just wants to ease relations with the Sea God Pavilion and the 3 major empires, take advantage of this time to reorganize the country, and prepare for the future attack on the 3 major empires. It's the same with Poseidon Pavilion. Yuhao, think about it carefully, with just over 10 of you, how much soul guidance technology can you bring back to Shrek Academy in a year and a half? The Sea God Pavilion has the same idea. They have united the 3 empires and are taking advantage of this time to make defensive deployments and prepare for future invasions from the Sun and Moon Empire. As for learning the advanced soul guidance technology of the Sun Moon Empire, it is just a side job. Chapter 178. And in the eyes of the Sun Moon Empire and the Sea God Pavilion's top brass, you exchange students are nothing more than hostages sent to each other's homes. As a hostage, the minimum you need to do is be obedient, behave yourself, and not cause trouble. If something like this happened, if you were not a core disciple of the Tang sect, I'm afraid Bebe and Su Yunhan would send you back to Shrek Academy. Alex's words shattered all the ideas that Huiyuhao had always believed in. The truth, is it really as Electrolux said? Huiyuhao didn't dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. For a moment, Huiyuhao felt extremely confused. In order to suppress his restless heart, he quickly changed the subject. Master Yi, you said, Shrek Academy's spirit research is not worthy of its reputation, and there is nothing for students to learn, then why do tens of thousands of people come to apply for Shrek Academy every enrollment season? Unknowingly, Huiyuhao actually defended the reputation of Shrek Academy. Because, Poseidon Lake, Alex said coldly. You have also been to Poseidon Island. You should know that Poseidon Lake is a natural energy field. Practicing at the edge of Poseidon Lake will increase your cultivation speed by more than twice. Shrek Academy is known as the #1 academy in DOURO continent. Graduates from Shrek Academy are very popular in the 3 empires. It is enough to attract those spirit masters with poor backgrounds to join. In addition, the Sea God Pavilion has more than 30 titled DOURO. If the 3 empires want to survive and keep their inheritance under the iron hoof of the Sun and Moon Empire, they naturally have to get closer to the Sea God Pavilion. As long as the Sea God Pavilion remains strong, no matter how distorted the education at Shrek Academy is, there will never be a lack of students coming to register. If you don't believe what I say, you can just audit a Soul Master Academy in Mingdu and compare their courses with those of Shrek Academy. Alex was helpless. In his current state, he could not even be considered a remnant soul, but at most a soul fragment. If one wants to restore his soul to its full form, or even bring it down to this world in a physical form, the only way is to go to the divine realm. If one wants to go to the god realm, it is necessary to train Huiyuhao into a god. But his character, alas. He is indeed too naive. If he is caught up in a power struggle, he might not even survive a day. Alex did not show Huiyuhao the darkest side of this world. He wanted to ask, if those 4 people suddenly lost their vital signs when you made your move, how would you get out of this predicament? No solution. If this really happened, Huiyuhao would never be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hu Yuhao's weaknesses are so obvious that it wouldn't take much effort to make him infamous. Going back to reality. Hu Yuhao sat on the bed, thinking over what Alex had just said. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stood up and walked out of the room. He checked the map given to them last night and stopped in front of the Academic Affairs office. Dong dong dong. Enter. Hu Yuhao pushed open the door of the Academic Affairs office and walked in. He quickly walked up to Lin Jiayi and said, "Director Lin, I want to visit the Soul Master Academy in Mingdu. It should be, no problem, right?" Hearing this, Lin Jiayi put down the pen in his hand, and when he looked up at Hu Yuhao's face clearly, his eyes became even deeper. What is Hu Yuhao going to do again? Because the other party was nominally his student, Lin Jiayi could only put on a worried look and slowly said, "Student Hu Yuhao, are you really okay with your injury?" Hu Yuhao said helplessly, "Most of the wounds are on my back, so I can't lie down at all. I just want to go out for a walk and experience the customs and culture of Mingdu." Lin Jiayi thought for a moment and said, "Well, your request is allowed in terms of procedures, but your situation is rather special. I have to ask your team leader. Follow me." After saying that, Lin Jiayi walked out of the office. Hu Yuhao followed closely behind him. After going around in circles, the two finally stopped in front of the door of a laboratory. Lin Jiayi knocked gently on the iron door of the laboratory 3 times. About 3 minutes later, the iron door opened from the inside. Behind the door appeared a girl in an ice blue dress. She was the nominal leader of the Shrek Academy exchange student team, Zhao Ninger. Lin Jiayi said hurriedly, "Master Zhao, it's like this. Your student Hu Yuhao wants to visit our Soul Master Academy in Mingdu during his injury leave because his injuries are serious. I am afraid that something unexpected may happen during the visit, which may cause some bad effects. Master Zhao, can you send a reliable Shrek Academy student to accompany him?" Hearing this, Zhao Ninger curled her lips and said unhappily, "Director Lin, you should go to Bebe for this kind of thing. He can make the decision. If there is nothing else, don't bother me, I still have to carve the Soul Guide formation." After saying that, Zhao Ninger slammed the door of the laboratory. Lin Jiayi. He's almost become the babysitter for the exchange students from Shrek Academy. There's no such thing as bullying, right? Lin Jiayi was helpless, and took Hu Yuhao to the laboratory where Bebe was. He really has no choice. Who told him to do this for a living? What? Yuhao, you want to visit the Soul Master Academy in Mingdu? What's so good about visiting a place like that? Bebe's eyes kept scanning Hu Yuhao in front of him. He didn't understand the abnormal behavior of his junior brother. Hu Yuhao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Big brother, just accompany me, it won't take up much of your time." Without even a second thought, Bebe rejected Hu Yuhao's proposal. "I have already reached the threshold of a first-level soul engineer. I am now at the most critical juncture and cannot leave. Let Hikaitu go with you, he doesn't mind the time." After saying that, Bebe waved his hand and slammed the door of the laboratory shut. Are you people from Shrek Academy making fun of an old man like me? There was no other way, so Lin Jiayi took Hu Yuhao to Hikaitu's laboratory again. This time, Hikaitu did not reject Hu Yuhao's proposal. Under the leadership of Lin Jiayi, the two brothers walked out of the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy talking and laughing. While walking, Lin Jiayi would occasionally observe Hikaitu behind him out of the corner of his eye. "It was too dark last night and I couldn't see clearly, but judging from Kaitu's physique and skin color, he looks like someone from the Sun and Moon Empire." This made Lin Jiayi want to investigate in Kaitu. Chapter 179. You know, Hikaitu is a member of the Tang sect, and has a good relationship with Bebe and Hu Yuhao. Who is Bebe? The great-great-grandson of Dragon God DOURO Moon, the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, is likely to become the next Dragon God DOURO. If he could destroy Bebe's talent and cut off the inheritance of the Holy Light Dragon by poisoning her, Lin Jiayi's salary would be multiplied several times, and he could even take this opportunity to be crowned a marquis. No matter which Soul Master or Soul Instructor Academy, the position of the Dean of Studies is extremely embarrassing, with a lot of troubles to deal with, and it is neither high nor low. Lin Jiayi is like this. He is an 8th-level Soul Engineer with the cultivation level of a Soul DOURO. He cannot make any further progress on the path of either a Soul Master or a Soul Engineer. If nothing unexpected happens, he will retire as the Dean of Studies at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in this life. Now, a great opportunity is right in front of Lin Jiayi. How can he not be excited? Even though his path of cultivation has come to an end, he still has to consider his future generations. Thinking of this, Lin Jiayi's feeling of annoyance suddenly disappeared, and he walked in front with full energy, leading the way for Hu Yuhao and Hikaitu. This and Kaitu, I'm afraid it's really not simple. Along the way, Lin Jiayi secretly tested Hikaitu many times, and the other party did not give him the feeling that it was not his first time in Mingdu. Soon, Lin Jie brought Hu Yuhao and He Kai-tu into a Soul Master Academy called Hantian. After greeting the college's top management, the three of them first visited the training ground of Hantian College. As soon as the three of them stepped into the gate of the training ground, Hu Yuhao was dazzled by the dazzling array of facilities. Except for the pressure field, Hu Yuhao had not even seen the rest of the facilities. The defensive spirit masters were training their ability to resist attacks, and the female combat spirit masters were training their leg strength as the main method, supplemented by arm and wrist strength in order to maintain their figure. Even though Hu Yuhao was reluctant to admit it, the facts were right in front of him. Lin Jie said that this was only a bodybuilding method for soul masters below the third ring level. Soul masters above the third ring level would adopt a more advanced method for bodybuilding. As for what method it was said that it involved the secrets of the Sun Moon Empire, so they could not be taken to observe. This made Hu Yuhao very angry. How dare they call themselves the best academy on the continent when they don't even have the most basic equipment? Running with weights? Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Hu Yuhao was not in the mood to continue the tour, so he made up an excuse and asked Lin Jie to take him back to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Lin Jie taught Hu Yuhao a lesson. There was no such thing as a more advanced method of bodybuilding. It was all made up by him. His purpose was to alienate the relationship between Hu Yuhao and Shrek Academy. On this continent, who didn't know that Shrek Academy was not famous for the most powerful teaching philosophy in the entire DOURO continent? Even if he couldn't alienate the relationship between the two, it would be fine to disgust Hu Yuhao. It was just a piece of cake, and Lin Jie didn't need to pay any price. After sending Hu Yuhao back to the dormitory, Lin Jie went straight to Jing Hongchen's office. As the Dean of Teaching, he was indeed qualified to meet Jing Hongchen directly. What? You mean, He Kai-tu, the exchange student from Shrek Academy? Judging from his behavior, this is not his first time in Mingdu. Lin Jie said. Master Hongchen, He Kai-tu's body shape and skin color don't look like people from the Three Empires. Hearing this, Jing Hongchen began to pace back and forth in the office. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly took out a document from the office chair, put it in his hand and read it quickly. He Kai-tu, 14 years old, with the spirit of cigar. Was picked up by Fan Yu and brought back to Shrek City 5 years ago, and was accepted as his personal disciple. It is said that He Kai-tu's family was slaughtered by bandits, and he wandered alone to the western border of the Xing Luo Empire. It seems that He Kai-tu was only 9 years old 5 years ago. Jing Hongchen seemed to have thought of something, and quickly turned his gaze to Lin Jie and said. Director Lin, I'm afraid you have made a great contribution this time. You should return to the academy immediately and complete the work at hand step by step, remember not to alert the enemy. I will go to the palace now to report this situation to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If the information you provided is valuable, you will definitely be included in the reward. After saying that, Jing Hongchen hurriedly left Mingda Hall and rushed straight towards the Imperial Palace. In the East Palace, Su Tianran sat upright in the main seat, constantly thinking about what Jing Hongchen had just said. After an unknown amount of time, Su Tianran woke up from his deep thoughts, looked outside the palace, and said loudly, Come here, call Prince Jing over to me and tell him that I need to discuss something with him. The Prince Jing here naturally refers to Su Yunhan. Before traveling through time, Su Yunhan was not very good at history, but that did not prevent him from having some understanding of the title. Jing. The reign of Emperors Wen and Jing during the Western Han Dynasty was still very famous, and he had learned about it in the middle school history textbook. Apart from Emperor Jing of Han, the one who impressed Su Yunhan the most was Emperor Jing of Jin. After Sima Yan became emperor, he posthumously conferred the title of Emperor Jing on his uncle Sima Shi and the title of Empress Jing and Empress Dowager Jing on his aunt Wang Yuanji. From this point of view, the title, Jing, is quite prestigious. Su Yunhan doesn't like the history of the Western Jin dynasty, but he learned it from the silly animation adapted from historical fiction novels. Ahem, that's too far off topic. Soon, Su Yunhan walked into the hall in a hurry. He didn't hesitate and sat down on a seat nearby. Su Tianran asked, Yunhan, He Kai-tu from your Shrek exchange student team, his background, is not just superficial, right? Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, He Kai-tu is Su He, the son of the previous emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. He was involved in the horrific Mingdu explosion in a previous life. Oh, by the way, father, there is something you absolutely want to hear. After the horrific Mingdu explosion, the Sun Moon Empire's law enforcement team detained the participants of the Soul Master competition for a routine inspection. Guess what Hu Yuhao and the others said about this behavior? They actually said that the Sun Moon Empire was arrogant. Su Tianran didn't hear a word of Su Yunhan's second half of the conversation. He just slammed the table fiercely and said, I knew it. Chapter 180. In the original time and space. Su Tianran ascended to the throne by stepping on mountains of swords and seas of blood. His hands were stained with the blood of so many people that even he himself probably couldn't remember how many people's blood was on his hands. Su He is the son of the previous emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, and was once named the Crown Prince. With Su He's status, if he gets the help of Poseidon Pavilion, he will definitely be able to split the land and become the king in the Sun Moon Empire. For the sake of his great cause, Su He must not be left alive. Su Tianran's eyes became increasingly profound, and his murderous intent was exposed to Su Yunhan without reservation. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan slowly said, Father, as far as I know, although Su He is the son of the late emperor, he has no ambitions. He has never thought of using the power of the Sea God Pavilion to return to the Sun Moon Empire and compete with Grandpa for the throne. It would be a shame to just kill him, there are many things he can do that even I can't do. Su Tianran was not a fool. After hearing Su Yunhan's words, his mind suddenly came alive. It was still early, and there was still a long time before launching a war to unify the continent. He didn't mind playing with his good cousin. The day passed quickly. As an exchange student, in order to build good relationships with teachers and classmates, Hikaitu took the initiative to take on the task of being on duty. The laboratory is very large, and the amount of garbage produced every day when making soul guides is a bit over 100 million, so the workload is indeed a bit heavy. A female student with purple hair couldn't bear it, so she chose to stay and started cleaning the laboratory with Kaitu. The two people were very efficient. It took them less than half an hour to clean the entire laboratory spotlessly. When the purple-haired girl was about to leave the lab, Hikaitu hurriedly stopped her. Senior, I'm very grateful that you can help me clean the lab, but if you do this, aren't you afraid that other students will isolate you because of this? Hearing this, the purple-haired girl turned around, looked at Hikaitu, blinked her eyes, and said resentfully. Not really, not really, the atmosphere at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is not as dirty as you think, besides, I also stayed at Shrek Academy for a while, I just helped my junior sweep the floor, what's the big deal? Hearing this, Hikaitu asked curiously, Senior, you said you stayed at Shrek Academy for a while, but why are you studying at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy now? The purple-haired girl said unhappily, it was Zhou Yi who fired me, with Fan Yu as her protection, I, a common soul master, don't even have a way to report her. This made Hikaitu extremely embarrassed. His mistress was good in every way except that she was too unscrupulous in order to improve the enrollment rate. Thinking of this, Hikaitu quickly bent down and bowed to the purple-haired girl in front of him. Senior sister, I'm sorry, it's all Master's wife's fault, I'm here to apologize to you. Hikaita's big reaction was inseparable from his experience in Shrek Academy. His skin color was destined not to be favored by the Spirit Master girls. Especially after Fan Yu's downfall, those female students who wanted to use their bodies to get ahead in time cut off this idea. Hikaitu was also a normal man, and any normal man would have improper thoughts about young and beautiful girls. Even if he couldn't eat the meat. It was pleasing to the eyes just to look at her, especially since the purple-haired female student in front of him was from Shrek Academy, so there was no need to be too taboo about her identity. The purple-haired girl waved her hand and said calmly. Alright, it's all Zhou Yi's fault, it has nothing to do with you, you don't have to apologize to me, if I had any problem with you, I wouldn't be cleaning the lab with you, let alone chatting with you here. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat, if we're late we won't be able to eat the free pork ribs. After saying that, the purple-haired girl walked out of the laboratory. Hikaitu hurriedly followed behind her. The scene changed, and Hikaitu and the purple-haired girl were sitting opposite each other at the dining table, frantically devouring the food in front of them. Senior. Okay. I don't know your name yet. Ugh. The purple-haired girl sighed, took a bite of the braised pork bone in her hand, and said helplessly, my name is Liangxi. Hikaitu pondered and said, Senior Liangxi, I heard you just say that you were born a commoner, are your parents and other relatives still alive? Liangxi said coldly, sorry, I don't want to talk about this topic. There are too many villains in Shrek Academy. If I tell others about my family's situation, someone might capture my family and force me to betray the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Hearing this, Hikaitu scratched his head in embarrassment. Due to the harm caused by his master's wife to Liangxi, he did not refute the other party's words for the first time. After an unknown amount of time, Hikaitu tentatively asked, Senior, after dinner, can you take me around the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy? Liangxi said calmly, professional guides are 2 gold soul coins per minute, no bargaining. Hikaitu, 2 gold soul coins per minute, that's 120 gold soul coins per hour. Well, spending 120 gold soul coins can get the companionship of a beautiful girl for 1 hour. The price is quite fair. HIATUS has already mastered the art of making 5th level soul guides. Even without Fan Yu's inheritance, with only 120 gold soul coins, he would not be unable to come up with this little money. Thinking of this, HIATUS took out a small purse from the storage soul guide and placed it on the table. She took the purse in her hand without hesitation and weighed it briefly. There were probably 1,000 gold soul coins in it. She put the money bag back into the soul guide, looked at HIATUS in front of him and said unkindly, "Since you are so rich, I will give you 1,000 gold soul coins for half an hour, it is limited to half an hour a day." This made HIATUS speechless. Everyone had agreed on the price in advance, and it was you, Shi, who finalized it. How could it change so easily? Are all women so fickle? 1,000 gold soul coins a day, well, he can still afford it. Finally, a girl is willing to approach him, he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. After finishing their meal, HIATUS and Shi wandered aimlessly in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. To be honest, as the former crown prince of the Sun Moon Empire, HIATUS had long been tired of visiting the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Even if you use your heels to think, you can figure out that he has other intentions, and he is just strolling around, but in fact he wants to get closer to Shi. Chapter 181. The same thing happened on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days. HIATUS still didn't have the courage to express his feelings in front of a girl. On the 5th day, perhaps because he felt sorry for the gold soul coins he had spent on Shi, HIATUS finally mustered up the courage and took advantage of the fact that no one was around to look at Shi and asked seriously, "Senior, do you have a boyfriend?" Hearing this, Shi blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "What's the matter, junior brother do you want to be my boyfriend?" HIATUS swallowed, looked at Shi's charming little face, and nodded gently. Shi said coldly, 100,000 gold soul coins for 1 night, no bargaining. HIATUS was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that Shi, who seemed lively and cheerful on the surface, was doing such things behind the scenes. Surprise, really unexpected. HIATUS felt a little sorry for her, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Shi and said slowly, "Senior sister, you are now also a 5th level soul guide, and reselling the soul guides you made yourself is enough to meet your expenses, but why do you want to do such a lowly thing? HIATUS, who are you to me? What qualifications do you have to teach me here? If you can't afford this money, don't complain to me here. I'll return this 1,000 gold soul coins to you today, and I won't serve you anymore." After saying that, Shi threw a small bag of gold soul coins at HIATUS' face, then turned and walked away. HIATUS was obviously in a state of panic. Ever since he left Mingdu and was brought back to Shrek Academy by Fanyu, he had developed a habit of frugality. Although 4,000 gold soul coins were nothing to him, he was unwilling to spend them without even holding hands. He gritted his teeth, dodged and blocked Shi's way, then took out a gold soul coin card with a value of 100,000 from his soul guide and stuffed it into Shi's hand. "Senior, does what you just said still count?" HIATUS was eager to try. Although Zhou Yi's character was not very good, her thoughts were extremely futile. She did not allow HIATUS to go to brothels, let alone have a life with other women before the wedding. So much so that in the DOURO continent where the average age of marriage and childbirth is 12, HIATUS, who is already 15 years old, has never even touched the hand of a girl of the same age. Seeing the gold soul coin card in her hand, Shi immediately smiled, and directly took HIATUS' arm, looking like a little bird, and walked out of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy with Hei Pai beside her. That night, Shi Sui Jiwei and Kai were very active all night long, and only fell asleep in their arms while holding Shi at dawn. After that, HIATUS spent 600,000 gold soul coins and took Shi out to play for 6 days in a row. On the 7th day, HIATUS went to the laboratory to study first. After waiting for a whole day, Shi did not come to school. The instructor said that Shi was not feeling well and asked for leave in advance. HIATUS just thought that he had used too much force and didn't take it to heart. On the 8th and 9th days, Shi did not come to class. On the 10th day, Shi came to the laboratory early in the morning and sat in her seat, conscientiously carving the soul guide formation. Shi's mental state was not very good, and she looked a little haggard, due to the presence of other students. HIATUS was too embarrassed to ask about her physical condition. After school was finally over in the afternoon, before HIATUS had time to clean the laboratory, Shi grabbed his wrist and hurried out of the teaching building. In the hotel room, Shi took a deep breath, looked at HIATUS in front of her with a complicated expression, and said, "HIATUS, I'm pregnant, and the baby in my belly is yours." What? Hikaitu swallowed, hurriedly bent down, and used his soul power to check the situation in Liang Shi's stomach. Without any surprise, Hikaitu saw clearly that there was a small life sprouting in Liang Shi's belly, and there was a blood connection between him and that small life. For a moment, Hikaitu felt mixed emotions. He was happy but also terrified. He was happy because he was about to become a father. But he was terrified because the child's mother was a student of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Hikaitu said seriously, "Senior, I hope you can give birth to the baby in your belly. If you have any request, just tell me. Whether it's gold soul coins or 10,000-year soul bones, I can get them. Even if I lose everything and even owe a large amount of foreign debt, I won't feel bad." Liang Shi said cautiously, "I want the Tang sect's unique skills, is that okay?" Hikaitu thought for a moment and said, "Of course there is no problem with this, as long as you voluntarily withdraw from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, I can be your introducer to join the Tang sect." Before he could finish, Liang Shi suddenly interrupted and said, "Hikaitu, listen carefully, I don't want to join the Tang sect, I just want the unique skills of the Tang sect that you have mastered." Hearing this, Hikaitu fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Hikaitu slowly said, 7 million gold soul coins or a 10,000-year soul bone. This is the highest chip I can offer, I can't pass on the Tang sect's unique skills to you. I am still young and have plenty of time to give birth to offspring. The child in your belly doesn't carry that much weight. Before he finished speaking, a long knife appeared in Liang Shi's hand. With a flash of cold light, Hikate's bell fell to the ground. Suddenly, a group of burly men rushed in from outside the door, held down Hikate's limbs, and released healing soul skills to heal his wounds. After the treatment was completed, the professional team left the room. Before leaving, they did not forget to take the bell on the ground. Liang Shi smiled and said, "Junior brother, can we discuss the price now?" "Liang Shi, you are shameless. You destroyed my bell just to raise the price. Aren't you afraid that I will make this matter public and let the students in the exchange student team of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in Shrek City enjoy the same treatment as me?" Liang Shi said expressionlessly, "I say, Your Highness the former Crown Prince. The Sun Moon Empire is now powerful. As long as we make your identity as a member of the Sun Moon Royal family known to the public. Do you think those old guys in the Sea God Pavilion will stand up for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hikaitu seemed to have all his strength drained away. He fell to the ground with a thump. Chapter 182. Didn't Hikaitu ever think about revealing his identity to Fanyu, Zhou Yi, Qian Duo, Xian Liner and others? As the former crown prince of the Sun Moon Empire, Hikaitu had naturally considered using the power of the Sea God Pavilion to avenge his father. However, as he grew older and learned more about the Sea God Pavilion, he completely gave up the idea. The Poseidon Pavilion is an alliance force with numerous factions within it. It does not have much enterprising spirit and is particularly hostile to outsiders. He heard from Fan Yu that there was once an example where a senior soul guide from the Sun Moon Empire wanted to join Shrek Academy as the dean of the Soul Guide Department, but was rejected. Hikaitu knew very well that even if he told Xian Liner about his life experience, Poseidon Pavilion might not necessarily use his identity to make a fuss. Instead of exposing your background and making others hate you, it is better to treat yourself as an ordinary person. With the convenience of being Fan Yu's direct disciple, you can have a higher status in Shrek Academy in the future. Liang Shi was right. Once his identity as a member of the Sun and Moon royal family was leaked, even if the Sea God Pavilion saved his life for the sake of the Tang sect, his life would be doomed to be difficult once he returned to Shrek City. Thinking of this, Hikaitu slumped on the ground, looking ashen and said, "Senior Liang Shi, after going through so much trouble, can you tell me what exactly does Su Tianran want me to do?" Su Tianran is ruthless and never drags his feet. If he didn't have other plans, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble just for a small fry like me. Liang Shi said calmly, "Didn't I just tell you that if you hand over the Tang sect's unique skills in your hand, the baby in my belly can be born safely? This is the order of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Hikaitu shook his head and said, "This is absolutely impossible. If I reveal the secret of the Tang sect, I will be assassinated by the title DOURO of the Sea God Pavilion. By then, there will be no place for me, Su He, in the vast DOURO continent. Either way, I will die. I don't want to bear the infamy of betraying the Tang sect. I hope you can tell Su Tianran to kill me." Liang Shi said with a bad face, "Su He, you have to listen carefully. Even if the Sea God Pavilion is merciful and saves your life, you are still a useless person and are destined to be unable to continue to give birth to offspring. And the child in my belly is the only offspring of your father's lineage. Even if you are not afraid of death, and you are not afraid of cutting off the inheritance of your father's lineage, have you ever thought about a punishment called a life worse than death? It's easy for you to die, we can raise your only offspring. If it's a male, we'll let him experience the life of a livestock. If it's a female, humph, you understand even without me saying anything. That's your child too, Liang Shi, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Hikadu's eyes were red, and Nyo-Ru roared breathlessly. Su-He, you were once the crown prince, can you not be so naive? Do you really think I have the ability to save the baby in my belly? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has ordered that as long as you, Su-He, are willing to cooperate, the child in my belly, whether it is a boy or a girl, will be canonized as a prince when he or she reaches adulthood, and the title will be hereditary. Even heroes are ruthless, but people are also kind. His Royal Highness is only ruthless to those who can threaten his position. His Royal Highness is still very caring towards ordinary members of the royal family. Under the coercion and inducement of Liang Shi, Hikaitu finally chose to bow to Su Tianran, not only passing on the unique skills of the Tang sect to Liang Shi, but also passing on the secrets of the Sea God Pavilion that he accidentally learned to her. This was not only a compromise with Su Tianran, but more of a disappointment in the Sea God Pavilion and the Tang sect. If the group of old people in the Sea God Pavilion did not wear tinted glasses, he would not have come to this point today. At the same time, in the East Palace, the culprit Su Yunhan was sitting in the pavilion with Su Tianjin, Su Tianran, and Juzi, happily eating spicy hot pot. Su Tianjin has been pregnant for a week and her belly has shown signs of bulging. This makes Zhao Ning'er, who knows the inside story, extremely upset. She also wants a child, but the current situation does not allow her to do so. Su Tianran patted the Tang sect 5-piece suit in his hand and sneered, Yunhan, the plan you came up with to wipe out the whole family is really vicious, it will directly take advantage of Su-He. But if you ask me, Liang Shi should have been allowed to get pregnant with another royal family member's child, leaving Su-He with an offspring, it would have been too easy for him. This involves a little science popularization. At the beginning of pregnancy, the fetus's blood is not well developed, and the blood connection between the fetus and its relatives is very weak. Let's put it this way, with Hikadu's eyesight, it is almost impossible for him to tell whether the child in Liang Shi's belly is his or his cousin's. Su Yunhan sneered and said, Su-He's martial spirit is not the sun martial spirit inherited by the sun and moon royal family, and he himself does not have any great ambitions. It is not difficult to deal with him, what is difficult is Hui Yuhao's luck. What's fake is fake after all, the truth will eventually come out. I'm afraid that Hui Yuhao's luck will take effect. Before we can do anything, Hui Yuhao will know the truth and persuade Su-He to rebel in advance. Then the gain will outweigh the loss. As long as Su-He's only descendant is in our hands, it is almost impossible for him to betray us. Hui Yuhao simply cannot offer a higher stake than us. Oh, by the way, ask Mingda Hull to make a prosthesis for Su-He, the walking postures of men and women are very different, and it's easy for people to see the clues. Su Tianran nodded and took note of all of this. After an unknown amount of time, Su Tianran pointed at the Tang sect's 5-piece set in his hand, looked in the direction of Su Yunhan, and asked. Yunhan, what should we do with the Tang sect's unique skills? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let the younger generation practice directly? It's not good indeed, we don't need to challenge the bottom line of Sea God Tang San now, Su Yunhan thought. How about this, father, you give me the Tang sect 5-piece set, and I will deduce a brand new technique based on the mysterious heaven technique for you to practice. Remember, if you can't guarantee that the technique will not be passed on to others, don't give it to too many people. It's best to let them swear by their martial spirits. As for Ghost Shadow, Crane Control and Dragon Capture, Purple Demon Eye, and Mysterious Jade Hand, I will improve Ghost Shadow and Purple Demon Eye to create a new body movement soul skill, as well as a spiritual power training method. I still say the same thing, before the general situation is determined, do not let more people learn the skills, body movements, soul skills, and cultivation methods that I taught you. As for the reason, I can't say too much. Chapter 183. Without absolute strength, one cannot openly touch the cake of Tang's sect and Poseidon Pavilion. In fact, Su Yunhan's worries were far more than that. In addition to the Tang family, there was another unknown force or person maintaining the plot development of the DOURO series. In the dungeon, he controlled Qian Renxue, who had the angel god armor and the angel holy sword, but she couldn't even last around in front of the mysterious man. Before he had god-level strength, he should not make any big moves. Su Yunhan put the Tang sect 5-piece set into the soul guidance device, then stood up, looked at the three people with an apologetic look and said. Father, Mother, Tianjin, I am already level 50, and I need to hunt for the 5th soul ring to break through. I will accompany you after I come back from hunting souls. Yunhan, your 5th soul ring should be more than 20,000 years old, do you want me to equip you with a soul hunting team? Don't worry, they are all my Eastern Palace's death warriors, and they will never expose your identity. Su Yunhan shook his head and said, forget it. In the Sun Moon Empire, I, a member of the Sea God Pavilion, was surrounded by a group of people whose identities were unknown and was heading to the demon forest to hunt souls. It would not be good if someone with ulterior motives saw me. Well, how about this, if you are worried, you can send a Soul DOURO level warrior to accompany me secretly and protect me when I absorb the soul ring. With the Sky Fox by his side, Su Yunhan definitely had the ability to hunt and absorb spirit rings on his own. He would accept the guard Su Tianran provided him, but he just didn't want to expose the existence of the Sky Fox. After saying that, Su Yunhan suddenly moved and slowly walked out of the East Palace. A loud singing voice resounded over the East Palace. My ambition is not to be in the world, but to be higher than the sky. My thoughts are not in the four directions, I vow to be more whistling than the wind. I want to break that way of binding people. My heart is not in Kyushu, I swear to be higher than the sky. Love is not about yearning, but about being more glorious. I will overthrow the darkness. Looking at Su Yunhan's receding figure, Ju Zi murmured, I always feel like, this kid is hiding something from us. Suddenly, Ju Zi felt a big hand on her shoulder. She looked closely and found that it was her crown prince. Su Tianran said solemnly, the child has grown up, and his parents have no say in it. Hearing this, Ju Zi was suddenly speechless. That's what she said, but it always felt a little weird coming from your mouth, Su Tianran. After leaving Mingdu, Su Yunhan activated the holy light wings and headed straight towards the demonic forest. Although the Jingyang Mountains in the Sun Moon Empire also have a large number of soul beasts, the quality of the soul beasts is far inferior to that of the demon forest. The three-eyed white tiger is a super martial spirit, and the quality of the soul beasts is relatively high. Soon, Su Yunhan landed on the outskirts of the demonic forest. Even with the Sky Fox by his side, Su Yunhan couldn't fly. To find a suitable soul beast flying over the demon forest was no different from provoking the evil emperor and other fierce beasts. After eating a few oranges to restore some strength, Su Yunhan went into the forest based on the direction he had identified in the air earlier. He quickly headed straight for the center of the demonic forest. Not long after walking, when Su Yunhan passed by a patch of grass, a howling moon wolf king with wounds all over its body crawled out from the bushes. Most of the wounds on the wolf king's body were caused by swords and knives. It was probably the prey of a soul hunting team. Su Yunhan didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't attack the howling moon wolf king, which had just passed 10,000 years old. But he waited there for more than 2 minutes, and still no one took their prey. Seeing that the howling moon wolf king was about to die, Su Yunhan curled his lips, and the angel holy sword appeared in his hand. The golden sword slashed across the howling moon wolf king's neck, and a pitch-black soul ring floated above the howling moon wolf king's body. The age of Su Yunhan's fifth soul ring is conservatively estimated to be between 25,000 and 30,000 years. This howling moon wolf king, which has just passed 10,000 years old, can only become his food. I'm lucky, I found a torso bone, I got 10 million gold soul coins. Just as Su Yunhan was admiring the soul bone in his hand, 7 people, 6 men and 1 woman, jumped out from the bushes where the howling moon wolf king had just crawled out. When they saw the soul bone in Su Yunhan's hand, greed flashed in their eyes. But when they saw the high ponytail behind Su Yunhan, they immediately frowned. You know, in battle, the long hair behind will block the vision, which is extremely fatal to bounty hunters who dance on the edge of a knife for many years. Even the eldest sister among the 7 of them has short hair that reaches her ears. From this, it is not difficult to infer that the young man in front of them with long hair is most likely a young master from a soul master family. The only woman among the 7 people walked out from the crowd, looked at Su Yunhan and said slowly, "Little brother, this is the prey that our soul hunting team has been chasing. It disappeared under our noses in less than 3 minutes and became the dead soul under your knife. Isn't this a bit bad?" "It's a bit bad," Su Yunhan pretended to think and said. "Big sister, and the 6 uncles. I didn't know the rules and killed your soul beasts without permission. I apologize to you. But, the beast cannot be resurrected after death. I don't want the soul beast meat of the howling moon wolf king. I'll give it all to you. I hope you won't bother me because of my young age." As he spoke, Su Yunhan secretly put the torso bone into the soul guide. Seeing this scene, the 7 bounty hunters were immediately upset. "You little kid, do you think they are fools? How much is soul beast meat worth? Even if the quality of a 10,000-year soul bone is not good, it can be sold for 7 million gold soul coins at an auction. Not to mention the trunk bone, which is the most scarce of the 6 soul bones. If they could get this soul bone, take it to the auction house and auction it, and divide the money equally. Everyone would get at least 1 million gold soul coins. With this money, they could go home and get married, and they wouldn't need to be bounty hunters anymore. Seeing Su Yunhan's timid look, the woman pursed her lips and said softly. Little brother, the soul bone you just got should have been from the Howling Moon Wolf King, right? Lying is not a good thing. As long as you give me the soul bone, I will not only forgive you, but also give you some rewards. Chapter 184. Su Yunhan said weakly, Sister, the soul bone that was just put back into the soul guide was picked up by me outside the demon forest. It was not taken from the Howling Moon Wolf King. Woman. Picked it up from the outskirts of the demonic forest. That was a lie. And they even said they picked it up. If they could pick up soul bones so easily, why would they work so hard as bounty hunters? They could become rich just by wandering around the outskirts of the demonic forest picking up soul bones every day. The woman said in a cold voice, Little brother, I'm telling you the truth, we are regular bounty hunters, we don't do robbing or robbery, we just want to get back the soul bones that originally belonged to us. It originally belonged to you? Su Yunhan sneered. The spiritual treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. The demon forest is not your backyard, and your names are not written on the body of this Howling Moon Wolf King. I saw that you worked hard, so I gave you the corpse of this Howling Moon Wolf King. What, are you trying to take advantage of it? As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man rushed towards Su Yunhan with a big guandao in his hand. At the moment when the guandao landed on Su Yunhan's head, white spots suddenly appeared on his body. These spots appeared on his forehead, shoulders, front of his body, elbows, wrists, palms, waist, abdomen, hips, knees and soles of his feet. With these white spots of light as the starting point, silver thread-like rays of light were instantly pulled out and gathered into silver patterns. The aura on Su Yunhan's body suddenly soared. In an instant, a set of dark green armor appeared on Su Yunhan's body. The shadow of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion floated behind him, and a platinum-colored soul ring rhythmically moved around him. The aura he exuded instantly soared from the Quasi-Soul King level to the Soul Saint level. Although the use of the EZ Do Kai requires the cultivation level of 5 rings, after breaking through to level 50, the requirement was barely met. Just as the man with the guandao was stunned, a small silver-white scorpion hook pierced his throat. At this moment, Tianhu's voice suddenly sounded, Yunhan, hurry up and end the battle, I just sensed the breath of an old friend. Old friend? Tianhu is the patriarch of the Holy Fox clan, and lived in the Dragon God period. Could the old friend she mentioned be a god from the Dragon God period? With the cultivation of a soul saint, it was no problem for her to deal with 7 bounty hunters. After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Su Yunhan went to look for her old friend under the guidance of the Sky Fox. Su Yunhan didn't want to reveal the secret of the battle armor to Su Tianran too early, so when he released the battle armor, he asked the Sky Fox to block the perception of those who were following him secretly. This was a tough situation for Qin Tao. He only felt a burst of white light blocking his sight. When he came to his senses again, Su Yunhan had disappeared from his perception, leaving only 7 bounty hunters lying in a pool of blood. This since serving Su Tianran. This was the first time that Qin Tao lost his target. Even though Su Yunhan had deliberately thrown him off, he was not sure if he would be punished by the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess if he returned to Mingdu. However, Su Yunhan's true strength was beyond his imagination. Among the 7 bounty hunters, 3 had reached the level of Soul Saint, and the other 4 were high-level Soul Emperors. Su Yunhan was able to kill these 7 in a short time, so his strength was probably not inferior to Qin Tao. Thinking of this, Qin Tao buried the bodies of the 7 bounty hunters on the spot, and he set up camp here. He had already made up his mind that he must not return to Mingdu before Su Yunhan. The perspective turns back to Su Yunhan. With the help of the Sky Fox, he crossed most of the demonic forest in less than half an hour. Yunhan, walk 200 meters northwest now. Tianhu's voice suddenly stopped. Su Yunhan only felt dizzy and lost consciousness in an instant. When he woke up again, Su Yunhan found that the environment around him had changed. It felt like the dark forest in a fairy tale world. In front of him stood a huge castle. There were lightning and thunder in the sky above the castle, which made him feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Su Yunhan came to the castle gate with an expressionless face. The castle gate was rusty and the door handle had fallen off. What surprised him was that the handle had just fallen off, as if someone had opened the door of the castle before him not long ago. And many more. Did he forget something? Senior Tianhu, are you there? After waiting for more than a minute, there was no response from Tianhu. Su Yunhan gritted his teeth and pulled the only remaining handle on the door with all his strength. After pulling for a long time, the door did not budge, and the only remaining handle was also pulled off by him. He was afraid that he couldn't get through the gate. Looking at the 3-meter-high wall, Su Yunhan quickly urged his soul power and wanted to use the holy light wings to fly in. But the problem was that his soul power seemed to be blocked. Not to mention the holy light wings, even the storage soul guide he was wearing could not be used. Su Yunhan's heart suddenly filled with joy, as this place could cut off the connection between him and the Sky Fox. It was obvious that this was a relic left behind by a god. After trying to climb the wall to no avail, Su Yunhan had no choice but to patrol around the castle to see if there was any collapsed area for him to pass through. After patrolling for about a quarter of an hour, Su Yunhan did not find any other entrance, but did meet another person. It was a young girl, a dignified and beautiful girl, with long silver-gray hair that fell freely behind her like a waterfall. She was wrapped in a pure white dress, and she looked like a fairy who had fallen from the sky to the mortal world, noble and stunning. It's just that, Su Yunhan always felt that the girl's behavior was a little too old-fashioned. Could it be an illusion? Su Yunhan walked quickly to the girl and suggested. "Girl, do you also want to enter this castle and take a look? How about, we team up? The wall is only 3 meters high, with our heights, we can definitely climb over it with a human ladder." The girl didn't say anything. She just grabbed Su Yunhan's wrist and walked to the wall. She stepped on his shoulders and climbed up the wall. From Su Yunhan's perspective, as long as he raised his head, he could see the scenery under the skirt. Of course, Su Yunhan couldn't do that. He wasn't a gentleman, but he needed the other person's help to climb over the wall. If he angered the other person and left him alone, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Chapter 185. In fact, both the girl and Su Yunhan knew very well in their minds that just the first level would require 2 people to work together to pass it, and it was hard to imagine what the following levels would be like. In this way, the 2 of them jumped off the wall and ran towards the castle gate. The gate of the castle is still a big iron gate with 2 door handles on it. The girl came to the door and pushed it a few times, but it didn't move at all. Then she pulled it hard, but the door just shook a bit, showing no sign of opening. "You, come here. Hold my waist and pull me out together." "Ah." Although he was shocked, Su Yunhan still obediently came behind the girl, opened his arms and tightly wrapped them around her waist. "Don't take advantage of me, you bastard." In this way, the 2 began their battle with the iron gate. No matter how hard they tried, the iron gate only shook a few times and showed no sign of opening. Half an hour later, the 2 had almost exhausted all their strength, but the door still did not move. Su Yunhan was so angry that he pushed the girl aside and kicked the door handle on the right side of the door. A shocking scene appeared. The door handle on the right side actually moved a few centimeters to the right. No, it didn't move horizontally. The entire door on the right side moved a few centimeters to the right. After a long time, I found out that this door can neither be pushed nor pulled, but opened by sliding towards the sides. Is the owner of the castle crazy? Whose door would open in such a weird way? Su Yunhan really didn't expect that the plot of the crosstalk in his previous life would actually happen to him. The 2 men used their strength to clear the door to create a passage only wide enough for one person to pass through. After entering the house, they closed the door again. The 2 walked hand in hand, and just as they turned a corner, they were blocked by an obstacle ahead. The floor in front has disappeared, replaced by rows of sharp spikes with cold light. The distance between the ground on both sides is 10 meters long. At this distance, without using soul power, it is obviously impossible for a soul master to cross these rows of spikes with his own jumping ability. "Come here, boy, take a look at this." The girl waved her hand, and a device similar to the rural lamp rope in her previous life appeared in her palm. As the rope slowly fell, several circular handles suddenly appeared above the spikes. Only then did Su Yunhan see that there was an identical device on the ground on the other side. Isn't this the real-life version of the Jungle Fire and Ice Man? It's just that the price of failure is a little bit higher. The Forest Ice and Fire Man can be resurrected if he fails, but if he falls on the spikes during climbing and cannot use his soul power, he will lose half his life. But, who will pull the rope first at the starting point? Human nature is uncontrollable. We are afraid that one person will reach the other side and suddenly let go while another person is climbing. After all, just for a piece of 100-year-old soul bone. There will be scenes of fathers and sons killing each other and husbands and wives turning against each other, not to mention that on the other side, there may be a hidden inheritance of gods. In this situation, even the closest relatives cannot be fully trusted, let alone a stranger who you have just met for less than an hour. They didn't even know each other's names. As if she saw what Su Yunhan was thinking, the girl slowly said, "Boy, I'll help you hold on to the rope, you go to the other side first." Su Yunhan swallowed his saliva, and said reluctantly. Auntie, senior, aren't you afraid that I will do something bad to you after I reach the other side? The girl said calmly, it doesn't matter, it's just a worthless life, if it dies, it dies. A bad life? Su Yunhan was a little confused. Judging from the girl's behavior, some of her actions were too mature, and her age was probably no younger than Yen Xiaoxia. From this, it can be seen that the other party is most likely a titled doulo. A female titled doulo would actually say such a thing. He seems to know the identity of the girl. As the rope tightened, Su Yunhan jumped on the spot, grabbed the ring above tightly, and began to move to the other side. A distance of 10 meters is nothing for a soul master. When Su Yunhan reached the other side, his face was not red and he was not out of breath, and his heart was not shaken at all. Sure enough, this level itself is not difficult, it mainly tests human nature. Su Yunhan quickly pulled up the rope to make it tight. Under his gaze, the girl swung over with an expressionless face, just like she was on a swing. Su Yunhan was frightened by the girl's actions. She was holding the ring with both hands, and through the inertia created by leaning forward, she suddenly let go of her hands and grabbed the next ring. After the girl landed, she grabbed Su Yunhan's sleeve and ran forward. After turning another corner, the two came to a dark corridor. The corridor was very long, the type that stretched as far as the eye could see. On both sides of the corridor, there was a candle burning every half a meter. Around the candles, there were some incredible murals carved. The mural depicts a man and a woman coming to a castle. After failing to open the door, they use a human ladder to climb over the wall. Isn't this what just happened? The two of them had a tacit understanding. They looked straight ahead, forcibly suppressing their curiosity and trying not to look at the wall. That's right, they had anticipated the test of this level, which was nothing more than creating a mural that could predict the future, thereby causing the two people who had just established trust to kill each other. Boy, I didn't expect that you, who are only 12 years old, could keep your composure. The girl turned her head and looked at Su Yunhan beside her, saying with admiration. Su Yunhan smiled and said, if I didn't have any outstanding qualities, I wouldn't be able to become a partner with you in this secret realm. The girl nodded, looked at Su Yunhan beside her, and asked, boy, do you have any ideals? Is it an ideal? Of course I do. My ideal is to establish a force on Doulo continent so that the lowest level civilians will no longer suffer from the invasion of evil soul masters. This is my lifelong ideal. The girl teased, this is indeed a lofty ideal, but if it gets out, many people will label you as a remnant of the spirit hall. So what if there are remnants of the spirit hall? Until now, the world has only seen the failure of the spirit hall, but has not seen what the former angel family did for Doulo continent. Chapter 186. The most ironic thing is that after sea god Tang San became a god, Holy Soul Village was renamed Divine Soul Village, and there have been no part-time students in Divine Soul Village ever since. If the Spirit Hall still existed, the Holy Spirit Church would not be in the limelight, and many people would not have fallen into evil spirit masters. Although the Holy Spirit Church is extremely evil, in my mind, there are still two pitiful people. One is Scorpion Tiger Dolua Zhangpeng, and the other is the Holy Spirit Church's supreme leader, Death Dolua Yishishue, who is known as the King of Evil Soul Masters. The Sea God Pavilion never follows standards when doing things. They just do whatever they want. Scorpion Tiger Dolua originally relied on devouring the blood of soul beasts to cultivate, and he could not meet the requirements of an evil soul master at all. But some people in the Sea God Pavilion actually labeled him an evil soul master and forced him into the Holy Spirit Church. As a female spirit master, Yishishue is lucky because she became an extreme Dolua as a woman. But she was also unfortunate. When she was young, she was tricked into becoming a saint in the Holy Spirit Church. She was also forced by her elderly teacher to give birth to a son. I just don't know if she has someone she likes now. If not, I would like to marry her home, influence her with my sincerity, and take care of her for the rest of her life. Hearing this, the girl's expression suddenly became strange. Boy, are you sick? Death God Dolua is of the same generation as Sea God Pavilion Master Dragon God Dolua Moon. He is over 200 years old this year. The last time he appeared on the mainland, he was already an old woman. How could you do this? Su Yunhan said nonchalantly, for an extreme Dolua, as long as he takes good care of himself, it won't take long before he can face the world with the appearance of a young girl. What female spirit master doesn't love beauty? Women dress to please themselves. Death God Dolua allowed her appearance to age day by day. The fundamental reason is that she hasn't met her destined child. And I just want to be her destined child, make up for the regrets of her youth, and give her a sweet love. The girl stammered, but she is more than 200 years older than you. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, she is only over 200 years old. I will work hard to cultivate and strive to become a god as soon as possible, so that I can ascend to the god realm with her. 10,000 years later, she will only be over 200 years older than me." Hearing this, the girl fell silent. She really didn't know whether to agree with Su Yunhan's idea or refute it. Unconsciously, the two had reached the end of the corridor. After turning the corner again, they came to a magnificent hall. 7 emerald green transparent stone pillars supported the ceiling, and in the center of the hall, a woman in an emerald green dress stood with her back to them. "Welcome to the Temple of Creation. I am Long Qingyun, the High Priest of the Temple of Creation." Temple of Creation? Su Yunhan still remembers that Guyu in the original novel of DOURO Dalu mentioned that the sacred dragon king among the 9 dragon kings controls the creation of life and is the god of creation. Well, he deserves the title. In terms of the strength of the law of creation is stronger than evil and good. Long Qingyun gently waved the scepter in her hand and tapped the ground, and the seals on the 2 disappeared instantly. Instantly. The shadow of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion appeared behind Su Yunhan, and a white gold soul ring slowly rose and rhythmically moved around him. Su Yunhan swallowed and subconsciously looked to his side, and saw a phantom of a bright phoenix floating behind the girl, with 5 black and 4 red ones dancing rhythmically around her. Bright phoenix spirit? Or a female spirit master? As expected, he was not wrong. This girl was the famous Holy Spirit Sect Supreme Leader, the King of Evil Spirit Masters, Death God DOURO Yishishue. It's just that, Su Yunhan didn't sense any trace of bloody evil energy on Yishishue's body, as if it had been forcibly wiped out by the Temple of Creation. "Welcome, the Guide of Destiny." Long Qingyun turned around, looked at Su Yunhan and Yishishue below, and said slowly, "Now, there are 2 choices in front of you. The first option is to touch the stone pillar to open the creation divine test for you. The divine test will occur randomly between the white level 1 test and the divine level 9 test. The probability of each level of divine test is exactly the same. The second choice is that there are 4 boxes here. One contains the 9 divine tests, one contains the remaining original power of the Holy Dragon King. And the other 2 are empty. You can choose one of the 4 boxes. If someone is willing to give up, the other person will get all the boxes. If one of them chooses to touch the stone pillar to obtain the divine test, the other person can only open 1 box. Now, what are your choices? After saying that, Long Qingyun lightly tapped the scepter in her hand, and 4 green boxes appeared in front of the 2. In some ways, a 25% probability is no different than 0%. Su Yunhan seriously suspected that if they made a normal choice, he and Yishishue would most likely end up with nothing. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan's eyes unconsciously fell on Yishishue. In order to obtain the inheritance of the gods, one person was bound to make concessions. Yishishue also reacted, slowly turned around, and met Su Yunhan's eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Yishishue slowly said, "Boy, I am the Holy Spirit Sect Supreme Leader, the Death God DOURO Yishishue, as you mentioned. Didn't you just say that you like me? Since you like me, well, as long as you give up, after I obtain the 9th test of the God level, the remaining origin of the Holy Dragon King will be yours. And I will be willing to be your wife." Hearing this, Su Yunhan shook his head, looked at Yishishue in front of him and said coldly, "Senior Death God, I do have that kind of thought about you, but I am not a fool. Let alone a bootlicker. On the contrary, everything about you is under my control. I know that you have a grandson who is the Dean of Shrek Academy. His name is Yen Xiaojia. He is the son of you and Dragon Emperor DOURO Long Xiaoyao. Your feelings for Dragon Emperor DOURO have never diminished. I know what Senior Death is thinking. Once I give up, you will keep the 9 trials of creation in your hands and give the origin of the Holy Dragon King to Long Xiaoyao, and I will most likely be accepted as your disciple." Chapter 187. Knowing that Senior Death God will not pass on the inheritance of the gods to me, I can't risk giving in and getting nothing. Upon hearing this, Yishishue was suddenly speechless. Who is this young man and why does he know her past? After arriving at the Temple of Creation, Yishishue thought she had reached the end, but what she didn't expect was that the first 2 levels were just appetizers and the real trial had just begun. Before this, they were just a pair of strangers who didn't know each other. Any normal person would not be willing to share the inheritance of the gods with a stranger. This is a bit difficult to handle. Yishishue came back to her senses, looked at Su Yunhan beside her, and slowly said, "Boy, since you know my past, I won't pretend to be noble with you. As long as you are willing to make concessions, I can be your temporary wife and sleep with you every night until you get tired of it. I can accompany you right now." After saying that, Yishishue lifted up her skirt, exposing the infinite scenery inside to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan turned his head to the side and said expressionlessly, "Senior Death God, even if I can obtain the inheritance of the gods, my future cultivation will surely soar, and countless talented soul master girls will come to me for love." I already have a wife, and more than one, the price offered by the senior cannot impress me. Hearing this, Yi Shishui silently put down the hem of her skirt, then turned around and bowed to Long Qingyun on the platform, saying, Your Excellency the High Priest, before making a choice, will you allow us to swear by our martial spirits? Long Qingyun said unhappily, If martial spirits are allowed to swear, the trials set by the Holy Dragon King will no longer be necessary. As soon as the words fell, Yi Shishui's eyes flashed coldly, and a slender jade hand was placed on Su Yunhan's neck. Boy, don't refuse a toast if I want your life, it's as easy as crushing an ant. Su Yunhan said calmly, Senior, don't forget that according to the rules mentioned by the High Priest, one party must voluntarily give up before the other party can obtain all the inheritance. It may be easy for you to kill me, but are you really willing to die with the title of the King of Evil's Soul Masters? Before she finished her words, Yi Shishui's jade hand slowly dropped down, and a look of loneliness suddenly appeared on her face. Once upon a time, she had fantasized about burning all the darkness in this world, but now, she has become a part of the darkness. In the darkness, the heart is towards the light. She hated it. She hated that the Sea God Pavilion had not fulfilled its responsibility as the #1 force on the continent, allowing the Holy Spirit Church to grow to its current level. After a long silence, Su Yunhan pulled the corner of Yi Shishui's clothes and said softly, Senior Death God, let me introduce myself, my name is Su Yunhan, the Su Yunhan who led the Shrek team to win the Soul Master competition. Su Yunhan was afraid that Yi Shishui would not believe him, so he displayed his 3 martial spirits one after another in front of her. Seeing this, Yi Shishui sneered, Boy, are you trying to get close to me? I won't fall for it, Su Yunhan said seriously. Senior, outside, you are the Death God DOURO among the 3 ultimate DOUROs. With your influence, it would be easy for you to target a little soul king like me, not to mention, I have more than a dozen wives. If I do something to let you down, I cannot accept the consequences. This is the only chance, Senior Death God, you don't want to work so hard for so long only to get a white level test, right? Don't worry, the throne is yours, I only want the origin of the Holy Dragon King, because, I already have a throne. If you agree, we can still become allies. I believe you already have some suspicions. Sea God Tang San regards the entire DOURO continent as the back garden of his Tang family. In order to prevent the loss of faith, he will never allow gods other than the Tang family to appear on the DOURO continent. Senior, you can kill me. Or you can use other means to take this divine inheritance from me, but, I am the only one who knows the weakness of Sea God Tang San. If you insist on doing it, you will eventually become a stepping stone for the Tang family gods, just like the angel god and Rakshasa god 10,000 years ago. Senior, I have finished what I want to say, it is up to you to make the choice. Hearing this, Yi Shishui subconsciously clenched his fists, his thoughts drifting away. Yes, this is the only compromise. Su Yunhan brought his wife and family members to the surface in exchange for Yi Shishui's trust. Thinking of this, Yi Shishui looked in the direction of Long Qingyun and said loudly, Your Excellency the High Priest, I will take the initiative to give up my rights and give the opportunity to this kid. Long Qingyun nodded, tapped the ground lightly with the scepter in his hand, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. In the pure white space, there were only Long Qingyun and Su Yunhan. Long Qingyun slowly said, Guide of Destiny, there are 2 divine inheritances in front of you, do you choose to take them all, or pick one for your partner? Su Yunhan said, Leave the divine level 9 trials to her. After he finished speaking, the surrounding environment changed again. Su Yunhan felt dizzy. Although he tried his best to stay awake, he eventually fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan finally got up from the ground. The hall was still the same hall, but it felt a little different from before. After hearing the voice coming from the side, Yi Shishui, who was in a state of cultivation, suddenly stood up, staring at Su Yunhan with her beautiful eyes, and spoke with a bit of pleading in her tone. The first of my 9 divine tests is to stay in this temple for a full year, you are the master of this temple now, please don't chase me away, okay? Yi Shishui's main goal was to be flexible, and with this space, Su Yunhan's weakness disappeared. She still remembered that she had put her hand on Su Yunhan's neck, and she was really afraid that he would bear a grudge. Su Yunhan glanced at the scepter-shaped pattern between Yi Shishui's eyebrows, then looked at the green gas mask the size of a human head on the platform, and said expressionlessly, It's up to you, it just so happens that I also need to refine the original power of the Holy Dragon King, so I will stay here with you for a year. When Yi Shishui heard the word, accompany you, her delicate body trembled slightly. In this space, Su Yunhan was the absolute master. If the other party wanted to do something bad, she couldn't stop him. Chapter 188. Yi Shishui was not afraid, but a little nervous. She had given birth to a son for Zhongli Laogui, and her body was already dirty. There was no difference between losing her body once and twice. After silently suppressing his restless heart, Yi Shishui sat cross-legged again and entered a state of cultivation. Su Yunhan also began to refine the original power of the Holy Dragon King. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In another 8 hours, Yi Shishui would complete the first of the 9 tests of creation. It was on this day that Su Yunhan completed refining the Holy Dragon King's original power. The Holy Dragon King's original power was sealed in his body in the form of the 5th soul ring of the three-eyed white tiger. A year later, his soul power level broke through to level 56. The 5th soul ring has only one soul skill, which is healing. It is an ultimate healing skill that has the ability to revive the dead, turn bones into flesh, and grow broken limbs. Just a severed limb is enough to defeat all the healing spirit masters on DOURO continent. Even the 9-hearted begonia spirit, which is famous for its healing ability, cannot do this. This is equivalent to carrying a wet nurse with you. Just as Su Yunhan was filled with emotion, suddenly, an inexplicable fire surged in his heart. His consciousness became increasingly depressed. Out of his body's instinct, he first used the power of the temple to seal Yi Shishui's soul power, and then pressed the woman who had obsessed Moon En and Long Xiaoyao to the ground. The next moment, Yi Shishui's long dress turned into powder, and the whole hall was filled with a heart-stirring symphony. Words omitted here. Shishui, it's time to go. Su Yunhan was not polite either. Since they were in close contact, he didn't call him senior anymore and just called him by his name. Yi Shishui didn't say anything. She used her soul power to clean the pockets of her skirt, then took out a white dress of the same style from her soul guide and put it on. A flash of white light passed by, and the two returned to the demon forest. Shishui, let's say goodbye now. If you need anything in that regard, feel free to come to me. Su Yunhan said this in a mean way, then activated his holy light wings and disappeared from Yi Shishui's sight. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded in Su Yunhan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully planting a nail in the Tang sect. Based on the role that Su He may play in the future, the host is rewarded with a 5 increase in the unlocking degree of the god-killing spear, a total of 45. Considering the battle armor, the rewards for both times only gave me the unlocking level of the god-killer spear. Host, Yi Shishui. The system's voice kept echoing in Su Yunhan's mind, but he just stood there in a daze. Is he, Su Yunhan, really the one destined to succeed? After passing the 9 trials of creation, Yi Shishui began to worry about gains and losses. Her evil spirit had been washed away. With her current identity, she was afraid that she could never go back to the Holy Spirit Church. If she leaves the Holy Spirit Church, Long Xiaoyao will follow her footsteps. What will happen to the Holy Spirit Church after losing 2 ultimate douros? No matter what, Zhongli Wu is her biological son. Yi Shishui wandered around outside for 7 days, but couldn't think of a way to settle the Holy Spirit Church, so he returned to the Holy Spirit Church headquarters. Yi Shishui's return caused a huge uproar. After only 1 year of traveling, their supreme leader had become much younger, and the aura he exuded was out of tune with the lifeless Holy Spirit Church. In a small room at the Holy Spirit Church headquarters, Yi Shishui, Long Xiaoyao, Zhongli Wu, and Feng Ling sat around a table in silence. Looking at Yi Shishui, who looked like a young girl, Long Xiaoyao felt mixed feelings of sadness and joy. He was happy that his sweetheart had finally taken that step, but he was sad that he was no longer worthy of Yi Shishui. Mother, what are you doing? Zhongli Wu blinked his deep purple eyes, a look of confusion evident in his words. Yi Shishui said calmly, I have obtained the inheritance of the gods, and all the evil spirits have been washed away. This. As the boss of the Holy Spirit Church, Zhongli Wu has a good sense of the overall situation. Although the Sea God Pavilion does not do anything on weekdays, their slogans are loud and clear, and they whitewash themselves as the righteous side. From the moment Yi Shishui obtained the inheritance of the gods, he would eventually become a stranger to the extremely evil Holy Spirit Church. Ugh. Zhongli Wu sighed. He was unwilling, very unwilling. He had clearly discussed with Su Tianran that after the other party succeeded to the throne, he would launch a war against the 3 empires. When the Sun Moon Empire unified the continent, the Holy Spirit Church would be the guardian religion of the Sun Moon Empire. As early as 3 years ago, he had begun searching for talented female soul masters in DOURO continent and bringing them back to the sect for training, following the example of his predecessors in order to achieve the goal of the Holy Spirit sect's long-lasting prosperity. P.S. If there was no protagonist Halo, Tangya and Ma Xiaotao in the original novel would have become the 2nd and 3rd Yi Shishui, and would never be able to return to Shrek City. As if seeing what Zhongli Wu was thinking, Yi Shishui sighed and slowly said, Wooer, Su Tianran is not as simple as he seems. His alliance with the Holy Spirit Church is just a temporary measure. Think about it, how much is the promise of a prince who cheated his brothers by pretending to be crazy and stupid, and finally stepped on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to ascend to the throne worth? You were born an evil soul master. And you can't understand what ordinary soul masters think. Whether it's me or your Uncle Long, when we were young, we hated the Holy Spirit Church and evil soul masters. At that time, we were just ordinary soul masters with no background. I didn't tell you this before because we two old guys are still alive. As long as the Holy Spirit Church has an extreme DOURO guarding it, Su Tianran will not have any other ideas. But now, the situation is different from before. Wooer, don't worry, if I can become a god, I will definitely give the followers of the Holy Spirit Church a ugh. Yi Shishui suddenly felt her stomach churning and she lay on the table and began to dry heave. Why do I feel sick for no reason? The three of them were a little confused. Seeing that Yi Shishui was in great pain, Long Xiaoyao hurriedly grabbed her wrist and began to examine her body. Instantly, Long Xiaoyao's eyes widened and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Shishui, you. Are you pregnant? Yi Shishui said nonchalantly. I really have a fertility physique, just like that time, exactly the same. Yi Shishui's gaze unconsciously fell on Long Xiaoyao. That time was also my first time, and I also got pregnant with a son. I was afraid that old ghost Zhongli would harm the child, so I gave birth to the child outside and gave it to a soul master couple who were unable to have children to adopt. Chapter 189. It's really ironic that his child was admitted to Shrek Academy by some coincidence and became a disciple of that old guy Moon. At this moment, Feng Ling, the little unknown person in the corner, suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. She said that she always felt that there were some similarities between her mother-in-law and her ex-boyfriend, and it turned out that they were grandparents and grandchildren. Yi Shishui wanted to say much more than that. She ignored Feng Ling, the goose, and continued expressionlessly. Everything that happened was planned in advance by old ghost Zhongli. He was afraid that if you two black and white holy dragons continued to be friendly, it would become a nightmare for the Holy Spirit Church, so he directed and acted out this love triangle. In this world, the hatred that is most memorable is the murder of one's father, the seizure of one's wife, and the extermination of one's entire family. From the moment you two fell in love with me, you fell into the trap that old ghost Zhongli had set for you. He first made me choose Moon, and when the three of us met again a year later, he pretended to be drunk and walked into the wrong room, and gave you my first time. You were only in your 20s at the time, full of vigor and vitality. It was impossible for you to resist a beautiful woman throwing herself at you. You felt very guilty at that time, right? Just because you failed to control your emotions, you ruined the happy life between your sweetheart and your best friend. I was planning to take these things to the grave. But the situation is different now. I have obtained the inheritance of the gods and have gotten rid of my identity as an evil soul master. I am no longer obligated to conceal the dirty things that the Holy Spirit Church did to me, you, and Moon. Xiaoyao, although I, Yi Shishui, am not your wife, I have carried on your family line and fulfilled the duties of a wife. Now, our grandson is the dean of the spirit department in Shrek Academy and can already take charge of his own affairs. I have said so much, but I am not asking for your forgiveness, because, I, Yi Shishui, have done nothing wrong to you, Long Xiaoyao. I cannot possibly pay for the mistakes made by Zhongli Laogui and the Holy Spirit Church. Xiaoyao, how about we part ways in peace, okay? If you are unwilling, out of humanitarianism, within my limits, I can meet one of your requests. After learning the content of the second test of the 9 tests of creation, Yi Shishui realized that it was impossible for her to continue her relationship with Long Xiaoyao. Yi Shishui would not hide this feeling in her heart. She was over 200 years old and was no longer the love-brained girl. Her previous feelings should disappear into thin air. In the days to come, she would treat her destined child with all her heart. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places. When doing things, people should always look forward. After listening to Yi Shishui's confession, Long Xiaoyao sighed and burst into tears. He could never have imagined that what he had insisted on for so many years was actually all fictitious. He felt guilty for a lifetime for a mistake that did not exist at all. He hated the Holy Spirit Church, the old Zhongli who made the plan, and the Zhongli family who had killed talented female spirit masters for generations. The only person he couldn't hate was Yi Shishui, who was also a victim. P.S. If we analyze it rationally, Yi Shishui's teacher should not be called Zhongli Laogui. Laogui is an insult. Even though he is an evil spirit master, parents would not give their children such a name. Should he blame Yi Shishui for hiding all this? No matter who stands on Yi Shishui's side, they will not make the truth of the matter public. If they continue to conceal it, the Holy Spirit Church will have a great priest with the cultivation level of extreme DOURO. If it is made public, it will only make this great priest and the Holy Spirit Church become enemies. Ugh. Long Xiaoyao suddenly felt mixed emotions. For so many years, he had kept many things in his heart. But at this critical moment, he couldn't say anything in his heart. Even the 3 words, "I love you," were forced back into his stomach. She already has a child, why should he express his love here? Yi Shishui had finally gotten rid of the identity of an evil soul master. Would he still cling to her and make her fall into that painful memory again? Forget it, this relationship never belonged to him in the first place. He had already made a concession once, and making another concession would not mean anything. Thinking of this, Long Xiaoyao slowly said, "Shishui, I wish you happiness. If I can live to see your wedding day, I hope you can send me an invitation so that I, as your brother, can come and ask for a glass of wedding wine. I am truly happy for you that you were able to walk out of the quagmire and find your destined child. I have wasted most of my life, it is time for me to find my true love." At this moment, Long Xiaoyao felt relieved. These 100 years were wasted after all, and no matter what he did, he could not get back that lost time. Instead of complaining about the world, he should cherish the present and do something he likes. Long Xiaoyao left, and a black dragon disappeared forever in the sky above the Holy Spirit Church headquarters, never to come back. Only Yi Shishui and Zhongli Wu were left in the room. As for the silly Fengling, Yi Shishui sent her to make tea and she probably wouldn't be back for a while. Yi Shishui said helplessly, "Wooer, do you blame me?" Zhongli Wu said, "You are my mother. How could I possibly blame you? You and Long Bo have guarded the Holy Spirit Church for nearly 200 years. In such a comfortable environment, I, as the leader of the church, actually had thoughts that I shouldn't have. If you want to blame someone, blame me for overestimating my own capabilities. I knew that the Holy Spirit Church was not worthy of public attention, but I still agreed to form an alliance with Su Tianran, hoping that one day the Holy Spirit Church could become the protective cult of the Sun Moon Empire." Zhongli Wu was very unwilling to accept it. But in front of Yi Shishui, he didn't dare to show it. Because Yi Shishui is not only much stronger than him, but she is also his biological mother. He cannot offend his mother. Zhongli Wu's answer made Yi Shishui very satisfied. She could finally leave the Holy Spirit Church with peace of mind. "Wooer, as the supreme leader of the Holy Spirit Church, I am issuing the last order. From today on, the Holy Spirit Church will withdraw from the world and reduce its external businesses, only covering the daily expenses within the church. As for those priests, elders, and believers who don't want to live in seclusion, let them leave the Holy Spirit Church. Wooer, let me remind you one last time, the Zhongli family's tradition should be stopped, do some good deeds, the Holy Spirit Church has so many gifted female spirit masters, isn't that enough to satisfy your desires? From now on, there will no longer be the king of evil soul masters, the supreme leader of the Holy Spirit sect, and the death Doulua Yi Shishui in this world, there will only be the bright phoenix Doulua, Yen Siya." Chapter 190. On the other hand, after Su Yunhan returned to Mingdu, he went to the East Palace as soon as possible. After calculating the date, he found that Su Tianjin had already given birth. As a husband and father, he failed to be by his side when his first child was born, which was a dereliction of duty for him. There is an artificial lake behind the East Palace, with a small island in the middle of the lake and a pavilion in the center of the island. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Juzi and Su Tianjin were sitting around a table, with Su Tianjin holding a baby in his arms. Su Yunhan hurriedly came to Su Yunjin's side, looked at the baby in her arms, and slowly said, Is this my daughter? Her eyebrows and nose look exactly like her grandmother's, she's a beauty from a young age. When she grows up, she will definitely be as beautiful as her grandmother, stunningly beautiful, with a kind heart. Bright eyes and white teeth, elegant and graceful, peerless, beautiful as a flower, born with natural beauty, pure and refined, like a flower and the moon. With skin as white as cream. Hearing this, Orange silently withdrew the star god's sword in his hand and temporarily gave up the idea of teaching this rebellious son a lesson. Su Yunhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly changed the subject. Mother, Tianzhen, has my daughter been named yet? You are the child's father, if you don't come back, who will dare to name her? According to the genealogy of the Sun and Moon royal family, the generation after Tian is Z, the task of naming Yaya still needs you to do it. Su Yunhan pondered, she will inherit the throne of the Sun Moon Empire in the future, so let's give her a neutral name, Su Zifeng, the foam in maple leaf, how about that? Su Tianjin frowned and said, Yunhan, it's a good name, but the Feng in Maple Leaf has the same pronunciation as the Feng in Mountain Peak. It sounds a bit masculine just based on the pronunciation. Before he finished speaking, Su Yunhan fell into deep thought. This was his first daughter, who would become an empress in the future. It didn't matter whether the name had any connotation or not, but it had to sound nice and he could not be careless about it. Su Ziqing, Su Ziming, Su Ziren, let's just call her Su Ziren, what do you think? Ziren, Ran. Su Tianjin shook her daughter in her arms and said softly. Yaya, did you hear that? From today on, your name will be Su Ziren, it was given to you by your heartless father. After playing with little Yaya for a while, she was carried back to the bedroom by the nanny to sleep. Then, Su Yunhan's trial began. You rebellious son, tell me the truth, what have you been doing for the past year or so? Do you have another woman outside? Hearing this, Su Yunhan felt guilty. His mother had really hit the nail on the head. However, he pretended to be calm and said. Mother, where can I go? When I was hunting for spirit rings, I accidentally discovered a place where gods had passed down their legacy. Due to the different speeds of time in the two worlds, it took me a year to find it. As Su Yunhan spoke, his mind moved, and the shadow of a three-eyed white tiger appeared behind him. 5 soul rings in yellow, purple, black and green slowly rose up and rhythmically moved around him. After Su Yunhan's vivid and moving narration, the 2 resentful women finally believed his words. Of course, he concealed everything about Yi Shishui. If his mother knew that he took more than 80 gold bricks this time, he would probably be beaten to death by her. You know, Su Tianran respects Zhongli Wu as the national teacher and Yi Shishui as his adoptive mother. This generation is in chaos. At this moment, a spirit master girl wearing armor stepped across the lake and came to the center of the pavilion in the middle of the lake. She knelt on one knee towards Zhu Zi and said. My queen, there is a girl named Yan Xie outside, clamoring for His Royal Highness King Jing to be responsible. Responsible? Su Yunhan's expression froze instantly. As early as when he left the demon forest. The system reminded him of Yi Shishui's pregnancy, but he didn't take it seriously at the time. Because he didn't believe that Yi Shishui would give up Long Xiaoyao because of such a small matter. That's why he had the confidence to conceal everything about Yi Shishui in the temple. Now that people have come to his door and are demanding that he take responsibility, isn't this just a slap in his face? When Su Yunhan came to his senses, he saw that Zhuzi was holding a whip in his hand and staring at him with cold eyes. Zhuzi doesn't reject Su Yunhan's idea of having a harem, but it depends on when. When Su Tianjin was about to give birth, you, as her husband, were not only not by her side, but you were also having an affair with other women outside. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Su Yunhan said helplessly. Yan Xie, Martial Soul Bright Phoenix, 99 level Ultimate Doulua, title, Ming Feng, she and I entered the miracle together, overcame all obstacles along the way, and shared the inheritance of the gods together. I obtained the remaining original power of the Holy Dragon King, and she, obtained the 9 tests of creation. Something went wrong when I was refining the Holy Dragon King's original power. Due to my dragon nature, I couldn't control my emotions at the time, so I gave her to. She is an extreme Doulua and a quasi-god. I thought she looked down on me, so I hid all this from her. I didn't expect that she would be pregnant. As soon as he finished speaking, Orange's hand holding the whip slowly dropped down. If they could pull a quasi-god into their formation, it would greatly increase their capital in the future fight against the sea god Tang San. Thinking of this, Orange put the whip in his hand into the storage soul guide. And many more. Bright Phoenix Martial Spirit. Zhuzi always felt that she had seen the Bright Phoenix Martial Spirit somewhere in her previous life, and she was very sure that person was definitely not Yan Xiaozhe. Where is it? Seeing his mother in deep thought, Su Yunhan was worried for himself. He must not let her think of Yi Shishui's second martial soul. Su Yunhan hurriedly ordered the female guard to bring Yan Xie in. His action interrupted Zhuzi's thoughts. No matter what, she was Su Yunhan's biological mother, and she must not lose face in front of her future daughter-in-law. Soon, Yan Xie, in a pure white long dress, landed in the center of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, her eyes fixed on Zhuzi, who was in a goose-yellow palace dress, without any gesture of greeting. This is not surprising. Even if the princesses of the Sun and Moon royal family married into the families of ministers, their status in their husband's family was unique. They did not need to pay respects to their parents-in-law. Instead, the elders in their husband's family had to pay respects to them. Don't look at Yi Shishui. Oh no, Yan Xie has made up her mind to be a good wife to Su Yunhan, but she will not call a little girl who is not even a soul emperor mother. Chapter 191. Seeing that the atmosphere in the pavilion in the middle of the lake was a bit awkward, Su Yunhan hurriedly grabbed Yan Xie's wrist and took her out of the East Palace. This is the disadvantage of an older wife and a younger husband, which makes the already disharmonious relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law even worse. Take it easy. After leaving the East Palace, Su Yunhan took Yan Xia's hand and said apologetically. Xia, I'm sorry, I can't have any privileges in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. You are not a member of the Shrek Academy exchange student team. So the Academy's top management can't arrange a separate residence for you. Are you going to live with me or stay in a hotel? I'm fine with anything, Yan Xia said coldly, then turned her gaze away and no longer looked at Su Yunhan. After arriving at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Su Yunhan couldn't help but ask, Xia, should we go back to the room directly, or meet your three sisters first? What's so good about these three little girls? Go back to your room first, I have something to ask you. After returning to the room and locking the door, Yan Xia slowly said, if one day, you kill Sea God Tang San and destroy all the remaining forces of the Tang family, where do you plan to put those evil soul masters in the Holy Spirit Church? Su Yunhan pondered, after the fall of the Tang family. The DOURO continent has a lot of things to do, we don't have much energy to supervise those restless evil soul masters. We should send these small number of evil soul masters to the guillotine. We not only have to help the angel family rebuild the spirit hall, but also restore the slaughter city that has disappeared for thousands of years. The high-level evil spirit masters headed by the Zhongli family can serve as managers of the slaughter city. During the management period, they must not embarrass the spirit masters who come to obtain the killing god domain. As for the remaining evil soul masters, those with pioneering spirits can become pioneers of the age of discovery. The times require development, and we cannot be confined to the DOURO continent. While searching for other continents, we can also reclaim land on the islands surrounding the DOURO continent. Those evil soul masters who don't have a pioneering spirit should be sent to the mines to do jobs that normal soul masters are unwilling to do. As for this generation, it is still the mess from the Poseidon Pavilion period. As long as they are docile and don't cause any trouble, it won't be a big problem for them to live to the end of their lives. Hearing this, Yan Xia nodded. Although there were some minor flaws in Su Yunhan's plan. But generally speaking, there were no major problems with the general direction of reform, and the Holy Spirit Church could be settled in this direction in the future. After a moment's silence, Yan Xia suddenly stretched out a jade hand, grabbed Su Yunhan by the collar and threw him on the bed. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan was immediately horrified and said hurriedly, Xia, you are pregnant, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do that kind of thing now? Yan Xia curled her lips and said nonchalantly, I am an extreme DOURO, not as hypocritical as you think. Girls look for husbands to relieve their sexual desires, so just enjoy it. If you don't know how to appreciate it, don't force me to lock you up in a secret room. After saying that, Yan Xia rushed over. Instantly, waves of surging symphonies filled the room. Su Yunhan obviously underestimated the anger that Yan Xia had accumulated over the past 200 years. In the 12 hours of the day, the two of them fought for 8 hours in a row, leaving him only 4 hours to rest. After absorbing the original power of the Holy Dragon King, this torture was nothing to Su Yunhan. But he was exhausted. 5 days later, just when Su Yunhan woke up from his sleep, Yan Xia was about to get on the horse and continue to release the fire in his heart. Su Yunhan quickly stopped her. Xia, it's been 5 days, let's go out for a walk, it's easy to get sick if you stay in the house all the time. Yan Xia did not reject Su Yunhan's suggestion. He was here and would not be able to escape from her control. Just like that, Yan Xia, wearing a pure white dress, took Su Yunhan's arm and strolled in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. It was noon, the time when the cafeteria of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy opened. The food provided by such a top-notch academy was definitely not inferior to those in the big hotels outside. As Su Yunhan and Yan Xia just stepped into the cafeteria's door, the members of the Shrek Academy exchange student team all set their eyes on them. Especially those single male students, they all looked at Su Yunhan with envy. Su Yunhan ignored them and walked straight to Zhao Ninger and sat down. Ninger, Shuer, Xiao, let me introduce you, her name is Yan Xia, she is your new sister. With Su Yunhan's deliberate guidance, Yan Xia soon became friends with the three girls. After being suppressed in the Holy Spirit Church for so many years, this could be considered the fulfillment of her childhood dream. The four girls were talking about rouge and powder, and Su Yunhan couldn't get a word in for a while, so his eyes fell on Bebe who was sitting nearby. He usually looks a very steady guy, but today I feel like his face is full of loneliness. Is it an illusion? Brother Bei, what's wrong with you? I always feel like you seem to be worried, what happened? Can you tell me a little bit so I can give you some advice? Bei said with a dejected look on his face, Xian Zhu has fallen. Hearing this, Su Yunhan's expression instantly fell. Although the DOURO fan fiction he had read in his previous life had mixed reviews of Moon, in his eyes, Moon might not be a good person, but he was a qualified leader. In the original novel, Moon was able to formulate a plan to vigorously develop soul guide technology before his death. This alone made him much better than those old people who kept silent in DOURO. Moon's death did not make Su Yunhan happy. In this life, there was no fight between Shrek Academy and the Body Sect, and there was no plot of Debussy attacking Shrek Academy. In the absence of a fight, it would take at least 5 or 6 years for Moon to die. Although he already had a guess in his mind, Su Yunhan still pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Brother Bei, doesn't our master still have 5 or 6 years to live? Why is he?" Bei said with a bitter face, "Xian Zhu passed on his life's skills to Din Yan, helping him to condense the third soul core in advance and helping him open the door to the ultimate DOURO." Chapter 192. Before this, Xian Zhu also dismantled the 2 light attribute soul bones from his body and gave them to me to absorb, so as to purify the light attribute in my body and seek an opportunity for the evolution of my martial soul. As we all know, Dragon God DOURO Moon has 3 red soul rings, and the relics he left for his great-grandson must be 200,000-year-old soul bones. In this era, without the control of the Spirit Hall, the Soul Master world raised the knife to the Soul Beast clan, and the value of soul bones was no longer as precious as it was 10,000 years ago. However, in recent years, the number of soul beasts has dropped sharply, and there is a risk of extinction of the Soul Master profession, so the slaughter of soul beasts has slowed down. Even so, the 100,000-year soul bone that can provide a soul master with 2 soul bone skills is still in high demand and is still the Blood River treasure in the Soul Master world. Although he got 2 top-grade soul bones for free, Bei couldn't be happy at all, because he was afraid that these 2 soul bones would be taken away by Yen Xiaozhe. As they both have the same spirit of light attribute, and there is no ultimate DOURO guarding the Sea God Pavilion at the moment, Yen Xiaozhe has plenty of reasons to withhold the relic that Moon gave to Bei. But Bei was destined not to say these words. After Moon's death, the bond between him and Su Yunhan became extremely fragile. Moon might have had a lot of face when he was alive, but after his death he would eventually turn into a pile of dry bones in a grave who would be willing to give face to a dead person. Seeing that Bei was unwilling to continue talking, Su Yunhan didn't want to make things awkward, so he just moved his chair back to Zhao Ning'er's side. Zhao Ning'er secretly handed a letter into Su Yunhan's hand. Su Yunhan took it and took a look. Wow, it turned out to be a handwritten letter from Yen Xiaozhe. There was no unnecessary nonsense in the letter. It just asked him to pay more attention to the actions of the Tang sect trio. "Good fellow," Su Yunhan exclaimed, "good fellow." Yen Xiaozhe had the word "guilty" written on his face. Perhaps Moon N had never expected that his good disciple would secretly withhold these 200,000-year-old soul bones in order to become a limit DOURO as soon as possible. Looking at Yen Xiaozhe's handwritten letter in his hand, Su Yunhan not only did not despise his behavior, but felt relieved. That's right, if a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. As a disciple, Yen Xiaozhe just inherited his teacher's legacy, not by trickery, so he naturally didn't feel much burden in his heart. And many more. Su Yunhan suddenly thought of something. Bei knew that Moon had died, and also knew that Moon had left him 2 top-grade soul bones. This was not normal. If it was the news that Yen Xiaozhe passed on, he could have completely covered up the information about the 2 top-grade soul bones. There is only one possibility. The information that Bei obtained was passed on by other elders in order to alienate the relationship between Yen Xiaozhe and Bei. The catastrophe is coming. In a few years, the army of the Sun Moon Empire will march eastward. With the defense line constructed in the western territory of the Sky Soul Empire, it is impossible to resist the iron hoof of the Sun Moon Empire. Once Maple Leaf City fails, the army of the Sun Moon Empire can drive to the city of Shrek City at any time. At this critical moment, you are still fighting among yourselves. Are you waiting for the Sun Moon Empire's army to arrive at the gates of the city and then surrender? Thinking of this, Su Yunhan felt that the food in his hand was no longer fragrant. After finishing the meal, he left Zhao Ning'er and Mingdu to continue leading the team. He led Yen Xie, Ning Tian, and Xiao Xiao back to Shrek City. After sending Yen Xie and the others back to Su Mansion, Su Yunhan went to Poseidon Island without stopping. On Poseidon Island, the exchange students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, led by Xiao Hongqian, were sitting cross-legged on the edge of Poseidon Lake to practice. Su Yunhan ignored their presence and walked straight to the building behind him. Not long after they walked, a blue-pink figure flashed by, grabbed his wrist and walked towards the outskirts of Poseidon Island. Su Yunhan looked closely and found that it was Wang Dong'er. After not seeing her for a year, he felt that his little Dong'er was a little different. Just like that, Su Yunhan let Wang Dong'er pull his wrist and leave Poseidon Island, leave Shrek Academy, and finally stop in front of the Tulip Hotel. The two entered the Tulip Hotel. Unexpectedly, Wang Dong'er did not book a room, but instead booked a private room on the first floor and ordered a pot of hot green tea. As soon as she entered the private room, Wang Dong'er locked the door. Her pretty face instantly fell. She looked at Su Yunhan and said coldly, "Some time ago, by chance, I accidentally entered the space inside the golden ancient tree. Under the influence of the golden ancient tree, my memory in the divine world was restored. It was then that I realized that my parents had not left me, but were the gods in heaven. My father is the famous founder of the Tang sect, the sea god Tang San, the leader of the original Shrek 7 devils. My mother is the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the soft-boned Doulua Xiao Wu, who is known for her gentleness and virtue. Yunhan, we two are already husband and wife. According to the custom of our sea god lineage, each male god can only have one wife. I'm giving you 1 month to sever your ties with those vixens. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm ordering you." Hearing this, Su Yunhan sneered and said, "Dong, oh no, Miss Tang, if I had to choose between you and Ninger, I would rather break off relations with you." After saying that, Su Yunhan waved his sleeves and made a gesture to leave the box. Wang Dong'er suddenly became anxious, and hurriedly grabbed Su Yunhan's belt, shouting, "Stop right there, stop right there." Su Yunhan turned around suddenly and slapped Wang Dong'er to the ground. "You have no right to order me around, because Dong'er would never do such a thing. You don't have to use Poseidon Pavilion to pressure me. I came back this time to find the new Poseidon Pavilion master to resign. Soon we will no longer be members of Poseidon Pavilion." After saying that, Su Yunhan opened the door and walked out of the box without even looking at Wang, who was sitting on the ground and crying, "Oh no, Tang Wuton." From the moment she awakened her memories of the divine world, the Xiao Dong'er who had originally followed Su Yunhan no longer existed. Unless she is willing to give up her identity as Tang Wuton. The memories of the divine world are a shackle that binds Tang Wuton. Su Yunhan deliberately mentioned that Dong'er would not do such a thing, in order to awaken her past memories. Once Tang Wuton accepted Su Yunhan's opening of a harem, she would no longer be the Princess Tang Wuton. If she did it again and again, she would go further and further down the path of disobeying Tang San. This is the first step of the loving father and daughter smiling. Su Yunhan wants Tang Wuton to go against Tang San. Chapter 193. The exchange student team of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy had finished their training and were now sparring with the students from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. When Meng Hongchen saw Su Yunhan, he quickly greeted him. "Hey, brother Yunhan, why did you come back so suddenly?" Su Yunhan ignored Meng Hongchen and walked straight into the building where the Poseidon Pavilion meeting room was located. After learning from the maid on duty that Yen Xiaozhe was reviewing memorials in his office on the top floor of Poseidon Pavilion, Su Yunhan went up to the top floor without stopping. Dong dong dong. Enter. Su Yunhan closed the door of his office, looked at Yen Xiaozhe who was busy reviewing memorials, and said, "Master, I have something I want to discuss with you." "Oh. How come after going to Mingdu, you don't even want to call me teacher after coming back?" Su Yunhan walked quickly to the sofa nearby and sat down, saying with a smile. "Public is public, private is private. If you can't distinguish between public and private, and those old guys find out, they will use their status as elders to lecture you." Yen Xiaozhe laughed and scolded, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. I have so many memorials piled up here." Su Yunhan said solemnly, "Teacher, I want to leave Poseidon Pavilion and establish a force on my own." Before he finished speaking, the expression on Yen Xiaozhe's face froze instantly. If he was not an extreme Doulua now, he would have suspected that Su Yunhan had installed surveillance cameras in the Sea God Pavilion. Ever since he became the ultimate Doulua, the group of old-timers in the Sea God Pavilion have been whispering in his ears. The original Poseidon Pavilion was in a period of transition. Due to the mental problems of the second-generation representative Yen Xiaozhe, he was unable to break through to level 96. Moon then rejected all objections and appointed Zhang Lishuan as the successor of the Poseidon Pavilion. He planned to wait until Yen Xiaozhe died and was unable to take up the responsibility, and Xuanzi was too old and lacked energy. So Zhang Lishuan, as a rising star, could turn the tide. Later, after Ma Xiaotao solved the evil fire problem, Moon also appointed her as the next-generation heir of the Poseidon Pavilion. But now, Yen Xiaozhe has become an extreme Doulua by accident, and the identities of Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan as the successors of the Sea God Pavilion have become a little subtle. Yen Xiaozhe is only over 90 this year. The lifespan of an extreme Doulua is more than 300 years. So he still has nearly 200 years to live. Is there a prince who lives for 200 years in the world? They were afraid that there were ambitious people in Su Yunhan's harem who would get rid of Yan Xiaozhe in the future and push Ma Xiaotao or Zhang Lishuan to the position of the leader of the Sea God Pavilion in order to control the Sea God Pavilion. Of course, this is only the view of those with high emotional intelligence. As for those with low emotional intelligence, those old people who keep their lights on are afraid that they will not get a share of the cake. Su Yunhan and his group are a big family, not to mention him, Sanqing Wuhuan and Extreme Dolua are just his starting point. The remaining girls are not bad in talent. Even if a maid gave birth to a child, within 2 generations, the seats in the Sea God Pavilion would not be enough for the Su family to share. The most important point is that Su Yunhan was a little too shrewd. He first took advantage of Zhao Ning'er's strengths to open a new organization within the authority of the Poseidon Pavilion. And then took advantage of the conflict between the new organization and the Soul Guidance Department to steal several mines from the hands of these elders. Yan Xiaozhe would at least take into account the seniority and not rely on his strength to openly challenge them, the old seniors. If Su Yunhan were allowed to join the pavilion, their good days would be over. Therefore, they kept whispering in Yan Xiaozhe's ears, asking him to persuade Su Yunhan to leave the Sea God Pavilion and set up his own business. Even if the force established by Su Yunhan replaces Poseidon Pavilion as the #1 force on the continent in the future, they will still be the leaders of the second largest force on the continent, and they will still be able to survive in a corner. Yan Xiaozhe also had selfish motives. Since he became an extreme Dolua, his state of mind had changed greatly. If possible, he would rather have his descendants inherit his position as the head of the Sea God Pavilion, rather than Ma Xiaotao, who had no blood relationship with him. People are unpredictable. From Yan Xiaozhe's perspective, Su Yunhan's resignation was the most respectable situation. If he continued to stay, he would sooner or later have a conflict with the group of old people in the Sea God Pavilion. At that time, no matter who won or lost, the loss would be the strength of the original Dolua Continent Alliance. With the war imminent, he did not want to see the internal fighting within the Sea God Pavilion. Although he was thinking about it, Yan Xiaozhe still pretended to be thinking, I'm here at Poseidon Pavilion, so it's good for you to go out and gain some experience. Yunhan, if you need anything, just tell me, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Su Yunhan pondered and said, thanks to the Sea God Pavilion for taking care of me for the past 2 years, I will only take away most of the people in the Soul Guidance Hall and leave you a framework. As for whether you want to rebuild the Soul Guidance Hall based on this framework or directly merge it into the Soul Guidance Department, it is not my responsibility. By the way, the student exchange program between Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy can be stopped. We can take advantage of this opportunity to clear the remaining orders in the Soul Guidance Hall. After leaving Poseidon Pavilion, Su Yunhan felt refreshed. He was finally able to escape from the cage of Poseidon Pavilion and fly freely in the sky. Just like that, Su Yunhan walked out of Shrek Academy with a relaxed look on his face. He first went to the Soul Guidance Hall and instructed the management staff to temporarily stop accepting orders before returning to the Su Mansion. Outside the Su Mansion, Miss Tang, who was wearing a blue and pink dress, was sitting on the steps at the door. When she saw Su Yunhan returning, she hurriedly stood up and hugged Su Yunhan's arm. Yunhan, are you really going to leave Poseidon Pavilion? Tang Wuton said with tears in her eyes. Su Yunhan said calmly, I have to leave after Din Yan becomes an ultimate Doluo. The Sea God Pavilion will have no worries for the next 100 years. Those elders are afraid that I will take away their power. They may be plotting something bad and are preparing to deal with me secretly. Tang Wuton said hurriedly, I can let my the great and second patriarchs of the HIATUS sect take over the authority of the Sea God Pavilion. With me here, if those old immortals dare to touch you, I will kill their entire family. Su Yunhan sneered and said, Miss Tang, if the Grand Master or the Second Master of HIATUS sect came to take charge, would they be able to accommodate Dong'er sisters? Tang Wuton fell silent for a moment. Su Yunhan curled his lips and stuffed a small jade token into her hand. Take this jade token and when Dong'er comes back one day, you can activate the jade token and I will come to pick her up. After saying that, Su Yunhan walked into the Su Mansion without looking back. Chapter 194. Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luochen, Zhang Lishuan, Xiao Xiao, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Guyue Tong, Jiang Nan Nan, Su Qiuyu, and Yan Xie sat neatly in the yard, waiting for Su Yunhan's return. Su Yunhan did not lay any groundwork. He directly told them the inside story of the Poseidon Pavilion and talked about some of his ideas for the future. Ma Xiaotao curled her lips and said unhappily, Yunhan, you don't have to worry about me, I've long been fed up with them. I still remember when I was young, those old soul masters wanted to fight for the position of pavilion master and even wanted to label me as an evil spirit master in my evil fire state. It was only my master who overcame all objections and saved me. I will never forget this incident. Su Yunhan nodded and said, since Xiao Tao is fine, let's just do it this way, everyone can pack up your belongings first, and when Ninger comes back and finishes the Soul Guidance Hall's affairs, we will officially leave the Sea God Pavilion. At this time, Su Qiuyu suddenly said, Yunhan, there are probably more than 100 members of the Soul Guidance Hall who will leave with us, we have to find a place to stay first, we can't keep so many people staying in a hotel, right? Su Yunhan said, well, Xinglua Empire has listened to my suggestion and has begun to eliminate the evil soul masters in the territory, it is said that the effect is good. The number of evil soul masters in the territory of Xinglua Empire has been greatly reduced. The sect is established in Xinglua Empire, and our first stop is Xinglua City. The Xinglua imperial family is not only a major patron of the Soul Guidance Hall, but also Qiuyu's family, it is perfect for them to establish a presence in the Xinglua Empire. Everything happened very suddenly. Su Yunhan had no time to prepare in advance and could only take things one step at a time. After the meeting, Su Yunhan called Jiang Nan to a room alone. Su Yunhan said helplessly, Nan, I'm sorry, it's my incompetence that I failed to gain a foothold in the Sea God Pavilion and let mother wander with us. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Nan hurriedly said, Yunhan, please don't say that, it's my honor to be with you. Mother lost her father when she was young and her husband when she was middle-aged. We have been dependent on each other and have never had a good day. It wasn't until I met you that our lives started to get better little by little. Compared with the other sisters, my beauty, which I am ashamed of, pales in comparison, not to mention my talent for cultivation. You didn't treat me as a toy, you truly treated me as your wife, you cared for me, protected me, and even treated my mother as your own mother, I saw all of this. My mother is just an ordinary person without soul power, as her daughter, I naturally don't want her to be displaced, but I can't blame you for this, and I can't accept your apology. You are not only my husband, but also my benefactor. It was you who saved me from Su Sanchi's clutches. If it weren't for you, once Su Sanchi had evil intentions and captured my mother back to Xianming sect, I would have no choice but to follow his wishes. As a daughter, perhaps I shouldn't say such things, even if others call me unfilial, I must say it. On the way to Xinglua City, even if my mother got seriously ill from the overwork, I wouldn't feel the slightest bit sad or upset, because I am useless and cannot cause trouble to my husband. After that, Jiang Nan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Su Yunhan not only gave her a home, but also gave them a support. Since she entered the Su mansion, she could walk straight in Shrek Academy. Su Yunhan felt very distressed, and quickly held Jiang Nan in his arms, gently stroking her face. What a good girl. A week passed quickly, and Yan Xiaozhe followed Su Yunhan's advice and directly stopped the exchange student plan. Kai Meier, who had already broken through to level 96, led the exchange students of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy to hand over to Jing Hongqian at the old place in Maple Leaf City. What? Why didn't Yan Xiaozhe go? He is now the head of the Sea God Pavilion, and it is not his turn to participate in such trivial matters. At first, Yan Xiaozhe wanted to send Xuanzi to take over from Jing Hongqian. But Xuanzi was a little unreliable and had a criminal record. If Xiao Ninger got into trouble again under Xuanzi's command, how would he explain it to Su Yunhan? There was no other way, Yan Xiaozhe could only trouble his little wife to make a trip. After Xiao Ninger returned, Su Yunhan announced publicly in the Soul Guidance Hall that he was leaving the Sea God Pavilion to set up his own business. For a while, the Soul Guidance Hall was in an uproar, and most people expressed their desire to follow Su Yunhan and Xiao Ninger forever. After all, when Su Yunhan was selecting members for the Soul Guidance Hall, soul guidance skills were secondary. The main thing was that the members had a clean family background and no ties in Shrek City, so that they could be used in case of emergency. Of course, there are also many people who want to continue staying in Shrek City and are unwilling to wander around with Su Yunhan and the others. As for these people, Su Yunhan had no idea of persuading them. Different people have different preferences. Many people joined Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion just for the title of the #1 force in the continent. They did not have much pursuit, they just wanted to live a life with the salary of the #1 force in the continent. On the other hand, under Yan Xiaozhe's insistence, the students of the Inner Courtyard Soul Guidance Department of the Sea God Pavilion, led by Yi Shaoxing, who wanted to follow Su Yunhan, graduated. It doesn't really matter if you don't graduate. It's just a title. Most students join Shrek Academy because they can find jobs in the three empires with the title of Shrek Academy graduates. They have already decided to follow Su Yunhan to create a new force, so it doesn't matter whether they have this title or not. After 3 days of cleaning, Xiao Ninger finally cleared out the items that needed to be taken away from the Soul Guidance Hall. After finishing the preparations, Su Yunhan waved his hand and spent a lot of money to hire 40 carriages, carrying more than 200 people and leaving Shrek City in a mighty manner. The number of people accompanying them was indeed beyond Su Yunhan's imagination, but after careful investigation, he found that some of these more than 200 people were not Seoul engineers, but family members of the Seoul Guidance Hall members. It is the case that one has to bring a family with him. The carriages hired by Su Yunhan were all the most luxurious ones. And each carriage had the capacity to carry 2 Seoul beast horses with 500 years of cultivation. At full speed, everyone set out in the morning and arrived at Xinglua City before dark. Chapter 195. In fact, this cannot be entirely blamed on the Tang clan trio. If anyone should be blamed, it should be Yen Xiaozhe. It was clearly Yen Xiaozhe who did not come forward to clarify the matter, which inevitably made people suspicious. During those days, rumors were flying everywhere in Shrek City. All the old idiots in Poseidon Pavilion, including Yen Xiaozhe, just stood by and watched. Kai Mayer wanted to come forward and explain everything, but was rejected by those old idiots. The reason is simple. Su Yunhan is about to leave Shrek City to set up his own business. If we come forward to clarify things for him now, wouldn't that be branding him as a member of the Sea God Pavilion? They would never allow their married daughter to abuse her power in the name of Poseidon Pavilion. This is quite ridiculous. This time, Su Yunhan really did not guess what those old shut-ins were thinking. He also could not have imagined that those old shut-ins would allow rumors to spread throughout Shrek City for such a ridiculous reason. After the convoy arrived at Xinglua City, Su Jiawei waved his hand and directly divided an area in the West City for Su Yunhan and his party to use. He also sent some soldiers to guard the periphery and prohibited unauthorized personnel from wandering around. Su Yunhan left Poseidon Pavilion and chose to create his own power in the Star Luo Empire. The happiest person was the Star Luo Empire Emperor Su Jiawei. First, the Xinglua imperial family already had a partnership with the Seoul Guidance Hall led by Su Yunhan, and made a fortune by reselling the Seoul Guidance Hall's Seoul Guidance equipment. Now that Su Yunhan was ready to take root in the Xinglua Empire, the future cooperation would definitely be even closer. Second, Su Yunhan is related to the Xinglua royal family by marriage. If Su Jiujiu is unable to take charge, Su Jiawei can also adopt the descendants of Su Yunhan and Su Qiuyu under his name to inherit the throne of the Xinglua Empire in the future. Apart from Su Yunhan's family, there were a total of 220 people left, including 172 former Seoul Guidance Hall members and 48 family members. After settling all these people down, Zhao Ninger began to build a laboratory. Before the power is established, they can't expect them to support more than 200 people. Right? Even if the conditions are poor and it is impossible to make large soul guides, you can still earn some small soul guides to maintain your daily expenses while killing time, so that these people don't have to do nothing every day and cause any deaths. With the support of the Xinglua royal family, they never have to worry about the sales of soul guides. Even if it is a scrapped soul guide, if it is thrown into the Xinguan auction house, there will be people willing to pay for it. Su Yunhan realized how difficult it was to establish a power. Just the food, drink, and defecation of more than 200 people made him exhausted. Fortunately, Su Jiawei's invitation came in time. Su Yunhan handed these trivial matters to Su Qiuyu and followed the messenger to the Xinguan Hotel. In the know. One private room, Su Jiawei took a sip of tea and slowly said, "My dear nephew, do you have any ideas about the establishment of power?" Su Yunhan pondered and said, "I definitely have an idea. This time I brought most of the members of the former Sea God Pavilion Seoul Guidance Hall here. For the time being, the external industry of the force will focus on custom soul guides. Let's call it, Chongsheng Hall. The Palace of Eternal Life." Su Jiawei couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in his eyes. The other party dared to use the name Eternal Life, which meant that his ambition was not on the Doulua continent, but on the Sea of Stars, or even, the brilliant galaxy. Su Jiawei was obviously overthinking it. The reason why Su Yunhan was named Chongsheng was not because his ambition was to achieve immortality, but because it came from a poem in his previous life. On July 7th, in the Chongsheng Palace, in the middle of the night when no one is whispering, Su Yunhan had nothing to talk about with Su Jiawei. He married the Xinglua Emperor's sister. And according to seniority, the other party was his brother-in-law. Although they talked about their own things, he still felt quite awkward when the two talked. Just as Su Yunhan was about to suggest going outside Xinglua City to select a site for the Chongqing Palace, a girl dressed as a palace maid came in and whispered a few words to Su Jiawei. Su Jiawei said with a strange look on his face, My dear nephew, the envoys from the Tianhan Empire and the Doling Empire have arrived, they are here for you, please wait in the Tianzi room No. 2 and No. 3. The corner of Su Yunhan's mouth twitched, he picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it all, then stood up and walked out of the private room. In the high-level circles of the three empires, the Soul Guide Hall is known as the Little Mingda Hall. Gradually, they have become dependent on the Soul Guide devices produced by the Soul Guide Hall. Looking at the entire territory of the original Doulua continent, only Zhao Ninger can create an invincible shield of Soul Sage or even Soul Doulua level. Even though Su Yunhan had already left Poseidon Pavilion, and even caused some unpleasantness, it did not hinder their cooperation with Su Yunhan. After learning that Su Yunhan and his group were settling in Xinglua City, the envoys from the two empires arrived at the Starlight Hotel on time and notified Su Yunhan through the official channels of the Xinglua Empire. Su Yunhan walked into private room number 2 with an expressionless face. Inside the room, a frail-looking girl in a goose-yellow dress was sitting at a table. Su Yunhan had seen the portrait of this girl. She was the princess of the Tianhan Empire and also the first heir to the Tianhan Empire, Vina. As the crown prince who was also appointed in a time of crisis, Vina was more confident than Xue Qingfeng. This is no wonder. Vina not only has twin martial souls, but one of her martial souls is also a brain with great potential. Relying on her talent, she became a disciple of the Body sect and successfully won the support of the Body sect headed by Du Buxi. If the war was not imminent, the armies of the Sun Moon Empire might have marched eastward at any time. And the Sky Soul Empire might have prospered in Vina's hands, and even annexed the Doling Empire, allowing the Sky Do Empire to reappear in the world. As if she had known Su Yunhan's character in advance, Vina didn't say too much and directly pushed a list in front of Su Yunhan. Master Su, this is an order from our Tianhan Empire, don't worry, the types and quantities of soul guides listed above have been carefully considered by us and are definitely within the capabilities of your sect. I have converted all of them into high-level soul guide materials according to the value of the soul guides, the remaining portion will be used as a gift for the establishment of your sect. As she spoke, Vina placed a storage soul guide on the table. Su Yunhan took it and looked at it, not bad, not bad. The gift that Vina mentioned is worth about 10 million gold soul coins. It can be seen that the Tianhan royal family has invested a lot of money. Chapter 196. Su Yunhan silently pushed the storage soul guide and the list back to Vina, and said helplessly. Your Highness, you know, we just left Shrek City and are still receiving aid from the Xinglua Empire, we need to buy all kinds of equipment. And the location of the sect has not been decided yet, many tasks cannot be carried out, this order, we cannot accept it for the time being. Vina smiled and said, it doesn't matter. The order time will be counted from the day your sect was founded, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't care about feelings. If you treat me with empathy, we can have better cooperation in the future. Right? Having said that, Su Yunhan did not continue to refuse and took the list and the soul guide generously. The following time was spent in a long and awkward conversation. An hour had passed and the envoy of the Doling Empire was still waiting in the next private room. Su Yunhan made up an excuse and walked out of the room. After returning to the hall, Su Yunhan straightened his clothes and walked into private room number 3. Xue Qingfeng was sitting at the table eating snacks. When he saw Su Yunhan coming, he quickly stood up and grabbed his wrist, Brother Su, how are you? When Su Yunhan saw Xue Qingfeng in front of him, he wanted to ask, why aren't you dead yet? Su Yunhan's EQ is not that low. After all, the other party is the crown prince of a country, so he must show due respect. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan said with a look of disappointment, let's just make do with it, we've been kicked out of the Sea God Pavilion, how good can it be? Xue Qingfeng smiled and said, Brother Su, don't say that, with your talent, no matter where you are, no one can cover up your brilliance. One day, the sect under Brother Su's name will surpass the Sea God Pavilion and become the #1 force on the continent. Hearing this, Su Yunhan scratched his head in embarrassment. Xue Qingfeng really dared to say anything. Su Yunhan didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so he quickly changed the subject and asked, Brother Xue, what are you doing in Xinglua City this time? Xue Qingfeng waved his hand and said lightly, it's nothing serious, those old guys just wanted me to take this opportunity to meet you and find out from the side how many title Doulua you control. Su Yunhan said calmly, go back and tell them that level 99 ultimate Doulua Mingfeng Doulua Yan Xia is my wife. Extreme, limit. Xue Qingfeng's brain froze instantly. Mingfeng Doulua. And his last name was Yan. Could she be the sister of the current Sea God Pavilion Master Mingfeng Doulua Yan Xiaozhe? Brother Su, can you explain it in a more popular way? I don't understand. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, you don't need to understand it, just pass the message back to the Douling Empire, the officials who assist you will naturally understand it. Xue Qingfeng nodded and secretly took note of all this. He had no defense against Su Yunhan, nor did he need to. If it weren't for Su Yunhan, he would have died at Xue Kuei's hands a year ago. There was no hidden meaning in Su Yunhan's words, they just provided Xue Qingfeng with a layer of insurance, meaning that behind Xue Qingfeng was him. Su Yunhan, and behind him, Su Yunhan, was an ultimate DOURO. Anyone who dared to attract Xue Qingfeng's attention would be making trouble for an ultimate DOURO. Su Yunhan is making preparations for the future. The conquered territory needs to be governed. With Xue Qingfeng taking the lead, the Soul Master families who were once loyal to the Swan lineage will be able to better submit to him. Everything must be considered in advance, and you can't just take things one step at a time. After a moment of silence, Su Yunhan finally asked the question in his mind, Brother Xue, I'm curious, how did you escape from Xue Kuei's hands that day? Xue Qingfeng said. Nothing, I just stated a fact to him. The facts? Su Yunhan was a little confused. Xue Qingfeng continued, yes, that's the truth, I told Xue Kuei that you are already the lord of Luoan province, a local emperor, so why are you still eyeing the throne of the Douling Empire? He said that the era of the Swan family has ended, and the Douling Empire will become stronger in his and Xue Leng's hands. I said, you kill me now, and attack Lingdo City with Xue Leng, find a member of the royal family as a puppet, and exercise the power of the emperor. But if one day, the Soul Guide army of the Sun and Moon Empire breaks through Lingdo City, how will you, Luo Anho, deal with it? He said that with the Sea God Pavilion around, the ambitions of the Sun Moon Empire will eventually be extinguished, just like 3,000 years ago. I said, the Sea God Pavilion is still the Sea God Pavilion of 3,000 years ago. But the Sun Moon Empire is no longer the Sun Moon Empire of 3,000 years ago. The offensive soul guides of 3,000 years ago cannot threaten the title DOURO. After hearing what I said, Xue Kuei fell silent, he is a smart man. Once he plots to usurp the throne. When the Soul Master Core of the Sun Moon Empire breaks through Lingdo City, for the sake of the stability of the original Douling Empire, he will definitely execute these traitors. Having said this, Xue Qingfeng's expression froze instantly and he subconsciously covered his mouth. Su Yunhan said with a bad look on his face, Brother Xue, why don't you say anything? A gloomy look suddenly appeared on Su Yunhan's face. It was truly amazing that Xue Qingfeng could solve the dilemma in this way. From this, it can be seen that Xue Qingfeng is not as simple as he seems and is very likely in hiding. Seeing that he had been exposed, Xue Qingfeng stopped pretending. His expression became more serious. He looked at Su Yunhan and said slowly. Brother Su, with your wisdom, you can naturally imagine what will happen next, there is no need for me to elaborate on it here, right? Honestly, I really envy that little girl Vina. She is also a descendant of a royal family, so why is she so lucky? She has twin martial souls. Innate full soul power, and the support of the body sect. If she is given some time, her reputation will surely spread across the continent. And I have tried my best to pretend to be mediocre, but I was still pushed into the spotlight by those people. The sky is unfair. For a moment, Su Yunhan didn't know what to say, because, he couldn't tell whether Xue Qingfeng was talking or deliberately pretending to be pitiful to win his sympathy. Because, he does have a spiritual object in his hand that can help Xue Qingfeng change his qualifications. Honestly speaking, Su Yunhan has no confidence in himself. He can get to where he is today purely with the help of the system. Putting aside the god's perspective. If he plays power games with the natives in the Doulo world, he is just a waste. He really had no confidence in controlling the transformed Xue Qingfeng. He would protect Xue Qingfeng purely for the purpose of better controlling the Douling Empire in the future. Xue Qingfeng is not the only one, and what he can do, other people in the Xue family can do as well. Even if all the Swan clans of the Douling Empire were slaughtered, isn't there still Xue Lingshu and far away in the Tianhan Empire? Chapter 197. How could it be so easy for a family that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years to become extinct? After coming to his senses, Su Yunhan slowly stood up, came to Xue Qingfeng's side, patted his shoulder gently, and comforted him. Brother Xue, everything is over, with me here, I will definitely let you live to the end of your life, you can rest assured. Oh, Brother Xue, I have something else to do, I need to go outside Xinglua City to survey the terrain and select a site for the sect, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Su Yunhan walked out of the private room without looking back. Looking at Su Yunhan's gradually receding back, Xue Qingfeng's expression became more and more ferocious. In an instant, he shuddered and looked at the surrounding environment, with a hint of confusion suddenly appearing in his eyes. He suddenly realized that his memory from the moment Su Yunhan entered the private room until now seemed to have been erased by someone. It's as if it never happened. Xue Qingfeng wanted to walk out of the room and catch up with Su Yunhan to ask him what happened just now. But there was a voice lingering in his mind, telling him to stay away from Su Yunhan. After leaving the Starlight Hotel, Su Yunhan returned to their temporary residence. Pushing open the door, Su Yunhan saw Su Qiuyu lying on a recliner in the courtyard with a relaxed look on his face. "Qiuyu, where are Ning'er and the others? Are they still debugging equipment in the laboratory?" Su Qiuyu replied, "Yes, they will be busy for a while, and they probably won't be back tonight." Sister Ning said that the laboratory still needs to assemble a batch of equipment. And some materials are not even in the official Xinglua Empire's reserves, so they need to be purchased on the black market in major cities. "Let's eat at home tonight, I'll cook for you myself." After saying that, Su Qiuyu walked into the house without looking back. Su Yunhan did not take this matter to heart. Su Qiuyu's cooking skills were quite good and the desserts she made were unique. The taste was comparable to the desserts sold in big hotels. 3 minutes later. A slightly dull sound of footsteps reached his ears. Su Yunhan looked back and saw that Su Qiuyu was wearing a pure white dress that just covered her knees. Her legs were well proportioned and covered with pure white pantyhose, and her delicate feet were wrapped in a pair of pure white boots. Su Qiuyu's outfit gave Su Yunhan enough visual impact. For a moment, he swallowed subconsciously, and an inexplicable fire instantly surged in his heart. Su Yunhan pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Qiuyu, is this the food you prepared for me?" Su Qiuyu smiled and said, "Yes, this is the vanilla-flavored ice cream that I carefully prepared for you. I wonder if you are satisfied." Satisfied, really satisfied, Su Yunhan nodded quickly, then held Su Qiuyu in his arms like a princess and walked into the house. After spending so much time with Su Yunhan, the girls have understood his temperament. The little man in their family is different from the men outside. He doesn't like bunny girls or black silk, but white silk, green silk, blue silk. In addition, Su Yunhan also asked them to dress pure, the older they are, the better, wearing a dress. Holding a lute and half covering their faces. Under the impact of the white visual, Su Yunhan seemed to have bought a pair of attack speed shoes, which doubled the pressure on Su Qiuyu who was in a defensive state, and he complained for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan, who was in a coma, only felt the pressure on his face doubled. He frowned and slowly opened his eyes, and saw Su Qiuyu sitting in front of him with a haggard face, pinching his face with a pair of delicate hands. Seeing that Su Yunhan had woken up from his sleep, Su Qiuyu curled her lips and said unhappily, "Su Yunhan, you lazy bug, hurry up and get up, the design drawings of the sect have been completed, and it's time to go choose a site." Su Yunhan then slowly stood up and reluctantly put on a lavender brocade robe. Just like that, Su Qiuyu did not use any official Xinglua personnel to lead the way for them, and directly brought Su Yunhan to the barren mountains outside the city to explore the terrain. The location of the Hall of Eternal Life was set at a place 100 or 200 miles outside of Xinglua City. This was the result of discussions between Su Jiawei and a group of Xinglua senior officials. The Hall of Eternal Life was not far from Xinglua City. So if anything happened, they could take care of each other. Even if Su Yunhan wanted to be the emperor, Su Jiawei would abdicate without hesitation. After all, the pressure from the Sun Moon Empire was too great, and it was a bit suffocating for him. If Su Yunhan was willing to take on this important task, he would be eager to throw this hot potato away. After working for a whole morning, the couple finally decided on the location of the Chongqing Palace. It was on a barren mountain southwest of Xinglua City. It was open on all sides and not surrounded by mountains. In the future, they could build a city similar to Wuhan City with the sect as the center. The sect's location was finalized in the morning and construction began in the afternoon. It is expected to be completed in 2 months. The sect's preliminary preparations only lack external publicity, but with the support of a giant like the Xinglua Empire, this is not a problem. Before they knew it, a month had passed. That afternoon, Zhao Ning'er, who was supposed to be busy in the laboratory, came to see Su Yunhan. Zhao Ning'er said expectantly, "Yunhan, I have broken through to level 80 and need to hunt for a spirit ring." "Is it level 80? Su Yunhan thought. "How about this, let's go to the sea this time to replenish the spirit rings for your second martial spirit." Under the effects of the Snow Emperor's soul bone and the fairy grass, Zhao Ning'er's physique had already surpassed that of ordinary title DOURO. Even if he did not take the soul-suppressing pill. At the position of the 8th soul ring, Zhao Ning'er could already absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. After arranging the affairs of the Hall of Eternal Life, Su Yunhan and Zhao Ning'er left Xinglua City and headed west, their destination, Hanhai City in the Western Sea area of the Tianhun Empire. Friends who have read The legend of Ashura Sea God. Know that the sea area west of the Tianhan Empire and north of the Sun and Moon Empire is the location of the original Sea God Island. This sea area was not polluted even during the time and space of the original Dragon King legend, when the number of soul beasts was drastically reduced. Because, they are the people of the sea god, especially the patriarch of the demon soul Great White Shark clan, who is also the mount of the first sea god Poseidon. Chapter 198. Hanhai City is the only port in the Tianhan Empire and one of the few large ports in DOURO continent. All the residents in the city, regardless of gender, age or strength, make a living by going out to sea. The distribution of power in Hanhai City is very interesting. Although the major families inherit different martial spirits and have different surnames, they are all headed by the Chen family. Over the years, although there have been minor frictions between the major families, generally speaking, there have not been any major conflicts. I believe that smart friends have already guessed it. Yes, most of the residents in Hanhai City are descendants of the residents of Poseidon Island 10,000 years ago. Tang San did not care about anything. After becoming a god, he deliberately let the sea god island sink, creating a scene that the sea god island was no longer suitable for living. He then moved the sea god island to the DOURO continent in order to achieve his goal of plundering the faith of the entire DOURO continent. How could the sea soul masters who have lived on Poseidon Island for generations willingly move to inland? Amidst all the negative emotions, Tang San finally did not force his opponent to do anything, but made concessions. All the sea soul masters who were unwilling to go inland could settle down in Hanhai City, and they would be named the Sea God family in the name of the Sea God. To this day, except for the members of the Sea God Pavilion and the patriarchs of the 5 major families in Hanhai City, the name of the Sea God family has long disappeared from the vision of the Soul Master world. Even the patriarchs of the 5 major families in Hanhai City no longer believed in the God of the Sea. Whether the Poseidon Pavilion prospers or not has nothing to do with them. The era of Poseidon has ended, and the believers of the Sea God are no longer treated like their predecessors. No matter their strength or status, they can get an assessment issued by Lord Sea God. Su Yunhan had no intention of visiting the top leaders of the 5 major families, let alone taking action against them, even if there was a possibility that they would become his enemy one day in the future. This time they were planning to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast. So Su Yunhan naturally had no intention of hiring a fleet to escort them. A 100,000-year soul bone was enough to make a titled Doulua jealous, so there was no need to add more trouble to himself. In this way, Su Yunhan and Zhao Ninger flew away from the inland. Human, my mother is the leader of the demon soul Great White Shark clan. If you let me go, I will definitely give you a thank you gift. As a pleasant female voice slowly sounded, Su Yunhan's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at the demon soul Great White Shark with 80,000 years of cultivation under the angel holy sword. Demon soul Great White Shark. Mother? He remembered, Tang Xuanyu's CP was the princess of the demon soul Great White Shark clan, right? What was her name? Dong Qinqiu. Or, Bai Xiuxiu. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, little princess, call your mother out, I have something to discuss with her. Hearing this, Bai Xiuxiu frowned. She was worried that the 2 humans in front of her would do something bad to her mother. But then she thought of the status of their demon soul Great White Shark clan, and a sense of superiority instantly emerged in her heart. She quickly conveyed the news to her mother through the demon soul Great White Shark clan's intranet. 3 minutes later, a graceful figure appeared in front of Su Yunhan. She was a tall woman with long gray-blue hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes were also gray-blue. And her fair skin had a faint gray-blue glow. She had a high nose bridge, and her face had some angular features like a knife. But it doesn't look out of place, but very distinctive, giving people a moving exotic feeling. If Su Yunhan guessed correctly, this person is the leader of the demon soul Great White Shark clan, Xiao Bai. Okay. Something doesn't seem right. Why does the patriarch of the demon soul Great White Shark clan only have 140,000 years of cultivation? With only 140,000 years of cultivation, how can they survive on the ocean and avoid being swallowed up by other races? P.S. This is a small bug. In Dui, except for the deep-sea demon whale king, the highest level of other soul beasts is only 100,000 years of cultivation, and the same is true for the demon soul Great White Shark king. In the second stage of Doulua Dalu, all kinds of ferocious beasts with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation appear one after another. And the setting of the demon soul Great White Shark Xiaobai seems a bit underwhelming. A cold voice interrupted Su Yunhan's thoughts. Human, let go of my daughter, I am willing to give you all the soul bones that my demon soul Great White Shark clan has accumulated over the years. Su Yunhan said coldly, we have no shortage of soul bones, this visit to the sea is only to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. Hearing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Bai's eyes. If her daughter was not still in the hands of the other party, she would have used an enhanced version of the despair light wave to kill the two greedy humans in front of her on the spot. Xiao Bai said in a deep voice, Xiao has only 80,000 years of cultivation, which does not meet your requirements, you, let her go, and come at me if you have the guts. Su Yunhan sneered, if I didn't hold your daughter's life in my hands, how could you be here talking to me? Stop talking nonsense, one life for one life, if you sacrifice my wife, I will let your daughter return to the sea. Xiao Bai was silent. She didn't mind sacrificing her own life in exchange for her daughter's escape, but the question was, would these two humans in front of her really keep their word? Xiao Bai was immediately confused. The strength she could show was far beyond the 140,000-year cultivation. But she didn't dare to gamble. With her eyesight, she could see that the long sword in the human man's hand was a super artifact comparable to the trident of the sea god. As long as it gently crossed by Xiao's neck, her lovely daughter would die. Su Yunhan's voice sounded again, if you don't agree, I can only take your daughter back to the inland and raise her in a fish tank. A demon soul great white shark with 80,000 years of cultivation, and royal blood, I just don't know if the meat is fresh or not. I heard that the demon soul great white shark family has a very strong recovery ability, I wonder how long it will take for a piece of meat to recover after it is cut off. Devil. You are a devil. Come at me if you dare, how can you be a hero if you bully a little girl? Listening to Xiao Bai's abuse, Su Yunhan's heart was calm. This was just the beginning. In order to harvest faith, Tang Sen actually brought the Abyss realm here. In that war, how many people died in DOURO Star? Some people would say that the times are changing and someone has to make sacrifices. But the problem is that after defeating the Abyss, others still cannot become gods. The so-called 100-level true god is nothing more than an enhanced version of the title DOURO. Can a mortal who has no godhood, cannot use divine power, cannot go to the divine realm, and has a lifespan of only 300 years be called a god? End of this chapter. Chapter 199. The funniest thing is that the Poseidon's #1 lackey, the demon soul great white shark clan, was exterminated by the demon emperor during the DOURO Dalu period. But Tang Hao, Ain, and the two licking beasts turned a blind eye to this matter. Su Yunhan would not go to pacify the demon soul great white shark clan, nor could he go to pacify the demon soul great white shark clan. When the sea god falls, someone will be liquidated. Without benefits, who would be willing to risk their lives and property to overthrow the rule of sea god Tang San with you? The main purpose of the rebellion is nothing more than the redistribution of resources. Su Yunhan has worked hard at the bottom of society, so he naturally knows the needs of the people at the bottom. For the lowest level soul masters, having some cultivation resources is more practical than eradicating the Tang family's power and allowing people outside the Tang family to have the opportunity to become gods. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to reach that level. The essence of war is plunder. The lowest level soldiers need to obtain direct benefits so that they will have the confidence to fight against the Tang family's forces together with them. Where does the profit come from? Of course, it comes from the sea god Tang San's lackeys. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Bai, who loved his daughter dearly, finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore and said hurriedly. Human, oh no, sir, I don't want to die like this, but I can help you capture a 100,000-year-old soul beast in exchange for my daughter's life. Soul beasts are soul beasts. Xiao Bai, who has never experienced the beatings in the human world, is extremely naive. If you don't want to die, then you don't want to die. There's no need to go into too many twists and turns. Su Yunhan nodded and then gave Zhao Ninger a look. Zhao Ninger understood. Driven by her soul power, a platform 5 meters long and 4 meters wide appeared above the sea, with a fish tank placed right in the center of the platform. Under the threat of the angel's holy sword, Bai Xiu willingly jumped into the fish tank. An hour later, a blue-gray figure appeared in front of them again, with a 100,000-year-old saber-toothed shark in his hand. The water attribute and the ice attribute are of the same origin, and the attributes of most sea soul beasts are more in line with Zhao Ninger's martial soul. On the platform, the dagger in Zhao Ninger's hand slashed across the neck of the nether saber-toothed shark, and a blood-red soul ring slowly rose. She sat cross-legged and began to absorb this 100,000-year soul ring. Soon, 2 hours passed, and Zhao Ninger's breathing became more and more stable, obviously reaching the final stage. Xiao Bai glanced at Bai Xiu who was in the fish tank, and couldn't help but said, Sir, your wife's spirit ring has been absorbed, is it time to return my daughter to me? Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, I forgot to tell you that my wife has twin spirits. This time when I visited the sea, in addition to obtaining the 8th spirit ring of the first spirit, I also need to add a spirit ring for the second spirit. We still need 900,000 your soul beasts. If you can meet this requirement, I will send your daughter back to you intact." Xiao Bai roared, "Human, you clearly said that one life is worth another. I have already captured a 100,000-year-old soul beast for you. Why are you still asking for a higher price?" Su Yunhan sneered, "I didn't raise the price. I said at the beginning that I would use the life of your demon soul Great White Shark King in exchange for your daughter's life. How can the value of a 100,000-year-old netherworld saber-toothed shark be comparable to the value of your demon soul Great White Shark King? Noob." Although she didn't want to admit it, the fact was this. She had relied on her status as the sea god's mount to seize the territory of other sea soul beasts. Su Yunhan sneered and said, 900,000 your soul beasts, this is my last condition. With the strength of your demon soul Great White Shark clan, it is not a difficult task. After saying that, Su Yunhan glanced at the position behind Zhao Ning'er. The next moment, the Snow Queen appeared out of thin air, and as her jade hand slowly fell, the 4 demon soul Great White Sharks that were lying in ambush nearby flew to the platform and instantly turned into 4 ice sculptures. "This is the first time, and it will be the last time. If you do anything unnecessary again, I will cut off pieces of Bai Xiu's flesh, wrap them into buns and stuff them into your mouth." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Bai clenched his fists and stared at Su Yunhan in front of him. If looks could kill, Su Yunhan would probably have died hundreds of times. In the end, Xiao Bai summoned the elite soldiers of the Demon Soul Great White Shark clan to capture the 100,000-year soul beast. There was no other way. The enemy was stronger than the person, and his daughter was still in the hands of the enemy, so he didn't even have the chance to fight to the death. 15 days later, Zhao Ning'er suddenly opened her eyes. The ice and snow girl floated behind her, with 9 soul rings, 1 white and gold and 8 red, rhythmically moving around her. "I'm already level 95, give me another half-month to accumulate some strength. I'm absolutely sure I can break through to level 96, within 5 years, I'll become an ultimate DOURO." Zhao Ning'er hurriedly put her arms around Su Yunhan's neck and kissed him hard on the cheek. Should she thank Xuanzi? If Xuanzi had not neglected her duties, her meridians would not have been broken, she would not have stayed in a small restaurant, and she would not have met Su Yunhan. At that time, she should have taken a step ahead of Ma Xiaotao and been established as the next generation inheritor of the Sea God Pavilion as a disciple of Lin Huichuan, and it would have been impossible for her to have any cause and effect with Su Yunhan. An acquired martial soul, a platinum soul ring, 10 red soul rings vaguely, she seemed to see the gate to the divine realm. Looking at the loving couple in front of him, Xiao Bai couldn't help but ask, "Sir, is it time to return Xiu to me?" Su Yunhan threw the fish tank directly over, and the next moment, the couple flapped their wings behind them and disappeared on the spot. Looking at the two people's receding backs, Xiao Bai's silver teeth were almost broken. She didn't dare to gamble, or rather, she didn't have the confidence to keep Su Yunhan and his group. If one of them escaped, with his talent, it would probably not take a few years for their demon soul Great White Shark clan to suffer a devastating disaster. While walking, Zhao Ning'er turned her head to the side, staring at Su Yunhan's face, and asked in confusion. "Yunhan, are you just going to let the demon soul Great White Shark clan go? They are the lackeys of sea god Tang San. In my opinion, you should take that silly and cute little shark back and keep it in a fish tank." Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, "It's not necessary. If we force him too much, the demon soul Great White Shark King will take the initiative to contact sea god Tang San. By then, our good days will be over. The demon soul Great White Shark clan is not very powerful. It is a race that completely relies on the sea god. If the sea god falls, they will inevitably be liquidated by other sea soul beasts." Chapter 200. Before that, wouldn't it be better to spare their lives? Lu Xian and the others will also need 100,000-year soul ring in the future. In this vast ocean, if we want to find the traces of a 100,000-year soul beast, we must dive into the deep sea. Hearing this, Zhao Ning'er curled her lips. Why didn't she realize before that her little man was so sinister? After hurrying on their way, the two soon returned to the port of Hanhai City. Seeing that it was getting late, the two decided to stay in a hotel in Hanhai City for one night and return to Xinglua City early tomorrow morning. Ning'er. Okay. According to the time, the Chongqing Palace will hold its opening ceremony in at most half a month. I want you to attend the ceremony as the head of the Chongqing Palace. Zhao Ning'er said with an unhappy look on her face. Yunhan, you let me be the sect leader, do you want to let go of the management? Su Yunhan said calmly, the opening ceremony of the Chongqing Hall must be grand. It would be a bit cheap for a 5-ringed soul king like me to preside over it. But you are different, a 24-year-old super DOURO, you can definitely shock the whole audience. Besides, the bad things done by Xuanzi and Poseidon Pavilion cannot be hidden from the top leaders of the major forces. With your current cultivation level, if you appear at the sect ceremony in the Hall of Eternal Life, you will definitely be able to give Poseidon Pavilion a hard slap in the face. In this world, the ones who most want the Poseidon Pavilion to fall are not the three major empires, nor the Sun Moon Empire and the Holy Spirit Church, but the 11 former Shrek Academy inner school students, including Zhao Ninger. Zhao Ninger finally had a chance to slap Poseidon Pavilion in the face, so how could she let it go? She agreed without even thinking about it. Since they have to travel early tomorrow morning and there are still many matters that need to be dealt with in Chongqing Palace, they must not play too much tonight. But can that kind of small game be stopped just like that? There was no other way. So they simply did not stay in the hotel room, but came to the night market in Hanhai City to enjoy the rare inland delicacies. The two were sitting in front of a snack stand eating grilled oysters when suddenly, a red-haired shamat youth hurried over and patted Su Yunhan on the shoulder twice. "Brother, you and the girl next to you are both members of the Yuan Shou Society, right? Can you do me a favor? After the matter is done, I will give you 1,000 contribution points as a reward for this action." Yuan Shou Hui. What a ridiculous name. Su Yunhan probed, "Brother, 1,000 contribution points is a lot, it will take you a long time to save them, right?" The shamat youth said nonchalantly, "It didn't take me long to save up. I just served as a sparring partner for the young master of the Chen family for 3 months. In addition to the 1,000 contribution points, I was also given a lot of cultivation resources. It was much easier than the tasks issued by the Yuanshou Association. By the way, brother, are you willing to help me with this? If you're not willing, I'll go find someone else." Su Yunhan said weakly, "Just tell me, if you don't tell me what it is, how can I know whether I can help you or not?" The shamat youth slowly spoke, "It's not a big deal. My sister is engaged to a side disciple of the Chen family, and the wedding date has been set for tomorrow. But, something went wrong with my sister's practice last night, and she has been in a coma ever since. There is no sign of her waking up until now. Although we wanted to explain everything to the Chen family, my future brother-in-law met with an accident not long ago. When he was out at sea, one of his legs was bitten off by an evil killer whale, and now he can only walk with a prosthesis. Under such circumstances, if we rashly propose to postpone the wedding date, it will be difficult for them not to think in the wrong way. By then, all explanations will be regarded as a cover-up by them, and our O family will suffer a devastating disaster. So, we plan to find someone to pretend to be my sister and play the leading role tomorrow. After the banquet is over and the guests have left, we will tell my future brother-in-law about everything. This way, we can save the reputation of both families. This girl's hair color, figure, and temperament are somewhat similar to my sister. I solemnly invite you to help my O family overcome this difficulty. 1,000 contribution points are just a deposit. After the matter is completed, I will give you a piece of excellent quality 1,000-year soul bone as a thank you gift." Before he finished speaking, Su Yunhan suddenly interrupted him, "Sorry, we can't help you with this, she is my wife, I can't let her marry someone else. Are you dissatisfied with the price I offered? How about this? After the mission is completed, my O family will give out 3,000-year soul bones as the reward for this operation. If you are still not satisfied, you can name a price. As long as it is within the affordability of my O family, I will try my best to meet your requirements." The words of the shamat youth made Su Yunhan feel extremely insulted. Is he the kind of person who would sell out his wife for just a few 1,000-year-old soul bones? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Su Yunhan's eyes. He raised his tiger arm and slapped the shamat young man hard. Before Su Yunhan could say anything, the diners and stall owners on both sides of the street instantly entered a state of martial spirit possession and gathered in groups towards the two of them. A young man holding a harpoon pointed directly at Su Yunhan's nose and said sternly, "According to the laws of Hanhai City, those who fight privately in the city must be put in shackles for a month. If you kneel down and apologize to the person involved in public, you can be exempted from punishment because of your sincere attitude. Is this, Hanhai City?" Su Yunhan was so angry that he laughed. They were worthy of being from the sea god family. They were exactly the same as Tang-san in terms of being unreasonable. "What did you say? Putting aside the facts. You beat someone up in Hanhai City, don't you have the slightest responsibility?" Su Yunhan had no intention of reasoning with such a person. How could he reason with him? He dodged and the silver-white scorpion hook pierced the throat of the young man with the harpoon. Murder! 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 For a moment, the soul masters surrounding Su Yunhan and Zhao Ninger fled in all directions, as if they were avoiding the god of plague, and fled the scene like crazy. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan and Zhao Ning'er's eyes widened instantly. They really didn't expect that things would develop in such a strange direction. Chapter 201. Everyone stop. The captain of one of the law enforcement teams walked quickly to Su Yunhan and the other man, and his slightly strong voice instantly spread throughout the snack street. You two, not only did you fight privately in the city, you also deliberately killed the residents who came to maintain order. This is a serious violation of the laws of Hanhai City. Come with us. After saying that, the captain waved his hand, and several members of the law enforcement team approached Su Yunhan and Zhao Ning'er step by step with handcuffs and shackles. Su Yunhan said coldly, "You don't even understand the course of events clearly. Arresting people directly obviously violates the laws of the Tianhan Empire." The captain sneered and said, "Hanhai City is independent of the Tianhan Empire and is not subject to the laws of the Tianhan Empire. The Hanhai City law enforcement team always enforces the law by arresting people first and then handling the matter. If you are just acting in self-defense, you don't need to be afraid that the city lord will do anything bad to you. If you resist the arrest by the law enforcement team, you have something to hide. According to the laws of Hanhai City, all soul masters who resist the arrest by the law enforcement team will be killed without mercy, regardless of their crimes. Independent of the Tianhan Empire? Good. Very good." A cold light flashed in Su Yunhan's eyes, and the next moment, a ray of azure energy spread outward. Under the effect of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion's soul bone skill, a layer of ice condensed on the entire street, and more than 20 members of the law enforcement team in the center turned into lifelike ice sculptures. If God wants to destroy someone, he will first make him crazy. Even the law enforcement team of Shrek City must first understand the course of events before enforcing the law, and provide humanitarian care to the victims of the incident. Just because he was angry and slapped someone, he was forced to kneel down and apologize, otherwise he would be put in shackles and exposed to the public for a month. There is no such thing in this world. Su Yunhan wanted to see what kind of heaven-defying actions the 5 major families in Hanhai City, headed by the Qin family, could do. Compared to the Poseidon Pavilion and the Sun Moon Empire, these soul masters who call themselves the Poseidon family are more like villains. As early as when the Eternal Frozen Zone was released, the members of the law enforcement team who set up the blockade at the North-South Street intersection left the scene immediately. It is not known whether they were running for their lives or going to call for help when they saw the situation was out of control. In such a huge Hanhai City, there is not even a place where people can reason, Su Yunhan said sarcastically. Be reasonable. Your Excellency has come to our Hanhai City to act wildly, and you still want us to treat you as a guest of honor. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with short light blue hair appeared in front of Su Yunhan, and 2 sharp dragon claws attacked his heart directly. Su Yunhan pulled back the angel holy sword and placed it in front of his chest. Boom! The angel's holy sword collided head-on with the 2 azure dragon claws. The energy ripples generated by the collision directly knocked the 2 back more than 10 steps. Looking at the young man in front of him whose soul power fluctuations were only about that of a soul saint, Qin Shing's eyes became more and more solemn. He was a high-level soul DOURO. How could his full-strength attack be so easily resolved by a soul saint? Is he too weak or is the opponent too strong? Just as Qin Shing was hesitating whether to continue the attack, Zhao Ning'er's fist hit his head. In an instant, Qin Shing's head exploded like a burst watermelon. Shinger! An old man with long blue and white hair landed on the ground. Looking at Qin Shing's corpse on the ground, his eyes suddenly turned red and he was panting. The next moment, a phantom of a sea dragon appeared behind the old man, and 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red surrounded him and moved rhythmically. Level 95. Just barely good enough. 7th soul skill, Ice Phoenix true form. 8th soul skill, Ice Phoenix's death. The 7th and 8th rays surrounding the Ice Phoenix lit up, and a huge block of ice fell from the sky like a meteorite and landed directly on the old man's head. At the moment the ice cube landed on the ground, a tremendous energy spread out in all directions with the landing point as the center. This snack street is located in the center of Hanhai City. In addition, Zhao Ning'er had just broken through to level 95 and had not yet adapted to the strength of a title DOURO. She acted ruthlessly and all the houses in Hanhai City were burned to ashes by this one soul skill of hers. I massacred the city. It was as if all the strength in Zhao Ning'er's body was drained away, and she fell backwards in a daze. Fortunately, Su Yunhan was quick to support her body in time. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Su Yunhan felt a little uncomfortable. Although Hanhai City is not a big city, there are at least 100,000 residents in the city. Many people are just trying to make a living in Hanhai City, and they have nothing to do with the so-called Sea God family. Ugh. They are not the ruthless Emperor Hun Tian, nor are they the double-standard Great God King Tang and Great God King Hua. So many innocent people died at their hands, they cannot help but feel guilty. Just then, a young man with long blue and white hair walked over. Looking at the mess in the city, his heart was bleeding. You too, if you have any complaints against my Qin family, just come to me, Qin Yi. The other residents in Hanhai City are so innocent, aren't you afraid of being punished by God? It's your Sea God family that should be punished by heaven. Su Yunhan returned to his usual state, looked at the young man in front of him and said coldly. My wife and I have done nothing wrong in Hanhai City, and we were enjoying delicious food, but a shamat young man asked my wife to marry a side-branch disciple of the Qin family in his sister's place. Of course I refused and rejected him directly, but he kept pestering me and said a lot of nasty things. I was so angry that I slapped him in the face. It was this slap that caused us to be besieged by the residents of Hanhai City. There was even one person who shouted at me to kneel down and apologize to that shamat youth. After hearing Su Yunhan's description, the young man's expression instantly became distorted. Just because of this bullshit reason, more than half of the 800 people in their Qin family were killed or injured. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Qin Yi clenched his fists as a sea dragon appeared behind him. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black and red slowly rose from under his feet. Ultimate DOURO, there is actually an ultimate DOURO in Hanhai City. End of this chapter. Chapter 202. After doing all this, Su Yunhan hugged Zhao Ning'er and left this sad city. Zhao Ning'er was born into a commoner family, so she hated the evil spirit masters who slurped up corpses and trampled on corpses. She really didn't expect that one day she would do something comparable to the evil spirit masters. In Hanhai City, it took Qin Yi 3 full minutes to come out of the illusion. From his perspective, the couple who caused his family to be destroyed disappeared from his perception. Never mind. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Let's first settle the more than 500 surviving members of the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Yi returned to the Qin family's mansion, which was also the only intact building in the entire Hanhai City. Ancestor, where are the head of the family and the young master? They shouldn't have been hurt, right? Qin Yi was already upset after this happened, and the disturbance caused by this group of women made his already bad mood even worse. He raised his arm and slapped the crying woman hard in the face. They are both dead, there is no trace of their bodies left, don't ask any more questions. After saying that, Qin Yi walked into the inner hall without looking back. Where are the people? Where have they gone? Are they all dead? Seeing that there were only a few people waiting for him in the inner hall, Qin Yi became furious and pounded the table with his fists. The table could not bear the humiliation and broke into 2 pieces. Seeing that their ancestor was on the verge of exploding, most people present lowered their heads silently, not wanting to get into trouble at this critical juncture. At this moment, a young girl who had just entered the elder's seat stood up from her seat, looked at Qin Yi who was sitting on the main seat, and slowly said. Old ancestor, those uncles said they were going to rescue our Qin family's property. Qin Yi roared, no matter what method you use, call them all back, if they don't come back within 30 minutes, they will die outside and never come back. Seeing that Qin Yi was serious, this group of female elders hurried out of the inner hall and informed their fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons in the way they had discussed in advance. The members of the Qin family's elder council seemed to have discussed it in advance. They calculated the time and returned to the inner hall together within the 30 minutes set by Qin Yi. Seeing this group of disappointing descendants, Qin Yi became angry again, and his roaring voice immediately resounded throughout the Qin mansion. Half an hour later, Qin Yi was tired of scolding and slumped in his chair, looking at the members of the council of elders in front of him with a look of despair. The dead are your relatives, why are you not sad at all? Is the position of the head of the Qin family more important than family affection? Qin Yi was heartbroken. He was an extreme DOURO. And his lifespan was much longer than others. He had sent many offspring away. He didn't want to see his offspring killing each other for a little benefit. After a moment of silence, Qin Yi looked at everyone and slowly said. I called you here to announce 2 things. The first thing is that Qin Yi and Qin Xing are both dead, and the position of the head of the Qin family is vacant. I am going to take over the position of the Qin family myself. Who is in favor? Who is against? Oppose? Do they dare to oppose the decision made by their ancestors? Even if they had thought about the position of the head of the family before, it would be impossible for them to do so at this juncture. Qin Yi paused for about a minute and continued, okay, since no one objects, let's make the decision first. From today on, all matters of the Qin family, big or small, will be handed over to me for review. The second thing is about the problem of Hanhai City. You all saw that after this incident, only 1 in 100 residents of Hanhai City survived. It will probably take decades to restore the city to its former prosperity. So, I don't plan to rebuild Hanhai City, but take you to Shrek City for development. As soon as the voice fell, the girl who had just obtained a seat in the Elders' Council raised her hand and asked. Ancestor. I heard from them that the people of the Sea God Pavilion are extremely xenophobic. If you want to integrate into their small circle, it will take at least several generations to do it, if we go there rashly. I'm afraid we will be suppressed by the Soul Master families under the Sea God Pavilion. Chenyi said with a smile, don't worry, I'm going to Sea God Pavilion to serve as the deputy leader of this trip to Shrek City, because our Chen family has the same roots as Sea God Pavilion. Chenyi had no intention of being mysterious and directly recounted the relationship between their Chen family and Poseidon Pavilion in public. For a moment, the members of the Chen family's Elders' Council were suddenly enthusiastic. They had never dreamed that the direct ancestor of the Chen family actually witnessed the growth of a generation of Poseidon and was personally nominated by Lord Poseidon for the title of Poseidon family. I told you, they have been dealing with the sea for generations, how could they have no connection with Lord Poseidon? Happy. They couldn't stop being happy. Even those members of the Elders' Council whose relatives had just passed away, the haze in their hearts was swept away, and they began to look forward to life in Shrek City. The environment shapes a person and also a group of people. Due to the existence of sea god Tang San, DOURO continent became self-contained and the entire sea area was blocked. Even though the 4 empires built ports, they only caught some food and treasures near the coast that did not exist in the inland. The Poseidon families headed by the Chen family made a fortune by going out to sea, especially the Chen family. They were the only dominant family in Hanhai City. And without interference from external forces, their only enemies were their own relatives. Sometimes, brothers and sisters would even fight each other because of a 1,000-year-old soul bone, not to mention those relatives whose blood ties have exceeded 3 generations. Even though the Chen family is just a small to medium-sized soul master family with less than 1,000 people, there are multiple factions within them. Each faction can only operate in its own area and cannot cross the border to other factions' territories to solicit business. And within each faction, there are smaller factions. The big factions are divided by the regions of Hanhai City. And the small factions are divided by the streets. The division of labor within the Chen family is very clear, leaving no opportunity for those who take shortcuts. In this environment, how good can the relationship between the Chen family be? They all hope that some of them will die so that they can reap more benefits. Chapter 203. Seeing this scene, Chenyi sighed and said helplessly, you guys go down first, pack your belongings, and then go to other cities to buy a batch of carriages. We will set off for Shrek City early tomorrow morning. After saying that, Chenyi walked out of the inner hall without looking back. Except for the Chen family's ancestral home, all the buildings in Hanhai City were burned down by Xiao Ning's 8th soul skill. The Chen family didn't have anything to pack up. So they spent the night in excitement. At dawn the next day, they demolished the ancestral home and took a carriage to Shrek City. When the convoy was less than 500 miles away from Shrek City, Chenyi decided to go ahead. Flying at full speed, he reached Shrek City in just a few minutes. After all, he had to ask for help, so Chenyi had to follow the rules. He first took out the token of the Sea God family and gave it to the captain of the North Gate, who then handed it over to the people of the Sea God Pavilion. In this way, Yan Xiaozhe arranged for Xian Liner to go out of the city gate to welcome Chenyi. Under the leadership of Xian Liner, Chenyi set foot on Poseidon Island and walked into the Poseidon Pavilion meeting room. Senior Hailong, why did you come to Poseidon Island this time? Chenyi is about the same age as Moon En and can be considered Yan Xiaozhe's elder. Hearing this, Chenyi waved his hands hurriedly, and said in a slightly panicked tone. Pavilion Master, we are both ultimate DOURO, and you are the Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion. I don't dare to be called a senior. Well, how about this, if you don't mind, just call me brother. In the fantasy world, strength is everything. To some extent, strength can indeed determine seniority. As long as you are an extreme DOURO, even if you are only 20 years old, a super DOURO can call you the ancestor. Seeing that Yan Xiaozhe was easygoing, Chenyi didn't hesitate to be polite and directly stated his purpose. Pavilion Master, Hanhai City was massacred, and only more than 500 people in my Chen family are left. This time I visited the Sea God Pavilion to seek refuge with you. Don't worry, I have no intention of becoming the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, I just want to find a stable environment to retire in. For a moment, Yan Xiaozhe frowned. The other party was a descendant of the original residents of Sea God Island. He thought that he would not be a spy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Yan Xiaozhe was moved. The Sun Moon Empire is currently in its heyday. If they could have one more extreme DOURO sitting in the Sea God Pavilion, even if the other party developed a 10th level soul guide before Zhao Ning'er, they would still be able to fight. Due to the regulations of Poseidon Pavilion, Yan Xiaozhe said with difficulty. Brother Chen, you are not from Shrek Academy. If you want to join Poseidon Pavilion, you must pass the vote of Poseidon Pavilion. I don't have the power to make the decision on my own. Chen Yi said seriously, if that's the case, I'll take my leave first. When there's any news, Brother Yan, send someone to inform me. After saying that, Chen Yi picked up the teacup in front of him, drank it all, and then left. Yan Xiaozhe began to notify the elders and convene a meeting of the Poseidon Pavilion. Soon, the elders and the dean and vice dean of Shrek Academy walked into the conference room one after another. Since Yan Xiaozhe was promoted to the head of the pavilion and Kai Meyer was promoted to the dean of the martial arts department, the position of the vice dean of the martial arts department became vacant. And the female student Han Ruoruo, who had already graduated from the inner courtyard, filled the vacancy. As the vice president of the Wuhan department, Han Ruoruo was qualified to attend this Poseidon Pavilion meeting. Looking at the meeting room full of bigwigs, she was a little nervous. Everyone is here, this Poseidon Pavilion meeting officially begins. Yan Xiaozhe, who was sitting on the main seat, said expressionlessly. I called you here this time to discuss an important matter. Sea Dragon Doulo Chenyi from the Sea God family is leading the Chen family to join our Sea God Pavilion. What do you think about this? Lin Huichuan, who was sitting on the right, asked, Master, what do you think about this matter? How do you watch it? Sit and watch it. How else can you watch it? Although he was thinking, Yan Xiaozhe pretended to think. We will have a battle with the Sun Moon Empire sooner or later. Sea Dragon Dolua is not an outsider, and he is also an ultimate Dolua. I believe that with his joining, the strength of our Sea God Pavilion will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Hearing this, the group of old people who kept silent were immediately shocked. They had just driven Su Yunhan away, and it hadn't been quiet for a few days, so how come another Chen Yi came? This time, it was really difficult for them to refuse. Who knows, Chen Yi might be eavesdropping nearby. They were not stupid enough to rely on the power of the Sea God Pavilion to offend an ultimate Dolua. In the end, the Poseidon Pavilion passed the resolution unanimously, and Chen Yi successfully joined the cabinet. As an ultimate Dolua, he was exceptionally appointed as the deputy pavilion master of the Poseidon Pavilion. Time goes back to last night. After Su Yunhan left Hanhai City, he took Zhao Ning'er and flew hurriedly towards Xinglua City. After something like this happened, I would probably not be able to sleep well no matter which city I stayed in a hotel. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, the door of Su's house was knocked open. Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan opened the door in their pajamas and sleepily saw. Zhao Ning'er looked very bad. When the door was opened, she didn't even say hello, but went back to her room and locked the door. Ma Xiaotao couldn't help but ask, Yunhan, are you two having a fight? Su Yunhan said helplessly, with my temper. How could I possibly quarrel with Ning'er? It was just that on the way back from getting the spirit ring, some unpleasant things happened. Ning'er wanted to teach the other party a lesson. But she failed to control the power of her spirit skills and directly destroyed the houses in the entire Hanhai city. Su Yunhan did not hide anything and directly narrated what had happened to the two women. Zhang Lishuan asked with a puzzled look on her face, Yunhan, I remember, there are several title Dolua in Hanhai city, with Sister Ning'er's soul Dolua cultivation. I'm afraid she can't do this, right? Ugh. Su Yunhan sighed. From the moment Zhao Ning'er returned as a title Dolua, he could no longer keep the secret of him helping Zhao Ning'er obtain her second martial soul privately. Su Yunhan said apologetically, Xiao Tao, Luxian, I'm sorry. Long before the Soul Master competition began, I obtained a soul beast embryo through a transaction with the official Xing Luo Empire. With the help of Aunt Ling Yan, Ning'er successfully absorbed the embryo and obtained the second martial soul, Ice and Snow Girl. If you feel unhappy, you can hit me or scold me, I will never fight back and I will not bear grudges. Chapter 204. Then again, Su Yunhan is very good to them, and each of them has a magical herb that is enough to change their qualifications. Should they hold on to this? It was obvious that the Ice and Snow Girl was an Ice attribute soul beast in the entire harem. Only Zhao Ning'er and Ling Luochen were Ice attribute soul masters. Obtaining a second martial soul was inherently dangerous, so it was normal for Su Yunhan not to inform them. Okay, we're all family, there's no need to quibble over this kind of thing. Zhang Lishuan held Su Yunhan's arm affectionately, leaned over to his ear, and whispered. Yunhan, it's not dawn yet, let's go to rest together. After saying that, regardless of whether Su Yunhan agreed or not, Zhang Lishuan directly hugged him in her arms like a princess and then walked into the house. After more than half a month of silence, the heart-stirring symphony once again resounded over the Su mansion. Suddenly, the door of Zhang Lishuan's room was kicked open by a figure. The three of them looked closely and saw Su Qiuyu walking into the room with an unhappy look on his face. Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Lishuan, you two are so unkind, you didn't even tell us that your husband had returned, why are you eating alone here? After saying that, Su Qiuyu used the skill, Flying Phoenix riding on the face, on Su Yunhan. In an instant, the duet version of the symphony once again resounded over Su Yunhan. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that the four of them got dressed, opened the door and went into the courtyard to have breakfast. Did you add some strange spices to the breakfast? Why do I smell a strange fragrance? It feels quite intoxicating. Hearing this, the girls lowered their heads, and their pretty faces were flushed. Seeing this, Su Yunhan also understood where the strange fragrance came from. In order to hide his embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject and said, "Ahem, has anything major happened in the sect during the half-month I was away?" Su Qiuyu replied, "It's nothing big, but there was a message from the top leaders of the Xinghua Empire, asking us if we should establish a soul mentor school." Su Yunhan pondered and said, "The Soul Instructor Academy must be established, but it cannot be established in the name of our Chongqing Palace. How about this, Qiuyu, you go and discuss with our brother to establish a Soul Instructor Academy in the name of the Xinghua Imperial family, and our Chongqing Palace will invest in it. Every once in a while, senior soul instructors from Chongqing Palace will go to the academy to teach more in-depth knowledge of soul guides. After graduation, students can freely choose to join either the Xinghua Empire or the Chongqing Palace." "I understand." Su Qiuyu straightened her dress, slowly stood up, and walked out of the mansion. The girls were all confused, but Su Qiuyu and Yan Xia already understood the implication of Su Yunhan's words. It is rare for a sect to establish its own academy for soul masters or soul instructors. The reason is simple: soul masters who want to join a sect can just join the sect directly, and will not specifically study in the academy opened by the sect. Take the Body sect for example, they have some shares in some soul master and soul guide academies in Tiando City. When graduation season comes, the Body sect will send some outer sect elders to the academies with shares to recruit suitable students to join the sect, so as to achieve the purpose of enriching the Body sect's soul master reserves. According to Blue Star, it is a school enterprise cooperation, which can provide you with a job channel after graduation. There are too few soul masters in the original territory of DOURO continent, and many of them are in high positions in major forces, leaving very few soul masters in the wild for Chongqing Hall. Under such circumstances, it would still be of no help for the Hall of Eternal Life to establish a Soul Instructor Academy. Anyway, Su Yunhan is related to the Xinghua royal family by marriage, so there is no need to waste this golden signboard of the Xinghua royal family. It is a mutually beneficial and win-win situation for both forces. He also believes that Su Jiawei can make the right decision. At this moment, Su Yunhan suddenly stood up, walked out of the house quickly, and called Su Qiuyu back. "Qiuyu, tell His Majesty that after our Chongqing Palace is established, we will outsource some of the simpler soul guides to the soul guides of the Xinghua Empire." Su Qiuyu nodded and said, "Is there anything else?" Su Yunhan said, "No more." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qiuyu flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the following period of time, Su Yunhan led his harem to start preparing invitations for the opening ceremony of the Hall of Eternal Life, and distributed them to various major forces through the intelligence network of the Xinghua Empire. In addition to the Sun Moon Empire, Su Yunhan from Shrek Academy were also included in the invitation list, but the Poseidon Pavilion was not included. Soon, 15 days passed and the facilities of the Hall of Eternal Life were initially completed, and it was qualified to be established. On this day, representatives of various major forces took their seats in the sect square of the Hall of Eternal Life. Envoys from the Tianhun Empire, Doling Empire, Xinghua Empire, Body sect, Tianlongmen, Jiubaoyoli sect, the Longmen and others were all present. They were all the second and third most important figures of each major force, giving the Hall of Eternal Life enough face. These titled Doulua may not think highly of soul guides, but their descendants can use them. Flying soul guides, triggered soul guide shields, and disposable invincible shields are all items that can save lives. For this reason alone, it is worth selling them to the Hall of Eternal Life to gain some face. At this time, a condensed water sky Luan soared above the Chongqing Palace, and under the gaze of all the guests, it slowly landed on the high platform of the Chongqing Palace sect square. The next moment, the figure of the condensed water sky Luan gradually disappeared, and was replaced by Zhao Ning'er, who was wearing an ice blue female robe. The yellow, purple, black, and red souls landed at her feet and finally sank into her body. 9 rings, titled Douluo. 24-year-old titled Douluo. For a moment, all the guests who came to attend the opening ceremony were shocked. Even someone as powerful as Dragon God Douluo was only a high-level soul Douluo at the age of 24. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, experts watch the doorway. The envoy who represented Shrek Academy to participate in the opening ceremony of the Changxing Hall was the current dean of the Wuhan department, Kai Meyer. Just now, when Zhao Ning'er appeared, Kai Meyer could clearly feel that the other party's cultivation was probably not inferior to hers. Before leaving Shrek City, Zhao Ning'er's cultivation level was only over 70. How come in just over 2 months, she became a super DOURO? Even riding a rocket isn't that fast. Chapter 205. Zhao Ning'er is hiding. This possibility, is very small. After the incident in the Star Do Great Forest, all members of the Sea God Pavilion checked Zhao Ning'er's body. It was obvious that her meridians were completely broken and there was no possibility of recovery. Rather than saying that there is no possibility of repair, it is better to say that there is no need to repair it. According to the words of those old closed lights, Shrek Academy will never lack talented students, and there is no need to waste a lot of resources on a useless person. Just as Kai Meyer was lost in thought, Zhao Ning'er's voice spread throughout the square through the loudspeaker's Soul Guide. Welcome everyone to take time out of your busy schedule to attend the opening ceremony of our Changxing Hall. I am the Lord of Changxing Hall, Ice Phoenix Dolua Zhao Ning'er. Before they knew it, the opening ceremony of the Changxing Hall had ended, and after the guests finished their meal, they left one after another. Prior to this, they also customized a batch of soul guides in the Hall of Eternal Life. Regardless of whether they could be used or not, they just considered it as a favor to the Hall of Eternal Life. Kai Meyer left without saying a word. Even though she had countless doubts in her heart, she did not go to Ma Xiaotao to ask for clarification. From the moment Su Yunhan and his group left Shrek City, the relationship between her and Ma Xiaotao could never go back to the same. Under the operation of the Xing Luo Empire, the reputation of the Changxing Palace became famous in the original territory of Dolua continent. For a time, the foot of the Changxing Palace was crowded with people, and many soul masters who wanted to break through their own limits came here to visit. Su Yunhan's talent of the 3 lives martial soul was completely exposed to the world. Many female soul masters who were confident in their looks chose to join the Hall of Eternal Life, hoping that they could become powerful and soar to the sky. As a result, for a long time, the Hall of Eternal Life was in a state of more yin than yang. At the same time, inside Shrek Academy, as a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department, Hikaitu can naturally enjoy a single dormitory. That night, Hikaitu lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He had no choice but to turn on the light and start reading the Soul Guide experience left by Fan Yu. It's been 2 months, Hikaitu murmured. In the 2 months since he came back from Mingdu, he had not had a good night's sleep. During the day, he was tense, afraid that he would inadvertently say something he shouldn't say. Liang Shi gave birth to a daughter for him, named Su Ying, who has now been named a princess. Hikaitu knew that Su Ying's treatment was based on his loyalty to the Sun Moon Empire. If he made any unusual moves, his daughter would be in an irretrievable situation. At this moment, a man in black robe climbed in from the window and covered Hikaitu's mouth in time. Don't shout, I am the tool sent by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to convey the mission to you. Hearing this, Hikaitu nodded hurriedly, and the man in black robe then carefully took his hand away. There's poison in this, put it in Bebe's water cup when you have the chance and make sure he drinks it. As he spoke, the man in black robe stuffed a small bottle into Hikaitu's hand. Hikaitu took the small bottle in his hand, looked at it for a while, and subconsciously asked. Senior, compared to Bebe, Huiyuhao is a greater threat to our Sun Moon Empire, why don't you take this opportunity to put poison in his cup? The black-robed man said coldly, don't worry about this, just complete your mission. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that if you can complete this mission and avoid the suspicion of Shrek Academy, you will be allowed to return to the Sun Moon Empire and your family of 3 will be able to find a quiet place to live in seclusion and enjoy the happiness of family life. After saying that, the man in black robe jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night. Ugh. Hikaitu sighed and suddenly lost the mood to continue watching the Soul Guide's experience. Born in the royal family, he was used to intrigues and fratricide. Now that he was asked to deal with Bebe, he naturally did not feel much guilt. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. He did all this for his newborn daughter. No matter how good his relationship with Bebe is, can it be better than that of his biological daughter? Thinking of this, Hikaitu reached out to turn off the light, lay down on the bed, tilted his head, and fell asleep. Hikaitu had a very long dream. In the dream, he joined the Tang sect on the recommendation of Huiyuhao, and went to Xinglua City with Huiyuhao, Wang Dong, Su Sancher, Jiang Nan Nan, Xiao Xiao, and Bei Bei as reserve team members to participate in the Soul Master competition. With only 3 regular team members, the reserve team members took turns to play and defeated the arrogant Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, winning the championship of the Soul Master competition. In Mingdu, Huiyuhao sneaked into the warehouse of Mingdetang, stole the blueprints of the humanoid Soul Guide, and openly blackmailed Jing Hongchen, earning the 9th level Soul Guide Hongchen Blessing and the Sun and Moon Needle. Huiyuhao had earned such a great reputation in Mingdu that after the Shrek Academy exchange student team returned to Shrek City, Xianziwen, a teacher from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, actually brought his own disciples to Shrek City to join the Tang sect. At the Poseidon dating party, he and Xiao Xiao fell in love at first sight and decided to spend their lives together. What a wonderful dream. Hikaitu sat on the bed, looking at the sky just beginning to brighten outside the window, muttering to himself. In the dream, Huiyuhao was the red flower, and the Shrek 6 devils were the green leaves. Under the operation of the Shrek 7 devils, the Tang sect finally completed its revival. With the power of the Tang sect alone, it almost narrowed the gap between the original DOURO continent and the Sun Moon Empire, and equipped the armies of the 3 empires with the required offensive soul guides. Hikaitu did not take the content of the dream to heart, thinking that such thoughts were caused by too much pressure. Hikaitu came to the soul guidance department to study as usual. After a busy day, when he was about to go to the cafeteria to eat, Huiyuhao came to him wearing thick glasses. Brother He, today is teacher Xiaoya's birthday. Brother Bei asked me to come and call you. He has already reserved a seat at Tongtian Pavilion. The 5 of us Tang sect brothers and sisters should celebrate properly. Hikaitu nodded, went back to the dormitory, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and waited at the gate of Shrek Academy. Not long after, Huiyuhao led Han Qiu, and Bei Bei led Tangya to the gate of Shrek Academy. After they met up, everyone went to Tongtian Pavilion chatting and laughing. On the way, seeing Hikaitu walking alone, Huiyuhao couldn't help but say, Brother He, you are the only single one among the 5 of us brothers and sisters. It makes me sad to see you being all alone. It's time for you to find a girlfriend.